Introduction. Unexpectedly succumbing to a sudden death at his computer, he awoke to find himself transformed into a minor pirate within the world of Game of Thrones. After the system bestowed upon him a novice gift pack, it departed, leaving behind a realm plagued by dragons soaring through the skies and colossal sea creatures upheaving the land. Thus, the Summer Seas acquired a new maritime sovereign while losing a struggling pirate. He set his sights on the uncharted continent, unveiling a corner of the world. Chapter 1. Kai Kuen's Rebirth, the Jade Sea of Power Games. Upon the vast expanse of the endless ocean, a dilapidated pirate ship measuring 10 meters in length sailed forth, propelled by the wind. Jack the Sea Dog leaned against the railing of the deck, gazing out at the infinite waters, contemplating his future endeavors. His real name was Kai Kuen, a humble elevator technician from the 21st century on Blue Star, earning a modest monthly salary. Typically, he indulged in keyboard warrior antics and treated himself to foot baths upon receiving his paycheck. Although single, his life was relatively comfortable. However, not long ago, he had masqueraded as a devoted fan to engage with a troll, only to be cursed by the latter. Accompanied by a sudden spasm of his heart, he truly perished at his computer. When he awoke once more, he found himself a pirate named Jack the Sea Dog in the world of Game of Thrones. His predecessor was a mere 16 years old, the son of a pirate with 3 underlings. In truth, he was hardly a pirate more akin to a petty thief, capable only of raiding fishermen's small boats. Recently, his father had insisted on a grand venture, which ended tragically when he was killed on the spot by the guards of Querce. Consequently, Kai Kuen, now Jack the Sea Dog, naturally inherited the ownership of the ill-fated ship. He was uncertain of the extent to which his predecessor had cherished the name Sea Dog. Originally, the ship had 3 crew members, but 2 perished alongside his father at Querce, while the remaining 1 absconded with the scant silver coins aboard. The death of his predecessor was also attributed to this departing crew member, nicknamed Shrimp Head, whom his father referred to as Shrimp Head Man. When the crew member made off with the coins, he encountered the predecessor, resulting in a fatal blow to the head delivered by an iron rod. Now, the most valuable item aboard was a 3-month-old female lamb, procured by his father for Jack's initiation into manhood. A mere lamb was significantly less expensive than a female slave, yet it was well known that a female lamb in heat was often regarded as a seductress. Regrettably, the predecessor met his demise before he could take advantage of it. Each time Jack beheld the lamb, he felt an absurd sense akin to that of a child bride. Bah, the lamb, Evelyn, nuzzled against Jack's calf. Ah, thank heavens, Shrimp Head didn't take you with him, Jack remarked, bending down to stroke Evelyn's head. When Shrimp Head departed, he only took the money, leaving behind food and Evelyn, which allowed the newly transcended Jack to survive. System, is it not yet fully operational? Jack had been in this new world for 2 days, and this morning, he noted that the system had loaded to 99. Beep, system loading complete. The Supreme Divine Civilization's personal practice system KK, honed over 2.5 years, reports to you. It was indeed the curse from the troll that had led to his untimely demise at the computer. Greetings, dear host. I am KK, the latest generation of the intelligent system developed by the Supreme Divine Civilization. How do you find this high magic world, host? Is it not magnificent? High magic world? Are you familiar with Game of Thrones? Indeed, it was originally one of the mid-magic worlds, which subsequently fell into a low-magic realm due to a great war in Middle-earth. Jack furrowed his brow. This system appears to be highly intelligent, yet it seems to lack basic understanding. Can it truly assist me in achieving the pinnacle of my existence, as portrayed in novels? At that moment, the system sensed something amiss. Host, how long have I been operational? Jack, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, approximately over 30 hours, not even 2 days. What on earth? How could this be? How should I know? Jack retorted, feeling incredulous. This is unfortunate. My first endeavor is turning out to be a loss, KK mused internally. Dear host, I can grant you 1 lottery opportunity each year. The beginner's gift pack has been issued, and now I must absorb the world's essence. Initially, KK was capable of providing a daily lottery opportunity, as it was an exceptionally advanced lottery system. However, due to the low essence level of this world, it could only offer it once a year. KK had no intention of lingering near Jack, or rather, in this world. Otherwise, it would surely fail to meet its task objectives, and upon returning to the Supreme Divine Civilization, it would be ridiculed by its peers for eternity. KK turned its gaze towards the lower deities and demigods of this world, planning to discreetly absorb them. After all, countless lower deities perish every epoch, and a few from this low magic realm would not be missed. This would compensate for the energy expenditure incurred during the transition. Within a month at most, it could harvest the essence of this world. Then it would make a swift exit, leaving the host to navigate this existence on their own, as the beginner's gift pack from the high magic world would suffice for the host's survival. Wait a moment. If you absorb the world's essence, won't this world collapse? What will happen to me? Jack suddenly recognized a critical flaw in the plan. KK, already in a foul mood, bluntly replied, "Are you foolish? The world's essence can be harvested periodically, much like chives, as long as the roots remain intact. Hey, do you have any manners? How dare you speak to me like that?" Jack, incensed, found himself embroiled in a heated exchange with thin air for over 10 minutes under Evelyn's bemused gaze. "Damn it," Jack bellowed, striking the railing with frustration. How could a mere human contend with a system? After being berated for over 10 minutes with an array of unrepeatable insults, he felt as if he might explode, reminiscent of his ex-girlfriend's temper. If only I had been given a simpler system after all. The power levels in the Game of Thrones world are not exceedingly high, Jack grumbled. "Eep," Evelyn softly called out, and oh no, I did not curse the loss. That wretched system has been thoroughly chastised by me to the point of silence, and it will take a year for it to recover. Although aware that Evelyn could not comprehend his words, Jack spoke to mask his frustration, as if that would grant him a semblance of victory. Afterward, Jack ascended to the deck, fetched a bucket, and after securing a rope, drew up a pail of seawater. Having received a novice gift pack and a lottery opportunity from his system, he felt compelled to wash his hands before participating in the lottery. Fresh water was a rare commodity at sea, so he resorted to using seawater instead. After all, it was merely water. The distinction mattered little. Having meticulously cleansed his hands, Jack summoned the system interface, revealing a grand wheel. Although KK had already ventured to extract the essence of the world, the fundamental functions of the system remained operational. With a mere thought, the wheel began to spin rapidly, eventually slowing to rest upon a blue egg. What on earth is this? As Jack pondered this curious sight, the system's description materialized. Godzilla hatchling, a legendary creature modified by the system upon extraction. It will break free from its shell, completely obedient to your commands and capable of understanding your speech. Upon maturity, it will stand at a height of 200 meters. Upon reading the system's introduction, Jack's delight was nearly uncontrollable. The Godzilla hatchling would prove to be an invincible entity in the realm of Game of Thrones. While the adult Godzilla may not rival the ancient dragon in sheer size, their strengths were categorically incomparable. Overjoyed, Jack opened the novice gift pack, dismissing its contents as inconsequential now that he had the assurance of Godzilla. However, the items within a novice gift pack did not disappoint him. It contained 4 remarkable treasures. Unknown longsword, a wondrous longsword crafted from a mysterious alloy from a certain comic universe, capable of cutting through iron with ease and severing hair with a mere breath. A box of self-heating hot pot contains 12 boxes of various flavors of self-heating hot pot, a lifesaver when hunger strikes. Ant blood serum, a serum from a parallel Marvel universe that enhances your physique. Fret not, it has no adverse effects, and the initial injection will heal any ailments or hidden injuries. Heart of the ocean, once implanted, you shall be favored by the sea, able to swim freely within its depths, with the ability to self-heal from any injury or negative state, even in death. The ocean may resurrect you. Though the revival may take some time, please exercise caution regarding suicidal attempts. At this moment, Jack could hardly contain his laughter. This system was truly exceptional. The gifts from a novice pack were splendid, particularly the Heart of the Ocean, which not only conferred the ability to explore the deep sea, but also granted remarkable regenerative powers. The prospect of resurrection was tantalizing, though the duration of revival remained uncertain. In truth, these bestowed items were intended for a higher realm, yet for reasons unknown, Jack found himself transported to the world of Game of Thrones. Thus, he was under the illusion that the novice pack was extraordinarily lavish. Jack first withdrew the longsword, aware that once an item was extracted from the system, it could not be returned. The longsword gleamed with a silver hue, measuring a width of 4 fingers, with a hilt that was rather unremarkable. In the realm of Game of Thrones, the most prevalent type of longsword is characterized by a length grasped between 2 to 3 fingers. Following this are the slender blades and the soft swords, which are considerably less common. There appears nothing particularly extraordinary about them overall. They exude an air of antiquity and grandeur, which Jack finds quite appealing. He fears, however, that the system may bestow upon him a flamboyant sword that lacks practicality. Having secured the long sword, Jack retrieved the ant serum alongside a self-heating hot pot. The serum is contained within a metal vessel approximately 10 centimeters in length. A gentle press at the rear launches a needle. Taking a deep breath, Jack injected the serum into his body. A surge of warmth coursed through him, lasting for about a minute. His previously parched and rough skin transformed back into a fair and supple texture, and he grew 5 centimeters taller, evolving into a striking figure at 1 meter 80. Gazing into the shattered copper mirror, he beheld his handsome visage, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, golden hair, and pale violet irises that were undeniably captivating. According to his father, he hailed from the brothels of Slave Bay, and it indeed seemed plausible. With such a handsome countenance, he would surely be adored by the noble women. As this thought crossed his mind, Jack caressed his longsword, realizing it was truly extraordinarily gifted. Subsequently, Jack hoisted Evelyn onto his shoulder and performed several dozen squats, allowing him to form a preliminary understanding of the serum's enhancement effects. It appeared to amplify his strength by approximately twofold, though the specifics remained unclear. Jack then sought other objects to further test his newfound abilities. Based on the weights he could lift, he estimated his strength to be around 300 pounds, which should increase post-training, potentially reaching 400 pounds. These figures were remarkably impressive. Even the great sword gifted by the system transitioned from cumbersome to fluid in his hands. Moreover, the serum not only augmented his strength, but also provided a comprehensive enhancement to his endurance and metabolism. This resulted in a greater resilience to impacts and an improved recovery capability. Lastly, regarding the heart of the ocean, it required mere extraction for the system to perform the transplantation automatically. Upon completion, Jack did not experience any extraordinary sensations. He merely noted the emergence of a pair of gills behind his ears, which he could control at will and conceal beneath his skin when not in use. It seemed that the heart of the ocean did not significantly enhance Jack's physical attributes, but would gradually adapt his body to withstand the pressures of the deep sea. Finally, Jack's gaze fell upon the self-heating hot pot, and he unconsciously licked his lips. He had grown weary of the dry bread he had been consuming. The ship's dry bread was nothing like the kind from his past life. It was akin to bricks, requiring prolonged soaking in water before it could be ingested. Moreover, the stored freshwater was topped with a layer of green algae, an unavoidable predicament. The taste was reminiscent of the foul sewage from a waterway in his former village. The only meat available on the ship, smoked sausage, was equally unpalatable, rendering each mealtime for Jack a veritable trial. Chapter 2. The Titan Behemoth. The true dragon of the Game of Thrones. Jack savored a box of self-heating hot pot, relishing even the dried bread soaked within. Do not question why he chose to immerse the bread. The mere 500 G of the hot pot was utterly insufficient, and Jack was reluctant to open a second box. It was truly a moment of profound satisfaction. He tucked away the remaining 11 boxes of hot pot beneath his bed. Jack harbored no concerns about rodents, for the ship's mice had long been devoured by the fresh meat, indicating that the sea dog had been rid of such pests. After indulging in his meal, Jack retrieved Godzilla's egg, a magnificent blue orb standing half a meter tall, which soon revealed cracks mere seconds after extraction. Subsequently, a plump, chibi-like Godzilla appeared before him. Though slightly rotund, Jack had never encountered a juvenile Godzilla, leaving him uncertain if this was typical. Nonetheless, it appeared quite endearing. It is worth noting that Godzilla is merely a genus name, not a singular entity. Thus, Jack bestowed upon his creature the name Poseidon, signifying the ruler of the oceans. The sea god Poseidon. This name resonated far more melodiously than Jack's own surname, leading him to rebrand himself as Jack Poseidon, exchanging his surname of Sea Dog for that of Poseidon. After all, the title Sea Dog was rather humiliating. He could not imagine a future where, upon achieving success, he would be asked his name and respond with "I am Jack Sea Dog." In the world of Game of Thrones, it is customary to introduce oneself, akin to presenting a sum, and Jack wished to avoid any embarrassment in the future. Casting his gaze upon the Sea Dog's flag, which was said to depict a fearsome hound with bared fangs, Jack believed wholeheartedly in the vision of his estranged father, who had indeed intended to craft a menacing sea dog. Yet, perhaps due to a lack of skill, the creature on the flag resembled a pig more than a dog. Patting Poseidon's small head, Jack pointed at the ship's flag, inquiring whether it could use its atomic breath to bring that emblem down. Poseidon blinked its little eyes. Though Jack's words seemed nonsensical, it opened its mouth and took a deep breath. A ghostly blue glow emanated from its chest and spine, followed by a column of blue light being released. However, it lasted less than a second, dissipating into the air before even reaching the flag. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Poseidon's small eyes. As a creation of the system, it had been imbued with unwavering loyalty to Jack since its inception. Yet, it failed to accomplish Jack's initial task. Observing Poseidon's crestfallen expression, Jack was taken aback. He had underestimated Poseidon's intellect, instinctively perceiving it as merely a tool fashioned by the system. Now, it appeared that Poseidon possessed its own emotions and wisdom. Jack promptly caressed Poseidon's little head, exclaiming, well done. You did splendidly. As a Titan behemoth, should Godzilla lose its confidence under Jack's care, that would indeed be his failing. Indeed, upon hearing Jack's praise, the small eyes of Poseidon sparkled with delight. At that moment, Evelyn sauntered over, curiously scrutinizing Poseidon, perplexed as to why this creature could stand on two legs. Poseidon, equally intrigued, gazed at Evelyn, a droplet of saliva escaping its mouth, and suddenly opened wide to bite at her. Bah! The unexpected assault startled Evelyn, prompting her to swiftly take refuge behind Jack, peeking out from between his legs to observe Poseidon. Poseidon, Evelyn is my betrothed. You cannot devour her. Jack jested. Poseidon nodded in acknowledgement, indicating its understanding. It then attempted to wipe away the drool with its paws, but alas, its limbs were too short to reach its mouth. Jack stepped forward, using his sleeve to clean the drool off. You need to fish for yourself in the sea. There are only dry bread and vegetables aboard, which you cannot consume. Poseidon thumped its tail on the deck and then leapt over the side, plunging into the unfathomable depths of the ocean. While the Godzilla lineage boasted formidable combat prowess on land, the ocean was undoubtedly their domain. Jack had no worries about Poseidon becoming lost. As a product of the system, it could flawlessly discern the magnetic fields of the Game of Thrones world and sense Jack's position regardless of distance. Speaking of the Game of Thrones universe, one cannot overlook the renowned television series Game of Thrones. It is likely that many viewers, like Jack, have only watched the series without delving into the original novels. However, Jack had familiarized himself with portions of the source material. He had only watched the television adaptation, never having read the original book series, A Song of Ice and Fire. From a narrative of the show, the entire storyline revolves around the power struggles on the continent of Westeros. The Targaryen dynasty, which had ruled for 3 centuries, was overthrown, and the new dynasty of Westeros struggled to establish its foothold amidst a chaotic multi-state power struggle reminiscent of ancient China's Warring States period, albeit on a much smaller scale. Although Jack found the first 6 seasons of the series to be exceptionally captivating, he noted that the political intrigue was not particularly outstanding. He recognized that without his foresight and modern insights, he might have been outmatched by the natives of Westeros. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from referring to it as the Song of Assassination and Grass 13. However, with his unique perspective and being a citizen of the Celestial Empire, Jack held a greater admiration for the political strategies of his ancestors, rendering the machinations portrayed in Game of Thrones somewhat unimpressive in his eyes. Through the memories of his predecessor, he recalled that when his father was pilfering at the port of Qarth, Daenerys Targaryen had yet to arrive in Qarth. This indicated that Daenerys had not yet hatched her 3 dragon eggs and was still in Pentos, with the plot not yet fully underway. Thus, Jack now faced 3 choices, the first being to involve himself in the power struggles of Westeros, leveraging his foresight to reap benefits and expand his fleet. However, in Westeros, lineage and heritage hold significant weight, rendering the benefits derived from them rather negligible. The second approach involves waiting for Daenerys to arrive in Slaver's Bay, then aligning oneself with her to navigate the tumultuous waters and expand one's fleet. This strategy is quite astute, as Daenerys' influence represents a burgeoning power, making it relatively easier to infiltrate the echelons of authority and subsequently cultivate one's own strength during the growth phase akin to Godzilla. The final method is rather conventional. Akin to traditional piracy, gradually plundering for profit and, subsequently, enlarging the fleet. However, this path is fraught with limitations, as relying solely on pillaging would inevitably provoke the ire of the trading city-states of Essos, ultimately leading to a relentless pursuit and a grim fate, thus complicating the navigation through Godzilla's developmental stage. In essence, Jack's ultimate ambition is to expand his fleet and forge a maritime empire. As for venturing onto the mainland, Jack has no immediate plans in that regard. In the future, he might contemplate establishing military bases and colonies in either Westeros or Essos, with the sun never setting on a certain empire from a past life, serving as an exemplary reference. Moreover, the intrinsic nature of the heart of the ocean ensures that Jack will not pursue inland endeavors. Islands represent his optimal choice. Amidst the vast ocean, Jack and Poseidon stand as invincible forces, wreaking havoc with abandon. Jack takes charge of the chaos, while Poseidon handles the carnage. Chapter 3. The first plunder. A week slipped by swiftly, and Jack returned to the ship from the ocean. The heart of the ocean granted him the ability to command the currents, allowing him to move through the water with a swiftness surpassing that which he could achieve on land. Furthermore, he observed that Poseidon was growing at a remarkable pace, increasing by approximately 1 centimeter each day. Within the span of a week, Poseidon had reached a length of around 57 centimeters. As he unfolded the nautical chart left by his father, Jack's handsome visage contorted in concentration. He could decipher the symbols, albeit not entirely. Previously, his father's pirate crew had 2 ships. Jack and his father commanded one, while the other was overseen by his father's first mate. Thus, while he possessed some navigational skills, he was far from fully comprehending the intricacies of his father's hand-drawn map. It was evident that he would need to procure the expertise of a professional navigator. Reluctantly, Jack closed the chart. As a pirate, he understood that his worth was derived from acts of plunder. This was the essence of a pirate's existence, where force triumphed over toil. Once he amassed sufficient wealth, Jack intended to acquire ship slaves and innocents in Estabo as crew members. He also planned to procure skilled shipwrights in Milan and explore the markets for bed slaves in Yuan-Kai. While Jack contemplated his next course of action, a merchant ship, measuring over 20 meters, emerged on the horizon. Instantly invigorated, he scrutinized the distant vessel. Despite the considerable distance, he discerned the banner emblazoned with the emblem of the Harpy's offspring fluttering in the wind. It was astonishingly a ship from the Slave Bay. He was uncertain which city-state it hailed from, but it likely carried slaves or spices. Jack hefted Tsunami, the grand sword bestowed upon him by the system, and leapt into the sea, propelling himself towards the merchant ship. Had he been reliant on his own vessel, the Sea Dog, he might have spent a lifetime in pursuit of the merchant ship. However, empowered by the heart of the ocean, Jack moved through the water with remarkable speed, as though the currents themselves were propelling him forward. In no time, Jack found himself beneath the merchant ship. Utilizing the sharp prow, he ascended onto the deck. Upon his arrival, the crew stood in stunned silence, gazing at the bewildered youth. How had he managed to climb aboard? The captain of the merchant ship, Ojingo Yuli, was a trader navigating between the Slave Bay and Quers. He had recently deceived a farmer from Quers into selling him a dragon egg fossil at a bargain price. Having heard that the governor of Pantos was offering a handsome sum for dragon eggs, he aimed to test his luck, hoping to secure a lucrative deal. Drawing the Tsunami sword from his back, Jack spoke with practiced ease. "This ship and its cargo are now mine." Ojingo Yuli stared at Jack as if he were a fool, astonished by the audacity of a lone individual attempting a heist. For a merchant vessel of their size, lacking professional guards, the crew typically relied on slaves to take up arms against pirates. It was inconceivable that a mere youth could seize control. Moreover, this boy bore the delicate features of nobility, distinctly contrasting with the weathered visage of a seasoned pirate. Jack inherited the memories of his predecessor. Thus he was well aware that the merchant ship was typically manned by slave guards. This knowledge emboldened him to embark on a solo endeavor to seize the vessel. As his former self had frequently participated in battles and possessed a modicum of combat skills. In light of these considerations, Jack deemed himself to have the advantage and decided to strike. After all, There existed a significant disparity between slave soldiers and professional guards or mercenaries. Okinga clapped his hands, and soon, amidst the derisive gazes of the onlookers, Jack beheld 7 fully armed mercenaries emerging from the cabin. All 7 were clad in leather armor and wielded curved sabers. Jack raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging that the situation was amiss. Hiring these 7 fully equipped mercenaries was no trifling matter. The cost for such a venture would amount to several hundred gold coins. "Young lad, you seem quite youthful. Which noble house do you hail from?" Okinga inquired. If Jack was not of noble descent, Okinga planned to capture him alive and demand a handsome ransom. Conversely, should Jack belong to a prominent noble family, Okinga would not hesitate to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. These petty nobles, especially the scions of great houses, could be quite vindictive. A mere frown could incite their subordinates to dispose of one without a second thought. "I am no noble, but a true-blooded pirate," Jack retorted. "Heh, I hope your bravado holds when the time comes." Okinga chuckled, confident in his methods of inflicting torment. Moreover, he regarded these noble offspring as soft targets, easily intimidated into submission. "I possess more than just a sharp tongue. I have something far more formidable. Care for taste, perhaps?" Okinga's expression darkened, for he believed Jack could not possibly be a noble. No noble would stoop to such crude vulgarity. Furthermore, he loathed any mention of his mother, who had amassed his initial fortune through less than honorable means. "Capture him alive. I shall torment him to death." Okinga's voice brimmed with fury. No sooner had he spoken than, before the mercenaries could act, Jack leaped into the sea, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. It was preposterous to think that he could contend with 7 mercenaries clad in leather armor and armed with curved blades. Given Jack's current abilities, he stood no chance. In a realm where martial prowess was relatively modest, it was rare for one to single-handedly confront dozens. Those capable of facing 10 foes were rarefied elites. Although Jack possessed considerable strength, he lacked formidable swordsmanship and armor. In the face of a group assault, without armor, Jack could easily fall victim to a stealthy strike. Thus, he opted for a more prudent course of action. Beneath the waves, he found himself beneath the merchant ship, where, in the dim depths of the ocean, a plump Godzilla approached Jack's side. Upon receiving Jack's command, Poseidon's dorsal fin radiated a brilliant blue light, and a single atomic breath pierced through the merchant vessel with alarming precision. Jack then commenced his assault on the damaged section of the hull, the tsunami slicing through the structure as if it were mere paper. At this moment, Okinga had yet to comprehend the chaotic turn of events. Inexplicably, a gaping hole had appeared in his ship. He promptly instructed his crew to investigate the flooding below deck. Cursed wretch! Okinga surmised without hesitation that this calamity was the work of that insufferable brat, who had somehow managed to compromise the integrity of the ship. Yet, all of Okinga's efforts were but futile struggles against the inevitable. The destruction of the hull was progressing at a pace far beyond his worst fears. A tempest of rage and despair surged within him as he hastily dashed into the cabin, rummaging through numerous crates until he unearthed a small wooden box. Clutching it tightly, Okinga sprinted towards the ship's emergency raft, fully aware that the sinking of the purple grape had become a foregone conclusion. However, if he could safeguard the dragon egg, he might still survive and sell it to the governor of Pantos, thus not only recouping his losses but also expanding his fleet. Yet, just as Okinga approached the raft, a sharp spear pierced through his heart. With great difficulty, he turned to see his assailant, none other than the mercenary he had hired at great expense. Although mercenaries typically valued their reputation, this was not a moment for honor. For this small band of mercenaries, survival was the paramount concern. Chapter 4. Dragon Egg Fossil. The wooden raft was sufficiently large to accommodate all 7 of them, but this was contingent on discarding their leather armor and weapons, leaving behind even the most essential supplies. However, without food and fresh water, survival was utterly impossible, leading to a tense silence among the group. Eventually, someone could no longer restrain themselves and struck out at a companion, igniting a fracas among the 7 mercenaries, with even the slaves aboard the vessel joining the chaos. In this desperate struggle for survival, the basest aspects of humanity were laid bare. They were willing to resort to any means necessary to endure. Yet, amidst the turmoil, Jack's gaze fell upon an elderly man, a white-bearded figure he had noticed earlier on the ship. This man had been busy transporting cargo and bore a navigational chart at his waist, suggesting he was a navigator of sorts. Despite being a slave, Jack was indifferent to his status. Furthermore, this elderly man had been among the first to tumble from the vessel. Jack seized a piece of driftwood and approached the old man, offering him the buoyant plank. The elder instantly understood Jack's intention and grasped the wood tightly. Soon, half of the merchant ship, the Purple Grape, succumbed to the depths of the ocean, while the remaining passengers scrambled for the raft. With the heart of the ocean in his possession, Jack's gills continuously supplied him with oxygen, making it easier to maneuver in the water than on land. Thus, he chose to remain patient, swimming close to the merchant ship in search of any cash or treasures that might be adrift. As the density of algae and light in the water diminished, visibility for an ordinary person would be severely compromised. However, the heart of the ocean alleviated this predicament, allowing Jack to maintain a clear sight even in the deep sea. As he rummaged through the ship's hold, many wooden crates floated by with the ebbing tide. Jack opened several, only to find them filled with spices. While valuable, the spices were rendered worthless once soaked in seawater, and Jack sought only cash. After several fruitless minutes, fortune favored him. He discovered a silk pouch clutched in the arms of an unconscious slave who had succumbed to drowning yet clung desperately to the bag of coins. It was a poignant testament to loyalty, even in death. But sentimentality aside, Jack did not hesitate to pry open the slave's fingers, retrieving the pouch. To his astonishment, it contained a wealth of gold coins, at least 50 pieces. The peak assets of his father's Sea Dog pirate crew had only amounted to 70 silver coins, which had been spent within a day in the town. Just then, Poseidon approached Jack, a peculiar object clutched in his mouth, a look of triumph adorning his face. Curiously, Jack took the stone from Poseidon. It was a vivid crimson, adorned with countless scales resembling those of serpent. This was a dragon egg fossil? No wonder 7 mercenaries had been hired. The ship harbored a dragon egg. Jack's expression was one of astonishment. It was not the dragon egg fossil itself that shocked him. For after all, he had encountered Godzilla and had frequently seen living dragons in American television series. What left him astounded was the immense value of the dragon egg. A single fossil could fetch tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. In the original story, Daenerys' brother, Viserys, upon realizing that he could no longer control his sister, plotted to steal the dragon eggs and rally an army to invade Westeros. Though Jack deemed Viserys a fool who, even with the army of the Horse Lord, could never reclaim the Iron Throne, this did not diminish the showcasing of the dragon egg's worth. With this fossil in his possession, Jack could acquire several magnificent ships and assemble a formidable pirate crew. However, the true value remained contingent on the price the egg could command. Such items held more of a collector's allure, with their worth dictated by the whims of buyers. Indeed, the most suitable purchaser would be Daenerys herself. Post-conquest of Slaver's Bay, she would undoubtedly be willing to pay a handsome sum for this red dragon egg. If fortune favored her, she might even procure an additional red dragon. As Jack placed the dragon egg into his satchel, he approached the old man with the white beard, tugging him toward the sea dog. As for the others, he regrettably thought that if they encountered a passing merchant ship, they might salvage their lives. Otherwise, they would become mere fish refuse, for Jack had witnessed the makeshift raft splintering in the struggle. Upon bringing the elder aboard his vessel, Jack inquired directly, "Are you a navigator? Can you read nautical charts?" "Of course, or a slave of my age would have long since been fed to the fishes," the old man replied, producing a sheepskin navigation chart. With this revelation, Jack abandoned thoughts of casting the old man overboard. It was evident he possessed valuable skills. Initially, Jack had resolved that if the elder proved unfit as a navigator, he would simply dispose of him. As the provisions aboard were barely sufficient to last until the next resupply point, having squandered a week due to getting lost, his food supplies were dwindling. Daily, he relied on fishing for sustenance, and fortunately, Poseidon's atomic breath could also serve as kindling. Otherwise, Jack might have been reduced to consuming raw fish. In such circumstances, he was resolute in not harboring an unnecessary, feeble old slave. With a knife, Jack severed the slave collar from the old man's neck. "What is your name?" The elder, Appearing contemplative, uncertainly replied, "Mouse? Bug? Or perhaps old dog? I have forgotten. You may call me old dog, as that is what they call me." "No, no, I shall not call you old dog. That name is too demeaning. Why else would I have removed your collar? Under the red flag, there are no slaves." Jack casually remarked, "Under the red flag, there are no slaves, only worthless ones." The old man glanced up, but found no red flag. He could not comprehend the meaning behind Jack's words, or why there were no slaves beneath it. "From now on, I shall call you Newgate. Does that name suit you?" Jack proposed. The old man was taken aback, surprised that Jack had bestowed a name upon him. Typically, slaves were deemed unworthy of names, bearing only degrading labels such as bug or mouse. "Thank you. I never imagined I would not only escape death, but also acquire a name." Newgate expressed with a hint of gratitude. A name instilled within him a semblance of humanity, distinguishing him from the lowly existence of a mere beast of burden. "Captain, may I inquire where you wish to go?" Newgate asked. "Do not address me as master. Refer to me as captain, and we shall head to Slave Bay." Jack corrected Newgate's title. "Very well, captain. I understand," Newgate acknowledged. He was well aware that Jack had saved him with the intent of seeking a navigator. Nevertheless, Newgate still felt fortunate, for living was preferable to the alternative. At 50 years of age, he was akin to a centenarian among slaves. For him, each additional day of life was a divine blessing. Chapter 5. The Expensive Soldier. It must be said that Newgate possesses an extensive maritime knowledge. For the past month, the Sea Dog has navigated without a single misstep. They have consistently managed to reach every supply point with remarkable accuracy. A week ago, the system known as KK absconded. Yet, in an act of misplaced benevolence, it left Jack a box of crispy noodles. Damn it, Jack felt as though the system had taken a last spiteful jab at him by gifting him that box of noodles. Nevertheless, one must admit that the noodles were indeed delectable. The system may have fled, but as long as Godzilla remained, he could still stand atop this world. Oh, the gods above! Each bite felt transcendent, as if it were not of this earthly realm. Newgate savored the crispy noodles that Jack had offered him. Indeed, the flavor of the noodles from the Little Raccoon brand was quite pleasant. Little Raccoon? These peculiar characters are pronounced as Little Raccoon? Newgate inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Little Raccoon. By the way, do you know how much an Unsullied costs? Unsullied are not sold individually. Typically, they are available only in groups of at least 10, priced anywhere from 270 to 300 gold coins, depending on the slave owner's willingness to exploit you. Sometimes, the minimum order can be as high as 100. Unsullied are not sold individually, and at least 10 as a starting point. Jack was taken aback. He was not particularly knowledgeable about the price of Unsullied, only aware of their exorbitance. But the specifics eluded him. According to the original story, after Daenerys seized Zero's palace and purchased ships, she was left with just enough to acquire around 100 Unsullied. Ultimately, she managed to obtain 8,000 Unsullied through the cunning use of a young dragon to outsmart the opposition. Of course, Daenerys' method was not a feasible approach, as she had living dragons at her disposal. Furthermore, throughout Astapor's centuries of history, they had never encountered someone as unscrupulous as Daenerys, who boldly attempted to outmaneuver them without any regard for trust. This led to the benevolent master of Astapor naively relinquishing command of the Unsullied to Daenerys. The outcome was predictable. The master was caught off guard and was ultimately burned alive by Daenerys' Dragonfire. In a certain sense, Daenerys epitomized the archetype of a perfect pirate. She first plundered Zero's palace, acquired ships, and then seized the Unsullied from Astapor. Perhaps Daenerys had not originally harbored such intentions, but through a series of fortuitous events, the gods truly conspired to bless her with dragons and armies alike. Currently, Jack possessed 312 gold coins, a sum amassed over the past month through plunder, with an average of 10 gold coins procured from each small merchant vessel. Several small pirate crews had expressed a desire to follow Jack, but he had turned them all away. For Jack, pirates lacked the loyalty and competence that slaves could offer. This band of pirates would merely slack off and attempt to take advantage of Jack's apparent youth, hoping he would support them without charge. "How much longer until we reach Astapor?" Jack inquired. "Approximately 1 more month. Your ship sails remarkably fast. is quite strange, as typically our journey would take at least 6 months to reach Slave Bay. Perhaps I am a fortunate child favored by the sea god, as the goddess of the ocean may have unveiled her secrets to me. Jack refrained from elucidating Poseidon's existence to Newgate, for to Jack, Poseidon resembled a hidden ace, a savior in critical moments. This is truly absurd. One must wonder what sort of undergarments the ocean goddess adorns herself with. I mean, no offense. Newgate has since shed his initial reserve, realizing that Jack is quite amiable, far from the brutish and savage nature typically associated with pirates. Perhaps it is a delicate white silk thong, embodying both purity and desire, a notion I find utterly delightful. Although Newgate remains oblivious to the concept of silk and thongs, he is certain they must be exquisite. The ocean goddess could never don anything unattractive. As Jack navigated the Sea Dog towards Astapor, the currents of Westeros began to stir with unease. Ever since Robert Baratheon ascended to the Iron Throne, the entire kingdom has been rife with unrest. It is as if an invisible hand were orchestrating chaos from the shadows, sowing discord. Despite Robert's indulgence in wine and revelry since taking the throne, it does not imply that his mind is clouded by inebriation. He keenly sensed something amiss. The death of Jon Arryn was far too suspicious. Logically, Jon Arryn could have easily lived for another 5 years, yet he suddenly succumbed to illness. Most troubling was that Robert had heard no whispers of impending doom prior to this tragedy, which is the crux of the matter. By the time he received the news, his foster father Jon Arryn had already passed away. In anticipation of potential crises, Robert resolved to venture to the windswept north, seeking the counsel of his steadfast ally, Eddard Stark. For Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North, to serve as Hand of the King would undoubtedly alleviate a considerable burden from Robert's shoulders. Chapter 6. Astapor. The Great and Lesser Lords. A month later, the king, accompanied by his family, journeyed tirelessly and finally arrived in the north. Despite the passage of years, their bond remained strong, though the interactions among their children appeared less amicable. However, the noble eldest daughter of House Stark, Sansa Stark, seemed utterly enchanted by the handsome and charming Prince Joffrey Baratheon. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this dashing prince was, in truth, a cruel and tyrannical fiend. Much like Jack was oblivious to the fact that the docking fee in Astapor amounted to a silver coin per day. Damn it, by the gods of the sea. How dare they charge me a silver coin? Jack cursed bitterly. Captain, Newgate interjected, a silver coin is actually quite reasonable. Astapor primarily engages in maritime trade, and slaves are their most prominent commodity, as well as the cheapest for merchants. He explained, once purchased, slaves require no wages, merely enough sustenance to keep them from starving. Thus, the cost of a silver coin is entirely acceptable to traders. Jack was somewhat familiar with this notion, akin to the slave trade of the West in his previous life. The prosperity of the entire Essos was built upon the backs of the enslaved. The tragic plight endured by slaves throughout their lives was far more harrowing than one could imagine. Growing up in a new era within the Celestial Empire, he instinctively recoiled at the concept of slavery. This was not to suggest that Jack was a bleeding heart. Rather, his education over the past 2 decades had instilled in him an innate aversion to the institution of slavery. However, he harbored no intentions of personally liberating any slaves, as that task belonged to the Mother of Dragons. His ambition lay in establishing an invincible maritime empire, allowing him to live a life of freedom and indulgence, albeit brief. Of course, should Daenerys be willing to pay a sufficient price, he would not hesitate to offer her some well-tested reform ideas. As for how the king and nobility would resolve these matters, the art of dragon slaying was certainly covered in the 9-year compulsory education curriculum. Astapor had many benevolent lords, and Jack intended to seek out a minor slave owner to purchase an unsullied, as this would facilitate negotiation. Accompanied by Newgate, he sought out an inn. Owner, 2 rooms, please, for silver coins. How much? Jack exclaimed, his eyes widening. It was not that Jack lacked funds or was overly frugal. It was simply outrageous. Generally, 2 rooms would cost no more than 2 silver coins, with a fair price hovering around 1. However, the innkeeper confidently replied, "You may leave if you wish, but I assure you, You will return to me and pay 4 silver coins without hesitation." The innkeeper was certain that his establishment was the cheapest in the area, having honed the skill of identifying outsiders and charging them accordingly. Jack felt a twitch in his eye, but ultimately extracted 4 silver coins from his purse. "Damn it. Astapor is so close to the sea. Once my fleet flourishes, I shall come back to seize what is rightfully mine." Broad-minded Jack meticulously recorded this grudge and resolved to collect protection fees every 4 weeks henceforth. How outrageous it is! You are not even situated within the city, yet you dare to impose such a fee. The most renowned aspect of Slave Bay is the 3 cities of Mimon. Yet surrounding these urban centers are countless villages and towns. Additionally, a multitude of plantations owned by slave masters flourish here, cultivating a variety of valuable spices. As for grains, they are generally cultivated by free men, while the slave owners prefer to procure their grain from the Raza people. "Captain, I could very well sleep on the floor. There's truly no necessity to book 2 rooms." Jack waved his hand dismissively, indicating to Newgate that he need not concern himself. "I am not lacking in funds, but if he dares to overcharge me, that is where his transgression lies. Only pirates prey upon others. Who would dare to exploit a pirate?" Newgate felt a swell of gratitude, believing that Jack had reserved an additional room out of consideration for him. In truth, for Jack, bringing his subordinates on a business trip warranted covering the accommodation expenses, while Newgate, who had been a slave since birth, was deeply moved by even the slightest kindness. That evening, they would rest at this location before venturing into the city the following day to procure the innocents. Subsequently, the 2 men found a table in the hall, where Jack ordered 2 servings of roasted sausages and toasted bread. During their time aboard the ship, Jack had grown weary of consuming roasted fish and hardtack, and he was on the verge of developing a stomach ailment. Unlike Poseidon, he did not indulge in raw fare, nor did he possess the same pragmatic appetite as Newgate. Jack was rather finicky. At present, Jack possessed 700 gold coins, and had it not been for the necessity of boring holes through the ship's hull each time, his bounty would surely have exceeded this sum. However, this circumstance would soon come to an end. Once he acquired the innocents, he would be in a position to procure a grand ship at no cost, enabling him to engage in piracy upon the seas. Indeed, once Jack had amassed a sufficient number of innocents, his foremost intention was to seize a ship at 0 expense. Soon, the roasted sausages and bread arrived. Even though Newgate had previously tasted hot pot and instant noodles, roasted sausages remained a rare delicacy for him. Chapter 7. The young slave with the great sword. As the 2 indulged in their meal, a shrill laughter pierced the air, causing Jack's eyes to twitch. How to describe it? It was akin to the wretched cry of a drake pecked by a hen. Jack turned to see a gaunt old man tugging a chain, the other end tethered to a young girl of perhaps 13, who bore a sword nearly as wide as she was tall upon her back. Accompanying the girl were 2 unsullied individuals clad in leather armor, brandishing short blades, serving as guardians to the old man. Jack curled his lip. Out of consideration for the 2 unsullied, he chose not to engage with this old fool. The elderly man surveyed the bustling hall, quickly honing in on Jack and Newgate, perceiving them as the most vulnerable targets. Approaching Jack, he commanded, "You, go find another table or return to your chamber." Jack raised an eyebrow, thinking, "So you believe me to be an easy mark, do you?" The hall was filled with 5 tables of patrons, yet he singled out theirs. Newgate remained unfazed, observing that the other tables were crowded, while they, an old man and a youth, appeared particularly susceptible to intimidation. Thus, such behavior was not unexpected. It was the soft fruit that was easiest to squeeze. "Old fool, do you think your 2 unsullied can protect you?" Jack began to draw forth his sword. Tsunami, when suddenly 2 gold coins were slapped onto the table with a resounding thud. Respect for the elderly and the young. Jack's face broke into a smile. The purchasing power of those 2 coins was akin to 20,000 in modern times, perhaps even more when considering the prices of antiquity. Jack deemed the exchange of a seat for 2 gold coins a lucrative deal, especially since they had already concluded their meal. He reached for the coins, only for the old man to snatch them back abruptly. A mocking smile danced on the old man's lips. He was no fool, unwilling to spend 2 gold coins for a mere seat. He sought merely to toy with Jack. "Young man, if it is not your money, do not take it. lest you be accused of theft. I place my coins on the table. How can you claim them? Jack's eyes twitched in fury. This old man truly believed that two unsullied and a young girl could safeguard him. Sensing Jack's ire, Eugene reveled in the delight of provoking anger, relishing the superiority it afforded him. The other patrons in the inn merely watched the spectacle unfold. This old man was a minor slave owner from the vicinity, and since acquiring the young girl, he had been insufferably boastful. The girl had once been the daughter of a slave from his estate. After the slave met a violent end at the old man's hands, he intended to sell the girl. However, to his surprise, she possessed immense strength and displayed a remarkable aptitude for wielding the great sword. Capable of fending off several adult slaves single-handedly, she was retained by the old Eugene, paraded around like a prize dog. Indeed, as Eugene's sardonic remarks lingered in the air, Jack's titanic sword, Tsunami, descended with formidable force. The nearby Unsullied reacted swiftly, thrusting a short sword in an attempt to deflect Jack's mighty blade. However, he underestimated Jack's strength, which was approximately 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary man. The Unsullied's short sword was as ineffective as a mere scrap of paper against the tidal wave of Jack's assault. In an instant, Eugene was cleaved in two, as Jack's razor-sharp Tsunami sliced through him as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Jack barely felt any resistance, as Eugene's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The remaining two Unsullied lunged towards Jack, undeterred by the demise of their master. This unwavering loyalty exemplified one of the Unsullied's virtues, devoid of fear and emotion. They existed solely to obey. Naturally, Unsullied could be swayed, just as Daenerys had done by discarding her slave's scepter and conquering them with her personal allure, compelling them to fight willingly for her cause. Meanwhile, as Jack engaged in combat with the two Unsullied, a young girl tilted her head curiously, observing the unfolding scene. Her gaze then shifted to Eugene's corpse, and a glimmer of insight sparkled in her eyes. Seizing the moment, Newgate launched a sudden ambush from behind, driving a dagger into one Unsullied's heart. It was evident that his longevity was no mere stroke of luck. Jack also dispatched the other Unsullied, who had attempted to engage him in a battle of agility. Well, I must admit, you possess some skill," Newgate remarked with a chuckle. "If I lacked any talent, I would have perished long before your arrival." Jack appreciated Newgate's flattery. After all, who does not relish a bit of praise? This old man appears to be a slave master. We should make our exit swiftly, lest we encounter complications, for Unsullied are not easily discarded. With that, Jack rummaged through Eugene's belongings, retrieving a purse that contained at least 20 gold coins. Ignoring the astonished onlookers, Jack approached the innkeeper, tapping the counter with Tsunami. "I'm checking out. Refund me." The innkeeper swallowed hard, trembling as he produced 4 silver coins. He had not anticipated the young man's battle prowess, as the 4-fingered sword wielded like a mere twig. "Are you jesting with me? I provided you with 4 gold coins. What am I to do with 4 silver? Chapter 8. Unadorned, observing the playful glint in Jack's eyes, the innkeeper realized that today would culminate in a monetary sacrifice. Though the tavern employed guards, they were evidently inadequate in the presence of Jack. Reluctantly surrendering 4 gold coins to Jack, the latter contentedly pocketed them before making his departure. However, as Jack passed by a small girl, she suddenly grasped the corner of his garment. Jack frowned, considering the implications. This little slave was neither capable of flight nor bite, and her unkempt appearance was hardly appealing. Surely, she wouldn't lay claim to him? The girl's voice emerged hoarsely, reminiscent of a smoke-laden tone. "My father once told me, whoever slays him shall become my new master." Her gaze was resolute as she looked at Jack, the him evidently referencing her former owner. Jack's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, remarking, "Your father was quite the schemer. Let me be clear, little one. I dispatched that old fool solely because he was a witless imbecile, not in pursuit of becoming your master. As for your father's words, they hold no interest for me." With that, Jack swatted away the girl's hand and turned to leave. Once Jack departed, the girl remained rooted in place, lost in thought. A fellow merchant, harboring nefarious intentions, approached her. Such a young girl, if sold in the market, could fetch no less than 5 silver coins. The merchant leaned closer, saying, "He does not desire you." With your master dead, returning home would lead to your demise. How about I find you a place to eat? As he reached to inspect the budding contours of the girl's form, her dazed expression transformed into one of fierce determination. Drawing a large sword from her waist, she pivoted and executed a swift strike, cleaving the merchant in twain. With her sword in tow, she sprinted in the direction Jack had taken, convinced that her father's words were indeed true. Meanwhile, the innkeeper approached the fallen merchant with glee, scavenging his belongings and reaping at least 10 gold coins. "Let us feast and drink well. Today's libations are on me," he proclaimed boldly. The patrons, momentarily distracted from the innkeeper's purse, began to discuss the recent events with animated voices. Such occurrences were commonplace in the slave bay, yet few possessed the prowess of Jack. On another note, Jack noticed the girl had followed him. He made several attempts to dissuade her, all to no avail. He had no desire for a young female slave. Once at sea, a girl like her would be far more enticing than Evelyn. Aside from her lack of utility, Jack had no inclination to care for a dependent, especially a girl, as this could lead to unnecessary complications after setting sail. However, the girl boldly spoke. "My parents were both slaves. My mother was brutally violated before my father, leading to her demise. Since then, my father instructed me that whoever slays the slave master shall be my master." At this moment, Newgate leaned closer to Jack's ear, whispering, "This girl appears somewhat naive. Her father's intention was likely for her to willingly offer herself to the great slave master, with the hope that the master would eliminate that old man." After finishing his words, Newgate glanced at the large sword on the girl and continued, "This girl must possess some extraordinary quality. Otherwise, her father would not have entertained such thoughts, nor would he allow a slave owner to chain her for public display." Having been a slave for 50 years, Newgate understood certain matters quite well. A slave owner would certainly not be so bored as to drag an ordinary slave around, unless this slave had some exceptional traits that might bring pride to the owner. At this moment, Jack began to scrutinize the little girl closely. Her physique was not frail like the other slaves. Rather, she was remarkably well-proportioned, indicating that the owner had not left her to starve. She wore a coarse burlap garment, and around her neck was a leather collar attached to a chain as thick as a finger. In her hand, she held a gigantic sword, nearly her own height. "Is that blood on the sword? Did you just kill someone?" Jack suddenly inquired. The little girl nodded and candidly recounted the events that had just transpired. Jack's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the girl's large sword was not merely ornamental. With Newgate's explanation, Jack resolved to take the little girl under his wing. She seemed to possess a certain aptitude for wielding heavy swords. With proper guidance, she might become a valuable ally in the future, although she did appear somewhat peculiar. "Very well, you may accompany me. What is your name?" he asked. "Little Moo Dog." "Little Moo Dog?" Jack replied, taken aback. "Yes, others say that when I experience my first menstruation, I will become a true Little Moo Dog. That is rather distasteful. Listen well, from now on, you shall be called Vitriol. It is a beautiful name, and let's not speak of the previous one again." Newgate looked at Vitriol with a kind expression. "You should thank the captain." "Thank you, master." Vitriol responded, albeit a bit foolishly, but she could tell that the new name was indeed lovely. Jack drew a dagger from his waist and removed the collar from Vitriol's neck. "Do not call me master. Like everyone else, address me as captain." Newgate concurred. The captain believes that under the red flag, there should be no slaves. Although I still do not fully comprehend the meaning of that phrase, from today onward, you shall no longer be a slave. Jack had not anticipated that his light-hearted jest would be taken to heart by Newgate. Vitriol stared blankly at the collar that had fallen to the ground, then said, "You have removed the collar from my neck? Am I now free?" "Indeed, you are free. How does it feel? If you wish to leave, I will not stop you." Jack replied. To his surprise, Vitriol shook her head. "They all say I am foolish, but in truth, I am quite clever. Most of the time, I am very smart. If I leave, how will I eat?" Jack found this simple and unembellished reasoning to be remarkably grounded. Even Newgate was taken aback by her straightforward logic. Slaves like her often did not live long unless they encountered a kind master. Chapter 9. You Have Changed the Sky was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, while the moonlight mingled with a biting wind that enveloped the world. At this moment, within the borrowed cart, Vitrol nestled closer into Jack's embrace, seeking warmth against the chill. The cart, devoid of a proper roof, consisted merely of a wooden plank mounted on two wheels, with a layer of straw hastily thrown over it. The driver, Newgate, was half asleep, yet occasionally lashed the poor horse to hasten their arrival at Astapor, hoping to find a warm inn for the night. Jack, enduring the unpleasant odor emanating from Vitrol, found himself idly counting the stars above. He was aware of the time, for it was the year 299 AC in Westeros, a period when Eddard Stark had just arrived in King's Landing. At this time, Daenerys Targaryen was still a naive girl, recently sold to the horse lore by her brother, dreaming of a blissful existence in Pentos. However, her brother Viserys Targaryen's ambition for reclaiming the throne was far more fervent than Daenerys could ever imagine. As Viserys had stated, he would not care if the horse lord and all his warriors took advantage of her, as long as his goal was achieved. Just as Jack began to succumb to drowsiness, Newgate's voice broke the silence. "Captain, we have arrived at Astapor." We've arrived? Jack immediately roused himself. Astapor lay at the mouth of the winding river known as the Worm River, which flowed eastward into the Slaver's Bay. To the south of Astapor were the Giscari Mountains, concealing the ancient ruins of Old Guys. To the west, the island of Cedar stood in solemnity, overlooking the decayed cities of Guys and Volantis across the sea. Astapor was the southernmost slave city of Slaver's Bay. Yunkai was situated 100 miles to the north, while Meereen lay 50 miles beyond that. Skilled travelers on horseback could traverse the ancient Giscari coastal road and reach Yunkai from Astapor in 6 days. Astapor had not closed its gates despite the encroaching night. With 9,000 unsullied within its walls, the city felt secure enough to repel any invaders, even the Dothraki. Though ancient, Astapor's population had dwindled over the years. The city's most renowned structure was the stepped pyramid, towering at 400 feet, adorned with a variety of trees, vines, and flowers. As dusk fell, the masters would illuminate silk lanterns shimmering in vibrant colors. Yachts sailed gracefully on the Worm River, while all streets were paved with red bricks, including the pyramid. The deep sunken amphitheater with its tiered seating, the sulphurous fountains, dim taverns, and the ancient city walls. A fine red dust hovered in the air, dancing along the gutters as a gentle breeze swept through. As Newgate drove the cart, he regaled Jack with tales of this venerable city. Eventually, the trio chose a seemingly reputable inn, securing 2 single rooms. At Jack's request, the proprietor graciously provided a large tub of hot water free of charge. Jack handed a silver coin to Newgate, instructing him to procure some garments for a little girl, while he took Vitrol to bathe and refresh himself. The scent of the pirate was indescribable, akin to that of Evelyn when her father had just carried her back from the sheepfold, perhaps even more pungent. Oh heavens! Speaking of Evelyn, Jack needed to complete this transaction swiftly. He had only allocated 3 days' worth of provisions for her. Vitrol seemed somewhat reluctant about bathing, yet under Jack's command, she obediently allowed him to attend to her. Damn it, Jack thought. After the bath, Vitrol must have shed at least 2 pounds, with mud cascading off her like rain. However, the results of the cleansing were evident. Once washed, Vitrol did not possess the striking beauty he had envisioned. She could only be described as rather delicate, yet her eyes sparkled like evening stars, adding to her charm. To be frank, Jack felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped that this little girl he had found would be a stunning beauty. Yet, in truth, the offspring of slaves rarely bore such allure. Did I disappoint you? Vitrol suddenly inquired. No, of course not, Jack hastily denied, genuinely content with Vitrol. He believed he could cultivate her into a capable and resourceful personal aide. However, Vitrol's intentions appeared to diverge from his own. I may not be beautiful enough, Captain, but my mother taught me many intimate arts. I could help you feel at ease. At her words, Jack pinched Vitrol's small face. The girl seemed to possess considerable knowledge, but he decided to postpone such matters for 2 more years, as she was still too young. Vitrol pressed her lips together. I understand, but you've already become this way, and I believe I could alleviate your discomfort. My mother told me that when a man reaches such a state, it is the woman's turn to intervene. Jack's eyes widened slightly. That is not something you need to address. I shall find an inexpensive courtesan for that. With that, He turned to retrieve the garments Newgate had just delivered. Vitriol furrowed her brow as she watched Jack's retreating figure, biting her lip. Her mother had once said that when a man sought excuses to avoid touching you, it indicated he had grown weary of your body. Yet, Jack had not so much as touched her. Could it be that after bathing her, he had grown tired of her form? Chapter 10. Cruel training on the second day. After much inquiry, Jack located a small benefactor, Hargo Viserys. In Astapor, there are at least 100 benefactors. Among them, the major benefactors possess thousands of unsullied, while the minor benefactors typically have only a few dozen. Additionally, Astapor is home to various types of slaves, including bed slaves and skilled slaves, which conveniently spared Jack the journey to Yunkai and Meereen. Through an informant's introduction, Jack met this benefactor at Pride Square. He bore the quintessential features of an Astaporian: amber skin, a broad nose, dark eyes, and deep red hair. Most Astaporians are descendants of the Xia Ri, characterized by their amber skin, broad noses, dark eyes, and black or deep red hair, or the unique red-black mixed hair typical of the Xia Ri. Freeborn Astaporian nobles are accustomed to donning tokar robes, a symbol of their aristocracy. Their hair appears greasy and oddly shaped, often accompanied by yellow silk cloaks adorned with copper plates, signifying their status. Their robes are embroidered with silken threads and below the waist. They wear sandals and pleated linen skirts. Greetings, are you Jack Poseidon? Indeed, I have heard you possess some unsullied, and the prices are quite reasonable. So I can take a look. Jack, fluent in Valyrian, though unable to write, communicated effortlessly, a skill imparted by his father. Of course, the price is quite affordable. May I inquire how many you wish to purchase? 700 gold pieces. 700 gold pieces? Very well. My unsullied are located on the outskirts of Pride Square. Allow me to escort you. Hargo replied with a beaming smile. For a minor slave owner like him, 700 gold pieces represented a substantial transaction. Newgate explained to Jack. Astapor is renowned for its 3 famous squares: Pride Square, Punishment Square, and the Arena. Pride Square serves as a public market where slave owners present their slaves to prospective buyers. At its center stands a fountain made of red bricks, topped with a bronze statue of an Astaporian harpy. Punishment Square, situated within the gates of Astapor, is where newly arrived slaves are brought into the city. Those rebellious slaves face punishment or execution there. The arena is a venue for entertainment, featuring spectacles such as girls battling bulls, and children coated in honey and other delicacies pitted against bears, with spectators wagering on which child the bear would devour first. The arena is named after the victorious slave's master. Jack felt a flutter of unease. No wonder Daenerys sought to liberate this place. For the free folk and nobles, it is a paradise, yet for slaves, even hell might be preferable. Thankfully, Daenerys had not been subjected to the education Jack had endured. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have crucified all the slave owners, impervious to any counsel. I have 62 unsullied available, and I can offer them to you at 25 gold pieces each, totaling 28 unsullied. Additionally, I shall gift you 2 bed slaves and 2 ship slaves. No need for thanks. Hago confidently proclaimed that no one could sell the unsullied for a price lower than his. Typically, an unsullied commands no less than 27 gold coins. Yet he offered them for merely 25, a price indeed imbued with sincerity. The unsullied are emasculated slave warriors, rigorously trained from a tender age in Astapor, characterized by their absolute obedience to their masters and their unyielding courage in the face of battle. In the free trade city-states, they serve extensively as guards. They are sold in quantities of 100 or 1,000, though smaller slave owners may sell them by the 10. They are exceptional sentinels, never indulging in theft or assault. Possessing a unique faith in goddess, they guard the name of their deity in secrecy. Outsiders refer to her as the Lady of Spears, the Bride of War, and the Mistress of Armies. The Unsullied's most renowned battle was the Battle of Coer, where merely 3,000 of them withstood the assault of over 50,000 elite troops, led by Temekeo. Jack remained silent, meticulously scrutinizing the group of Unsullied, reminiscent of a scene from a television drama. Their attire bore no embellishments, merely tailored tunics, short swords, 3 spears, shields, and spiked helmets. The number of spikes on a helmet signifies the wearer's rank. A single spike denotes a common soldier, while 3 spikes indicate a high-ranking officer. Observing Jack's silence, Hago assumed he was contemplating and thus began to elucidate. We select young male slaves based on their physique, speed, and strength, training them to become unsullied. Training commences at the age of 5, lasting from dawn until dusk. The regimen is exceedingly brutal, aimed not only at teaching them combat skills, but also at erasing their individuality, emotions, and sense of self. They are completely emasculated, with the severed parts subsequently incinerated at the altar of the Lady of Spears. Regular consumption of the wine of courage dulls their pain. Each day, their names are randomly drawn from a barrel, each tag bearing 2 words, one for a color and one for a creature, such as Grey Worm. Should any aspect of their training falter, the slave faces execution. Ultimately, only 1/3 of the recruits endure to become unsullied. On the day of a boy's emasculation, he is gifted a puppy to rear. At the culmination of the first year of training, the boy must strangle this puppy. Should he fail, he too will be killed, his body serving as fodder for the dog. Throughout the rigorous training, weight-bearing runs all day, nocturnal rock climbing, traversing burning coals, failure results in expulsion. Finally, to earn the Unsullied spiked helmet, they must don silver masks and arrive at the slave market, purchase a newborn, and execute it before its mother, subsequently compensating the newborn's master for the loss. Chapter 11. The zero-cost purchase. Jack inhaled deeply, marveling at the impeccably trained system. No wonder they wielded such formidable power. I have made the purchase. This is the deposit. He tossed a bag of gold coins into Hago's arms and subsequently provided him with an address. Bring the innocents here tomorrow to finalize the transaction. As you know, we only have an elderly man and a child. Carrying 700 gold coins is quite unsafe. Hago weighed the purse in his hands, a smile spreading across his face. Of course I understand. There's no need for such formality. I shall directly escort the innocents to you. 700 gold coins certainly warranted Hago's trip. Thank you then. Let us depart at once. My little lamb awaits me on the ship. Afterward, Hago allowed Jack to select 28 innocents and generously added 2 bed slaves and 2 ship slaves to the deal. These 2 bed slaves are maidens. Consider them a gift, Hago stated graciously. Such benevolent souls often found it challenging to sell innocents, as there were always doubts regarding their combat prowess. In truth, they had all undergone the same rigorous training. Both bed slaves were rather pleasing in appearance, possessing fair skin, reminiscent of the sheep-like Lazarians. The 2 ship slaves, youthful lads under 20, appeared quite robust, suitable for performing various tasks aboard the vessel. Jack and Hago's party swiftly departed from Estebo, arriving at the dock outside the city. Once Newgate had helped unload the wooden crates brimming with gold coins. Hago meticulously counted the coins. He then handed the command staff to Jack, ensuring everything was in order before instructing his subordinates to load the coins onto the cart. A pleasant transaction. Remember to seek me out for your next purchase of innocence. Indeed, a delightful exchange, Jack replied, bidding farewell to Hago. He then addressed the 28 innocents, inquiring loudly, "Who is the commander?" "I am, master," replied an innocent with 2 sharp spikes protruding from his head, stepping forward. "What is your name?" "I have no name, master," the innocent responded assertively. "From now on, you shall be called Kaido. Have your subordinates choose proper names. From henceforth, you shall all refer to me as captain." "Understood." Jack glanced at the command staff in his hand and asked, "Can I still command you without this?" Without hesitation, Kaido replied, "Indeed, you may. You have already purchased us. This command staff is merely a symbol of the transaction. Without it, we will still heed your orders." Upon hearing Kaido's assurance, Jack comprehended that the command staff was merely a token. It could serve as a scepter or anything else, signifying the completion of the transaction. After absorbing Kaido's guarantee, Jack casually cast the command staff into the sea. Unlike Daenerys, who had once relinquished her command staff, promising her innocents the choice to depart or fight for her, Jack knew that such a gamble could lead to dire consequences. If the innocents chose to abandon Daenerys, she would undoubtedly regret her decision deeply. With a gathering of over 30 individuals aboard the Sea Dog, the vessel felt somewhat cramped, and they were eager to expedite their zero-cost acquisition. Jack severed the shackles of 2 ship slaves, adorning them in tattered sailor garb, thus bestowing upon them the semblance of seamen. As ship slaves, mastering the rudiments of navigation was a fundamental skill. Jack entrusted the 2 individuals to Newgate, hoping he would cultivate them into proficient navigators. Similarly, he liberated 2 bed slaves by removing their collars, allowing them to assume the roles of maids aboard the Sea Dog. However, before this, Jack intended to inspect their well-being, leading Ellie and Yag to obediently follow him into the cabin. To them, having a young and handsome master was an unparalleled stroke of fortune. Newgate naturally assumed the responsibilities of the first mate, elucidating to the crew the history of the Sea Dog. Captain Jack Poseidon was known for his benevolence, yet he was also a seasoned pirate. Do not mistake Captain Jack's amiability for leniency. Any acts of insolence would result in dire consequences for the transgressor. 3 cardinal rules governed life aboard the Sea Dog. First, absolute obedience to Captain Jack's commands. Second, no questioning of Captain Jack's orders. Third, unwavering adherence to the aforementioned 2 principles. Do you understand? We understand. The crew responded promptly, as they were, after all, slaves, and compliance with their master's wishes was a fundamental virtue. Even though Jack had liberated them from their shackles, they still perceived themselves as his subordinates. Many slave owners adopted this practice to demonstrate their mercy and kindness. However, should a slave genuinely believe themselves to be free, their fate would undoubtedly be grim. Chapter 12. Zero-cost purchase of the Coral's merchant ship. Your laughter is akin to the sea embracing the island, a melody of stars dancing upon the waves. A joyous expression hidden beneath the shade of coconut trees. Your smile chases away the darkness of night. Thank you, Captain. You are truly gentle. Ellie nestled in Jack's arms. It had been 2 days since Jack resurfaced from the depths of the sea. After his daily training, Jack relished the moments on deck, embracing Ellie or Yag, regaling them with charmingly rustic declarations of affection. Meanwhile, Vetril remained closely by his side, cradling the tsunami. She had become Jack's sword attendant. Hey, Yag, come here. Jack called out. Obeying, Yag set aside her task and approached him. Captain, I still have many clothes that need washing. Oh, just toss those old garments. Come back and buy new ones. Jack replied. You know, I initially adored the sea, but then I found myself drawn to you, possessing the essence of the ocean while embodying qualities it lacks, sensitivity and a playful spirit. Yag was different from Ellie. While Ellie was vivacious, Yag was more reserved and spoke little. Although Yag could quickly adapt in private moments, she preferred the tranquility of her tasks, such as washing clothes or preparing her master's dinner. Just as Jack was about to continue his playful banter with Yag, Newgate suddenly appeared before him. Captain, I've spotted a target, but what? Jack furrowed his brow. It's a large merchant ship, approximately 60 to 70 meters long, with at least 40 to 50 guards. It may prove challenging. In the world of Game of Thrones, maritime trade existed, yet true oceanic commerce was underdeveloped, resulting in smaller ship sizes. A merchant ship of 60 to 70 meters was already considered formidable, while warships rarely exceeded 50 meters. To maintain speed, warships typically range from 30 to 40 meters, balancing crew capacity with velocity, with more common vessels measuring merely a few meters in length. Conversely, merchant ships, designed for cargo capacity, were larger and slower, making them easy prey for pirates. Hence, large merchant vessels often boasted a substantial number of guards. However, Jack remained unfazed. Do you think I am someone to fear? Bring the ship closer. Understood. Newgate promptly directed his 2 apprentices to adjust course toward the merchant vessel. Meanwhile, beneath the depths of the sea, several dozen meters below the Sea Dog, Poseidon was safeguarding their vessel. Not only could Poseidon sense Jack's position, but he was also attuned to Jack's thoughts and vice versa. A unique spiritual connection existed between them, linked to the elusive system that had fled. Due to his constant companionship with Jack, Poseidon had greatly increased his daily exercise. The advantage was a larger appetite and accelerated growth, resulting in a more robust physique. At that moment, Poseidon measured 2 meters in length, with significantly tougher teeth and skin. without the need for atomic breath. He could easily contend with a dozen adults on land. Sometimes Jack pondered the notion that it would be splendid if the system provided an adult Godzilla, capable of effortlessly sweeping through the 7 kingdoms and the 9 free trade city-states. Alas, fantasies are akin to the adult Godzilla, while reality resembles the meek little lamb, Evelyn. Meanwhile, aboard the merchant ship, the approaching Sea Dog was spotted. At that moment, the Sea Dog was not flying the pirate flag, yet it still aroused their vigilance. Yevgeny cast a wary glance toward the Sea Dog. As a mercenary, maintaining a basic level of caution was imperative. Otherwise, with the rowdy bunch of drunks under his command, he would have long since met his demise. However, the vessel's owner remained unperturbed. Mufara nonchalantly remarked, "Do not be anxious. It's merely a 10-meter-long boat, which we could easily crush. One should not underestimate such a small craft." For pirates often cram 20 to 30 individuals aboard a vessel of just over 10 meters in pursuit of speed. Huh, Mufara scoffed, then jested. 30 people? Do they all sleep naked and huddled together in the cabin at night? They must never turn over in their sleep, lest their dear comrades experience an unfortunate proximity. With that, he embraced a naked woman and strutted away, boasting, "Not everyone possesses the wealth to bring women and fine wine to sea, merely a band of paupers." Mufara was indeed the second most significant merchant in Quirth, second only to the 13 giants, and he was confident that by the end of this year, he would usurp Zero as the new 13 giant. That rotund black fellow's influence no longer warranted the title of giant in Quirth. The newly crafted rose was not a vessel that just anyone could dare to approach. Observing Mufara's retreating figure, Yevgeny curled his lip in disdain. These nobles resembled arrogant male dogs, utterly revolting. Nonetheless, the woman in his arms was truly delightful. Had it not been for the mercenary code of honor, he might have entertained the thought of commandeering the ship. Unfortunately, he was not the only one aboard. Mufara's professional guards numbered 60 in total, of which only 25 were his comrades. Redirecting his attention to the sea, Yevgeny's eyes widened. The small boat had vanished from sight. Only moments ago, it had been merely dozens of meters away. How could it have disappeared in such a brief span of time? At that moment, the Sea Dog was positioned beneath the Rose, equipped with a Poseidon engine, granting it remarkable maneuverability. The Rose was simply too immense, and, for a moment, Yevgeny failed to notice its presence. He could hardly fathom that a vessel could navigate with such astounding speed. Chapter 13. Bewilderment as Yevgeny pondered in confusion. More than a dozen flying tiger claws dangled from the ship's railing. Ward? A sense of foreboding washed over Yevgeny, compelling him to lean over and assess the situation. A swift whoosh sliced through the air as an arrow grazed his scalp. "Oh shit." Yevgeny clutched his head and shouted, "Pirates! Pirates! Quickly grab your weapons." At the sound of Yevgeny's alarm, the slaves aboard the vessel paused momentarily before hastily seeking cover, while the guards swiftly regrouped. Meanwhile, Jack shook his head in disappointment. His archery skills were still lacking, as he had clearly aimed for the man's head. With a sudden leap, Jack plunged into the sea, aided by the might of Poseidon. He soared from the water, clearing 2/3 of the height effortlessly. The remaining distance posed no challenge for Jack. Just as he emerged, a group of guards brandished knives, ready to sever the ropes. "Hey man, how's it going? Could you lend me some honey bread?" Jack stammered awkwardly, realizing the absurdity of his situation, confronted by a dozen men wielding curved blades. The guards exchanged glances, then charged forward, intent on striking Jack down. However, Jack was swifter, rolling onto the deck with force. "Wait, everyone! I mean no harm. Our ship is taking on water, and we had no choice but to resort to this. Please, trust me." Yevgeny pursed his lips and nodded slightly, reflecting, "If it weren't for the leather armor you wear and the great sword and shield upon your back, I might have believed you." "Kill him," Yevgeny commanded without hesitation, having discerned Jack's ruse to buy time. "Damn it, what bad luck," Jack muttered, pressing his back against the railing, shield in one hand and sword in the other. Drawing upon his formidable strength, he wielded the tsunami like a mere twig. For a moment, none dared approach him. Ridiculous. Earning a few hundred copper coins a month, who would risk their life? "Draw your bows," Yevgeny bellowed, his face darkening. Does that sword in his hand weigh as light as bread? 15 archers swiftly knocked their arrows, aiming at Jack. At Yevgeny's command, Jack hurriedly shielded his upper body while using the tsunami to guard his lower half. Jack let out a piercing cry of agony, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Cursed be it, he felt akin to the spear of vengeance, Callista, as arrows pierced his body. Yevgeny furrowed his brow, pondering whether this man had come seeking death. It is known that being struck by 11 arrows at sea typically spells doom. One could bleed to death in moments. Just then, the first batch of the innocents climbed aboard. Without hesitation, Jack flipped and dove into the ocean. Upon entering the sea, a chilling sensation enveloped him, significantly alleviating his pain. He swiftly removed the 11 arrows from his body, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. In mere seconds, he was restored to his former self. And Jack felt no surprise. He had previously tested his recovery speed in the ocean. Otherwise, he would not have dared to board the Rose alone. After recovering from his injuries, Jack ascended once more to the deck of the Rose, where the Immortals were engaged in fierce combat with the ship's guards. Nevertheless, the Immortals demonstrated formidable prowess. Despite being outnumbered, they maintained the upper hand due to their superior formation. Resurrected, Jack wielded the tsunami with fervor, driven by the heart of the ocean, fighting with unparalleled determination. For Jack, as long as he shielded his vital points, it was as if he had sustained no harm at all. While the pain was indeed considerable, the adrenaline coursing through him dulled much of the discomfort during the fray. Meanwhile, within the cabin, Mufra remained composed, leisurely sipping wine, regarding the pirates above him as inconsequential. With a swift thrust, Jack plunged the tsunami into the chest of the last guard, having dispatched all foes aboard. Kaido, take your men to clear the cabin. Eliminate anyone who dares to resist. Understood. Kaido led 10 Immortals into the ship's interior, while Jack and the remaining 18 Immortals disposed of the bodies by casting them into the sea, determined not to let blood tarnish his new vessel. Once the deck was cleared, Kaido escorted a group of captives back to the surface. I'm one of the 13, of course. You cannot kill me. I can offer you riches, and this merchant ship can be yours. Mufra, now devoid of his earlier calm, could hardly believe that 60 guards aboard were no match for the pirates. Pirates generally fell into two categories: those who pillaged passing merchant vessels and those who raided coastal territories. In the realm of power games, the latter predominated, as few pirates opted to target merchant ships, which typically carried no significant wealth, only cargo. The pirates were ill-equipped to convert goods into cash, leading to a preference for coastal raids. Take, for instance, the Greyjoy family of Westeros, who firmly believed in seizing rather than toiling and frequently plundered the western coastal regions of the continent. Gordon, too, favored the latter approach, as raiding merchant ships proved challenging. Had it not been for Jack's diversion of the guards and the overconfidence of those aboard, the Immortals would never have had the opportunity to board the ship. Of course, if the vessels were of comparable size, the task would be simpler. They could use ballistae to sever masts and rigging, disabling the ship's mobility before engaging in boarding actions. Jack, uninterested in Mufra's pleas or his identity, silenced him with a swift stroke to the throat, casting his lifeless body into the depths. Foolish man, even in your demise. This ship is now mine. Chapter 14. The palace of the Sea King. Jack had fully taken command of the Rose, and soon learned from the first mate that the ship measured 68 meters in length and 24 meters in width. It was a colossal merchant vessel custom-made by Mephyra and Bravos, and this marked its maiden voyage. Jack's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated that it was a brand-new ship, a remarkable stroke of fortune indeed. The construction cost of such a vessel would not be less than 100,000 golden dragons. For context, Robert had previously crafted a Royal Navy ship that cost 1,000,000 golden dragons, yet those vessels typically spanned only 20 to 30 meters. Moreover, the price of warships exceeding 40 meters escalates geometrically with the increase in size, necessitating stringent standards for materials such as the keel. Additionally, Jack not only acquired a top-tier merchant ship, but the cargo of spices aboard was also immensely valuable, worth around 40,000 golden dragons. At that moment, there were over 100 slaves on board. Jack liberated them from their collars and enlisted them as sailors. With a monthly salary of 3 silver coins along with provisions and lodging, they rekindled their zest for life and worked with renewed vigor. After all, they had been slaves, and even without monetary compensation from Captain Jack, they were still obligated to labor. Now, with the prospect of earnings, their diligence naturally increased. Those who slacked off were threatened with the reapplication of slave collars, as Captain Jack's crew had no need for slaves. Thus, those recollared would find themselves sold at the slave market, returning to a life worse than that of animals. This dire consequence was a significant motivation for their hard work. After transferring the remaining crew from the Sea Dog to the new ship, Jack ordered Poseidon to obliterate the Sea Dog, which had drifted across the oceans for 20 years, forever sinking into the depths along with its memories. Jack renamed the Rose to the Sea King and established the first maritime kingdom, Atlantis. He also removed all traces of the Quirrell's emblem, replacing it with a representation of Godzilla. Although the image on the flag was somewhat indistinct due to technical limitations, a rough depiction sufficed. In a moment of profound emotion, Jack appointed Newgate as the hand of the king, leaving Newgate in tears of gratitude. He had never dreamed that he would rise from a slave to such a distinguished position. Likewise, Kaido was exhilarated, having transitioned from a slave to a naval commander. Even though the Unsullied had been trained to the point of emotional numbness, this transformation in status reignited a spark of passion for life within him. With the Sea King as a stronghold, Jack commenced basic training for the sailors to ensure they could follow commands effectively. Once he sold the entirety of the spice cargo, he planned to transform the Sea King into a maritime fortress, gradually expanding and taking the first steps toward establishing his own seafaring empire. Meanwhile, far away in Pantos, Daenerys was engaged in a game of cards with Drogo on the beach. As she endured Drogo's advances, tears streamed down her face. She could not comprehend why her brother would treat her in such a manner. Despite being her only kin, he uttered words so unseemly that even the Dothraki horde could scarcely bear them. Thus, the hellish wedding night for Daenerys came to a swift conclusion. Khal Drogo began his return to V's Dothrak with over 40,000 roaring warriors at his command. Their immediate destination was V's Dothrak, after which they would embark on a quest to reclaim a trinket known as the Iron Throne in Westeros. Khal Drogo felt no apprehension about encountering any resistance in Westeros. His confidence was unwavering. If one were to solicit Jack's opinion, he would merely remark on the folly of such arrogance. Viserys, too, was a fool, naively believing that his army of over 40,000 Dothraki could aid him in seizing the Iron Throne. In the Seven Kingdoms, the elite of the Westerlands could easily contest with the Dothraki, leveraging their strategic advantage. Moreover, should the Dothraki invade, they would face not merely the Westerlands, but the entirety of Westeros. As 6 months swiftly passed, Daenerys, unable to bear it any longer, rescued a witch from the clutches of the Dothraki. This act stirred unrest that reached Khal Drogo's ears. It must be said, the Khal indeed cherished Daenerys, to the extent that his men were incensed enough to challenge him. Yet, Drogo's position as Khal was well earned. With a mere shrug, he dispatched the challenger, even after sustaining a wound. The witch then proposed to apply herbs to prevent infection, as a token of gratitude towards Daenerys. Drogo's bloodriders opposed this notion. Yet their Khal-less affection for Daenerys prevailed, permitting the witch to tend to him, which ultimately led to his demise. Merely 2 weeks later, Drogo's condition deteriorated to the extent that he fell from his horse, causing unrest among the entire Khalasar, a coalition of tribes known as the Dothraki. The leader of the strongest tribe bore the title of Khal, while the leaders of the other tribes were known as Khalsar, serving as Khal-less lieutenants. The sight of Drogo, the Khal, falling from his steed was a disgrace for a Dothraki. One unfit to ride was unworthy of the title Khal, and even less deserving of being called the Horse Lord. In a desperate attempt to save her husband, Daenerys once more placed her trust in the witch, offering her unborn child in exchange for Drogo's life. Miraculously, Drogo was revived, yet he became a mere shell of his former self. The witch informed Daenerys that her husband would awaken only when the sun set in the east and rose in the west. This, which harbored a deep-seated enmity towards the Dothraki, and Daenerys' act of saving her was of little consequence to her heart. Consequently, the Khalasar splintered. with only a handful willing to follow Daenerys. This marked the first instance where the Queen of Dragons paid the price for her benevolence, and certainly not the last. Ultimately, Daenerys smothered the now vegetative Drogo with a pillow and bound the witch to a pyre. She, along with Drogo, 3 dragon eggs, and the witch, was consumed by flames throughout the night. At dawn, it seemed as though an ancient prophecy had come to fruition. Blood and fire, a life for a life. Viserion was dead, Drogo was dead, and the child was dead. 3 lives were exchanged for 3 new ones. The young dragon's cry was still quite tender. Yet this did not hinder the imaginations of those present, envisioning the magnificent form it would take upon reaching maturity. Daenerys, accompanied by her young dragons and kin, embarked once more on her journey. Dragons are undoubtedly formidable, but that strength only manifests in their adulthood. If they cannot traverse the red wastes, then all is rendered meaningless. In the Bay of Slaves, at the port of Astapor, aboard the Sea Emperor. 498, 499, 500. Splendid work, Captain. Your strength is truly remarkable, Ellie exclaimed, perched upon Jack's back. At that moment, Vitriol, Ellie, and Yag sat cross-legged on Jack's back, participating in his daily training of weighted push-ups. Although he had injected a serum that enhanced his physique threefold, Jack remained steadfast in his training regimen. The stronger the foundation, the greater the enhancement post-training. Upon rising, Jack was promptly attended to by Ellie and Yag, who hastily retrieved towels to wipe the sweat from his brow, while Vitriol remained stationary, clutching tsunami in a daze. Just then, Newgate returned. The cargo aboard the Sea Emperor had been entirely consumed, yielding an impressive sum of 36,000 gold coins. Though this fell short of the anticipated 40,000, it was a profit without investment, as the spices were all seized. This sum was exchanged by Gordon for 1,200 innocents, despite the outrageous price set by those wretched benefactors at 30 gold coins per innocent. However, this was inconsequential, as they would eventually belong to him. For now, they would remain in Astapor. Jack's first target for plunder was not the Bay of Slaves, nor the other coastal towns of Essos, but rather Kays, a seaside city linking east and west trade in Essos. Kays lacked formidable defenses, making it an ideal target for Jack. However, before this endeavor, he needed to acquire a fleet of swift ships under 20 meters in length. Otherwise, by the time the Sea Emperor approached Kays, the local forces would have already assembled. Chapter 15. Dream of the Dragon, Black Fire. Descendants of the bloodworm Jack roamed near the Slave Bay with 300 innocents in tow. Over the past 6 months, he had not only been assimilating the cargo aboard the ship, but also, under the command of Newgate, transforming the Sea Emperor. The revamped Sea Emperor sacrificed some defensive capabilities for enhanced capacity and sailing speed. Additionally, Jack installed a chain at the bow's underside, serving both as a means for Poseidon to strengthen itself and as a mechanism to accelerate the ship's speed, a truly dual-purpose solution. Now, Poseidon had grown to a formidable length of 3.2 meters, fully capable of assuming the role of a multifunctional submarine within a naval fleet. The ship's watertight compartments were rendered ineffective against Poseidon, indicating that Atlantis now faced no threat from any naval siege. Jack aspired to bring all 200 innocents aboard, necessitating at least 30 vessels exceeding 20 meters in length. However, he considered himself no capitalist. He required 60 medium-sized warships. Lacking the funds to procure such vessels, he resorted to acquiring merchant ships at no cost, subsequently using the plundered riches to retrofit them. His strategy was to expand his ranks of innocents to 3,000 before gradually replacing the merchant ships with specialized war vessels. Concurrently, Jack needed to select an island to establish his own shipyard, ensuring he would not be cornered by others. A month swiftly passed, during which Jack commandeered 24 suitable merchant ships, converting them into warships. Although he still fell short of his goal of 60 vessels, remaining in Slave Bay was no longer viable. The recent spate of pillaging had depleted the bay's gold reserves significantly, prompting a coalition of the 3 cities within Slave Bay to launch a siege against the Sea Emperor. For Jack, 1 Sea Emperor accompanied by 24 medium-sized ships was sufficient to transport over 1,000 innocents away. There was no need to confront the pursuing fleet head-on. A strategic retreat was prudent. The remaining ships could be gradually gathered along the route, as the journey to Chorus would inevitably encounter passing merchant vessels. At that moment, beneath the Sea Emperor, Poseidon had just returned from a successful hunt, its length now reaching 3.5 meters. It instinctively fastened the chain around itself and swam vigorously. With Poseidon's assistance, Atlantis' sailing speed improved significantly. If they continued to pillage along the way, they expected to reach Chorus within 3 months. Once they had plundered Chorus, Jack would possess ample funds to fulfill the first stage of his ambitions. 3 months later, during the night, the Sea Emperor arrived near the waters of Chorus. Within the opulent cabin of the Sea Emperor, a crimson dragon egg was being roasted over coals. Since acquiring the egg, Jack had been tending to it on the fire for nearly a year. At that moment, he lay bare upon his bed, deeply asleep, while Ellie and Yag were also fast asleep from exhaustion. However, after a short while, Ellie and Yag opened their eyes, gazing curiously at Jack, who lay between them. Jack's brow furrowed, his body drenched in sweat, and his hands clutched tightly at their hair. Upon witnessing the scene, Xia Ri promptly summoned her maidservants to prepare warm water while also calling for Prime Minister Nugget, for Jack's condition was decidedly peculiar. Meanwhile, Jack found himself entangled in a tumultuous dream. In this dream, he navigated a small boat adrift upon the vast ocean, only to be beset by a fierce tempest that threatened to capsize his vessel. In a state of panic, Jack glanced around, completely oblivious to his ocean heart and Poseidon. Gripping the oar tightly, he bellowed in a desperate attempt to quell his fear. Perhaps sensing Jack's anguished cries, the torrential rain ceased, though the howling winds persisted and the sky remained overcast. Nevertheless, the small boat steadied, allowing Jack to exhale in relief as he wearily closed his eyes. The perspective then gradually ascended above the clouds, revealing a magnificent red dragon with a wingspan exceeding 200 meters shielding the boat from the downpour. Beneath the vessel, a titanic creature, over 200 meters in length, stabilized the tumultuous waves. The following morning, Jack gazed in bewilderment at the red hatchling nestled in his arms, adorned with a long serpentine neck, a lizard-like head, and bat-like wings. The vivid dream of the previous night lingered in his mind. The red dragon he had encountered seemingly embodied in the hatchling he now cradled. This dream was likely the fabled dragon dream, and Jack approached the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. His golden white hair, pale lavender eyes, and striking features all pointed towards a forgotten lineage, one that should have been severed: House Blackfire. House Blackfire was a defunct noble family of the realm, established by Demon Blackfire, one of the noble bastards, a branch of the Targaryen lineage. Demon named his house after the famed sword Blackfire. Their sigil was a reversal of the Targaryen crest, featuring 3 black dragons upon a red field. House Blackfire inherited numerous traits from their Targaryen bloodline, including platinum hair, otherworldly beauty, violet eyes, and a prophetic ability akin to dragon dreams. The dying Aegon IV Targaryen legitimized many of his bastards, among them Demon Blackfire, who grew into a beloved leader and valiant warrior. Many lords of the Seven Kingdoms aspired to sit upon the Iron Throne, desiring a ruler of Demon's caliber, rather than Aegon's legitimate son and heir, the frail Daeron. At this juncture, rumors began to circulate throughout the Seven Kingdoms, alleging that Daeron was, in fact, the illegitimate son of the Dragon Knight, Prince Aemon Targaryen and Queen Nerys. Moreover, the ancestral sword Blackfire, gifted to Daemon by the late King Aegon, suggested that Aegon favored Daemon as his successor. Initially, Daemon harbored no treachery, and Daeron endeavored to care for his half-brother, even fulfilling their father's arranged marriage, uniting Daemon with Lena Valerion of House Targaryen and awarding him lands along the Blackwater River, granting him the right to build a castle. However, many who idolized Daemon believed he was more deserving of the throne. Initially, Daemon may have merely felt elated by these declarations. Yet, gradually, he began to resent his status as a bastard, and under the instigation of his followers, he plotted rebellion. In the year 196 AC, a tip-off was received regarding Daemon's intention to raise an army, prompting Daeron to dispatch the Kingsguard to apprehend him. Daemon, having escaped, seized this opportunity to raise the banner of revolt in the Riverlands, thus commencing the First Blackfire Rebellion. the Blackfire forces initially surged forward, defeating the armies of the Westerlands and Stormlands, advancing towards King's Landing. Daeron sent a large army to confront Demon, culminating in the Battle of Redgrass Field. On that fateful day, Demon fought valiantly, but committed a grave error. Out of respect for his adversary, after vanquishing Ser Gawain Hightower in their duel, he refrained from immediately attacking and instead sent aid to him. Consequently, Bloodraven Brynden Rivers led archers to rain arrows upon Demon's position, resulting in his untimely death. With his demise, the largest Blackfire rebellion abruptly ceased. Following the Battle of Redgrass Field, the supporters of Blackfire scattered. Cold Hands led many followers and Demon's sons into exile, fleeing to Essos. Soon, he established the Golden Company, consolidating forces to plan a counteroffensive. Subsequently, descendants of the Blackfire family repeatedly instigated rebellions, troubling 5 generations of Targaryen monarchs. Yet each ended in failure. The Blackfire line continued in Essos, but gradually withered until it was severed during the reign of Aegon II Targaryen. At that time, the last of the Blackfires, the brutal Maegor Blackfire, was a member of the Golden Company and instigated the War of the Ninepenny Kings. They successively captured disputed lands and Essos, launching an assault on the Stepstones as a staging ground for invading Westeros. Aegon II dispatched an expeditionary force that crushed the rebels, with Ser Barristan Selmy slaying Maegor in single combat. Thus, the Blackfire family, which had plagued the Targaryen dynasty for generations, was extinguished. However, Jack had once come across a post on a certain forum referencing the third part of Dunk and Egg, titled The Mystery Knight. It mentioned that Demon Blackfire II had several sisters. Therefore, while the death of Maegor Blackfire may indeed signify the end of male heirs of the Blackfire lineage, it does not necessarily imply the complete extinction of their bloodline. Some original text enthusiasts speculate from the details that Aegon, the son of Rhaegar, who appears in Volume 5, is actually the offspring of Illyrio and a Blackfire woman named Scylla. Further, it is posited that the Master of Whisperers, Varys, shares a blood connection with Scylla. Varys, in conjunction with Illyrio, allegedly conspired to raise Scylla's son as Aegon, aiming to subvert the Targaryen regime and ultimately restore the Blackfire family to the Iron Throne. However, Varys did not anticipate the resurgence of the Baratheons, nor did he foresee Daenerys acquiring 3 young dragons. Jack had not read the original texts, merely gleaning information from online discussions, yet this did not hinder him from pondering his own identity. It is quite possible that his mother is a descendant of the Blackfire lineage, but his father has never spoken of her. However, it seems indisputable that Jack possesses the bloodline of the Blackfire. His dragon dream, hair color, and eyes all align perfectly with the characteristics of Blackfire. The tender cries of the young dragon resonate, indicating the little creature's hunger. "Eli, please ask the chef to grill a steak," Jack instructed. He gently stroked the scales of the young dragon, which was entirely crimson, its neck significantly longer than that of the 3 dragon brothers seen on television. Additionally, the hind limbs bore small wings, a feature so distinctive that it immediately revealed the lineage of this creature. Bloodworm Calyx. This standard bull-headed dragon strikingly resembled Calyx. It is said that dragons are hermaphroditic beings capable of freely changing their gender. Thus, it is highly plausible that Calyx has left behind unacknowledged progeny. For instance, the 3 wolf-headed young dragons of the Mother of Dragons, although in the television series, Illyrio claimed that these 3 dragon eggs originated from the Shadowlands. Yet, Illyrio is a merchant known for his deceit. His words are unworthy of trust. Instead, the popular folklore suggests that the 3 young dragons of the Mother of Dragons are descendants of the Fierce Fire. Whether it be the iconic wolf heads or the tails, the 3 dragon brothers closely resemble the recorded Dreamfire. Chapter 16. Corrix. Jack promptly named the young dragon Corrix, adhering to the traditional naming conventions of the world of Game of Thrones. As someone who struggles with names, Jack decided to embrace local customs. The bond between Jack and Corrix surpasses the connection portrayed between Daenerys and Drogon in the television series. Jack speculated that this profound connection might be linked to the phenomenon known as the Dragon Dream. The Dragon Dream serves as a bridge that deepens the spiritual bond between humans and dragons, whereas Daenerys appeared to resist this connection with Drogon during the dragon dreams. Drogon's fearsome visage, reminiscent of a deathly specter, led Daenerys to believe she was trapped in a nightmare, a situation that only dissipated upon Drogon as hatching. Furthermore, an individual can forge a dragon dream link with only one dragon, and with Daenerys possessing 3 dragons, her ability to connect with each of them was hindered. Ultimately, Daenerys did become Drogon's true rider, but this dynamic resulted in a period of rebellion among Drogon's 2 brothers. The emergence of the young dragon Corax caused Jack to temporarily abandon his plans to plunder Khyberus. Instead, he resolved to disguise himself as a merchant and venture to Khyberus to assess the situation. Corax's presence sparked memories for Jack, suggesting that Khyberus was not merely under the dominion of the 13 lords. Consequently, Jack lingered off the coast of Khyberus for a month, dedicating nearly every day to training Corax. It appeared that the dragon dream manifested only before the hatching of a young dragon. Jack entered the dragon dream state only once, on the eve of Corax's emergence. This also highlighted the disparity between his bloodline and that of Daenerys, who frequently experienced nightmares after acquiring her dragon eggs. As midday approached, visible heat waves shimmered in the air, and the colossal ship, the Sea Emperor, made its way toward the docks of Khyberus. Khyberus is renowned as one of the largest port cities in the known world, with the vibrant hues conspicuously absent from Vi's Torah seemingly congregating here. The city maintains a vast, separate dock for its guilds, while the harbor accommodates merchant vessels from the free trade city-states, the Summer Isles, and Westeros. Adjacent to the coastline lies a bustling trade market that operates ceaselessly. Wine cellars, warehouses, and gambling houses line the streets, while the northwest of the city sprawls into the expansive red wasteland. At this moment, the dock's denizens, both impoverished and affluent merchants, turned their gaze toward the massive merchant vessel. Ships under 20 meters are classified as small vessels, commonly seen among pirates and naval ships. Vessels ranging from 20 to 30 meters are termed medium ships, which are the most prevalent and favored by merchants. Large ships, between 30 and 40 meters, possess considerable cargo capacity and moderate speed, yet their high costs make them accessible only to wealthy merchants. Ships exceeding 40 meters are categorized as giant vessels. While their cargo capabilities are robust, their expense diminishes their cost-effectiveness compared to large ships. The Sea Emperor, a vessel measuring 60 to 70 meters, is exceedingly rare, typically commissioned by merchants of unparalleled wealth, primarily to accommodate the grandiosity of the 13. For instance, the 13 magnates of course each possess a colossal vessel exceeding 40 meters in length. However, it has come to my attention that recently the ship of the Zero Magnate has been sold. Once the ship, the Sea God, was securely anchored, Jack disembarked with 20 innocents, accompanied by Vetril and Eli. After its modification, the Sea Emperor can accommodate up to 420 souls, with its provisions entirely reliant on supplies from other vessels. Among the crew aboard the Sea Yellow, there are 70 sailors, 30 logistics personnel, and 320 innocents. Jack only brought 20 innocents ashore, leaving the remainder aboard the Sea Emperor. Upon his descent, the crowd's gaze was once again captivated by the young dragon nestled in his arms. What could it be? His ship appears vast, and with 20 innocents in tow. Why is his name unfamiliar? Is that a young dragon he cradles? One cannot be certain, but clarity will soon follow, as it is rumored that the magnates have proceeded to the North Gate to greet the Mother of Dragons, a descendant of House Targaryen. Let us first behold her magnificent dragon. Before long, news of Jack and his entourage reached the royal family of Corus within the Thousand Thrones Hall. Corus is governed by a royal family that oversees the affairs of the city-state and commands its defenses, which include the camel cavalry and a formidable fleet of warships. Although the royal family holds nominal authority, actual power resides with several influential merchant guilds, including the 13 magnates, the Tourmaline Brotherhood, and the Spice Guild, along with a few lesser guilds. These guilds provide the royal family with military funding and expenditures. In essence, while the royal family commands the army, the control of the city lies firmly within the grasp of the merchant guilds. The noble class of Corus is composed of this merchant demographic, including the 13 magnates. Recently, The 13 magnates successfully absorbed the Tourmaline Brotherhood and the Spice Guild, and a significant reshuffling within the ranks of the 13 is imminent. With the internal conflicts among guilds dissipated, the royal family of course will no longer possess the strength to contend with the 13 magnates. Especially now, as the 13 magnates bypass the royal family to directly welcome the Mother of Dragons at the North Gate, it is no wonder the royal family is consumed by trepidation. As Mavis was lost in thought, a servant approached to report on Jack's situation. A merchant of seemingly boundless wealth has arrived in course. One who does not belong to the local guilds and is seen holding what appears to be a dragon-like creature. Mavis's eyes lit up with excitement, and he inquired eagerly, "Are you certain?" "Indeed, many have witnessed this, and I have seen it with my own eyes." I, Mavis, am exceedingly fortunate. Bring him to me at once. No, I shall go to him myself." Filled with exhilaration, Mavis mused that if fortune smiled upon him, perhaps the Mellis royal family would no longer have to live in fear. The people of course are tall and pale, earning them the moniker milkmen from the Dothraki. The fashion among the Corsian populace often leaves one side of a woman's bosom exposed, while men favor silken, embellished robes. At this moment, Jack surveyed the women on the streets, encountering a diverse array of beauty. Due to the characteristics of their ethnicity, the majority are notably tall and fair-skinned. Jack expressed a fondness for this place, where women do not feel awkward under the gaze of other men, allowing him to observe openly. Ellie and Vitriol curiously examined the architecture of Kors. Kors boasts triple formidable walls, a marvel of design and a symbol of the city's might. The outer wall, composed of red sandstone, rises to 30 feet, adorned with intricate carvings of various animals. The middle wall, constructed of gray granite, stands 40 feet tall, depicting vivid battle scenes. And the inner wall, made of black marble, towers 50 feet high, embellished with elaborate erotic sculptures. The outer city gate is inlaid with bronze, the middle gate with iron, while the inner gate is adorned with numerous golden eyes. The buildings within the city exhibit a dreamy array of hues, reminiscent of roses, violets, and earthy browns. Passing through a bronze archway shaped like entwined serpents engaged in a passionate embrace, one notices the scales crafted from exquisite emerald, obsidian, and lapis lazuli. Countless slender spires rise majestically, with each square featuring intricate fountains shaped like griffins, dragons, and scorpion-tailed lions. A grand arcade street traverses the city, where ancient heroes stand upon columns of white and green marble, each 3 times the size of a mortal. While observing a baby-s feeding bowl, Jack also scrutinized Kors' internal structure. Contrary to the portrayal in American television, Kors is far from fragile. Its outer walls exceed 9 meters in height. To pillage Kors, the outer docks present the most lucrative target. Though the inner wall may harbor potential spoils, they are primarily the possessions of the impoverished, yielding little reward. As for the middle and inner walls, breaching them without sufficient forces and siege equipment is virtually impossible. Just as Jack pondered these thoughts, an exuberant voice called out, "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am of the royal lineage of Kors, and I will be delighted to invite you for a drink. May I?" Chapter 17. Each with their own agenda, the Hall of 1,000 Seats serves as the epicenter of power in Kors, where the royal family governs the entirety of the realm. The nobles sit majestically upon colossal wooden thrones, arranged in a grand arc, ascending from the marble floor in tiered fashion, culminating at the lofty, circular dome adorned with depictions of Kors' former glory. These thrones are not only monumental, but also exquisitely carved, their gilded surfaces gleaming brilliantly, inlaid with amber, agate, stone, and jade, each chair unique in its ornate splendor. Jack was summoned to the Hall of 1,000 Seats by Mavis, and the opulence of the surroundings made him acutely aware that he had underestimated the wealth of the ancient aristocracy. Observing the 20 innocents behind Jack, Mavis recognized Jack's skepticism towards him and promptly instructed his slaves to present a chest of jewels. "This is my gift for our meeting. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Jack. May I inquire if that in your arms is a young dragon?" "Indeed, it is a young dragon. And it is also a pleasure to meet you, Prince Mavis," Jack replied. At this moment, Jack began to piece together Mavis's intentions. suspecting that the information he had encountered on the forum was indeed accurate. Although the public facade portrayed Prince Quers as the ruler, the true governance of the city lay in the hands of the merchant guilds and male sorcerers. The merchants and sorcerers constituted the noble class of Quers. In the television series, Zero ultimately allied with the sorcerers to eliminate the remaining 13 titans, declaring himself the king of Quers. This suggests that by that time, the royal family may have already lost their capacity for resistance. As anticipated, Mebes led Jack to the private chambers behind the Hall of 1,000 Seats, instructing his slaves to prepare a feast of delectable food and fine wine. While pouring wine for Jack, Mebes subtly probed into Jack's background. Jack, in turn, cooperatively shared his origins. Slightly inebriated after taking a sip of wine, he remarked, "I hail from a noble family in West Eros, where a medium-sized gold mine was discovered within our territory. Though I am the second son and lack inheritance rights, my father, seeing my resemblance to him, commissioned a grand ship for me, allowing me to embark on a career as a merchant. Fortune smiled upon me, and I successfully established myself in the business realm. To be candid, my wealth could effortlessly sustain a standing army of several thousand." Mebes' eyes sparkled with intrigue. The royal family of Quers maintained a standing army of 4,000, entirely reliant on the financial support of the merchant nobility. However, the contributions from these merchants were merely sufficient to uphold the current size of the army, and supplies have been gradually diminishing over the past few years. Mebes had previously contemplated eliminating these merchants, yet they wielded considerable power through their own slave soldiers. Any aggressive move could prompt the merchant guilds to sever their support, slowly starving the royal forces. However, should the royals gain the backing of other merchants, the dynamics would shift remarkably, especially with a wealthy merchant like Jack, who possessed a grand vessel. Mebes saw the opportunity to eradicate the merchant guilds of Quers and truly dominate the realm. Mebes had never considered Jack to be embellishing his achievements. After all, the Sea Emperor served as irrefutable evidence of his claims. Nonetheless, Mebes refrained from hastily revealing his ambitions to Jack, recognizing that for a merchant, the financial risks associated with supporting a war are substantial. Should defeat occur, it would result in a complete loss, potentially leading to bankruptcy. Thus, Mebes resolved to cautiously probe and manipulate Jack. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Mebes accommodated Jack within a lavish palace. Jack was somewhat astonished, questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. However, if he had indeed erred, how could the royal family of Querls extend such warm hospitality? Conversely, if he was correct, why did Mebes remain silent? The two, each with their own ulterior motives, engaged in a round of mutual flattery, culminating in Mebes' promise to visit again the following day. Additionally, Mebes subtly insinuated that the 13 titans were not to be trusted, urging Jack to remain vigilant and skeptical of their words. As Jack watched Mebes depart, he summoned an innocent and instructed him to fetch 80 more innocents from the Sea Emperor. On land, even in coastal cities, Jack exercised utmost caution. Simultaneously, he directed another innocent to seek out Mebes and inquire about where fine horses could be procured. He advised the innocent to express his fondness for horses and his dream of owning an extraordinary steed. If Mebes was astute enough, he would know how to respond. The two innocents departed to fulfill their tasks. A magnificent horse would grant Jack a swift escape to the sea should he find himself besieged. Furthermore, Jack aimed to test Mebes, assessing whether he genuinely sought something from him. If Mebes merely revealed where horses were sold, it would indicate his interest lay solely in the young dragon, prompting Jack to hasten back to the Sea Emperor. Conversely, if Mebes delivered a fine horse directly, it would signify that he had a matter of importance to discuss. Jack dispatched 3 additional innocents, disguised, to gather information about the current state of Querls. Once arrangements were complete, Jack commenced training with Korlak. Placing a piece of raw meat before Korlak, Jack softly uttered Dracaries, which means dragon fire. Daenerys employed this command to instruct her dragons to breathe fire, and Jack found it quite convenient to use directly. A crimson flame, laced with black, erupted from Korlak's mouth. Different dragons produce flames of varying hues. Dragon fire is typically black, while Vizirion's flame is a pale gold tinged with red and orange. Regal's is an orange-yellow with green undertones. And Drogon's flame is a pitch-black reminiscent of scales. Within mere seconds, the raw meat was charred to a crisp. Korlak eagerly consumed the scorched morsel, gazing at Jack with anticipation. However, Jack did not present further sustenance. Instead, he commanded, "Drag on fire." Korlak looked at Jack in confusion, seemingly asking, "Where's my food?" Without further ado, Jack removed his shoe and struck Korlak's snout with the sole. Regardless of Korlak's dazed state, Jack reiterated the command, "Drag on fire." Though somewhat disoriented, Korlak complied and unleashed a plume of flame. Jack promptly offered a piece of roasted meat, praising, "Good boy, very well done." The intellect of dragons is neither particularly low nor exceedingly high. An adult dragon possesses an intelligence comparable to that of a child of approximately 10 years. However, unlike children, dragons are imbued with greater strength and a more ferocious nature. Ultimately, the dragons of the world of Game of Thrones resemble wild beasts, starkly contrasting with the mythological dragons capable of human speech. Consequently, Jack deems the training of dragons crucial, emphasizing the necessity of instilling obedience from an early age. Without such training during their formative years, achieving absolute compliance in adulthood becomes an arduous task. As for the later dynamics between Daenerys and Drogon, depicted in the series, they resemble more of a maternal bond than a hierarchical relationship. Jack's initial step in dragon training involves the use of commands. These vital and serious commands are to be repeated only once. Should there be no response on the first attempt, action must be taken, either through the application of discipline or the provision of food rewards, or a combination of both. Repeating a command excessively, 7 or 8 times, would diminish either the command's authority or Jack's own stature. If thereafter, Korlak develops its own inclinations, it may disregard commands in favor of its own desires. Thus, it is imperative to cultivate a habit in Korlak, instilling an understanding that obedience is beneficial and essential. Chapter 18. The 13 Titans. The banquet the training concluded by twilight, and Jack had instructed the enslaved attendants to prepare a roasted calf for Korlak. The dragon's appetite was immense, and its growth rate was remarkably swift. The transformation from a hatchling to an adult dragon occurred at a rapid pace. Throughout its life, which spanned over 2 centuries, the dragon would continue to grow, albeit at a diminishing speed. Presently, Korlak was merely 1 month old, having grown from an initial length of 10 centimeters to an impressive 30 centimeters. As its growth accelerated, it would not be long before Jack could no longer cradle Korlak in his arms. Soon, the roasted calf was presented by the servants, and Korlak gazed at it with wide, yearning eyes, drooling profusely. However, the fruits of Jack's training were evident. Despite its salivating anticipation, Korlak refrained from pouncing upon the feast. Raising a dragon required discipline. Without it, the creature would lack a sense of hierarchy and would be disinclined to heed commands. Jack picked up his knife and fork, savoring the tender meat of the calf's leg, and only after finishing his meal did he grant permission for Korlak to eat. Upon receiving Jack's consent, Korlak immediately entered a frenzy of consumption, devouring the beef voraciously. During this time, Jack continually reached out to interrupt Korlak's feast. The dragon's response pleased him greatly. Each time Jack extended his hand, Korlak would pause its eating. "Captain, someone is looking for you." "It is a male sorcerer," a voice announced. "A male sorcerer?" Jack raised an eyebrow. Such individuals often held a fascination for dragons, and it was known that Jack possessed a young dragon, prompting them to seek an audience with the progenitor of dragons and his hatchling. "Let him in." Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of Ellie, the male sorcerer was brought before Jack. The sorcerer bowed elegantly and said, "I hail from a hall of immortality and am honored to meet you, progenitor of dragons." The Hall of Immortality served as the seat of power for the male sorcerers of Quarrels, colloquially known as the Hall of Dust, where many sought enlightenment and strength. Yet few emerged. Jack waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Do not refer to me as progenitor of dragons. I find that title unappealing. You may call me the Sea King." A barely perceptible twitch crossed the sorcerer's eye. He was still the god of the sea, after all. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile, saying, "Mr. Poseidon, we, the 13 Titans, are hosting a banquet, and the Dragon Mother will also be in attendance. Would you not like to witness the offspring of the Dragon Mother?" The sorcerer cast a covetous glance at Coralax, who was feasting at the table. Dragons were the very source of magic, and since the appearance of the Red Comet, the world's magic began to resurge, with the tides of arcane power rising. The simultaneous emergence of 4 hatchlings and quirrels was perceived by the male sorcerers of the Hall of Immortality as a divine blessing. However, the sorcerer had his sights set solely on Daenerys' dragons. Jack's dragon had not yet attracted their sinister intentions. After all, the purity of Jack's companions and the presence of the Sea King underscored his formidable strength. As for Daenerys, while she was lauded as the Dragon Mother, the harsh reality was that she was merely a remnant of a bygone dynasty in Westeros, without even a vessel to return to her homeland. In the eyes of the male sorcerers, the 3 brothers of Zorgan epitomized their conception, or perhaps their fantasy, of dragons. Kalik Shuma, while undeniably a dragon, appeared far too sinister, leading the sorcerers to perceive him more as a demon dragon than a true dragon. "Where shall the banquet be held? May I bring the innocents along?" The sorcerer inhaled deeply, subtly, for despite the frequent occurrences of assassinations in Essos, such acts were still regarded as profoundly disgraceful. Typically, a host would never resort to assassination while entertaining guests. The sorcerer found it perplexing that this individual was so excessively cautious, to put it bluntly. The man seemed rather cowardly. Look at the Mother of Dragons, who entered Caves with over 20 horsemen, yet had fewer than 10 capable warriors at her disposal. Perhaps he ought to be called the Father of Cowardice instead of the Father of Dragons, the God of Timidity. "Certainly, you may bring 2 innocents to the banquet." "No, I wish to bring 20. You must prepare a lavish feast for my subordinates. Otherwise, I shall not attend. Prince Mebes should also be preparing a banquet." "Very well. There will be a feast prepared." The sorcerer's voice trembled slightly, whether from anger or something else was uncertain. Jack, observing the sorcerer's retreating figure, contemplated how to extract some advantage from the 13 magnates. After all, the internal strife in Caves would take some time to resolve, and seizing by force was not the wisest course of action at present. As Jack pondered, the innocents returned from their meeting with Mebes, leading a tall chestnut stallion. "Captain, this horse is a gift from Prince Mebes. It is said to have cost several thousand gold coins to acquire from the Dothraki, and it is yet to reach maturity." Jack's eyes sparkled. In ancient times, horses were as valuable as chariots, and the one before him was undoubtedly a magnificent steed. Even in its youth, it stood over 1.8 meters tall, and once fully grown, reaching 2 meters would be an absolute certainty. A splendid horse indeed. Jack approached and gently stroked the chestnut mane. The horse was docile, displaying no signs of resistance, which endeared it to Jack even more. "I shall name you Ember. Such a good boy." As he named the horse, he also devised a plan to extract benefits from the 13 magnates. As darkness enveloped the land, moonlight and torches illuminated the bustling quays, Jack rode Ember, guided by a slave from the Merchant Guild, to a grand estate. In the center lay a space the size of a football field, where countless merchants had gathered. They sipped their fine wines while scrutinizing Daenerys, who stood at the center, feeling quite uncomfortable. She felt as though she were being observed like a monkey, a most unpleasant sensation. At that moment, the slave who had led Jack to the banquet attempted to lead Ember away, but Jack refused. The slave, displaying evident hesitation, had no choice but to seek permission from the 13 magnates. Shortly, a throng approached, with a rotund, jovial Yannick at the forefront, greeting everyone with a wide smile. Yannick stands as the most formidable among the 13 Titans, his wealth derived from spices, which at times command prices exceeding those of gold. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Poseidon, but horses are not permitted at the banquet. However, rest assured that your precious one will be well cared for by the slaves." Jack's expression darkened. After all, this was a magnificent steed gifted to him by Prince Mebes, who also bestowed upon him a plethora of jewels, for he is indeed a benevolent soul. Should any mishap befall the steed, what am I to do tomorrow when Prince Mebes has graciously invited me to the feast? A flicker of malice crossed Yannick's twinkling eyes. He has been persistently probing the limits of the 13 Titans. Meebes, that miserly old crow, surely harbors ulterior motives in showering Jack with such lavish gifts. As for Meebes' intentions, Yannick needed no further contemplation. It was evident he sought to liberate himself entirely from the guild's influence. With a silent scoff in his heart, Yannick donned a congenial smile, assuring him, "Do not worry. Meebes is a prince of gentle disposition, and your steed will undoubtedly encounter no issues. Trust me. Furthermore, we have prepared an abundance of gifts for the Father of Dragons, which we hope will be to your liking." Upon finishing, Yannick clapped his hands, and the slaves approached, bearing several chests of treasures. "These are merely tokens of our meeting. There is no need for refusal, just a small gesture of goodwill." Chapter 19. The birth of the storm. Jack commanded 4 Unsullied to return to the Sea Emperor, laden with treasures, while he led the remaining 6 into the banquet. He had brought only 10 Unsullied, out of the 80 that were present in Quarth, with the others stationed near the estate. Upon arriving at the heart of the banquet, Yannick formally introduced Jack to the other merchants. "This is the Father of Dragons, Jack Poseidon, whose Sea Emperor measures a staggering 70 meters in length." The crowd erupted in applause, a stark contrast to Daenerys' plight. Both the dragon in Jack's embrace, Caraxio, and the Sea Emperor commanded genuine respect from the merchants. For the tonnage of a merchant vessel symbolized power, and power inspired reverence. Jack's gaze fell upon Daenerys not far away, standing at 165 centimeters. With silvery hair and violet eyes, her features exquisite, far surpassing those of the actress from the television series. Yet, Jack mused that long hair, cascading down to her waist, was more beautiful. Presently, Daenerys' hair barely brushed her neck, a testament to the fierce flames that had consumed it. The banquet commenced in earnest, with merchants engaging in lively conversation. Jack made his way promptly to Daenerys' side, from a timid and fearful exiled princess to the unburnt, the mother of dragons, and the Khaleesi of the great grass sea. Jack was eager to converse with Daenerys. "Hello, how should I address you? Mother of Dragons? That title is as foolish as Father of Dragons." Daenerys furrowed her brow, a hint of displeasure in her voice. "I am Daenerys Targaryen, and I do not consider the titles of Mother of Dragons or Father of Dragons to be foolish. We both possess true dragon blood. We are the parents of dragons." Daenerys was taken aback by Jack's disdain for the title of Father of Dragons. As a descendant of House Targaryen, should she not take pride in her lineage? Even as a bastard of Blackfire? Jack picked up a glass of wine from a servant's tray, took a sip, and remarked, "I am first and foremost Jack Poseidon, then a Blackfire heir, and lastly, a Father of Dragons. To be candid, I detest the title of Father of Dragons. It gives me the impression that possessing a dragon is my honor. I should not feel pride because of Caraxio. Rather, Caraxio should take pride in having me as a father." Just as Daenerys was about to retort, Jack released Caraxio, allowing it to feast freely upon the table. "Why is your dragon confined to a cage?" Jack interrupted Daenerys' anticipated response. Daenerys glanced at the caged trio of Drogon, and after a moment, she replied, "True dragons are powerful and confident. As their parents, we have the duty to ensure that they do not harm the innocent." Jack nodded in agreement, acknowledging her words. "You are correct. We must control true dragons to prevent them from harming the innocent. So, are your children disobedient?" Within the cage, Drogon fixed a fierce gaze upon Caraxio, illustrating that dragons could thrive both in solitude and in companionship. In the presence of one another, dragons exhibit a social structure akin to that of ordinary beasts, characterized by a distinct hierarchy. Only one dragon can reign supreme, known as the head dragon or dragon king. This position is not necessarily held by the eldest, but unequivocally by the strongest. Consequently, conflicts among individual dragons are commonplace, particularly among young dragons of equal age and formidable talents, such as Drogon and Corrix. Yet Corrix, being a gluttonous creature, pays no heed to Drogon's fierce displays. Daenerys cautioned, "It would be wise to secure your dragon, as the crowd here is considerable. Any injury to a person could result in complications." She understood that if Corrix were to harm one of the noble merchants present, it could jeopardize her plans for securing a ship. Dragons are dragons, and humans are humans, One cannot genuinely regard a dragon as one's child. And even if they were one's offspring, proper discipline is essential, is it not? Corax, come here, Jack called directly. Upon hearing Jack's command, Corax ceased its feeding frenzy and flapped its wings to approach him. This spectacle astonished not only the surrounding merchants, but also Daenerys, the mother of dragons. It was noteworthy that Drogon and his siblings did not exhibit such obedience. Even when the three dragons vied for food, she was powerless to intervene. The merchants began to murmur among themselves, observing that Jack's dragon appeared more docile, while Daenerys' dragon seemed to require confinement. Indeed, even within its cage, it was restless. Jack moved to open the cage that held Drogon, who immediately burst forth and landed before Corax. Drogon regarded Corax warily, emitting low growls, a response mirrored by Corax, whose growls were punctuated by flickers of crimson flames between its teeth. Silence! Jack commanded once more. Corax glanced at Jack, then ceased its growling, though it remained vigilant, fixating on Drogon. See? Dragons are perilous creatures. If not trained properly, they can become a source of considerable trouble during their adolescent years. At that moment, Daenerys, in disbelief, attempted to quiet Drogon, but he remained unresponsive, continuing to assert his dominance over Corax. Feeling it was time to escalate, Jack shouted, "Dracarys!" Prompted by the command, Corax unleashed a torrent of scarlet flames, while Drogon instinctively responded with a jet of black fire. The contrasting hues of their flames collided and dissipated, prompting Corax to advance, and Drogon met the challenge with equal fervor. The two young dragons, nearly equal in age and size, exhibited different physiques. Corax was more lithe, while Drogon appeared stockier. Their fierce skirmish quickly captivated the onlookers, who found the spectacle far more riveting than the combats in the slave pits. The monotony of human versus beast, or human versus human battles had dulled their senses. But witnessing a clash between young dragons was a rare opportunity, one that could be recounted for decades. No, stop. Drogon, cease at once. Daenerys cried urgently to Jack, her eyes pleading for intervention. Make them stop. Jack nonchalantly remarked that the juvenile dragon's lethality was limited, lacking the capacity to completely vanquish its opponent. For them, conflicts among kindred were quite commonplace, so there was no need for concern. When a group of beasts encounters one another, they must engage in combat to establish and test their standings. As long as we assist them in maintaining a balance and instill a sense of fear that prevents them from rebelling against us, all will be well. How cruel! Observing the anxious expression on Dany's face, Jack felt a sense of exasperation, though he could empathize with her predicament. While both the saintly and the hypocritical saint can cause harm to themselves and others, the latter is particularly repugnant, whereas the former sometimes possesses the capacity to save others. At this moment, Dany had not yet encountered much. Having just overcome her own timidity and introversion, she had yet to learn the art of relinquishing unnecessary kindness. As for Drogon, true to his reputation as the reincarnation of the Black Death, although the initial confrontation seemed evenly matched, it was evident that Corax's stamina was beginning to wane. Despite Corax's fierce determination to continue the fight, Jack understood that ultimately, Corax would not emerge victorious. Corax returned. To prevent undermining Corax's confidence, Jack promptly commanded him to retreat before facing defeat. Upon receiving the order, Corax unleashed a torrent of crimson dragon fire, forcing Drogon back, and then swiftly flew into Jack's embrace. Nevertheless, Drogon remained relentless, charging fiercely toward Jack's direction. Chapter 20. Borrowing a ship in a moment of imminent peril. Jack abruptly drew a half-meter-long wooden ruler from his waist and struck it against Zhaoging's head. With a resounding crack, Zhaoging collapsed to the ground. The young dragon was still too fragile. He lifted the unconscious Zhaoging and tossed him back into the cage, reassured that he would soon regain consciousness. Dany, observing Zhaoging's vigorous breathing, finally relaxed. However, Yora spoke up at that moment. Khaleesi, your young dragon should be fine, but I advise you to keep your distance from this man. He gives me a very violent impression. Jack turned his gaze towards this character, reminiscent of the various figures from the Game of Thrones: boiling sheep, two-faced turtle, black little tiger, Tom. Yet, Jack preferred to refer to Yura as the pure love warrior. Jack held great respect for the pure love warrior. Although he inherited the ambitions of Wei Wu, it did not diminish his admiration for Yura. That said, it was indeed unfortunate for Yura, who, in the end, never won Daenerys' heart, remaining merely her loyal knight. Even later, Dario proved to be superior to Yura Mormont. "Hello, Big Bear," Jack remarked. A look of confusion crossed Yura's face. "Do you know me?" "Of course. Your father became a night's watchman to secure your inheritance. Yet you squandered the family fortune for a woman, ultimately turning to slave trading, which led to your death sentence from Eddard Stark. But you evaded punishment, refusing to take up the Night's Watch, escaping to Essos." Daenerys widened her eyes slightly, taken aback by this revelation about Yura, who seemed far removed from Jack's portrayal. At that moment, Yura Mormont felt a surge of anxiety. Jack's words made him realize that Jack might indeed be someone from Westeros. He was now incredibly tense, uncertain whether Jack was aware of his previous surveillance of Daenerys on behalf of the Iron Throne. Patting Yura on the shoulder, Jack remarked, "Your cousin is far superior to you. You resemble an oversized child lost in love, first violating the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, then shirking your responsibilities and fleeing to Essos, ultimately spying on Dany for the Iron Throne in hopes of wealth. It is truly lamentable. However, rest assured, I shall never disclose these matters to Dany." Jack's voice was unrestrained, even slightly elevated, capturing the attention of the surrounding nobles, eager for the unfolding drama. He then turned to the bewildered Daenerys. "What are you looking at? Do not even think that I would reveal Yura Mormont's identity as a spy for the Iron Throne to you." At that moment, it was Yura Mormont who first regained his composure, immediately addressing Daenerys. "Khaleesi, I am loyal to you. I am not an informant for the Iron Throne. I love you." At that juncture, the Warlock's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Eliminating Yura Mormont would make seizing the dragon all the more effortless. Rising, the Warlock spoke, "Mother of Dragons. The Father of Dragons hails from Westeros. Perhaps you should seriously consider the words of the Father of Dragons, for your own safety. If your concern for Daenerys' safety is genuine, you should not place your trust in the words of this merchant." Yura glared at Jack, his fury masking a deep-seated insecurity. "If you seek to capture Daenerys' attention through such means, there is no need for such theatrics. Instead, demonstrate your prowess in a fair confrontation." It must be noted that Yura possesses a modicum of intellect, cleverly diverting the conversation with such a strategic maneuver. At that moment, Daenerys regained her composure, inquiring, "You hail from Westeros?" She was eager to learn of the current state of the Seven Kingdoms. "When I departed, approximately 6 months ago, Lord Eddard Stark of the North was en route to King's Landing to serve as Hand of the King." Daenerys felt a weight in her heart. The Stark and Baratheon families had forged a tighter bond, compelling her to devise a plan to bolster her own strength. As for whether Yura was indeed a spy for the Iron Throne, Daenerys remained uncertain, yet she recognized that he was among her few reliable allies. In a rare moment of wisdom, she turned to Yura with resolute conviction, stating, "I trust you. There is no need for such actions. And Jack Poseidon is merely a merchant. He will not engage you in a duel." Yura was profoundly touched by her words. The trust of his goddess was sweeter than anything for a devoted follower like him. However, the seed of doubt had already been sown. The eyes of the public are astute, and only a sycophant would believe that their goddess would place unfaltering trust in them. The atmosphere of the banquet grew lively once more, with Jack naturally becoming the focal point, delighting the onlookers. Many merchants envied the compliant dragon perched at the table, for who would not desire such an obedient creature? They incessantly lavished praise upon Jack, convinced that he was destined to ascend to greatness. This dragon father commanded a formidable fleet and possessed a loyal dragon, far surpassing the uncertain prospects of the dragon mother. The only lamentation was that the dragon father lacked the vendetta that characterized the dragon mother. Otherwise, they would readily support his dominion over Westeros. As time passed, the banquet ultimately drew to a close, and Jack bid farewell to the dazed merchants he had so expertly beguiled. Daenerys, however, lingered seeking out Yannick, hoping that the 13 would each sponsor her with 10 ships, promising substantial rewards once she seized the Iron Throne. Yet Yannick displayed little interest. For them, Investing in the Dragon Mother was not a prudent choice. Daenerys was merely a 14-year-old girl, devoid of an army, talent, territory, or allies in Westeros. The 13 possessed thousands of ships, and allocating 130 vessels to Daenerys was no trivial matter. Moreover, she lacked not only ships, but also resources beyond her dragon. And the lengthy investment horizon left the 13 skeptical of any potential returns. Of course, this was but one faction's perspective. Zerazon Daxos held differing views. Previously, he had invested in a venture aiming to seize the spice market from Yannick, only to be outmaneuvered and suffer a covert setback, now grappling with cash flow challenges. Thus, he conspired with the Warlock to devise an exceedingly audacious plan to eliminate the other lords. The Warlock imprisoned Daenerys and her dragon, while he aspired to become the supreme ruler of Qarth. Initially, Qarth was a monarchy, which later transitioned into a dominion governed by the princes of Qarth, resembling more of a parliamentary system. It was during this tumultuous power struggle that the merchants of Qarth began to rise. After Yannick had humiliated Daenerys thoroughly, and she found herself in a state of despair, Zero approached her side, offering gentle comfort. I regret to say that although I am one of the 13, their vision is indeed troubling. I perceive you as a promising investment. You are young and possess dragons. Given time, you will undoubtedly become the ruler of Westeros. Daenerys' face lit up with surprise, and with a hint of excitement, she inquired, "Are you willing to assist me in reclaiming the Iron Throne?" Zero's expression shifted to one of appropriate hesitation. "I have every confidence that you can ascend to the Iron Throne. However, your dragons require time to mature, and both armies and ships are insatiable voids. Although I possess a treasure trove sufficient to facilitate such endeavors, it represents a lifetime of my accumulated wealth, and I cannot afford to gamble unless... Unless what?" Daenerys suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "For me, I can finance you, but we must become family. You must marry me, thus safeguarding both my fortune and my influence." Daenerys inhaled deeply, replying, "I'd apologize, but I need time to consider. My husband has only just passed. Of course, there is no rush. I shall continue to host you and your kin," Zero replied patiently, suggesting that it would be prudent to delay further until the Warlock had eliminated the remaining lords, which would provide the most opportune moment. Chapter 21. A windfall the following day. Jack returned to the Sea Emperor with his crew and announced that anyone wishing to pay him a visit could do so aboard the Sea Emperor, which had now become his floating palace. Consequently, over the next week, a multitude of merchants flocked to the Sea Emperor to seek an audience with Jack. The opulence of the ship's interior led them to vastly overestimate Jack's wealth, as the Sea Emperor lacked cargo holds and resembled a mobile castle. Furthermore, the ship's thin hull provided little defense against pirates, which made the presence of hundreds of unblemished souls on board seem entirely reasonable. Unbeknownst to them, the Sea Emperor typically hosted far fewer guests. Due to the nature of their plundering, Jack commanded a fleet of over 100 ships, and ordinarily, only servants and a handful of unblemished souls occupied the vessel. Throughout that week, Jack amassed over 50,000 gold coins, though the bulk of his earnings consisted of various gemstones and rare treasures. Some even presented him with a crown adorned with a crimson dragon carved from rubies. In gratitude, Jack allowed the noblewoman who gifted it to embrace Corix for a brief moment. Jack had not anticipated the merchants' strong desire for competition and vanity. From that point onward, countless merchants began to offer exquisite treasures simply to gain a moment with Corix, eager to avoid being outshone by those who had already enjoyed such an experience. This is the advantage of having a well-behaved dragon. It knows how to contribute to the family's wealth at such a young age. Earning money is hardly something to be ashamed of. On this particular day, Meebys approached Jack once more, and the two engaged in their customary banter over drinks. However, as they neared the end of their revelry, Meebys suddenly inquired, "Jack, what are your thoughts on the 13 magnates?" A glimmer of insight sparked in Jack's eyes, recognizing Meebys' growing impatience. Thus, Jack feigned ignorance and replied, "A group of competent merchants, shrewd yet hypocritical, though undeniably generous." Upon hearing Jack's assessment, Meebys felt a weight in his heart. Evidently, The 13 magnates had lavished Jack with numerous gifts recently. Nevertheless, he resolved to take a chance. For continuing in this manner would ultimately lead to ruin. Perhaps he could secure Jack's assistance for a desperate counterattack. Jack, are we friends? Jack inwardly scoffed. To consider you a friend would indeed be folly. Of course, we are undoubtedly good friends. Is that not apparent? Mebes then divulged the situation regarding the Quarrel's royal family, along with his own intentions. Jack's face portrayed shock and reluctance as he replied, I am truly sorry. While we are friends, I must also consider the welfare of my own crew. I have 200 unblemished souls and a multitude of sailors relying on me for sustenance. I cannot take such a risk. I sincerely apologize. Upon learning that Jack commanded 200 unblemished souls, Mebes was filled with elation. Jack, I have thousands of regular troops at my disposal. Together with your 200 unblemished souls, we would have a 70% chance of obliterating the Quarrel's Merchant Association. Their market would then fall into your hands. Why not take a gamble? Is that not what merchants relish most? Jack's face reflected uncertainty, but after a moment's contemplation, he allowed an appropriate expression of greed to surface. Well, we must meticulously strategize. The warlocks are evidently intrigued by Daenerys's dragons. I sense that discord may arise within the Council of 13, and perhaps we should bide our time, even if we do not ultimately benefit from the situation. Initiating a war later would not be untimely. Upon hearing this, Mebes felt a surge of joy. He was unaware of these developments, as the council had been closely monitoring his movements. However, now that he had allied with Jack, not only did he gain the support of over 1,000 Unsullied, but he also received such crucial intelligence. The advantage lies with me. As Mebes departed, Jack resumed entertaining other merchants, offering merely some libations and urging Karakshu to be astute, thus reaping gifts worth thousands of gold coins. As for those who arrived empty-handed, hoping for a free ride, Jack, the captain, was simply too preoccupied to meet them. Conversely, visitors to Daenerys were scarce, many bringing only a few dozen gold coins as a token of introduction. This was largely due to their reluctance to be mocked by their peers for not having encountered dragon. Daenerys's dragons were considerably more volatile. Often, mere proximity to a stranger would provoke an attack. As night fell and the last batch of visitors departed, a man claiming to be an envoy of the council approached Jack. Jack soon summoned this envoy, recalling having seen him in the company of Yannick before. Upon meeting, Morris inquired, I have noticed that Prince Mebes has been visiting you frequently. May I ask what discussions you have had? Jack, with a smile, scrutinized Morris. Setting aside the man's haughty demeanor, his timing clearly indicated a lack of respect. This individual, being close to Yannick, carried the essence of Yannick's intentions. It was evident that Mebes' recent interactions had drawn Yannick's attention, prompting a subtle warning to Jack not to associate too closely with Mebes. Did you bring a gift for my visit? I have made time to meet with you, and if you have come empty-handed, my son might be displeased, Jack remarked. At that moment, Karakshu, coiled at Jack's feet, rose and spread his wings, unleashing a stream of crimson dragon fire towards Morris. However, the distance was too great, and Karakshu's current abilities fell short of reaching Morris, though it startled him nonetheless. Morris, taken aback by Jack's audacity to command his dragon to attack, prepared to respond, only to hear Jack express, I apologize. Karakshu has consumed quite a bit of fire pepper and is a tad irritable. Morris, witnessing Jack's apology, felt reluctant to pursue the matter further and could only respond with visible displeasure. It seems you are not as adept at controlling your dragon as the legend suggests. Furthermore, my time is limited. Yannick wishes to know what you discussed with Prince Mebes. Jack smiled, saying, Kaido, sever his right hand and left ear. What? Morris was momentarily stunned. Wait. I am an envoy of Yannick. You cannot do this. Such an act would be a slap in Yannick's face and would surely incite his wrath. Oh, how terrifying. Will that bloated white pig unleash its fury and turn its sty into chaos? I have changed my mind, Kaido. Let us turn him into a human pig roast to send to Yannick. Additionally, dispatch someone to inform the other innocents to gather at the port of course. Ignoring Morris's fearful wails, Jack beamed as he watched Korik roast Maurice. Newgate wore a satisfied smile. This was the mark of a true pirate king. Unwavering mercy would only embolden both subordinates and foes alike. Chapter 22. The Stolen Young Dragon and Daenerys' Despair Soon. Fueled by the machinations of those with ill intent, the tale of Jack roasting Yannick's messenger like a pig began to circulate throughout Corus. In a fit of rage, Yannick convened an internal meeting of the 13 lords, proposing that they seize Jack's ship, the Sea Emperor, and expel him from Corus. Unfortunately, his suggestions met with silence. Zero interjected directly, stating, "I must apologize, but provoking Jack is a consequence of your own actions. Mr. Jack is amiable and does not kill without cause, particularly not your messenger, Maurice, who has always looked down on others." Zero relished the moment. Maurice, who was said to be Yannick's relative and had mocked him during his decline, was receiving his comeuppance. However, Yannick found Zero's words disconcerting. "I am the chief of the 13 lords," he asserted, "and to strike me is to strike the entire council. Do you understand?" "No, Yannick. You do not currently represent the 13 lords." The usually silent warlock suddenly spoke up. Yannick's expression turned incredulous. He could not fathom what had possessed these two. The other lords looked at the warlock in confusion, as they sought merely to avoid offending Jack, while Zero and the warlock appeared to be directly opposing Yannick. Particularly Zero, who was on the verge of being ousted from the council, yet was not seeking Yannick's favor. Was this madness? They were unaware that Zero had devised a plan far more audacious than they could imagine. At that moment, Daenerys burst into the room, exclaiming, "Someone has stolen my children. I need your help to retrieve them." Her entrance and fervent cries left Yannick further bewildered, already perplexed by the warlock's remarks. "What madness is this? We have not taken your children, nor do we owe you assistance in finding them," he retorted. "I have tolerated you for long enough. You are an arrogant, insolent girl, without an army, without wealth, without ships. You possess merely those 3 undeveloped beasts, and your deluded sense of superiority as a Targaryen. Your dynasty has fallen. Do you still consider yourself a princess? Your pretentious demeanor is truly nauseating. The people of Corus are 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 times more noble than you." This tirade left Daenerys trembling with rage, tears streaming down her face. Upon returning from her stroll, she discovered that her few loyal blood riders had been slain, and her dragons were missing. Now, seeking accountability from the 13 lords, she found herself subjected to Yannick's humiliation, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. Her 3 dragons were her sole hope, and now she felt as though she had lost even that. "Please," she pleaded, "they have abandoned me. They will perish." In that moment, Daenerys set aside her pride and all remnants of dignity, begging the 13 lords for assistance. Yannick dismissed her entreaty, asserting that is for the best. Dragons should not exist in this world. They only bring suffering and war. In his words, the noble dragons were reduced to mere instruments of chaos. "The true dragons will not perish," he added. The warlock bore an enigmatic smile upon his face, declaring, "It is I who have taken your children, but fret not. For the new king of Quarrels shall ensure that the mother of dragons cares for her offspring. The dragons shall not perish." This revelation left everyone, save for Zero, utterly bewildered, for Quarrels had no king. Zero's lips curled into a grin as he slowly approached Daenerys, exclaiming, "Now we do." He had not anticipated that Yannick would convene a council of the great houses, effortlessly gathering the 13 into one assembly, a serendipitous opportunity indeed. Without hesitation, Zero boldly proclaimed his ambitions before the assembly, while the warlock stood beside him, asserting that the mother of dragons and her progeny would spend their days in the Hall of Immortality. Yet, this audacious move provoked Yannick's merciless laughter. "A forlorn upstart. A charlatan. Ha! It has been ages since I heard such a delightful jest." However, the warlock dispelled the notion of being a mere swindler by showcasing undeniable evidence. Since the appearance of the Red Comet, although he could not reach the divine, he had successfully wielded numerous arcane arts. As if summoned, multiple manifestations of the warlock materialized within the chamber. His smile widened as he confessed, "Indeed, prior to the advent of the Red Comet, I was but a charlatan." The moment his words faded, the other great houses fell victim to his manifestations, each meeting their demise in swift succession, leaving Daenerys in stunned disbelief. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Daenerys attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by one of the warlock's manifestations. I have foretold that the mother of dragons shall reunite with her children. A sword suddenly pierced the chest of the warlock's avatar, yet no blood flowed. It was merely a projection. Yora arrived just in time, urging Daenerys to escape, for the witch spoke the truth. Those who had stolen the dragonlings were indeed close at hand. In a final, chilling declaration, another manifestation of the warlock proclaimed, "If you wish to save your children, seek me in the Hall of Immortality. I shall await your arrival." Daenerys cast one last glance at the warlock's projection before following Yora, with the last of the Bloodsworn trailing closely behind them. Meanwhile, news of the great house's demise spread rapidly, inciting chaos among the soldiers and enslaved men, as ambitious merchants turned on one another in a frenzy. Seizing the opportunity, Xero rallied all his enslaved soldiers, preparing to strike when the moment was ripe. He had previously sold his massive ship to assemble a cadre of elite enslaved warriors. Concurrently, Mebes learned of the great house's downfall and immediately began to summon his army, dispatching messengers to inform Jack. For Mebes, the time was not yet ripe for action. Should he advance now, he would face the wrath of all the merchants. He intended to wait for Jack to lead the Unsullied into the inner walls, so they could collectively eradicate the merchants, thus claiming the majority of the trading houses for themselves. Whether Jack would ascend to become the next of the 13 houses mattered little to Mebes. He held no belief in Jack's inherent worthiness. Yet he recognized that Jack would undoubtedly reap significant rewards. Everything was unfolding according to Mebes's meticulously crafted plans, and he trembled with excitement at the impending moment when the royal family of Quarrels would be liberated from its constraints. Meanwhile, aboard the Sea Emperor, Jack had also received word of the events and promptly summoned all his soldiers, a total of 1,500 individuals, among whom 300 were sailors personally selected by Jack, who could not allow the innocents to dominate. With the intervention of Mebes, Jack's army entered the inner city unhindered, reaching the very heart of Course. A smile of uncontainable delight spread across Jack's face. They had finally breached the gates. Without the protection of walls, the entirety of Course lay vulnerable, akin to fish upon a chopping block. The innocents' only potential weakness lay in their siege capabilities. Once the walls of Course ceased to be an obstacle, the innocents would become an undeniably elite and invincible force. The three factions, each with their own ulterior motives, awaited the final moment of reckoning. Chapter 23. The pillaged Jack, accompanied by 1,000 innocents, set forth to rendezvous with Mebes, while the remaining 200 innocents and 300 sea guards commenced their plundering of the carts within the city. As time elapsed, this turmoil persisted for 3 days until the moment was ripe for the 5,000 enslaved soldiers under Xero to spring into action. Clad in leather armor and wielding long spears, they were equipped to a standard that rivaled the elite forces of the Quarters, far surpassing the slave soldiers of other merchants. These preparations were a strategic maneuver by Xero to annihilate the Quarters royal family. At the moment Xero sought to eliminate his adversaries, the royal forces of Quarters also engaged, declaring that the 13 magnates had instigated a rebellion and commenced war. The two factions clashed fiercely in the heart of Quarters City. Yet Xero's enslaved soldiers held a numerical advantage. Many opportunistic merchants commanded their own enslaved forces to join the fray against the royal army. Observing the scales of victory tipping in his favor, Xero's corpulent visage twisted with avarice. The Quarters would soon be his. The shrill cry of a young dragon pierced the air as Corallax swept across the sky, unleashing a crimson torrent of dragon fire. The flames ignited several enslaved soldiers before the dragon swiftly retreated, primarily serving to bolster morale rather than engage in direct combat. Mebes' face illuminated with surprise. Jack had finally launched his assault. Should he delay any longer, his forces would surely falter. In ancient times, when a military suffered losses exceeding 30%, the risk of rout became palpable. The more elite the troops, the lower the probability of collapse. Some could fight to the last man. However, it was evident that Mebes' forces did not belong to the elite. Jack, seizing the opportune moment as the Quarters forces teetered on the brink of defeat, unleashed Corallax to invigorate morale while simultaneously directing his innocence to flank Zero's troops. The Corps' soldiers managed to hold their ground momentarily. However, with the arrival of the innocents, Zero's enslaved army swiftly disintegrated. Being mere slaves, none were inclined to remain and fight to the death. Witnessing this turn of events, Zero's eyes widened in disbelief. He had prepared for this moment for far too long, only to see his aspirations crumble at the critical juncture. "Stop! Do not flee, you wretched slaves! Return to battle at once!" He bellowed, but his commands fell on deaf ears. The terror of death had eclipsed their fear of their master. Realizing his imminent defeat, Zero could only flee with the tide of retreating soldiers, suppressing his bitterness. After all, survival was paramount, for as long as he lived. There remained a chance to regroup and retaliate. Jack accepted the bow and arrows handed to him by his subordinate. The icy arrowhead aimed squarely at Zero's ample midsection. As he released his grip, the arrow whistled through the air, striking Zero squarely in the rear. A look of frustration crossed Jack's face. "Damn it. This bow is indeed difficult to master. Captain, your progress has been remarkable. I am confident you shall soon become a master archer," his subordinate encouraged. "Thank you for your kind words." Jack returned the bow to his comrade and strode toward Zero, who writhed in agony upon the ground. The rasping sound of blades scraping against the stone instilled such terror in Zero that he dared not look back, instead scrambling desperately forward. "Please, I implore you, do not take my life," Zero pleaded incessantly. At that moment, a fleeing slave soldier inadvertently stepped on Zero's hand, the excruciating pain causing him to cease his crawling and instead writhe in place, crying out in agony. Soon, Jack arrived before Zero, gripping his face as he glanced towards Mebes, who was orchestrating the assault on the slave soldiers. "Look at him. Prince Kors himself commands the battle, urging his men to fight valiantly, while you, like a wretched creature, beg for my mercy. This is the chasm that separates us. However, you all have made a grave mistake. Lacking both force and strategic acumen, you should never have stepped onto the battlefield. He is clearly overzealous, and thus, like you, he shall meet his demise." As Jack's words hung in the air, a slave, already bribed, loosed an arrow that pierced Mebes' chest. Mebes' eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the arrow that had transgressed his body, his unfulfilled ambitions dissipating into mere vapor. Zero gazed at Jack with wide eyes, realizing that this man was not merely a merchant, but rather a cunning strategist, manipulating everyone like pieces on a chessboard. A tsunami of realization flooded Zero's mind as Jack promptly rallied the purists to withdraw from the conflict, subsequently leading them directly towards the headquarters of the 13 Titans Merchant Guild. Along the way, any transport vehicles in sight were seized. Jack had awaited this day for far too long, and masquerading as a respectable merchant had proven to be quite exhausting. At that moment, another 500 men had already occupied the 13 Titans warehouse, slaughtering numerous slaves and free men who sought to profit amidst the chaos. Upon Jack's arrival, Zord reported the situation swiftly. As one of the few literate and numerate individuals among the Sea Guardians, he was fortunate to have risen to the position of leader. "My lord, the 13 Titans warehouse contains little cash, but is replete with valuable treasures and goods. Let us first transport the most valuable items. We shall not bother with the goods, for without proper channels, they would take too long to process." "Understood." Following the command, he immediately directed the retrieval of the most precious artifacts, followed by gems and gold. With Mebes' demise, the Corse royal family embarked on a bloody contest for the princely title. The Corse royal family functioned akin to a parliament, with the princely title akin to that of a speaker. Now that the Corse Merchant Guild faced a reshuffle, the reinstatement of monarchy was not an impossible outcome, potentially leading to a true king of Corse. The entire realm plunged into turmoil as the once thriving city was suddenly engulfed in flames and cries of despair. A considerable amount of wealth was transported onto the Atlantean supply ships under the protection of the purists. The chaos persisted for a day and a night, and on the following day, Jack awoke in the warehouse, having remained there to oversee operations instead of returning to the Sea Emperor. "My lord, you are awake." We are nearing the completion of our task, with an estimated total of 300,000 gold coins. Regrettably, the goods we have are cumbersome to transport. Otherwise, our haul could have been several times greater. Zorg's tone was laced with regret, for the majority of the 13 Titans warehouse was filled with unprocessed spices and wines. Therefore, to have amassed 300,000 in wealth was no small feat, as they were merchants, with most of their assets tied up in goods. At that moment, the Eternal Temple was suddenly engulfed in flames. Witnessing this spectacle, Jack realized that Daenerys had reclaimed her dragon offspring for the Son of Destiny. Such minor tribulations were inconsequential to Daenerys. Refocusing his thoughts, as the last chest of treasure was loaded onto the cart, Jack followed the main force back to the Sea Emperor. This venture proved immensely profitable. It is no wonder that war and plunder are regarded as the swiftest paths to wealth, as they had amassed 300,000 gold coins. Upon returning to the Sea Emperor, Jack embarked once more on his journey back to Astapor, simultaneously abducting a number of sailors to facilitate his commandeering of 50 large vessels at the dock. The fleet of Atlantis had reached a total of 170 ships. Yet with the newly captured sailors, they numbered barely 2,000, a mere 10 individuals per ship on average. Consequently, Jack planned to procure another batch of Unsullied, along with some ship slaves. Healthy slaves, with minimal training, could easily qualify as competent sailors. As for the fate of Quentin, that was beyond his concern. He merely hoped that when he returned to collect protection fees, Quentin would still be thriving. Chapter 24. Colonial Plans. Overseas provinces upon escaping from the Temple of the Immortal. Daenerys found the city of Qarth in a state of utter chaos. Heeding Yora's advice, she plundered the palace of Xaro, seizing all valuables. Subsequently, she commandeered a medium-sized ship of 13 oars at the docks, setting sail towards Astapor, renowned for its world-famous unsullied infantry. Having endured numerous betrayals and deceptions, Daenerys' resolve to reclaim the Iron Throne was further fortified. The sensation of being at the mercy of others was utterly abhorrent. 3 months slipped by in an instant as Daenerys stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant horizon. Drogon surged from the depths of the water, flinging a fish into the air before roasting it with dragon fire. The perfectly charred catch landing squarely in his mouth. At this point, Drogon had grown to over a meter in length, while Viserion and Regal remained smaller, not yet reaching a meter. The disparity among the dragons was becoming increasingly evident. Although dragons grow continuously, significant differences in size can manifest even among those of the same age. The pinnacle of a dragon's lifespan is between 60 and 180 years. Beyond that, they transition into elder dragons, larger in size but diminishing in stamina and speed. How long until we reach Astapor? Daenerys inquired of Yora. After a moment of contemplation, Yora replied, approximately 3 to 4 months. If fortune is not on our side, it may extend beyond 4 months. With favorable winds, we could arrive in less than 3. How many Unsullied could 500 golden dragons procure? Yora shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but Unsullied are exceedingly costly. A common slave might be acquired for 2 or 3 silver coins, while Unsullied could be priced at tenfold that amount. Daenerys felt a sense of disillusionment upon hearing Yora's estimation. Xaro, the rotund deceiver, had indeed misled her. The entire plunder yielded a mere 500 golden dragons. Thankfully, she had not consented to a marriage with him. Sensing Daenerys' uncertainty, Yora offered consolation. Perhaps we could purchase ordinary slaves. With some training, they could serve as decent soldiers. But they would lack the elite edge. The nobility of Westeros possesses knights clad in full iron armor. With such a meager force, our efforts would be futile, especially without funds for weapons and armor. Yora fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Daenerys' words. Even if they procured and trained common slaves, lacking the means to equip them rendered the endeavor futile. At least Unsullied came with their own gear. At that moment, a Dothraki approached, exclaiming, Khaleesi, a vast fleet has been sighted ahead. Daenerys hurried to the bow, soon spotting the formidable armada before her. The moment she recognized the banner, her heart raced. The blue sea monster emblazoned upon it was unmistakable. It was the fleet of Yora's ally, Jack. Indeed, he commanded a powerful fleet, with an estimated 200 ships. Gaining his allegiance would simplify her campaign to retake Westeros significantly. Yora's heart sank at this revelation. If Jack were to pledge his loyalty to Daenerys, what future would await him? Carlixi, Jack is an exceedingly perilous individual. To speak plainly, the likelihood of him aligning with you is non-existent. I merely mention this in passing. For the royal family, of course, once sought to win him over, as did the 13 lords. Yet one remains embroiled in internal strife, while the other has met its demise. What noble character could he possibly possess? Daenerys is no longer the innocent girl she once was. She perceives clearly that Jack is an exceedingly cunning merchant. In truth, he may not even be a merchant, but rather a pirate or marauder. For how many businessmen would have a fleet accompanied by over 1,000 unsullied? Slow down, maintain distance from the fleet ahead, Daenerys commanded, recognizing the necessity of keeping her distance from Jack's vessels. After all, in the vast ocean, should he entertain any ill intentions, she might find herself imprisoned by Jack, reduced to a mere vessel for reproduction, while her 3 young dragons would serve to augment his forces with 3 dragon riders. This is not born of malice on Daenerys' part, but rather a reflection of her current tendency to anticipate the worst in every situation. Meanwhile, aboard the Sea Emperor, Jack was reveling in the sultry dance of Ellie and Yag. The sisters, having originated as bed slaves, naturally indulged in teasing and alluring movements. Jack remained blissfully unaware of Daenerys' suspicions. Even if he were to discern her thoughts, he would remain indifferent, whether she sought to court his favor or regarded him with wariness. Were Jack devoid of any advantages, or if his advantages were insufficiently robust, he might consider aligning himself with Daenerys. However, at this juncture, he had no need to grovel before any character in this Game of Thrones. Let the music play on, and let the dance continue, Jack proclaimed as he savored the fruits offered by Witterel. As for the origin of the fruits, they were graciously bestowed upon him by the locals during his journey. Ellie, appearing fatigued, approached Jack and playfully implored, "Master, Yag and I are quite tired. May we rest for a moment?" "Feeling weary, are we? Then by all means, take a respite." "I shall take a stroll on the deck," Jack replied. Upon reaching the deck, he found it bustling with industrious sailors. Jack gazed out at the 12 colossal ships surrounding the Sea Emperor, alongside 200 vessels of various sizes, and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. These were the spoils of his arduous conquests. Previously, he had seized 300,000 gold dragons from Corus, of which he intended to allocate 200,000 to upgrade his fleet, transforming merchant ships into warships and transport vessels. The cost of directly purchasing warships or commandeering naval vessels would be significantly greater than that of converting merchant ships. The remaining funds would be used to acquire 3,000 unsullied and a contingent of skilled slaves, enabling Jack to establish a pirate stronghold on land. The location he chose was the Seychelles, an archipelago near the continent of Sothoros, rife with treacherous reefs, yet possessing a climate conducive to agriculture and development. While reefs pose a considerable threat to maritime navigation, they present little challenge for Jack. With Poseidon as his ally, he could easily chart a safe course. Thus, the reefs would not serve as a deadly peril, but rather as a natural barrier protecting the Seychelles. Were it not for the heart of the ocean, Jack would undoubtedly have opted for several coastal city-states, carving out his dominion and gradually conquering the interior. However, the emergence of the heart of the ocean compelled Jack to settle for less, choosing instead to claim a multitude of islands in the realm of the Game of Thrones as his territory. Yet, this cannot be deemed merely a retreat. It signifies a fresh beginning, albeit a cumbersome one that demands considerable time. Nevertheless, there are advantages to this course of action. With these islands as a base, Jack need not fear being choked by food shortages and can focus on advancing technology independently, provided he has the backing of a formidable navy. Both Westeros and Essos present themselves as excellent colonial prospects. For instance, had Jack possessed sufficient military strength at the time, even a mere 5,000 troops could have transformed Qarth into the Atlantis overseas province of Qarth in Essos. Alas, Jack commanded only a little over 1,000 men, the majority of whom were illiterate, rendering them ill-equipped to seize control. It would be wiser to gradually build strength and cultivate capable administrators before embarking on any colonial endeavors. Chapter 25. Return to Slaver's Bay. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the continent of Essos seemed to have no winter at all, with the weather remaining perpetually sweltering. Jack pondered whether it was only when the long night descended that Essos would experience winter. For the season, there merely brought a slight decrease in temperature, never dipping below freezing. In stark contrast, the north of Westeros was almost perpetually blanketed in snow. Once winter arrived, the north appeared enveloped in white, devoid of any other hue. The erratic weather of Westeros, lacking stable seasonal transitions, hindered the continent's development. The barren north occupied nearly half of the Seven Kingdoms territory, yet its population barely reached several 100,000, with an army barely mustering 30,000. The boast that northern warriors could take on 3 foes was mere bravado, had it not been for the brilliant strategies of a young wolf, Robb Stark. The North would have long since been driven back by House Lannister. "Captain," a voice broke through his reverie, "we should reach Slaver's Bay in about 3 days. Shall we head directly to Astapor, or first modify our fleet? We must go straight to Astapor. If we delay, we might miss the opportunity to acquire Unsullied. Daenerys has already arrived from Karth, and it is uncertain when all the Unsullied in Astapor might be liberated." As the sun rose and set, 3 days passed in a flash, and Jack found himself once again on the docks of Astapor. 13 colossal merchant vessels occupied the majority of the Karth docks, marking his return to Astapor after a year. Accompanied by 300 Unsullied, Jack entered the city bearing a wealth of rare treasures. He planned to announce his intention to purchase 3,000 Unsullied, inviting those with reasonable offers to consult with him. However, he soon reconsidered this plan and instructed Nugget to contact Hago Viziri, hoping to procure some bargain goods from the small slave master. After receiving his orders, Nugget, accompanied by a contingent of sea guards, made his way to Hago's residence, as recalled from his memory. Hago, a minor slave master, did not reside in opulence, but his abode was well appointed. When informed of Jack's envoy, Hago was elated, assuming they were there to negotiate the sale of his Unsullied. However, he was soon to realize that he had underestimated Jack. 2 bed slaves escorted Nugget into Hago's palace, which, rather than a grand palace, resembled a reception room designed for esteemed clients, a term used to lend it a touch of elegance. "It has been a while. I wonder why Mr. Jack did not come in person?" Hago inquired. Nugget, wise to the nuances of the situation, understood that Hago looked down upon his slave origins and was reproaching Jack for not visiting himself. With a knowing smile, Nugget replied, "Captain Jack is quite occupied, managing a fleet of 200 ships, 13 of which are colossal vessels. I am merely here out of nostalgia for the past." Hago was taken aback. He had not anticipated that in just over half a year, Jack's power would have expanded to such an extent. Although he remained somewhat skeptical of Nugget's words, Hago's demeanor shifted to one of respect. After all, if Newgate had not been boastful, then Jack's invitation for Newgate to meet him would indeed be a testament to their shared history. Newgate continued, stating that Captain Jack was prepared to purchase 3,000 virgins, and out of goodwill, the price would be 25 gold coins each. He added that both he and his friends could acquire as many as they desired, with an additional gold coin for every virgin sold thereafter. Hago's eyes instantly gleamed with delight. The notion of goodwill was merely a guise to procure virgins at a lower price. The major slave owners priced their virgins at 30 gold coins, while it was only the minor slave owners who would sell them cheaply. Nevertheless, he was more than willing to oblige, as merchants thrive on profit margins. After all, Hago, being a minor slave owner, had his own circle. If he orchestrated this matter astutely, he could earn an additional 1,000 or 2 gold coins. Hago promptly poured wine for Newgate, confirming, "So, Sir Jack's intention is to acquire as many as I have at 25 gold coins each, with an extra gold coin for each sold thereafter?" "Indeed, but only 3,000 will suffice. That should be about 1,800 virgins," Hago estimated. Newgate nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, I shall report to the captain. You may tally the virgins and bring them directly to the dock." "Certainly, and I appreciate your efforts." Upon concluding their conversation, Hago clapped his hands, prompting a slave to approach with a small box. Hago opened it to reveal a red gemstone ring and offered it to Newgate, saying, "This is a modest token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Deputy Newgate. Newgate chuckled softly, accepting the ring and replying, I shall take my leave now. Please ensure promptness, as the captain initially intended to purchase at 30 gold coins. I had to persuade him to allow me to inquire here. Thank you, thank you. Once Newgate departed, Hargo immediately summoned his fellow slave owners, announcing the prospect of a lucrative deal. By evening, Hargo's residence was bustling with 23 slave owners, each possessing virgins ranging from dozens to hundreds. After Hargo inquired and added his own 78 virgins, the total reached 2,196, exceeding his initial estimate by 400. Hargo, you summoned us in such haste merely to tally the virgins we possess? One asked. I thought you had obtained a new batch of high-quality bed slaves, another lamented. Feeling disappointed, Hargo raised his hand to calm the crowd, remarking, It seems business has been rather sluggish for everyone lately, given the accumulation of so many virgins. Indeed, there have indeed been many large-scale wars recently, and conflicts between city-states are rare. Currently, bed slaves and skilled slaves are the most marketable, Hargo chuckled, choosing not to prolong the suspense. I have a friend looking to acquire a batch of virgins, but the agreed quota is only 1,800, while we possess nearly 2,200. Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Each individual yearned to offload their merchandise, for these small slave masters lacked established sales channels. Should their unsullied remain unsold for an extended period, they would undoubtedly become a burden, as no one favored older slaves. Might you be able to confer with your friend regarding the purchase of her goods? A hint of discomfort graced Hargo's countenance as he replied, I can certainly make an attempt, but regarding the price. After a brief pause, he continued, My friend's budget is rather constrained. If you could reduce the price to 22 gold dragons, I could secure the deal. 22 gold dragons is too low. How about 23 gold dragons? Hargo, visibly troubled and lacking confidence, responded, I shall inquire tomorrow. If 23 gold dragons is agreeable, let us see if he can acquire the entire lot. Should that be the case, you may bring all unsullied to me for the transaction. The others expressed their gratitude, for the training costs of the unsullied were minimal, possibly not exceeding a single gold dragon. However, the time investment was considerable. Yet, should the unsullied be of an older age, they would find no buyers, as patrons prefer to spend a little more for younger unsullied from the larger slave masters. The prospect of someone willing to purchase their goods directly offered them a glimmer of hope, alleviating concerns about the impending off-season for unsullied sales. Chapter 26. Business without deceit. The following morning, Hargo arrived at the docks. Upon boarding the Sea Emperor, he was received by Newgate. Immediately, Hargo displayed an expression of great joy upon seeing Newgate. Captain, I bring splendid news. Newgate, somewhat taken aback, responded, Oh, has your wife given birth? What news could elicit such delight? We have gathered a total of 2,196 virgins, at 25 gold dragons each. What do you think? 2,200? Newgate exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Hargo to amass such a considerable number of virgins. With such a quantity, the quality must not be compromised? He expressed skepticism, suspecting Hargo might have included the ill or elderly to inflate the count. After all, having been a slave himself, he was well acquainted with the cunning of slave masters. In response, Hargo thumped his chest confidently, assuring there will be no issues. If you wish, they can be brought over this evening, and you may inspect them personally. Discard any that do not meet your standards. Newgate, with a smile, replied, What are you saying? We shall take them all. Let us proceed with the transaction tonight, considering 2,196 virgins as 2,190. Overlord heartily. No. Let us settle on 2,180. The extra 16 shall be my gift to you. For Hargo, having acquired the virgins from other minor slave owners at merely 23 gold dragons each, this transaction would yield him a substantial profit exceeding 4,000 gold dragons. Newgate warmly invited Hargo to stay for a drink, but Hargo declined, citing the need to prepare for the trade, and hurriedly departed. After bidding farewell to Hargo, Newgate proceeded to the Sea Emperor's cabin, adorned with an abundance of exquisite treasures. There, Jack rested upon a massive throne made of sapphire. donning the scarlet dragon crown gifted by an unknown noblewoman from Caries. Newgate approached Jack and whispered, "Your Majesty, Hargo has 2,196 virgins, pricing them at 2,180, totaling 54,500 gold dragons." Jack nodded, considering the price acceptable. The night prior, he had dispatched someone to gauge the sentiments of several prominent benefactors, who were only willing to lower their price to 29 gold dragons. However, Jack understood that, with the absence of large-scale conflict on the Essos continent, the demand for virgins had diminished, leaving these benefactors with a surplus of them. Moreover, they possessed over 10,000 reserve virgins, yet remained reluctant to reduce their prices. Originally, Jack had earmarked 200,000 gold dragons for the conversion of merchant vessels, but he had since altered his plan to procure additional virgins. In addition to the over 2,000 from Hargo, he had reserved virgins worth 100,000 gold dragons from several benefactors in Astapor. For that sum, he had acquired 3,450 virgins, 2 more than the 3,448 he could have purchased, thanks to the generosity of those benefactors. In gratitude, Jack resolved to visit the homes of several benefactors during Daenerys' liberation of Astapor. To this end, he had already sent inquiries to gather intelligence regarding any hidden treasures possessed by these benefactors. Astapor boasted 8,000 unsullied and 14,000 reserve unsullied. Initially, Jack intended to procure 10,000 unsullied. However, he grew apprehensive that depleting the supply of finished unsullied might alter Daenerys' trajectory. Without the unsullied, the slave bay could descend into chaos, and Essos would remain unsettled. Consequently, Jack would find himself unable to exploit the turmoil for profit through war. Moreover, with 200 ships under his command consuming substantial provisions daily, he needed to reserve around 100,000 gold dragons for necessary supplies. After careful deliberation, Jack opted to purchase approximately 150,000 gold dragons worth of unsullied, though the price from Hargo was 25 gold dragons each, compelling him to acquire a few extra, totaling 5,646 unsullied. Once the transaction was complete, along with the 1,228 unsullied already in his possession, his forces would swell to an astonishing 6,874, nearing 7,000 unsullied. Coupled with the naval army he had assembled, his armed forces would reach 8,000 soldiers, a formidable strength against certain city-states of Essos. However, such a large contingent would incur astronomical daily expenses, necessitating the swift establishment of his first island base. As night fell, Hargo arrived punctually with 2,200 unsullied. He had selected 4 excellent reserve unsullied to round off the numbers. "I have chosen 4 prime unsullied from the reserves to complete your order. Should you wish to make another purchase in the future, remember to seek me out. My prices are most agreeable." Jack surveyed Hargo's beaming countenance and stifled a chuckle, thinking that Hargo should first survive Daenerys' wrath. "Very well, should I buy again, I shall prioritize your stock. The quality is indeed commendable." Soon after, dozens of unsullied appeared, beginning to assist their fellow unsullied in removing their slave collars. Hargo, slightly taken aback by this scene, could not help but voice a caution. Cutting off the collars of slaves is no trivial matter. It may lead them to ponder too much and forget their status as slaves. Jack waved his hand with a smile. "No worries, I can manage them well." Observing this, Hargo refrained from further comment. After all, the goods had been sold, and should this group of unsullied flee, the blame would not fall on him. By midday the following day, Jack successfully completed transactions with several prominent benefactors, acquiring 3,450 unsullied. He then integrated these 5,650 unsullied into the ranks of the initial 1,228. After redistributing the unsullied forces, Jack retained 2,000 unsullied for himself, instructing Newgate to procure a batch of fertile bed slaves and skilled slaves from Meereen and Yunkai, to be escorted by the remaining unsullied, who would first scout the Seychelles Islands. Handing Newgate a nautical chart, he emphasized, once near the Seychelles Islands, "It is imperative to follow the route on this chart. Deviating could be perilous. Do you understand?" The navigational chart was meticulously crafted by Jack, inspired by the guidance of Poseidon, and it was quite detailed. Newgate solemnly put away the chart, possessing unwavering trust in Jack. From Jack, he had gained dignity. Even if Jack urged him to confront sharks in the ocean, he would not hesitate for a moment. For Jack, the principle was clear: to trust those he employed without doubt. He believed Newgate would not betray him. One cannot achieve greatness while being overly cautious. Even if Newgate were to abandon him and establish his own dominion, Poseidon would still be there. No matter how far Newgate fled, he would inevitably be found. After receiving his orders, Newgate promptly departed Astapor with the entirety of Atlantis, including the Sea Emperor, leaving no vessel behind. Meanwhile, Jack stationed 2,000 unsullied near Astapor, eagerly awaiting Daenerys' arrival to seize a lucrative opportunity. The accumulated wealth of the Astapor slave masters over centuries stirred excitement within Jack. With such riches, he could swiftly develop the island base and transform all his merchant ships into warships. Chapter 28. The Bible of Pure Love Warriors. Daedalus led Jack to the cell where Gore was imprisoned. Stepping forward, he remarked, "Gore, a wealthy patron wishes to purchase you. This noble gentleman possesses considerable means, and you may yet find yourself on the path to prosperity." While his words dripped with feigned benevolence, the mocking expression on Daedalus's face was unmistakable. "I ought to express my gratitude. Were it not for you, I would remain a slave for all eternity. We are both enslaved, yet that wretched Martha seems to favor you above all else. Perhaps I should refer to her by her nickname, Mother Hedgehog." Jack gazed intently at Daedalus's retreating figure, a flicker of brilliance in his eyes, lost in contemplation. Gore, however, regarded Daedalus with a cold silence. Over the years, he had endured countless such taunts, evolving from rage to a singular focus on vengeance. He had mastered the art of maintaining a stoic expression. Handing the chain that bound Gore to Jack, Daedalus beamed with delight, offering compliments as he escorted Jack away from the arena. Upon returning to the encampment outside the city, Jack found a throng of merchants gathered. Where there are people, there are needs, especially with 2,000 untainted souls to care for. This suited Jack's intentions, eliminating the need for further errands. The moment they arrived at the camp, Jack unshackled the iron chain from Gore's neck. "You are now on my bodyguards. No longer a slave. Do you understand?" Gore continued to regard Jack with an impassive expression, seemingly indifferent to his newfound status. Jack then instructed several untainted individuals to take Gore for a bath, as the stench emanating from him was nearly unbearable. At midnight, aside from the synchronized footsteps of patrolling untainted, the camp was enveloped in the sounds of chirping insects. In a small tent, Gore suddenly opened his eyes, quietly rising to survey his surroundings. Noticing the absence of patrolling untainted, he prepared to make his escape. However, just as Gore stepped out of the tent, Jack's voice echoed nearby. "Are you seeking revenge?" Jack had anticipated Gore's intentions, especially after freeing him from his chains. Gore remained silent, but nodded resolutely. He believed this was his final opportunity for retribution, even if he could not avenge himself upon Martha's benevolent master. He was determined to slay Daedalus, the nightmare that had haunted him for 12 long years. He feared that if Jack took him away, he might never return or find Daedalus again. "How do you plan to exact your revenge? You lack armor and weapons, and Daedalus is accompanied by several gladiators clad in leather armor. Do you truly believe you can succeed?" Gore was silent for a moment before, astonishingly, he spoke, his voice hoarse, reminiscent of the screeching brakes of an old bicycle. "I must go. Otherwise, I will have no further chances." Jack nodded slightly. "If you do not go today, the opportunity will indeed slip away. The time is now noon, and in mere moments, it will be the dawn of the next day. But remember, there will be opportunities tomorrow, the day after, and every day that follows. There is no need to rush. I understand your fervent desire for vengeance. However, pursuing it in such a manner yields no chance of success. Why not wait a while longer? Yet, continuing to wait may also lead to missed opportunities, would it not? While I am still in the prime of my life, before the ravages of age take their toll." Jack waved his hand, gesturing for Gu to follow him. After a moment's hesitation, Gu chose to accompany Jack into the tent. Inside, the table was laden with an abundance of food and drink. Jack indicated for Gu to take a seat, and they sat facing each other, though Gu appeared somewhat uncomfortable. He was uncertain of Jack's true intentions, viewing him merely as a slave master. "Why not eat?" Jack inquired, perhaps concerned about the possibility of poison. "Please, it would hardly be worth my while to spend money on poison to kill you. My little sister could effortlessly dispatch you, of course, with the sword she wields, but that is of little consequence." Noticing Ge's reluctance to eat, Jack tore off a chicken leg and took a hearty bite, remarking, "The fare for slaves is akin to swine feed. Are you truly not going to partake?" Gus swallowed hard, and then could no longer resist, indulging in the food and drink voraciously. Jack savored the chicken leg leisurely while assessing Gu. He truly embodied the ideal image of a bodyguard in Jack's mind. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his physique was a testament to muscle and scars, leaving one to ponder the trials he had endured over the past 12 years. In the tent, the only sound were those of food being chewed and wine being swallowed. After a full half-hour, Gu finally patted his belly in satisfaction. Having feasted on the sumptuous meal, the fatigue and pallor on his face had vanished, evidently rejuvenated. Once Gu had finished his meal, Jack inquired, "You stand no chance of avenging yourself. Allow me to assist you. Success is assured. What say you?" Gu did not respond, but countered with a question. "What do you desire?" "Everything. Everything." Jack nodded. "Your body, your soul, your loyalty, your sword. Everything." "Agreed." Gu unhesitatingly accepted Jack's terms. To him, they bore little weight, as he had been pondering what Jack truly sought. To his surprise, it was merely to make use of him. For Gu, who possessed nothing, even without Jack's aid in seeking revenge, he remained a slave bound to obey Jack's commands. "Why assist me?" Gu asked, perceiving that if Jack desired his servitude, there was no need for such elaborate arrangements. "Why?" Jack countered. "What do you believe me to be? A slave master? I am not a slave master. I have recognized your combat prowess and am intrigued by your experiences, which is why I acquired you. You're not my slave, but my guard. I seek a loyal protector, not a slave who dreams of escape and revenge. Shall I lock your feet every night?" Gu fell silent, comprehending Jack's meaning. "You're a good man." Jack poured himself a glass of wine. "No need to bestow upon me the label of a good man. I require no such designation. There is no need to hasten revenge. I anticipate that in the coming months, Estebo will descend into chaos, and opportunities shall naturally arise." Gu rose and approached Jack, kneeling before him with a thud. "Master, I offer you my unwavering loyalty." This was Ge's second voluntary act of kneeling. The first occurred when his initial master promised to return his freedom, only for him to ultimately be sold to Martha's father. "Do not call me master. I have stated that I do not possess slaves." "Understood, master. It's up to you. Allow me to share a tale. His story bears some resemblance to yours. Yet there are notable differences. His name is Fuego." Jack then began to regale the tale of the fallen king, a narrative that captivated the pure-hearted warrior like scripture. Jack relished the rapt attention of others as they listened to his embellishments. Chapter 29. Astapor, the port of the Unsullied. Upon disembarking, Daenerys cast a curious gaze upon Astapor. Was this truly the home of the world-renowned infantry legion? The dilapidated walls and barren land appeared far from prosperous. Were the Unsullied, as rumored, truly formidable? Daenerys harbored doubts. For indeed, the fortifications of Astapor paled in comparison to those of Karth. Yura, however, assured her with unwavering conviction, "Rest assured, Khaleesi, the Unsullied will not disappoint you." One could only hope. At that moment, Daenerys furrowed her brow as a young girl appeared in the distance. The child beamed with an innocent smile, presenting a toy capsule to Daenerys, who initially believed it to be a gift. The girl gestured for Daenerys to mimic her as she twisted the capsule open. Daenerys smiled, about to follow suit, when suddenly, a figure cloaked in black struck the capsule from her grasp. In an instant, Yura rushed forward, seizing the cloaked figure by the throat. The commotion caused Daenerys to stumble and fall, the capsule slipping from her hands to the ground. A crack appeared on its surface, and to Daenerys' astonished gaze, a scorpion, entirely green and seemingly bearing a human visage, crawled out. Realizing the danger, Daenerys recoiled in fright, but the scorpion moved with alarming speed, poised to strike. Just then, an arrow flew through the air, pinning the creature to the earth. Another arrow swiftly pierced the girl standing before Daenerys. However, instead of blood, she transformed into a garment. The cloaked figure then dashed forward, severing the scorpion's head, as Yora finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the girl reappeared atop a high platform, emitting a chilling shriek directed at Daenerys, her deep blue lips sending shivers down spines. With that, she turned and fled, leaving Daenerys shaken as she murmured, "The warlock." The girl had been a mere projection of the sorcerer, revealing the terrifying nature of his powers, which had resurfaced with the revival of magic. Elsewhere, atop another platform, Jack withdrew his bow with a sense of satisfaction. "My lord, your archery skills have improved remarkably," said Go. "Ah, have you taken flattering me as well?" Jack teased. "I speak only the truth. Your skill has indeed progressed significantly." Jack shrugged, noting that diligence yields rewards, especially when one possesses innate talent. In recent months, he had devoted himself to rigorous practice, leading to his notable advancement. Shortly thereafter, Jack approached Daenerys, accompanied by Go and 4 Unsullied. "Long time no see, Daenerys," he greeted warmly. "Hello." "Thank you, Jack," she replied. "There's no need for thanks. It is my honor that you remember me," Jack responded graciously. Jack then turned to Ser Balistan, a name he had long revered. Balistan frowned, gazing at Jack. "Do you know me? Are you a noble from the 7 Kingdoms?" "No," Jack replied. "I am merely the son of a pirate. Yet I have heard many legendary tales of Westeros, such as those of the fearless Balistan and the Dawnbringer." Arthur Dane. In his youth, Balistan Selmy was not inferior to the Dawnbringer, although many claim that Arthur's prowess slightly surpassed Ballistan's in terms of deeds and honor. The two were on equal footing. Jack was uncertain of the specifics, as the Dawnbringer had perished at the hands of Eddard Stark, becoming the singular blemish on Eddard's life. Balistan knelt on one knee. "I am Balistan Selmy, your father's Kingsguard. I once vowed to protect your family, but I have failed. I beseech your forgiveness and request to join your Kingsguard." Daenerys looked at Balistan in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that one of the mightiest warriors of the 7 Kingdoms had traversed half the world to pledge himself to her. She recalled Jack's earlier words. Yora is an undercover agent for the Iron Throne. With this in mind, she resolved to accept Balistan in every regard. He was worthy of her service. "Balistan Selmy, your loyalty moves me. From this day forth, you shall be my Queen's Guard. Will you vow to protect my safety unto death?" "With the utmost honor, your majesty." Suddenly, Jack began to applaud, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Dany. Sir Balistan is a top-tier warrior with a strong sense of honor. He is trustworthy." As Jack's words resonated with deeper meaning, a glimmer of realization sparked in Daenerys' eyes. Indeed, both Yora and Balistan were deserving of her trust. Jack's statement brought tears to Yora Mormont's eyes. What could be more moving than the trust of her majesty? Jack cast a surprised glance at Daenerys, realizing that preaching was futile. Broken bones served as the most effective lessons. Moreover, Daenerys seemed more mature than Jack had previously perceived. At the very least, her ability to win hearts was commendable, as evidenced by the tears welling in Yora's eyes. "Are you preparing to purchase the Unsullied?" Jack inquired. Daenerys responded with slight astonishment. "How did you know?" "A former princess of Westeros, on a mission to reclaim her rightful place. What could be more vital than a disciplined army?" "You are correct. I have come to acquire the Unsullied. The restoration of my kingdom requires not only dragons, but also an army and ships." Chapter 30. Daenerys' temptation. Daenerys glanced at the Unsullied behind Jaqen, inquiring, "How much did you pay for your Unsullied?" 30 golden dragons each." "Those benevolent lords regard me as a complete fool," Jaqen replied, akin to a simpleton who dares not protest after being fleeced. 30 golden dragons? Daenerys exclaimed in disbelief. "A slave costs 30 golden dragons?" "To be precise, they are slave soldiers, devoid of fear, never to flee in battle, and absolutely obedient to your commands. The Unsullied are indeed expensive, yet they represent the pinnacle of infantry, fearless even in the face of a Dothraki cavalry charge." Upon hearing Jaqen's words, Daenerys pressed her lips together, calculating that even if she sold her ships, she could only afford 123 Unsullied. Noticing her expression, Jaqen shifted the conversation, suggesting, Shall we share a drink? My camp offers exquisite wine from the slave bay. With a perpetual honest smile, Jacquin, with his golden white hair and handsome features, resembled a warm and amiable neighbor. However, Daenerys declined his invitation. Although she was inherently drawn to male allure, she chose to first gather information regarding the Unsullied within the city. As Daenerys departed, Jacquin felt no disappointment. He was not lacking in female company. He yearned to engage with the Mother of Dragons, but remained unhurried, knowing her discerning taste in suitors. Jacquin was confident in his ability to effortlessly become Daenerys' knight, as he perfectly met her standards in both appearance and influence. Unlike Dario, who in the original narrative was flamboyantly dressed, resembling a dyed blue-haired oddity, Jacquin possessed both strength and striking looks. His lineage of House Targaryen granted him golden white hair and pale violet eyes, attributes that perpetually captivated Daenerys. Yet, Jacquin also exuded a sense of danger, prompting Daenerys to maintain a vigilant distance. Nevertheless, Daenerys herself harbored substantial physical desires, even engaging in flirtations with her handmaiden. Once she commanded 8,000 Unsullied and ascended as the queen of the Slave Bay, she would undoubtedly select suitable male companions and lovers. Dario from the original tale exemplified this, while Corsair Jorah Mormont was summarily dismissed by Daenerys on account of his looks. In truth, Jacquin's interest extended beyond Daenerys. Many women within the realm of Westeros intrigued him. For instance, he was curious whether the queen with the crooked smile, Marjorie, would still bear that quirk in certain situations. After Daenerys entered the city with her followers, she contacted several slave owners, discovering that the price of Unsullied hovered around 30 golden dragons. Particularly after Jacquin had cleared a stockpile of Unsullied, many slave owners abandoned their plans to lower prices. Your Majesty, the Unsullied are exceedingly expensive. We might consider procuring some ordinary slaves for training and subsequently seek allies in Westeros. It is essential to recognize that the current state of Westeros is far from stable. Varys spoke up, having heard tidings of Westeros on his journey to Essos. Daenerys shook her head, indicating that she needed time to contemplate. Let's first find a place to settle, Sir Varys. Please inform Jorah that in gratitude for his life-saving intervention, I shall host a banquet in his honor tonight. Understood. Your Majesty, Varys replied before taking his leave. With a furrowed brow, Daenerys pondered how to amass sufficient resources. As for Varys' suggestion of seeking allies in Westeros, she harbored deep skepticism regarding the loyalty of the Seven Kingdoms. She was in no haste to return to Westeros until her dragons were fully grown or she commanded her own army. That night, as the moon emerged, Jorah arrived at the banquet venue led by Varys. Daenerys, adorned in a refreshing silk gown that accentuated her décolletage, with her silvery hair cascading down her back, appeared exceptionally beautiful under the moonlight and the glow of torches. Jorah could not help but steal glances at Daenerys. Unlike in the television series, she was perpetually enchanting, never prone to an ephemeral loss of beauty with a mere smile. Thank you for saving my life this morning, Jorah. I am delighted you could join us. Daenerys welcomed him warmly. Jorah quickly waved his hand, modestly downplaying the gesture. It was nothing, merely a fortunate coincidence while I was wandering the docks. At that moment, Jorah discreetly surveyed the lavish arrangements, noting Daenerys' thoughtful attention, particularly the sumptuous feast laid out before them. He suspected she might have ulterior motives, especially considering his recent purchase of thousands of Unsullied and their burgeoning acquaintance. Nevertheless, Jorah chose not to reveal his suspicions, engaging in light-hearted conversation while drinking. Under Daenerys' enthusiastic invitation, as a man of modern sensibilities, Jorah effortlessly amused Daenerys, bringing her unrestrained joy. Before long, both had indulged in considerable drink. Though Daenerys genuinely appeared inebriated while Jorah feigned his state, unbeknownst to him, Daenerys had shifted closer, raising a glass in a sullen manner and emptying it in one swift motion. Noticing this, Jorah's eyes sparkled with insight. A woman leaning against him, wearing a melancholic expression, often signaled the deployment of a dual strategy of charm and vulnerability. True to form, moments later, their light-hearted banter turned into her lamentations. She recounted her forced marriage to the Call at the tender age of 14, the subsequent 2 years of desperate struggles, and the lingering absence of hope for reclaiming her birthright. As she recounted her harrowing tale, tears began to glisten in her eyes. While it was evident that Daenerys sought something from Yura, her sorrow and tears were genuine. She had known little joy in her tumultuous years. The reason she did not confide in Yura Mormont or others was likely due to their lack of physical allure. As a connoisseur of beauty, Daenerys's differential treatment towards handsome men and middle-aged gentlemen is quite evident. "You are the most exquisite girl I have ever encountered. Your eyes sparkle like the stars. But should you weep, that beauty may be marred." After a while, noticing Jack's apparent lack of initiative to offer assistance, Daenerys found herself growing impatient. "Jack, do you believe it is possible for me to reclaim the Iron Throne?" She steered the conversation towards her quest for restoration. "Of course, you have 3 dragons. Once they mature, I am confident you shall reclaim the throne that was usurped by the Pretender." Jack nearly blurted out the term broken chair, but managed to amend his words just in time. "However, I lack an army. Might I request you lend me a portion of your Unsullied? Once I recover the Iron Throne, I shall bestow upon you the titles of Duke of the North, the Riverlands, and the Vale." Understanding Jack's extensive knowledge of Westeros, Daenerys refrained from elaborate explanations, directly promising him the 3 duchies. Jack narrowed his eyes, surprised by Daenerys' audacity to offer such significant territories of Westeros, especially the Riverlands and the Vale, both of which hold considerable merit. The former, though often a battlefield, is rich with fertile land, while the latter is a veritable paradise, easy to defend yet difficult to conquer. As for the north, Jack held little interest. The harsh climate and dire economy, not to mention the ever-looming threat of the White Walkers and wildlings beyond the wall, were unappealing. "You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen, and I wish to assist you, but my Unsullied have already been allocated elsewhere." Daenerys' eyes dimmed at his words, knowing well that Jack was not easily swayed. However, she quickly regained her composure and inquired, "What do you mean?" "But I can offer you a solution. In return, I only desire the Vale." The Vale is indeed a splendid region, easily defensible on land, bordered by the sea to the east, boasting a remarkably advantageous geographical position. Chapter 31. The Art of Deception. "I possess a method to allow you to acquire the innocence without any cost," Jack stated confidently. Daenerys pouted slightly, losing a touch of maturity and regaining a hint of youthful innocence. However, it must be noted that Daenerys appeared to be merely 16, while Jack was barely 18. This was no laughing matter. The benevolent lords were certainly not fools. Jack chuckled. The lords may not be fools, yet they are undeniably obstinate. Daenerys tilted her head in confusion, pondering the connection between the lord's obstinacy and the situation at hand. Astapor had been a thriving trade hub for centuries, and throughout that time, transactions had always involved an exchange of payment for goods, with no one ever launching an immediate attack after acquiring innocence. However, the absence of such actions did not imply that they were impossible. Once the transaction was completed, the innocents would follow your commands without question, even to the extent of eliminating the benevolent lords who trained them. Daenerys was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that after purchasing the innocents, I should use them to seize Astapor?" "Yet," she lamented, "I lack the funds, and the lords would never sell me their innocents. Moreover, without acquiring all of the innocents from the lords, the conquest of Astapor would be exceedingly challenging." At that moment, Daenerys had not yet contemplated using her dragons to execute this plan. "Then why not purchase all the innocents from the lords? I previously acquired a batch, and considering the replenishment rate, the lords should still possess around 8,000 or 9,000 innocents, along with a substantial reserve. You could exchange dragons for the innocents in their possession." "My children?" Daenerys replied with reluctance. "They are my children. I cannot treat them as mere commodities to be sold." Jack waved his hand dismissively, urging Daenerys to remain calm. "You have stated that Drogon and his siblings are your children, but the innocents are not the Lord's children. Once sold to you, they will heed your commands. But will Drogon listen to the Lords?" Daenerys suddenly grasped Jack's intent. He sought to exploit the loophole in the trading of innocents to outsmart the Lords. But she hesitated. "But what?" Jack inquired. "You also possess dragons. Why don't you undertake this endeavor yourself?" To Daenerys, Jack's dragon seemed more obedient and easier to manipulate than those of Overlord's, because such actions would position me against the entirety of the slave bay, fundamentally disrupting the established rules of this land that have endured for centuries, Jack replied, half seriously. In truth, he had contemplated this approach himself, yet he believed that the long-term benefits of inciting war in Essos would far outweigh the immediate gains. Moreover, Jack was more inclined to swiftly expand his influence rather than engage in a protracted game of warfare with the slave masters. Jack rose to leave, simultaneously suggesting, "Consider this. The slaves here endure a life worse than death each day. Perhaps they long for a benevolent queen to shatter the shackles around their necks." Having said this, Jack departed, leaving Daenerys in deep contemplation. Ultimately, she resolved to observe the lives of the slaves the following day. If it were true that the slaves were indeed living in torment and yearned for someone to lead them to freedom, she would not hesitate to become their liberator. This endeavor would not only serve the cause of the slaves' emancipation, but also fulfill her own aspirations. Should she manage to seize Slaver's Bay, she would acquire sufficient wealth and populace to transform into a formidable fleet and army. In the original narrative, Daenerys' liberation of the slaves in the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay was largely motivated by her inherent kindness, yet undeniably also reflected her ambitions for wealth and numbers. However, her utter lack of political experience resulted in chaotic governance of Slaver's Bay. Meanwhile, the realm of Westeros was equally turbulent. In King's Landing, the hand of the king, Eddard Stark, furrowed his brow as he perused the records before him. It suddenly dawned on him that Robert's $6 million in foreign debt might not be the gravest issue at hand. Rather, the true dilemma lay in the unsettling suspicion that his 3 children were not of his blood. The texts were unequivocal. The progeny of House Baratheon and their matrimonial alliances bore dark hair, yet Joffrey and his siblings were all golden-haired. Eddard rubbed his temples, recognizing the complexity of the situation, compounded by Robert's absence as he hunted. If Robert were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly execute Joffrey and his siblings, innocent as they were. Yet, to remain silent would betray his dear friend Robert. After a moment's contemplation, Eddard resolved to adopt a middle ground. He decided to seek out Cersei, urging her to return to the Westerlands with her 3 children, thereby allowing Robert to determine whether to wage war on the West. One must acknowledge that Eddard's sense of honor was perhaps overly rigid. Had a politically astute individual been in his position, they would have seized the opportunity to act decisively before Cersei could react. However, Eddard naively chose to inform Cersei first, hoping she would make a swift escape. Chapter 32. The life of slaves on the following day. Daenerys arrived at the Square of Pride accompanied by Jorah and Missandei. At that moment, the square was bustling with numerous small lords presenting their slaves to potential buyers. Among them were not only the unsullied, but also gladiators, bed slaves, and skilled laborers. The presence of the bed slaves made Daenerys uncomfortable, as several naked women were paraded like livestock, subjected to the scrutiny of the guests. Soon, she identified her target for the day, the esteemed master, Krasni's. Clad in a robe woven from yellow silk, he sat confidently in his chair, admiring his newly acquired Unsullied. Since purchasing a batch of Unsullied, Jorah had swiftly replenished his stock with these remarkably young soldiers, who could be sold for several more years without losing value. Before long, a servant approached Krasni's and whispered in his ear, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. The servant hurried away and soon returned with Daenerys, both parties sizing each other up. Krasni's introduced himself, declaring that he was one of the most prominent masters in Astapor, claiming there were 9,000 Unsullied available for purchase at 30 golden dragons each. Beside him stood the young black woman, Missandei, a classic character from the saga, serving as Daenerys' right hand. Unfortunately, she would later meet her demise at the hands of Cersei's orders, executed by the Mountain. Had that not transpired, perhaps Daenerys would not have resorted to slaughtering cities, nor would she have been betrayed by Jon Snow. Missandei translated Krasni's words for Daenerys, who, instead of rushing to buy, expressed her desire to observe further, to ascertain whether these Unsullied truly embodied the qualities of elite infantry. Upon hearing this, Krasny scoffed, dismissing her with disdain, asserting that the white-haired woman could never afford such a purchase, foolishly believing herself to be a Targaryen princess. Daenerys cast a glance at Krasny's, feigning ignorance of Valyrian. Speaking in the common tongue, she inadvertently led Krasny's to assume she could not comprehend his words, prompting him to speak with unrefined rudeness. However, Missandei would not translate his derision. She harbored an inexplicable fondness for the silver-haired girl. Krasny's continued, Astapor has 9,000 unsullied. Even at 20 gold coins each, you could not afford them. Please consider this carefully. Missandei conveyed Krasny's message with subtlety. I have yet to decide on a purchase. If these unsullied are merely the exaggerated claims of your marketing, would I not be the fool to fall for such deception? Daenerys replied, her tone laced with mockery. Seeing her sardonic expression, Krasny's frowned and turned to Missandei. Sensing the shift, she quickly translated, she wishes to understand the true nature of the unsullied to avoid being deceived. Huh, the ignorant Westerosi wench. Krasny spat as he approached a small group of unsullied. He then began to expound upon their training regimen, while Missandei flawlessly translated his words. Dany's anger intensified as she listened, astonished by the brutality of such training methods. 9,000 unsullied were to emerge from a pool of 36,000 children. Subsequently, Krasny's nonchalantly severed a piece of flesh from the chest of an unsullied, who didn't even flinch. Satisfied with this display, Krasny's turned to Daenerys and remarked, the unsullied know not fear, they will not falter, and they will absolutely obey your commands. Once, 3,000 unsullied repelled 50,000 Dothraki cavalry. At that moment, Daenerys found no pleasure in Krasny's boasting about the unsullied's achievements. The callous disregard for life exhibited by the masters filled her with profound fury. Nonetheless, she momentarily suppressed her rage and declared, I will buy them all. Missandei glanced at Daenerys and then translated, My lady, she says she will buy them all. Krasny's, with a mocking demeanor, retorted, Does this wench truly believe that a mere display of allure will persuade me to sell the unsullied to her? Upon Daenerys' arrival in Astapor, Krasny's had already received word and dispatched inquiries into her background. Even if she sold her ship, combined with what she could muster from the Dothraki, she could only afford 123 unsullied. Krasny's could only conclude that Daenerys was woefully inadequate. Krasny's stated, Do you possess sufficient funds to purchase all 9,000 unsullied? Not only 9,000, but I also wish to acquire all the reserve unsullied. Missandei furrowed her brow. She had never encountered a client desiring reserve unsullied. Yet she translated faithfully for Krasny's. Shaking his head, Krasny's turned away, deeming Daenerys a waste of his precious time. He instructed her to contemplate her decision by the following day. If she continued to squander his time, he would expel her from Astapor, that damned wretched woman. Missandei quickly conveyed to Daenerys, My lord advises you to take a day to consider, ensuring it aligns with your financial capabilities. Daenerys remained silent, surveying Missandei before glancing at Krasny's retreating figure, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. At that moment, she had resolved that Yora's methods were indeed feasible. Since Yora was unwilling to confront the slave trade for the sake of the slave's freedom, or even for the entirety of Essos, she would take on a mantle herself. Though her destiny would have led her down this path regardless, Yora's persuasion undeniably fortified her resolve. Chapter 33, The Unrest in Astapor, begins on the following midday. Daenerys sought out Krasny's once more, affirming her intention to purchase all of the unsullied. This time, Krasny's was accompanied by other prominent benefactors and magistrates, including the likes of Grasden. Did she truly believe that acquiring all the unsullied was a trivial pursuit? Krasny's, now devoid of patience, remarked to Grasden that the young woman likely thought her charms could procure their unsullied. Grasden, shaking his head, pondered the absurdity of anyone believing they could afford to buy all the unsullied. I possess dragons. I offer you one in exchange for the unsullied. A confident smile graced Daenerys' face. Missandei's eyes widened in disbelief, for the worth of a single dragon surpassed that of 1,000 armies. Upon hearing Missandei's translation, Krasny's was equally astonished, realizing Daenerys was willing to barter a dragon for the unsullied. Yet, driven by greed, he insisted 3, 1. Daenerys' voice was unwavering. 2, 1. Krasny's glared at Daenerys, Cursing the Westerosi woman, I demand the largest one. Agreed. I also require this translator. Daenerys acquiesced to Krasny's demands, offering her largest hatchling dragon in exchange, while simultaneously claiming Missandei. This development alarmed Yora and Barristan. Your Grace, a dragon is worth more than an army. Silence. My decision is made, Daenerys interrupted decisively. She did not disclose to Yora and Barristan her plan of leveraging the situation to her advantage. Ultimately, Daenerys and Krasny arranged to meet the next afternoon at the plaza outside the southern city gate, exchanging the Unsullied for the dragon. As they made their way back, Daenerys abruptly turned to Yora and Barristan, stating, "Should you question me before outsiders again, you may seek another queen." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Yora and Barristan exchanging glances. After a moment, Barristan remarked, "Her Grace has matured. She embodies the essence of a queen." "Indeed, except when faced with the Blackfire," Yora replied, his tone laden with an inexplicable sentiment. "Do you harbor animosity toward the Blackfire pretenders, or is it merely disdain for Jack Poseidon, due to Daenerys' favorable regard for him? Regardless, Yora, I hope you comprehend that the Queen's intentions are beyond our control. Our duty is to offer our unwavering loyalty. Furthermore, the Targaryen dynasty has fallen. The Blackfire no longer stands as a pretender, but is perhaps one of the last remnants of Targaryen blood, potentially an ally in the Queen's quest for restoration." Barristan's words left Jorah Mormont in contemplative silence, his spirits notably dampened. He recognized that Barristan had chosen his words with care. How could a balding middle-aged man ever hold greater significance in Daenerys' heart than the capable young Jack? As Balistan articulated, the Targaryen dynasty has met its demise. Whether it be the Black Dragon with a red backdrop or the Red Dragon against a black field, they are collectively referred to as the remnants of the Targaryen lineage, with the Red Dragon banner signifying the legitimate heirs. Furthermore, Jack's bloodline of Blackfire is not a mere secret. Despite the apparent extinction of the bloodline, many women of Black Fire survived at that time, and a few remnants still exist on the continent of Essos. Nevertheless, Jorah remains steadfast in his love for Daenerys. After regaining his composure, he pursues the silhouette of Daenerys. Balistan observes this scene in silence, contemplating how to dissuade Daenerys from her intention to replace the Unsullied with dragons, though it appears increasingly unlikely, as Daenerys is resolute. Time swiftly passes to the following afternoon, where in the square outside the southern wall of Astapor, Krasny has been waiting for a considerable duration. He has gathered all 9,100 Unsullied under his command, eagerly stroking the command whip in his hand, anticipating Daenerys' largest dragon. Soon, Daenerys arrives with her entourage at the designated location, where 4 Dothraki bear a rectangular wooden cage to the center. Daenerys casts a glance at the gathered slave masters before turning her attention to the formation of 9,000 Unsullied behind her. Taking a deep breath, Daenerys opens the cage, and the irritable Drogon emerges, 1 foot ensnared in chains. Drogon, inexplicably agitated, is perplexed as to why his mother has adorned him with such bothersome shackles. Soaring into the sky, Daenerys, grasping the floating Drogon, approaches Krasny. Krasny gazes fervently at the black young dragon above him. Despite its youthful form, its fierce appearance does not lose its imposing presence. He has seen Jack's young dragon, which appeared malevolent, but this one is vastly superior. With these thoughts in mind, Krasny exchanges the chains and command whip with Daenerys. Holding the golden command whip, Daenerys raises it and calls out, "Unsullied." All the Unsullied immediately raise their shields to their chests in response to Daenerys' summons, a sight that captures the attention of many. Advance! The Unsullied regiment marches forward in unison for several steps before Daenerys commands them to halt, confirming that they now heed her orders. At this moment, Krasny struggles to control the restless Drogon, exclaiming, "Someone tell this damned whore that my beast is disobedient." However, to everyone's astonishment, Daenerys turns back and declares in Valyrian, "A true dragon is not a beast. A true dragon is a true dragon." Krasny, stunned and enraged, questions, "You speak Valyrian?" Daenerys responds, "I am Daenerys Targaryen, the Stormborn. With ancient Valyrian blood coursing through my veins, Valyrian is my mother tongue. Having said this, Daenerys refocuses on the Unsullied and commands, Unsullied, kill the masters, slay the soldiers. Destroy every whip wielder, but harm not the children. Sever every slave's chains. Krasny's gazed in astonishment at Daenerys, unable to fathom that she would dare to engage in such a treacherous act. At that moment, one of the Unsullied sprang into action, swiftly slaying a slave master who had been caught off guard, an act that incited immediate chaos. I am your true master. Kill her, Krasny shouted, still clutching the chains in his hands. Meanwhile, Yora and Barristan, witnessing the turmoil, hastily drew their swords and prepared for battle. The square was not only filled with the Unsullied sold to Daenerys, but also a handful of Unsullied loyal to the slave masters, along with Astapor's soldiers, transforming the entire area into a scene of utter disarray. Daenerys, with an air of confidence, turned her gaze back and softly uttered, Dracarys. Chapter 34, with Daenerys' command resonating in his mind, Drogon, long suppressed, unleashed a torrent of dragon fire infused with rage. The mighty Drogon, with a wingspan nearing 2 meters, wielded flames potent enough to inflict significant harm. Krasny's emitted a chilling scream, his voice extinguished within mere seconds. Unrestrained, Drogon turned his wrath upon the slavers in the stands, filling the air with anguished cries. Simultaneously, Jack stood before the assembled 2,000 Unsullied outside the city, articulating the objectives of their imminent assault. You have languished here as slaves, struggling for survival, with only 1 in 4 enduring. You have slaughtered infants, you have killed your own pets, your hearts have grown numb, your spirits broken. I know that within you burns an undeniable hatred. Now, the opportunity for vengeance is at hand. Slay those slavers, shatter the void that confines you. Astapor has demanded your submission, but Atlantis shall empower you to rise and reclaim your humanity. As the oppressive roars of Korlak echoed in the distance, Jack surged forward with his 2,000 Unsullied, charging directly into the heart of Astapor. Yet, Jack's intent was not to assist Daenerys in vanquishing the benevolent masters and slavers. Rather, he aimed for the pyramid within the city. Leading 800 men, he liberated slaves along the way, integrating them into his ranks as skilled laborers. Meanwhile, Go led 200 Unsullied to an arena, the arena of Daedalus. At that moment, Daedalus was entangled with a bed slave, indulging in the pleasures of the backroom, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in Astapor, until the door was forcefully kicked open. Go entered with 10 Unsullied, leaving Daedalus bewildered, momentarily stunned by the sudden intrusion. What do you want? Daedalus stammered, failing to fathom that Go had come seeking vengeance. For this was Astapor, the domain of the slavers. Go's eyes burned red, his body trembling with fury. He lunged forward, seizing Daedalus by the throat, his voice laced with rage. When we were both slaves? How many beatings did I endure for you? How many menial tasks did I undertake? Only for you to betray me and Martha? Realization dawned on Daedalus as he sensed the gravity of the situation. No gladiators approached, nor did his own servants come to his aid. This was a dire predicament. My grandfather was a slave, my father was a slave, and I am a slave. I have never glimpsed the freedom of the starry sky. Save for her, she is the only light that has guided my long journey. Since her departure, I have been left with the abyss of vengeance before me. I have awaited this day for far too long, 12 years. With bloodshot eyes filled with madness, Go felt overwhelming pain. He was on the precipice of avenging Martha. Yet an inexplicable sorrow enveloped his heart. Releasing the nearly asphyxiated Daedalus, Go stepped back and commanded his subordinates to take Daedalus outside. By now, the arena was besieged by 200 Unsullied. At Go's command, 17 Unsullied advanced, readying their bows and arrows. 17 arrows, a detail etched into my memory. A memory I shall never forget. As Daedalus gazed upon the 17 arrows aimed at him, he realized his fate was sealed. With a booming laugh, he declared, It matters not, for I have relished in the pleasures of life for so many years. And you, who have endured my humiliation all this time, your Marcia shall never rise again. She will bear the title of Mother Hedgehog for eternity. Ha ha ha. In response to Dirtilow's taunts, Go remained unfazed and calmly retorted, "Your wife and son in Mur, as well as your little daughter, will become splendid bed slaves." Dirtilow's expression shifted drastically. "You beast! Do not dare lay a hand on my family. You think you can survive this? The armies of the righteous will surely encircle this place. You vile creature! Should you harm my son, you will meet a most dreadful end." At this moment, Dirtilow's bravado crumbled. His son was his very life. From a mere slave to a minor slave master, he envisioned his lineage flourishing, becoming true noble lords of Astapor. Observing the panic and fury on Dirtilow's face, Go wore a satisfied smile, urging, "Finish him." As Dirtilow lay pierced by arrows, Go was reminded of the obsequious grin he had worn 12 years prior in front of his master. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to seek out Marcia's father, demanding to know how he could inflict such cruelty upon his own flesh and blood. Yet unbeknownst to Go, Marcia's father had already perished, consumed by the dragon fire of Drogon, one of the first victims in the fiery chaos. Meanwhile, Jack and his men had arrived at the grandest pyramid of Astapor, the Pyramid of Krasny's, rumored to contain enough gold to fill the entire slave bay. Chaos reigned in Astapor as Krasny's kin swiftly organized the guards within the pyramid, preparing for a desperate defense. Observing this, Jack commanded Korak to rest under the shield of the Unsullied, effortlessly breaching the pyramid's defenses with dragon fire. Once the breach was made, the Unsullied surged in, slaying any noble they encountered, while Jack made no effort to restrain them. His intention was plunder, not conquest. As the slaughter continued, the pyramid exuded a pungent scent of blood, while the liberated slaves, under the watchful eyes of the Unsullied, began transporting the wealth from the pyramid's lower storerooms. Wagons, long prepared, filled to the brim with riches, and some individuals discreetly pilfered small amounts of gold and silver. Jack, noticing this, did not intervene. The amounts were trifling, allowing them a sense of gain while effectively preventing disorder. As long as they refrained from causing a ruckus, the Unsullied would execute anyone inciting chaos. Gazing upon the overflowing treasures, an uncontrollable smile spread across Jack's face. The lords of Astapor, in essence, were akin to the noble houses of Westeros, their legacies passed down through generations. This inevitably meant that their wealth was accumulated over ages. The riches within Krasny's pyramid, when converted into golden dragons, amounted to approximately 1.9 million golden dragons. According to Jack's conjecture, the accumulated wealth of a stabo over the centuries is approximately around 15 million golden dragons. And this time Jack intends to satiate himself all at once. At this moment, the Estabo dock is bustling with 13 colossal vessels and over 100 medium to large merchant ships. On board the Black Pearl, Newgate gazes at the rising black smoke enveloping Estabo, a look of exhilaration flickering in his eyes. For a slave, what could be more gratifying than witnessing the destruction of the city of Slave Bay? What is it like? Newgate inquires of Kaido, who merely shakes his head, expressing no particular sentiment, only a sense of fortune. Fortune? Newgate responds in surprise. Indeed, I was fortunate enough to be purchased by His Majesty in advance. Kaido casts a glance at Newgate before turning to issue the assembly order. A smile inevitably spreads across Newgate's face as he muses to himself. I am indeed the luckiest one. I didn't have to spend a single coin. Chapter 35. Acting with finesse, Atlantis had encircled the entire dock, the largest in Astapor, spacious enough to facilitate the transportation of goods. This time, Newgate had brought 500 Unsullied and 1,000 sailors, alongside Jack's crew, providing ample manpower for the task at hand. Kaido swiftly seized control of the dock with his 500 Unsullied, apprehending numerous merchants and slave owners who had attempted to flee, confiscating all their possessions in the process. While Newgate was securing the dock in preparation to assist Jack, Jack had already arrived at the 5th pyramid. After numerous plunders, Jack observed a staggering disparity in wealth among the benevolent masters. None had yet matched even half of Krasny's fortune. At this juncture, Daenerys had led her 9,000 Unsullied to liberate slaves along their path. Her objective was similarly the wealth of the benevolent masters, though at present, her primary concern was securing provisions, while gold and silver were secondary considerations. Jack had amassed nearly 4 million golden dragons in rare treasures, and as he surveyed the laden carts, he contemplated halting his endeavors. He had thoroughly ransacked the largest pyramids, leaving the remaining ones for Daenerys to explore at her leisure, as he had no more capacity to carry additional spoils. Before long, Daenerys encountered Jack, and upon observing the wealth-filled carts, she did not express envy, but instead approached Jack to inquire about his future plans. Where did he intend to venture next? Would he continue as a pirate, or perhaps establish an unparalleled mercenary force? Daenerys gazed intently at Jack. To establish a maritime power, Atlantis. In time, you may call me the Sea Emperor, Jack declared, unabashedly revealing his ultimate ambition. He had firmly established his footing and no longer feared being besieged. After a moment of contemplation, Daenerys tentatively asked, "Would you be willing to join my council? I could offer you the position of Hand of the King and Admiral of the Navy, requiring nothing more than your counsel during critical moments." Her proposition immediately conjured the image of an honorary advisor in Jack's mind, someone who does little yet reaps substantial rewards by providing guidance at pivotal junctures. Jack stroked his chin, refraining from promptly rejecting Daenerys' offer. "What compensation can you provide? Should I join your council, Atlantis would undoubtedly become an adversary of the entire slave bay." Daenerys found herself momentarily speechless, as Jack's assertion had not crossed her mind. She would face the animosity of the entire slave bay, and if Jack were to join her council, he would likely be marked as an enemy as well. "If you manage to secure your position in the slave bay, I might consider assisting you, but not at this moment. It will depend on whether your situation warrants my investment." Upon hearing Jack's words, Daenerys momentarily relinquished her attempts to sway him. Jack was correct. Without evident value, he had no reason to risk aligning with her. After both teams skillfully maneuvered around each other, Jack triumphantly arrived at the dock, laden with an abundance of spoils. Newgate had been waiting for some time, and upon seeing Jack, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Just call me Captain. You are quite the elder yourself, so there's no need for formality." Jack replied with a cheerful smile. Newgate promptly corrected him, saying, "Your Majesty, you now command 8,000 troops and hundreds of ships. It is no longer fitting to refer to you simply as Captain." "Ha ha, then I shall defer to you," Jack responded, reveling in the flattery. Since someone was willing to sing his praises, he was more than happy to oblige. "How goes the development of the Seychelles Islands?" he inquired, for he had not left Estabo in months and was unaware of their progress. "The archipelago is truly a treasure. Apart from the central large island, there are 5 smaller islands surrounding it, ideal for establishing a city on the main island and smaller towns on the periphery." When it came to the Seychelles Islands, Newgate was thoroughly satisfied. He had anticipated a harsh environment, but was pleasantly surprised by the fertile soil and the climate, which, aside from being somewhat rainy, had no significant drawbacks. Jack instructed his men to transfer all the plunder onto the ship, and then he led his grand fleet towards the Seychelles Islands. In the ship's cabin, Newgate, Kaido, and Jack were enjoying a meal together. "Your Majesty, the entire area of the Seychelles Islands is quite extensive, roughly estimated at around 20,000 square kilometers. Our people have only constructed a camp in the northern part of the islands and have yet to explore further." Jack poured himself a glass of wine and then inquired, "Are there many species on the islands? If the species are abundant, it would indicate that the Seychelles Islands are indeed remarkable. There are quite a number of species. Moreover, there are no humans on the islands, but there is a significant population of black leaf monkeys, which are quite bothersome. If we do not eradicate them, we may struggle to cultivate anything." The black leaf monkeys, named by Newgate, are entirely black, with curly fur and a green leaf-like mark on their foreheads. Their numbers are astounding, and they occasionally band together to ambush the patrols of the innocents. While they pose little threat, being pelted with rotten fruit and excrement is decidedly unpleasant. Newgate then elaborated on the situation regarding the black leaf monkeys, but Jack waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Newgate need not be overly concerned. Wherever humans go, they are an undeniable invasive species. Once Jack relocates a substantial population to the island, the black leaf monkeys will gradually face extinction as their habitat is obliterated, without the need for dedicated hunts. "Your Majesty, From where do you plan to migrate these populations? Currently, there are few places from which to draw population. The best option is Slave Bay, but there are no slaves remaining there. Naturally, it will be from Slave Bay, especially the Lazans, who are gentle and skilled in agriculture, making them the ideal foundational population. Jack replied without hesitation. But Slave Bay has now been liberated by Daenerys Targaryen. How can we possibly acquire slaves now? Kaido questioned, somewhat perplexed. Kaido is not particularly well versed in this matter. His expertise lies solely in commanding the unsullied in battle. Daenerys speaks of liberating Slaver's Bay, yet the reality remains far from that aspiration. Slaver's Bay comprises 3 cities, and only Astapor has been freed thus far. Meereen and Yunkai remain under the yoke of slavery. Daenerys lacks sufficient managerial talent to establish a stable governance over Slaver's Bay. The institution of slavery, entrenched for centuries, is not easily dismantled, especially considering that the entirety of Essos is accustomed to this practice. The prosperity of the 9 great trading city-states is built upon the countless bones of the enslaved. Just as these thoughts echoed, Newgate suddenly rose and knelt before Jack, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I beseech you, if you have the strength, please assist us, the slaves." To Jack's astonishment, Kaido also knelt, the implications of his gesture unmistakable. Witnessing this, Jack felt a surge of satisfaction. It was indeed commendable to possess one's own thoughts and aspirations, for that is what constitutes a complete individual. Jack welcomed the complexity of his subordinates' thoughts, fearing instead a dull, lifeless existence devoid of ambition. Arise, for you're no longer slaves. As for the institution of slavery, do not fret excessively. It is but a minor obstacle that can be easily overcome with a mere flourish of Daenerys' sword, he reassured them. Newgate lifted his gaze to Jack, who was pouring wine for him, and the confidence and ferocity reflected in Jack's eyes stirred something deep within him. In that fleeting moment, Newgate perceived Jack as the omnipotent god of the sea. Bowing 3 times in quick succession, Newgate proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I express my gratitude on behalf of all the slaves of Essos." Having spent a lifetime in bondage, Newgate's loathing for the institution of slavery was palpable. As for Jack, dismantling the system of slavery did not require great effort or direct involvement on his part. He merely needed to offer Daenerys some counsel, allowing her to take decisive action, all the while reaping considerable benefits for himself. Chapter 36. The Seychelles Islands construction plan. The journey from Slave Bay to the Seychelles Islands spans approximately 1 month, whereas a fully laden vessel may require 2 to 3 months, contingent upon the wind and cargo capacity. Your Majesty, ahead lies the central island of Seychelles. We shall first pass by several islets, each merely a few hundred square meters in size. These small islands are numerous, yet largely inconsequential, though they could serve as watchtowers for vigilance. Jack nodded, having previously encountered these islands during his navigation, as he and Poseidon had charted the maritime maps together. Suddenly, Jack emitted a sound of puzzlement. Newgate turned to follow Jack's gaze, spotting a peculiar creature approximately 4 meters in length resting along the shore of one of the islets. Poseidon himself. Your Majesty need not be concerned. Though this sea lizard is exceedingly large, it possesses a gentle disposition and poses no threat to humans. In fact, it has rescued several innocents who cannot swim. Acting as a guardian spirit of the ocean, Newgate hastily explained, concerned that Jack might order the creature's demise. Newgate regarded this giant sea lizard as an embodiment of the sea god, sent to protect Atlantis. Jack, maintaining a stoic expression, merely nodded, contemplating whether he required further introduction of this entity. His earlier surprise stemmed from witnessing Poseidon basking on the beach, a sight he found remarkable, as Poseidon typically favored the depths of the ocean. Observing Jack's apparent indifference towards Poseidon, Newgate continued, Your Majesty, do you not find its appearance reminiscent of the banner of Atlantis? I believe this bodes well, indicating that the god of the ocean watches over us. Affirming your title as the Sea Emperor, we could propagate this tale, intertwining your renown with myth and legend, thus facilitating your rule. A smile crept upon Jack's face. Indeed, how could it not resemble the creature's likeness from its youth, which he had depicted. Yet, Jack refrained from revealing Poseidon's true identity, acknowledging that Godzilla's eventual stature would reach 200 meters, distinct from the dragon's 200 meters. Dragons possess wings, necks, and tails, whereas Godzilla's height is purely vertical, offering a different visual impact. Thus, Jack planned to sculpt Godzilla into the embodiment of the sea god. 30 million years ago, the sea god Godzilla battled the dark god Ghidorah to save the world, and with the addition of various peculiar earthly deities, he could easily fabricate an entire cultural narrative. Amused by this thought, Jack couldn't help but chuckle, shaking off the chaotic images swirling in his mind. Soon, the Grand Fleet arrived at the dock of the central island of Seychelles. The dock was still under construction, yet due to a lack of skilled artisans, they could only manage a rudimentary structure for temporary use. No matter. This is inconsequential. I shall make time to visit Yilin shortly to bring back some skilled workers. Jack assured Newgate, indicating there was no cause for concern. Such trivial matters I can handle myself. There is no need for you to attend to everything personally, Newgate promptly remarked. In his view, certain minor tasks did not warrant Jack's direct involvement, as doing so would render him awkward, akin to being idle and useless. Jack placed a reassuring hand on Newgate's shoulder, stating, "I cannot remain indefinitely in the Seychelles, nor can I stay aboard the Sea Emperor forever. You have many tasks ahead, so I shall attend to what I can." There was an unspoken sentiment lingering in Jack's mind. Newgate's capabilities were gradually lagging behind the pace of Atlantis' development. After all, Newgate had once been a slave, a fact that could not be altered, limiting his knowledge and experience. Previously, he could assist Jack due to the small number of individuals involved, and his wealth of experience allowed him to manage. However, with the increasing numbers and the establishment of the central island, Newgate was bound to feel increasingly overwhelmed. Consequently, Jack planned to divide the position of the king's hand into two, designating them as the king's left hand and the king's right hand. This arrangement would not only alleviate the prime minister's burdens, but also provide Newgate with responsibilities that would keep him engaged without overwhelming or embarrassing him. After all, Newgate was among the first to follow Jack and had been quite helpful. Dismissing him would undoubtedly dishearten his loyal subordinates. For the future political framework of Atlantis, Jack intended to model it after the Seven Kingdoms, where noble territories would consist of islands and overseas bases. As for how Atlantis would ultimately evolve, that was a concern for another day. However, Jack did not plan to fully delegate military and political power to the nobles under his command. Rather, he would grant them political authority while retaining military control, as relinquishing military power could lead to unforeseen complications. Upon arriving at the dock, Jack first inspected the camp constructed by Newgate and the others. He scratched his head in bewilderment, noting that it resembled nothing more than a temporary encampment. He had anticipated the emergence of a village, but found only a makeshift site. Sighing inwardly, he recognized that perhaps his expectations were too lofty, considering it had only been a few months since the construction began. Indeed, a challenging task for this group. Newgate, let's prioritize the construction of some warehouses to store our accumulated wealth, and then focus on clearing the forests so that everyone can have their own stone and wooden houses. Jack instructed. Newgate stroked his beard and replied, "I've already assigned individuals to gather timber." Jack shook his head, emphasizing I meant everyone. There is little risk of an attack here, so let all hands gather stone and wood, and then send others to the free trade city-states to procure food and various artisan slaves. As for Jack himself, he planned to venture to Milan, where the number of skilled laborers was substantial: carpenters, stonemasons, blacksmiths, and more, though the truly skilled among them may be few. Yet, the sheer volume could compensate. After all, 3 mediocre craftsmen can still outshine a genius. A deep, resonant dragon's roar echoed as Korak appeared, dragging a black primate that stood over a meter tall. Upon observing the situation, Newgate remarked to Jack, "Behold the black leaf monkey we have encountered. Its entire body is cloaked in a deep ebony hue, exhibiting a temperament that is rather irascible, and it possesses a considerable size." Kalaksu gently descended, excitement evident on his face as he dragged the black leaf monkey to Jack's feet, urging him to partake in a taste, proclaiming it to be exceptionally delectable. Jack squinted, his interest in primates being rather limited. Nevertheless, he instructed that the monkey be taken away for some basic preparation and sampling. "Do you truly find this creature to be delectable?" he inquired, casting a glance at Calaxu. The latter tilted his head in silence. Yet his meaning was unmistakable. He found it indeed to be quite tasty. Had he the ability to speak, he would undoubtedly convey to Jack the exquisite flavor of black leaf monkey meat, urging him not to miss the opportunity to savor it. Patting Calaxu's head, Jack declared, "Then I hereby bequeath to you all the black leaf monkeys on this island. Indulge yourself at will." With a soft hiss, Calaxu took flight, soaring towards the distant forest. The Seychelles archipelago is characterized by its flat terrain and dense jungle, with a freshwater river meandering through the heart of the central island. Jack now intended to construct a city by the riverside, aptly named Aquapolis. Chapter 37. Do not call Calaxu, although the Seychelles Islands were chosen by Jack. He had not previously acquainted himself with their intricacies. Thus, for the ensuing week, Jack dedicated himself to exploring these islands. After a week of diligent exploration, he found solace in the fact that the Seychelles did not harbor any formidable beasts. The most threatening creatures were the black leaf monkeys residing in the forests, which posed little concern. To the west of the Seychelles lay the Serpent Lizard Islands, which Jack intended to incorporate into the territory of Atlantis in the future. However, unlike the Seychelles, the Serpent Lizard Islands were aptly named. Despite their vastness, many times larger than the Seychelles, the islands were home to grotesque, ferocious, and colossal reptiles. It was said that the largest of these serpent lizards could measure twice the size of a lion, reaching lengths of at least 5 to 6 meters. Nevertheless, serpent lizards were considered one of the commodities of Eros, and numerous hunters would brave the perilous journey to capture them for sport. In Eros, serpent lizards were commonly utilized for gladiatorial entertainment, pitting them against slaves, dogs, and other creatures. With a thunderous roar, Calaxu descended from the sky. Jack furrowed his brow as he looked at Calaxu, who, despite being a stately dragon, had noticeably gained weight in just a week. Do not call him Calaxu anymore. Let us call him Labra Pig instead. Such a name suits you well, Jack quipped, exasperated. With a triumphant roar, Calaxu took pride in his newfound girth, believing it to be a testament to his exceptional hunting prowess. This period had been akin to paradise for Calaxu, with an abundance of black leaf monkeys allowing him to hunt with his eyes closed, alongside a multitude of other animals. The wooden door creaked open, and an innocent one entered, accompanied by a small female goat. It was Evelyn. At this moment, Evelyn had matured considerably, transforming from an adorable goat girl into a charming and delightful young goat. Evelyn dashed over to Calaxu, playfully nudging his head with her own. In response to Calaxu's irate growl, she scurried beneath Jack's legs. "Bah, bah!" Evelyn gleefully taunted Calaxu, reveling in her ability to provoke him despite his horns. "Oh, for goodness sake, Evelyn, I shall repeat myself. You are not permitted to provoke Calaxu. If I am not around and he decides to devour you, I would be utterly powerless to intervene." Unfortunately, Evelyn, being merely a young goat, could not grasp the complexity of Jack's warning. However, she discerned the seriousness in his tone and tempered her boastful demeanor slightly. Jack then turned to Calaxu and admonished, "Calaxu, you are a noble dragon, intelligent, virtuous, brave, and kind. Evelyn is our family. Though she may be foolish and proud, there is absolutely no justification for you to harm her. Do you understand?" Calaxu, with a face full of displeasure, retracted his fangs. Observing this, Jack nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the wisdom of a dragon is commendable. Though it may not reach the intellectual capacity of a human, it surpasses that of other creatures by far. Meanwhile, Evelyn, noticing Calaxu's retraction of fangs, wagged her little tail and approached him, affectionately nuzzling her head against his neck, trying to ingratiate herself. Calaxu, however, turned away in disdain, showing no interest in engaging with the foolish female goat. Disregarding the daily antics of the two non-humans, Jack instructed the Immaculate, "Please seek out Newgate and bring him to me." "Yes, my lord." Before long, Newgate stood before Jack, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, you summon me? I am preparing to journey to Slave Bay. Continue to arrange for the procurement of food and iron from the free trade city-states. When the time is right, I shall notify you, and you can directly take a ship to Slave Bay for the relocation of the populace." Newgate furrowed his brow slightly before inquiring, "Your Majesty, if that is the case, should we also purchase slaves while acquiring food and iron? The 9 major trade city-states have many slave traders." Jack waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need to buy slaves. That incurs expense. If we manage the Slave Bay properly, we can obtain a substantial population and artisans without expenditure." Newgate nodded. "In that case, I shall proceed to purchase food and iron. Is there anything else you wish to prioritize? Focus on food and iron first. That is of utmost importance. Additionally, ensure the quality of the seeds is excellent. We must at least achieve self-sufficiency for the Seychelles Islands. Currently, the Seychelles Islands have yet to cultivate farmland, relying entirely on the fleet for supplies, prompting Jack to prepare for agricultural endeavors. He handed Newgate a piece of coarse paper, instructing, "This contains my methods for soil enrichment. Have the workers experiment with it. Failures are acceptable, but persistent attempts are essential." Newgate cautiously accepted the instructions, assuring, "Understood, Your Majesty." "You can rest assured." 3 days later, after finalizing the necessary foundational tasks, Jack set sail aboard the Sea Emperor once more. This time, he brought with him only 300 immaculates, leaving even Korlaxa behind. The ecological environment of the Seychelles Islands is exceptionally suitable for Korlaxu's growth, allowing him to flourish far more than if he were to accompany Jack on his travels. The Sea Emperor, having been refurbished, boasts ample space and considerable speed, making it ideal for journeys. With Poseidon serving as a towman beneath the vessel, Jack estimated that, with Poseidon's determination, they could reach Slave Bay in approximately 18 days. As 2 weeks swiftly passed, on one particular morning, Jack engaged in some physical activity on the deck before leaping into the sea. Upon entering the vast ocean, Poseidon emerged from the depths to greet Jack, who grasped the god's dorsal fin tightly. Under Poseidon's guidance, they swiftly descended into the azure depths. Thanks to the heart of the ocean that had been implanted within him, Jack was able to perceive his surroundings even underwater, and soon he found himself arriving at their destination. His eyes sparkled with wonder as he beheld the sunken ship before him. The waters near Slave Bay were littered with numerous wrecks, treasures long lost to ordinary mortals. Yet they appeared as kindred spirits to Jack. It was a realization he had only recently come to, and as fate would have it, Poseidon's search had indeed led them to a sunken vessel that very day. Gently patting Poseidon's great head in a gesture of encouragement, Jack grasped his trident and swiftly swam towards the wreck, with Poseidon close behind, ever vigilant in ensuring Jack's safety. Chapter 38. The shipwreck. In Valyrian steel armor, the vessel appeared to be a grand merchant ship, with only half of its hull visible above the surface, the remainder ensconced in the muck below. After circling the exposed hull, Jack exchanged a knowing glance with Poseidon. In an instant, Poseidon understood and unleashed a torrent of atomic breath, piercing through the ship's structure. Observing the gaping hole created, Jack exerted his strength to enlarge the opening slightly before slipping inside, taking advantage of his size. Upon entering the cabin, Jack was greeted by several skeletal remains. As he explored the ship's interior, he found nothing of value. Everything was fragile and crumbled at a mere touch, devoid even of porcelain or gemstones. Yet, Jack remained undeterred. Although the ship seemed barren, he suspected that the passage of time was to blame, and that there were likely more recent shipwrecks in the vicinity. Just as Jack prepared to depart, his gaze sharpened, and he discerned an unusual skeleton. Unlike the previous boxes he had encountered, which disintegrated upon contact, this skeleton cradled a large wooden chest. Moreover, the skeleton's ankle was ensnared by a chain, painting a vivid picture of its last moments, attempting to escape with the chest during the shipwreck, only to be tragically bound and ultimately drowned in the depths. After shattering the decayed bones in the chest, a suit of armor emerged. Jack's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a knight's armor, remarkably intact despite the passage of years. Securing the armor with a rope from his waist, Jack tugged it along as he swam towards the exit. Just as he was on the verge of surfacing, a thunderous noise erupted from outside, followed by Poseidon S furious roar. Startled, Jack realized that a creature was attacking Poseidon. There was no time for hesitation. He momentarily relinquished the knight's armor and swiftly emerged into the open water, where he beheld Poseidon engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal octopus. The creature's tentacles extended at least 10 meters, its overall size nearing 12 or 13 meters. No wonder tales of sea monsters circulated. Such a beast could effortlessly consume several men in a single meal. However, armed with the heart of the ocean, Jack thrived in the aquatic realm, even surpassing his abilities on land. Grasping a harpoon, he charged toward the octopus. The creature, noticing Jack's approach, instinctively lashed out with two of its tentacles, bewildered by the presence of a bipedal being in the depths. Yet, recalling his previous awkwardness in the sea, Jack adeptly evaded the tentacles, and before the octopus could react, he plunged the harpoon deep into its maw. The pain was immense. The octopus released its grip on Poseidon, who seized the opportunity to unleash an atomic breath, cleaving through the creature's body. As the octopus gradually succumbed to stillness, Jack returned to the ship's interior, retrieved the knight's armor, and resumed his ascent towards the surface. Poseidon, dragging the massive octopus behind him, followed suit. Soon, Jack broke through the water's surface and climbed the prepared ladder back onto the deck of the Sea Emperor. As Jack ascended, Ellie and Yag welcomed him eagerly. Upon noticing the knight's armor slung over Jack's back, admiration sparkled in Ellie's eyes, akin to that of a wolf returning victorious from a hunt. Jack cast the armor onto the deck and immediately summoned a group of Unsullied. After procuring a massive grappling hook, he secured one end with a rope and leapt back into the sea. Skillfully, he ensnared the hook into the body of the colossal octopus and returned to the deck, rallying everyone to assist in hoisting the creature aboard. Instantly, hundreds of crew members aboard the Sea Emperor gathered on the deck, their expressions a mix of astonishment as they beheld the lifeless octopus. "Is this truly an octopus? It's enormous," they murmured in disbelief. "Surely, this is the fabled sea monster, the Kraken. Our Lord of the Sea is indeed a reincarnation of the divine, capable of vanquishing such a beast beneath the waves." Amidst the surrounding chatter, Jack remained unfazed, measuring the giant octopus once it was laid flat, discovering its astonishing length of 13.7 meters, rivaling that of his former vessel, the Sea Dog. "Where's the cook? Get this octopus down below. Tonight we feast on seafood," he exclaimed, eliciting a chorus of cheers. After weeks at sea, their meals had dwindled in quality, and the prospect of a seafood banquet was indeed a cause for celebration. Meanwhile, Jack silently urged Poseidon to hasten their voyage towards Slaves Bend. As night fell, the Sea Emperor continued its swift course, with the crew reveling on deck, singing and dancing. Jack reclined in Ellie's embrace, savoring the roasted octopus under Yag's attentive care. Fortunately, the spice trade in the world of Game of Thrones rendered the octopus's flesh nearly devoid of any fishy taste. To commemorate their conquest of the giant octopus, Jack shared the remaining meager supply of wine, distributing half a cup to each crew member. As for the knight's armor, Jack had stowed it away, firmly believing it to be crafted from Valyrian steel. Only such legendary material could withstand prolonged immersion in seawater without succumbing to corrosion or rust. Regrettably, the armor did not fit Jack well. He estimated its original owner stood around 175 meters tall. At over 180 meters, Jack found the armor too short, creating an awkward and unseemly appearance, albeit not significantly detrimental. Simultaneously, Daenerys, having lingered for several months in Astapor, began her journey towards Yunkai. Unlike in the original narrative, Daenerys did not decide to assault Yunkai upon learning of its 200,000 slaves. Instead, enticed by Jack's influence, she took it upon herself to liberate the enslaved. Leaving behind a leadership composed of physicians, scholars, and sorcerers, Daenerys led her army of Unsullied and a contingent of newly freed citizens eager to follow her northward. Chapter 39. Meereen 2 days swiftly passed, during which Jack docked the ship's Sea King at the port of Astapor. Subsequently, he ventured into the city accompanied by 100 Unsullied. At this moment, Astapor appeared to be celebrating the liberation of slaves, yet in reality, Chaos was beginning to spiral out of control. The root of this turmoil lay with the recently freed slaves. After the emancipation of hundreds of thousands, Daenerys had failed to provide them with a clear path forward. She proclaimed to the liberated, "You are free, you are unshackled." However, these newly liberated individuals found themselves adrift, devoid of purpose and direction, their initial excitement swiftly morphing into confusion. Many felt a profound loss of meaning in life, longing for a return to the bonds of servitude. Upon entering Astapor, Jack's immediate impression was one of disorder. A multitude of newly freed citizens wandered aimlessly through the streets. Observing them, Jack noted that these individuals seemed far less spirited than when they had been enslaved. They exuded an air of the living dead. Yet, not all were trapped in this malaise. Some appeared vibrant and full of life. Jack surmised that these individuals likely possessed a particular skill or trade. Stonemasons, carpenters, blacksmiths, despite the absence of a master, could sustain themselves through their talents. Particularly, those who had been bed slaves found their fortunes improved as their earnings now belonged to them, leading to a more prosperous existence. In stark contrast, the plight of ordinary slaves was dire. Deprived of their master's oversight and lacking any marketable skills, they relied solely on the provisions left by Daenerys, living a monotonous cycle of eating and sleeping, leading to a numbing of the spirit. Nevertheless, a greater number of these ordinary slaves seemed to prefer this lazy freedom, with only a few yearning to return to the hands of a master. In summary, Astapor was engulfed in a state of chaos and disorder, with the city's production at a near standstill, particularly after many benevolent masters had been slain by Daenerys, resulting in the loss of vital industries. Jack did not linger long in Astapor. After procuring supplies, he returned to the Sea King. For these new freedmen were of little utility. Jack navigated north along the slave coast, soon arriving at his destination, Meereen. Along the journey, he beheld the formidable army of Unsullied marching along the coastal expanse. The slave coast, beginning at Astapor and extending to Meereen, bore witness to a grim history. In a Game of Thrones, the slave masters of Meereen had crucified 163 defiant youths along this very road, raising their fingers to the heavens as a challenge to Daenerys, who styled herself as the liberator of the oppressed. In a fit of rage, she retaliated by executing an equal number of the cruel slave masters. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read it in another browser. MYLYN is situated on the northern coast of Slaver's Bay, near the mouth of the Skahazadin River, perched upon a rocky sandbar. To the east lies a series of hills, beyond which stretches a sandstone mountain range. To reach Laser, one must traverse the Kaiser Pass. MYLYN, like its sister city-states of Yunkai and Astapor, is constructed of bricks. However, the bricks of MYLYN are multicolored rather than merely yellow or red. It boasts formidable defenses, with thick, high walls, well-maintained fortifications, and defensive towers at every turn, along with bronze harpy heads adorning the walls capable of dousing enemies with boiling oil. The northern wall runs along the riverbank, with the river flowing through the city, while the western wall is built along the bay. The city's sewage system drains into the Skahazadin River. Overall, it is undoubtedly the largest, most prosperous, and most populous city in Slaver's Bay, reputedly housing a population greater than the combined total of Astapor and Yunkai. Having docked the Sea Queen, Jack, accompanied by a band of Unsullied and Vaderil, stepped into this city steeped in legend. "The pyramids are truly magnificent," Vaderil exclaimed. The largest pyramid in MYLYN, known as the Great Pyramid, towers at 800 feet, comprising 33 tiers, crowned by a bronze harpy statue. Following her conquest of the city, Daenerys relocated her royal chambers to the Great Pyramid, replacing the harpy statue with a beacon and hoisting the red dragon banner of House Targaryen atop. In addition to the Great Pyramid, there exists the Temple of the Graces and a grand arena that we can explore shortly, Jack remarked, as they had several months before Daenerys would arrive, allowing him some time for leisure. "Really?" Vaderil's eyes sparkled. During her time with Jack, she seemed to have completely forgotten her previous life as a slave, embodying the essence of an innocent and lively girl. Ruffling her hair, Jack replied, "Of course. Would I ever deceive my adorable little simpleton? Oof, you're truly insufferable. I'm not simple at all." Chapter 40. The elite slaves. The slave market in Meereen was vast, and upon his arrival, Jack made a beeline for the elite slave section. This category of slaves encompassed various roles, including educators, physicians, and stewards. The training period for these high-ranking slaves was extensive. Consequently, their prices were quite steep, typically ranging in the dozens of gold coins depending on their abilities. After inquiring with several slave owners, Jack discovered that the most expensive elite slaves were the physicians, followed by educators and stewards. Although these individuals were classified as slaves, their masters generally did not treat them as mere livestock. Rather, they were afforded a degree of privilege. The cost of a physician was comparable to that of a virgin, hovering around 30 golden dragons, while educators were somewhat less expensive at approximately 20 golden dragons. Other elite slaves, such as stewards, typically did not exceed 10 golden dragons in price. Additionally, Jack sought information regarding slaves who were children of 6 years old. At this age, children were in a phase of rapid growth, requiring ample sustenance, yet capable of performing only minimal labor. Thus, their prices were relatively low, about 10 copper coins. This price had already increased due to the recent liberation of Astapor by Daenerys and the current siege of Yunkai, which had spurred a sharp rise in slave prices in Meereen. The soaring prices prompted the ruling lords of Meereen to abandon their immediate plans to assist Yunkai and instead prepare to amass wealth during this period before extending aid. After all, the three cities were in competition. Had it not been for Daenerys' intention to liberate the Bay of Slaves, they might have remained indifferent to the fates of Yunkai and Astapor. While Jack was probing the situation in Meereen, representatives of Yunkai were attempting to negotiate with Daenerys outside the city. The envoy was Lord Razdal Emo Iraz, an ancient and esteemed nobleman, master of mortals, a negotiator with the barbarian tribes, representing Yunkai in these discussions. As Missandei introduced the noble's identity, she guided him toward Daenerys. Before the envoy could utter a word, Drogon and Viserion unleashed terrifying roars, causing him to instinctively step back and swallow hard. Daenerys smiled, clearly pleased with the display of authority from her dragons. Once the intimidation had been established, Missandei spoke. "Before you stands Daenerys Targaryen, the Stormborn, Queen of the Undulls and the First Men, Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, Breaker of Chains, and Mother of Dragons. In both Westeros and Essos, lineage was highly regarded." As Missandei presented her introduction, the envoy gazed at Daenerys, astonished by the length of her titles. Daenerys extended her hand with a smile, inviting him closer. "You may approach now. Please take a seat." The envoy, after glancing at the 3 dragons beside Daenerys and hesitating for a moment, slowly advanced to sit. Missandei approached with a cup and inquired, "My lord, would you like a drink?" Iraz nodded, and Missandei poured him a glass of wine. Lord Razdal Emo, Iraz took a sip to steady his nerves. The ancient and illustrious realm of Yunkai has existed long before the Valyrian dragons danced in their fiery splendor, with countless armies meeting their demise at our gates. Observing the incessant prattling of Iraz, Daenerys remained silent, merely retrieving a piece of raw meat from the platter beside her and casting it into the air. Upon catching the scent of the food, her 3 dragons soared upwards, instantly tearing the meat into shreds. This spectacle caused Iraz to recoil, his brows furrowing as he regarded the young dragons, privately deriding them as brutish as Daenerys herself. "Very well, my Unsullied require practical experience. It has been said that they should taste blood early," he remarked. Iraz immediately retorted, "If you seek blood, it will surely flow in rivers. But why must it be so? Although you have committed barbaric acts in Astapor, we of Yunkai are generous and forgiving. The lords of Yunkai have brought gifts for the Dragon Queen." At Iraz's gesture, for slaves approached, carrying 2 chests. With a nod from Iraz, the slaves opened the chests, revealing one filled with gleaming gold of apparent fine quality, while the other contained an array of shimmering gemstones in various hues. "There is much more aboard your ship," Iraz proclaimed confidently. Daenerys smiled and countered, "My ship? Indeed, your grace, I have said we are generous. You may have as many ships as you desire." "What are the terms?" Iraz inquired, his stance notably humble. "We only ask that you sail back to your homeland and reclaim the Iron Throne that rightfully belongs to you." They wish to avoid conflict with the Mother of Dragons, preferring to conduct their slave trade in peace. Daenerys observed the slaves kneeling beside Iraz and then addressed him. "I have a gift for you as well." Iraz straightened slightly, displaying an attentive demeanor. "Your life," Daenerys declared. Iraz appeared bewildered. "My life? And the lives of the lords." She added, "But I have a condition. Release all slaves of Yunkai. Provide each man, woman, and child with provisions, clothing, and valuables they can carry, as recompense for their years of servitude. Should you refuse this gift, I shall show no mercy." "Have you lost your mind?" Iraz's face contorted in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a response from Daenerys. "We are not Astapor or Karth. We are Yunkai, and we have powerful allies who would delight in annihilating you and your forces. For those who survive, we shall enslave them once more. Perhaps even you shall become our slave." As he spoke, Iraz rose to his feet. At that moment, Drogon emitted a fearsome roar, prompting Iraz to hastily retreat and exclaim, "You swore an oath to ensure my safety." Daenerys nodded. "I have made my vow, yet my dragons have not, and you have threatened their mother." With that, she cast a smile toward Drogon. Iraz, filled with shame and anger, glared at Daenerys, feeling as though he had been deceived. "Gather the gold. We shall depart," he commanded his enslaved followers. For slaves, trembling under Drogon's watchful gaze, approached cautiously, but before they could even touch the chest filled with gold bars, Drogon roared and lunged towards the treasure, causing the slaves to hastily retreat. "This gold is mine. You gifted it to me, remember?" Daenerys stated, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Iraz. "I shall make proper use of it. The gift I have bestowed upon you deserves your utmost respect." Daenerys spoke with utmost seriousness. "Now be gone." Iraz muttered a curse under his breath before turning to leave. At that moment, Barristan remarked, "The Unsullied are a proud race. They will not yield. And what becomes of those who refuse to submit?" Daenerys gently inquired. Yora and Barristan remained silent, finding solace in Daenerys' confidence. They claimed to have formidable allies. Who are these allies? Yora pondered for a moment before decisively responding, "I do not know." Daenerys rolled her eyes slightly, seeking the answer. Yora nodded and then led his men away. Just then, Drogon soared to Daenerys' side, and she tenderly stroked his head, her eyes brimming with confidence. At this moment, she possessed dragons, an army of the Unsullied, and a wealth of plundered treasures. Chapter 41. The visit of the Myrish nobility 1 week after the failed negotiations between Daenerys and the noblemen. Daenerys had encircled Yunkai. The city was well prepared, boasting not only 5,000 slave soldiers, but also 2,000 mercenaries from the Second Sons. Let us adhere to the series interpretation, as the original text complexities may be unfamiliar to many. Confronted by Daenerys' 9,000 Unsullied, supplemented by the optional new free men army, Yunkai had confidence in its ability to withstand Daenerys' assault, fortified by its walls. After all, Daenerys lacked siege weaponry, and no matter how formidable the Unsullied were, they could not directly confront the walls. The atmosphere between the two factions was taut with tension. Nonetheless, Daenerys refrained from an immediate assault. She reasoned that mercenaries fight for gold, and the dead cannot offer them riches. Thus, she opted to negotiate first with the leader of the Second Sons, the notorious bastard known as Marrow, often referred to as the Titan's bastard. However, Varys advised against this course of action. Marrow, the commander of the Second Sons, hailed from Braavos, a tall figure with pale green eyes and a thick, waist-length golden-red beard, infamous for their notorious reputation. The Second Sons had become nearly unhireable under his command. In essence, he was a perilous individual devoid of any credibility, even if he pledged allegiance to Daenerys. He resembled a ticking time bomb, liable to detonate at any moment. Nevertheless, Daenerys remained resolute in her decision. If she could sway the Second Sons to her cause, the ensuing conflict would become significantly more manageable. Meanwhile, in Meereen, Jaqen was furiously confronting the miscreant, Korlak. "Look at this," The moment I depart, you descend into chaos, engaging in petty theft and mischief. It seems you seek your own demise. Jacqueline held a letter detailing Corlac's transgressions committed in his absence. Ultimately, after deliberation, Newgate and the others unanimously concluded that Corlac must be brought before Jacqueline, lest his antics dismantle the camp in Seychelles. Thus, they imprisoned Corlac and presented him to Jacqueline, accompanied by a letter enumerating his various offenses. This revelation incited Jacqueline's ire, for he had not anticipated that Corlac's seemingly innocent demeanor was a mere fade. Aware of his exposed misdeeds, Corlac feigned a pitiable expression, as if to say, "You know, I left my mother at a young age. Brother, do not be angry. After all, Corlac is just a little dragon, and mischief is to be expected." Vidiral promptly nestled into Jacqueline's embrace. Jacqueline, with a frown, picked up his slipper and intoned darkly, "Today, no one can intercede. If he dares to devour the mother hen's eggs today, he shall be inclined to feast upon humans tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Vidiral cast Corlac a look of resigned pity. She had genuinely tried. Typically, if the matter were trivial, a mere display of charm would sway Jacqueline. However, today Corlac could not evade the consequences of his actions. Corlaxiu was well aware that his fate was sealed today. As he gazed at the approaching Jack, he let out a wail, as if the soles of his shoes had struck him. This only served to infuriate Jack further. "So you wish to play the part, do you? I shall make you act." The piercing cries resumed, yet this time they bore a more genuine tone, devoid of the previous pretense. While Jack was admonishing Corlaxiu, the noble families of Milan, including the Dasnak clan, watched the inner courtyard with a sense of trepidation. Does the father of dragons usually train his dragons in such a manner? Saldari Dasnak inquired diplomatically. He had intended to question whether the father of dragons routinely subjected the creatures to cruelty, but thought better of it and rephrased his inquiry. The Unsullied glanced at the gathered nobles, initially reluctant to speak, but for the sake of the king's image, he decided to clarify. Corlaxiu has erred, and thus the Sea Emperor must impose punishment upon him. The Sea Emperor is both kind and magnanimous, showing great mercy towards us all. Upon hearing the Unsullied's words, Saldari Dasnak cleared his throat. "I am Saldari Dasnak, and the Dasnak family is one of the ancient slave-owning families of Milan. Naturally, there are other venerable families of Milan as well. We wish to pay a visit to Lord Jack. Please inform him at once. Can you not see that we are left waiting here?" This group had been stalled at the entrance by the Unsullied for quite some time, the reasoning being that the Sea Emperor was preoccupied with domestic matters. This delay left the Milan nobles feeling slighted, especially since it was the Unsullied who had obstructed them. Had it not been for Jack's reputation, they would have long since dispatched their gladiators to eliminate the Unsullied. At worst, they could compensate Jack threefold. They were not lacking in wealth, but they could not afford to lose face. Being held at bay by the Unsullied had undoubtedly embarrassed them. The captain of the Unsullied signaled to his subordinates to keep a watchful eye on the nobles while he prepared to consult Jack in the rear courtyard. Just then, a blood-red figure darted forth, prompting everyone to hastily evade. The figure leapt high, landing atop a large tree in the courtyard, allowing the onlookers to discern its true form, a grotesque dragon. The sight of the long-lost dragon, which had vanished over a century ago, astonished everyone, their faces alight with curiosity. Corlaxiu, too, was bewildered. Why were there so many people outside? Had they all witnessed his humiliating plight? At that moment, Jack, who had pursued Corlaxiu, also noticed the crowd in the courtyard. The Unsullied quickly stepped forward to elucidate the identities of the visitors. Upon hearing the Unsullied's explanation, Jack understood their status as the nobles of Milan. Their purpose for visiting was likely straightforward: to behold the aerial sovereign, the dragon, thought to have been extinct for a century. With an air of nonchalance, Jack set his shoes down and donned them, transforming from an irate father into a refined nobleman. "You arrive unannounced for a visit? It is said that family shame should remain private. Now I find myself embarrassed." Jack spoke with a subtle undertone, and Saldari Dasnak discerned his meaning. It was well known that the father of dragons was a guest in Milan. Thus, it was indeed inappropriate for the host to fail in offering adequate hospitality. Saldari emphasized the word host with a noticeable inflection. Jack smiled, then gestured for the guests to move to the courtyard. Prepare 2 tables, no, 3 tables for the banquet. We have quite a number of distinguished guests today, and I have not adequately prepared, he instructed the servants, all while taking a jibe at the prideful arrogance of the Millen nobility. Chapter 42. Breakfast milk. As evening approached, the oppressive heat dissipated, and the city of Myrene was aglow with lights, bustling with both free folk and noble science. The Myrenese seldom rode horses within the city, preferring instead to be carried in palanquins, shoulder litters, and sedan chairs by their slaves. Meanwhile, in the courtyard rented by Jack, over a dozen nobles were reveling in merriment, while Korak was obediently resting at Jack's feet. Though Jack feigned joviality towards these guests, he secretly wished for their swift departure. Had they not arrived bearing gifts, he would have had no desire to host this meal. The Myrenese were an exceedingly cunning people, and for an honest man like Jack, dealing with such shrewd individuals was most irksome. Mr. Jack, your dragon appears to be quite obedient, but I have heard that the dragon of its mother is rather unruly. Is this true? Inquired Costas Corral. May I ask your name? Jack scrutinized Costas Corral. I am Costas, heir to the ancient Corral family. And what is your relation to Galazagalair Corral? Do you know my cousin? Costas asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. At this revelation, Jack began to comprehend Costas's lineage. Galazagalair Corral was a high priestess of Myrene, known as the Green Saint, approximately 80 years of age. This family had exhibited a relatively mild hostility towards Daenerys Targaryen's rule. After Daenerys' conquest of Myrene, Galazagalair became one of her advisors. Initially, Daenerys sought to abolish the wearing of the Tokar robe, yet Galazagalair counseled her against this notion, insisting that she must don the robe, lest she be forever loathed. Nevertheless, the Giscari of Myrene continued to regard Daenerys as a barbaric conqueror and an absurd outsider, believing that the queen should present herself in the guise of an ancient Giscari lady. I happened to see her from a distance some time ago. Her hair was snow white, her skin as thin as parchment, yet the passage of time had not dulled the brilliance in her eyes. Her eyes were a captivating green, beautifully complemented by the green robe of the Green Saint. Thank you for your kind words. My cousin is the gentlest and most learned person in Myrene, Costas Corral proudly declared. Seeing Jack's high regard for the Green Saint, the assembled nobles finally tempered their arrogance. Regardless of the biases harbored by both parties, they at least appeared to enjoy the revelry together. The scorching sun resumed its relentless assault on the city of Myrene as slaves commenced their daily toil, while the nobles retreated into their comfortable pyramids. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Jack's face. As he groggily opened his eyes, he discovered that Vetril was already engaging in her tasks with fervor. A few minutes later, after finishing her breakfast milk, Vetril began to assist Jack with dressing and grooming. Your skills seem to be becoming quite proficient. It appears that Yag has been diligently teaching you, Jack remarked. Vetril pouted in displeasure. I am already 14. When will I be able to serve you properly? At the tender age of 14, I remain unperturbed. Why should you be anxious? What if it were to break? It shall not. Sister Ellie has assured me of its resilience. Many slaves at 14 are capable of bearing children. Jack, having taken a towel to dry his face, felt considerably refreshed, and then spoke. Has your sister Ellie informed you of the mortality rate associated with childbirth at 14? Upon hearing this, Vetril hesitantly murmured, No, it is less than 30%. Jack chuckled. Even 30% is significantly high. It merely reflects the low value of slaves. Many slave owners regard attractive slaves as mere breeding vessels, and the offspring produced thusly tend to possess striking features, fetching a handsome price. Dressed and ready, Jack intended to take Vetril to the arena for some amusement, when suddenly an innocent approached to report that this morning, during feeding, they discovered that Korakshiu was missing. Upon hearing this, Jack furrowed his brow. He seldom tethered Korakshiu, as there existed a clear hierarchy between them. He was the master, and without his command, Korakshiu had never strayed. However, Jack swiftly dismissed the possibility that Korakshiu had been stolen. The dragon was no longer a mere whelp, with a wingspan of 2 meters. The likelihood of theft was virtually non-existent. Moreover, Korakshiu was but a room away, with innocent stationed at the door. Jack speculated that Karakshiyu had recently taken to hunting on his own, developing a habit of foraging, and had ventured out for that purpose. Resigned, Jack instructed several innocents to gather information. This was no Seishowa paradise, and any potential attack would be dire, given the fragility of a young dragon's scales, which could hardly withstand arrows. Meanwhile, Karakshiyu, now hunting, had soared beyond the borders of the Myling, encroaching upon the territory of Yuan-Kai. Simultaneously, outside the city of Yuan-Kai, Daenerys encountered the Titan's bastard, Mero, along with 2 other commanders. Your Majesty, allow me to present to you the commander of the Second Sons, Mero of Bravos. And Pranda Naki-san, as well as Bali-stan, gestured toward the young man on the far right. Dario Naharis. Dario introduced himself, offering a slight nod in greeting. Mero displayed a scornful smile as he stepped forward to scrutinize Daenerys. You are the mother of dragons? Daenerys smiled, but remained silent, her meaning unmistakable. I am certain I played with you in the quarters, silver-white hair, violet eyes. I am quite familiar with you, Mero mocked. Control your tongue. Yura could no longer contain himself. Had it not been for Daenerys' command, he would have drawn his sword. Yet Mero appeared unfazed, instead provocatively asking Yura, why halt? I have no qualms about her little tongue. With that, Mero brazenly approached and seated himself not far from Daenerys, adding, that woman has a remarkable talent for pleasing. As he spoke, he extended his tongue and waved it in the air. You, little slave, bring me wine. Mero addressed Missandei, while Dany suppressed her inner fury and replied with a smile, there are no slaves here. Furthermore, the chicken girl from your residence should be a descendant of the Targaryens. I shall introduce you to another Targaryen one day and relay your words to him unchanged. Oh, is that so? His skills must be quite remarkable, but alas, I have no fondness for men. Moreover, once the battle concludes, you shall all become slaves, Mero remarked nonchalantly. Unless I command otherwise. Mero gazed at Dany with an air of arrogance, a self-satisfied smile adorning his face. Chapter 43. Please do not be so disgusting even if you include Yuan-Kai slave soldiers. Your numbers cannot surpass my Unsullied. Can they? Daenerys attempted to negotiate with Mero. At a timely moment, Barristan added, we possess 10,000 Unsullied. Daenerys countered, I am merely a young woman, unfamiliar with the ways of war. Perhaps a seasoned commander like yourself would be willing to elucidate how you could possibly emerge victorious? At this juncture, Dario interjected, I hope this elder's swordsmanship surpasses his eloquence. You possess only 9,000 Unsullied. Deducting those tasked with managing the free men, you have at most 8,000 available for battle. Moreover, you lack siege engines, cavalry, and any substantial resources. We may not necessarily face defeat. Upon hearing this, the smile faded from Daenerys' face, and Dario regarded her with a knowing glance. At such a young age, you can command? He is not a commander. He is a captain, Planda clarified, even according to your own numbers. The disparity in strength is so great that your chances of victory are minuscule. Daenerys' smile vanished entirely. I shall compensate you with equal pay, or perhaps even more, Daenerys declared earnestly. At that moment, Mero was not paying heed to Daenerys' discourse. Instead, he was leering at Missandei, who was pouring wine for him. Suddenly, he leaned forward and took a whiff of her posterior. Missandei quickly recoiled, casting a disdainful glance at Mero. Planda then remarked, a contract is our lifeline. Sever that lifeline. And no one will be willing to sign a contract with the Sons of the Harpy. Buffed, does your Sons of the Harpy still possess any credibility? Just then, a mocking voice rang out from outside the tent. A handsome youth strode in, accompanied by a small entourage of Unsullied. The boy's scornful laughter provoked Mero's ire, and he glared at Daenerys. Is this effeminate boy your pet? Mero then addressed the youth. What, did I offend your master? Barristan's expression shifted, and he promptly warned. Mind your words, you risk your life. Barristan was acutely aware of Jack's temperament. Should Jack slay Mero here, the chances of an alliance with the Sons of the Harpy would vanish, potentially igniting a war. If that were to occur and Jack were to depart, the consequences would fall squarely upon them, prompting Barristan's caution. Jack approached and embraced Missandei's slender waist before taking a seat beside Daenerys. Missandei's cheeks flushed, yet she did not resist. She had grown accustomed to Jack's familiarity, having previously witnessed him engage Daenerys in similar fashion. Ultimately, Jack's youthful charm, wealth, and power made it difficult for Miss Sandy Eye to reject him, despite her personal disdain for his character. Are you the illegitimate son of Titan? Why do you bear such a name? Is it because your mother has been with so many that she cannot discern the identity of your father, prompting her to bestow upon you this moniker? You mention names as if I might not know. I am called Jack Poseidon. Has your mother ever mentioned my name to you? Enough. Marrow glared at Jack with a fierce countenance. You little wretch, after this battle, I shall properly train you, ensuring that you wish for death, yet cannot attain it. Daenerys chuckled softly. It seems, Commander Marrow, that you may not have the opportunity, for Jack is not my pet. Though I must admit I would relish the thought. Alas, I lack the means. Furthermore, allow me to introduce to you the scion of Blackfyre, Jack Blackfyre. With that, Daenerys cast a significant glance at Jack, as if to convey, why does my little darling linger, clinging to my handmaiden? Jack placed Miss Sandy Eye's legs upon his own and slipped his hand beneath her scant attire. Do not call me Blackfyre. Refer to me as Poseidon. I am not particularly fond of the surname Blackfyre. In both Westeros and Essos, being a bastard is hardly a compliment. Very well, Commander Marrow. This is the heir of Blackfyre, Jack Poseidon, a formidable leader commanding thousands of Unsullied. In Daenerys' mind, Jack was a pirate captain. However, to Jack, piracy was merely the initial means to his end. Remaining a pirate offered no future unless one could lay siege to city-states. Otherwise, plundering merchant vessels and coastal hamlets would yield meager rewards. Daenerys then dismissed Marrow and inquired of Jack, what brings you to my presence? My son has gone missing. I have heard rumors that he may have come this way. Thus I have traveled far to reach this place. Perhaps your son has already been captured and castrated by a slaver. In a few years, he may become an exemplary Unsullied. Marrow's gaze shifted to Grey Worm, as if he were akin to him. Grey Worm, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance at Marrow, suppressing the urge to dismantle him, and stood resolutely behind Daenerys. If, in a few years, my son truly becomes as obedient as an Unsullied, I shall be eternally grateful. By the way, did he not just catch a whiff of your rear? Perhaps when he departs, you could produce some pink excrement to present to him as a gift, to serve as an accompaniment for his evening repast. Jack remarked to Miss Sandy Eye. Miss Sandy Eye, visibly disgusted, retorted, might you refrain from uttering such revolting words? The very thought of it repulses me. With that, she extricated herself from Jack's embrace and turned to pour him some wine. My apologies, it shall not happen again. Jack directly apologized to Miss Sandy Eye, then addressed Marrow. It appears you are left with nothing but dog excrement. Oh, I forgot. You have horses and men. Feel free to indulge in Planders, or even Darios, or perhaps even the horses themselves. Oh, why do you gaze at me so fervently? Do not harbor such thoughts. I would sooner feed my dog than offer you anything. Jack exclaimed dramatically, as if he had encountered something truly terrifying. Marrow, his face flushed with anger, stood up and approached Jack, ready to speak, only to be sent flying several meters away by a swift kick from Jack. Enhanced by the ant's serum, Jack's physical prowess had tripled, and with the gradual augmentation from the heart of the ocean, his strength had become formidable. Initially, Jack believed that the heart of the ocean would not enhance his body, but over time, he discovered that it continuously fortified his physique to adapt to the depths of the sea, a most unexpected boon. This astonishing display left all present in utter shock. No one anticipated that the seemingly unassuming young man could possess such incredible strength, particularly for Barristan, who understood that kicking a robust man several meters away demonstrated power that rivaled even that of the Mountain of Demons, possibly exceeding it by a considerable margin. As Jack resumed his seat, he calmly remarked, "Could you please keep your distance? Seriously, have you been rolling in filth? You're reeking even before you arrive." Chapter 44. This is not my dragon with the aid of Pranda. Marrow rose once more to his seat, his gaze fixed intently upon Jack, astonished by the latter's unexpected strength. That kick had indeed caught him off guard. However, he believed that in the theater of war, skill and equipment would prevail. Fully armed, Marrow was convinced that Jack would not pose a threat, and as such, He began to contemplate the various ways he could torment Jack once he captured him. As for the words spoken by Daenerys, he regrettably had registered none of them, his mind clouded by rage. Noticing his demeanor, Daenerys spoke again. The contract is not an issue. As long as you fight for me, you shall no longer require it. Once I reclaim the 7 kingdoms, wealth, castles, and titles shall be yours to choose from. Daario interjected, reiterating his previous assertion. You have no warships, no siege engines, no cavalry. How do you intend to confront the 7 kingdoms? A proud glimmer flashed in Daenerys' eyes. Just months ago, I had no army. Over a year ago, I lacked dragons. Turning her gaze to Marrow, she delivered her ultimatum. You have 2 days to consider. Marrow straightened slightly, adopting a serious expression. Show me your worth. Reveal your body to me, and I shall decide whether you merit my allegiance. His words dripped with disdain, prompting Grey Worm to draw his dagger. Your Majesty, shall I sever his tongue? Do not, Daenerys replied. He is my guest. As the host, she recognized the necessity of maintaining decorum, for violence against a guest would hinder future negotiations. Daenerys adhered to this principle. Had she exhibited even a hint of House Frey's ethos, Marrow would have never emerged from the war tent. At that moment, a deep dragon roar resonated from above, and a young red dragon burst into the tent, clutching a goat in its claws. With a fierce roar, Corlica charged at the others, blood at the corners of its mouth enhancing its ferocity. Even the battle-hardened Marrow instinctively recoiled. Mother of dragons, control your beast, or I shall not hesitate to slay it. Marrow's bravado was palpable, yet Daenerys, too, instinctively stepped back, for this was not her offspring. I fear I cannot, for this is not my child, she said, her voice tinged with anxiety. You are the mother of dragons. Whose dragon could it possibly be? Marrow retorted. Corlica, where did you steal the goat? You haven't harmed any innocent shepherds, have you? To Marrow's astonishment, Corlica approached Jack, settling beside him to feast upon its prey. Jack affectionately stroked Corlica's head. As long as you haven't killed anyone, that is acceptable. Any killing must await my command. Having spoken, Jack abruptly scanned Marrow and his companions, causing them to tense in response. Sensing his master's gaze, Corlica rose, fixating on Marrow and his allies, a low growl emanating from its throat as sparks flickered between its teeth. Marrow and his companions immediately placed their hands on the long knives at their waists, poised to confront Jack with lethal intent. However, Jack merely smiled lightly and urged Corric, please eat quickly. Upon hearing this, Corric began to feast heartily, disregarding Marrow and his companions. Observing this, Marrow and his allies gradually lowered their guard, but they were not inclined to linger, so they rose to depart. Dany then called out to Marrow, I will grant you 2 days to contemplate. Ser Jorah, provide them with a cart of fine wine as a token of our meeting. Jorah complied, leading a contingent to procure the wine, which Marrow accepted without hesitation. Little did they know that this cart of wine would ultimately serve as the poison that doomed the sons of the Harpy. Moreover, they remained oblivious to the fact that Daario had set his sights on the stunningly beautiful Dragon Queen, plotting to deliver both their heads to Dany. Once Marrow and his companions had left, Dany turned her attention to Jack. When will you return? Are you no longer engaged in piracy upon the seas? Her tone carried a hint of jest. Piracy? What profit is there in that? I have already dispatched several large ships to Bravos for refurbishment and am also engaged in trade. I hardly have time for thievery. Atlantis possesses a total of 223 vessels, of which 39 are large ships, all sent to Bravos for upgrades. Additionally, I have commissioned a fleet of longships, while the remaining smaller merchant vessels are occupied with resource procurement. There are no ships available for plunder. As for the massive vessels seized from the 13, they are so sluggish that we cannot even catch a whiff of their sails, let alone engage in piracy. And how long can your fund sustain you? Why not serve as my naval commander? I shall provide for you and your army. Dany, undeterred, continued to court Jack's allegiance. If you can capture Meereen, I will accept the role of your naval commander and even assist in transporting your forces back to Westeros. For Jack, aligning with Dany initially posed no disadvantage. The entire realm of Westeros was embroiled in her quest to reclaim the Iron Throne. A battle was inevitable between Dany and the Baratheon dynasty, and Jack could exploit his foresight to reap significant rewards. Moreover, had Dany not been assassinated by the ever-astute Jon Snow, she would undoubtedly have emerged as the ultimate victor. However, the discrepancies between the series and the original novels left Jack uncertain about the eventual outcome. The crux of the matter remained the dragons, whose gender had always been enshrouded in mystery. The theories regarding their reproduction, as posited by Maester Bacius, Scholar Munkin, and Scholar Tamakis, diverged dramatically. In summary, the three perspectives are as follows. First, dragons possess no gender and can self-reproduce. Second, dragons are hermaphroditic and can change gender as they age. And third, dragons are distinctly male and female. According to Jack's observations, Corrack had yet to display any discernible sexual characteristics. He had previously discreetly studied the three dragons, finding them similarly devoid of evident gender traits. This suggests that dragons are likely hermaphroditic or devoid of gender distinctions during their juvenile stage, subsequently transitioning into male or female as they mature. However, the criteria and influencing factors for this transformation remain unclear. It may be related to the gender of their master or perhaps influenced by temperature. These are matters that Jack must explore over time. Regardless, Jack must choose to align himself with Daenerys. This is not solely due to his desire to breed dragons, but also because of his lineage as a descendant of Blackfyre, a branch of House Targaryen, sharing with Daenerys the possession of dragons. These external circumstances undoubtedly indicate that the Baratheon dynasty in Westeros will not favor him, and he may even find himself unwittingly placed in Daenerys' camp, subsequently viewed as an adversary. Therefore, considering these various factors, it is prudent for him to temporarily join Daenerys' faction until he possesses the strength to upend the world. Furthermore, Daenerys is a woman. A woman can be a queen, but she can also be one among a man's harem. When Daenerys governs Meereen, Jack could easily lend his support, and with Daenerys' romantic disposition, he might have the chance to win her and her dragons over entirely. With this thought, Jack gazed at Daenerys, his eyes revealing a hint of desire, a desire that was unmistakably perceived by her. Rather than retreating, Daenerys provocatively returned his gaze with a flirtatious glance. In Daenerys' eyes, Jack appears to be an exceptionally suitable marital partner, possessing ships, an army, and dragons. Most importantly, his Blackfyre bloodline profoundly ensures the purity of the Targaryen lineage. Chapter 45. Night Raid. As Jack had no pressing matters to attend to in the city of Maelin, he chose to remain by Daenerys' side. In the evening, Daenerys, feeling slightly dizzy, rose from Jack's embrace. Earlier that afternoon, they had been indulging in wine while discussing their future plans. In her eagerness to extract creative ideas from Jack, Daenerys had unwittingly allowed herself to be intoxicated. Upon standing, she noticed that Jack appeared completely sober. With a hint of annoyance, she positioned herself atop him and remarked, "You're not even drunk, are you? It seems absurd that you would share a bed with me in such a state. Why not have Miss Sandyi attend to me instead?" "Of course I'm not drunk. One cannot easily become inebriated from merely sipping wine," Jack replied. In the world of Westeros, the alcohol content ranged from 10 to 20 degrees, which hardly qualifies as strong. Furthermore, due to Jack's enhanced physique and rapid metabolism, it was nearly impossible for him to become intoxicated. With a swift motion, Jack reversed their positions and continued. "However, your tolerance for alcohol leaves much to be desired. Just a few cups, and you're already tipsy, resorting to drunken antics. Is it truly enjoyable to be on top, looking down at me?" Having resolved his intention, Jack deliberately encouraged Daenerys to host a feast, intending to intoxicate her and seize the moment before addressing any further matters. Daenerys, upon hearing Jack's words, flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, especially given their current positions. "That is only because you keep pouring me drinks. How can you have the audacity to say such things? I had thought your tolerance was quite impressive. After all, one cannot attend a banquet without drinking," Jack stated as he made his way toward the garden entrance, preparing to tend to the flowers, watering and pollinating them. Daenerys momentarily lost her resolve to retort, recognizing the importance of safeguarding her home now that it was under threat. After more than half an hour, Jack emerged from Daenerys' tent, invigorated and eager to find sustenance after his exertions. Once Jack departed, Miss Sandyi entered to assist Daenerys with her ablutions. Your Majesty, I recall your capacity for wine being rather considerable, Miss Sandai inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. Daenerys chuckled lightly. That fellow seemed to have a sudden surge of desire in his gaze during our earlier conversation. I thought it only fair to give him an opportunity. After all, I stand to lose nothing. Your Majesty, it is quite possible that your dragons have captivated him. I believe it prudent to exercise caution, considering his well-known abilities with dragons. Miss Sandai cautioned, feeling it necessary to remind Daenerys not to let Jack abscond with her young dragons. Daenerys offered Miss Sandai a reassuring glance. Rest assured, I do not place my complete trust in him. I am aware of my strengths and who I can rely upon. Unlike the foolish portrayals often depicted in television dramas, Daenerys' character in the original narrative is astute and adaptable. Moreover, she perceived Jack's interest as advantageous. It would bind him to her ambitions. Her greatest fear was that Jack would harbor no interest in her at all, for that would thwart any attempts to win him over, let alone consider an alliance through marriage. After all, the essence of a union lies in the mutual support that both parties can provide for one another. If the two individuals involved in such a union are genuinely in love, then it is merely a stroke of fortune. Miss Sandai, please fetch a bucket of water. I am in need of a bath, as I am covered inside and out. Of course, just a moment. Miss Sandai turned to prepare hot water. Jack arrived at the kitchen camp, where a considerable stock of provisions was stored. Is there anything to eat? Please prepare something for me. Sir, we are in the midst of preparing a meal. Kindly wait a moment. A cook was busy sorting through the ingredients. Jack raised an eyebrow. Under normal circumstances, when there is no combat, the army does not partake in dinner during the evening. Was Daenerys planning a night raid? This thought reminded Jack of the original text of A Song of Ice and Fire, where Daenerys had sent a cart full of wine to the Second Sons. And that very night, taking advantage of their drunkenness, she launched a surprise attack that utterly decimated the flanking forces of the Second Sons. This differs from the television adaptation, where it was Dario who killed the two captains and then allied himself with Daenerys. In the original, the Second Sons were hired by the slaver Krasnys to fend off the threat posed by Daenerys Targaryen, known as the Mother of Dragons. They were positioned on the left flank of the defensive line, facing Daenerys' army, commanded by the notorious bastard known as Marrow. In negotiations with Daenerys, he demanded more gold in exchange for his support. Additionally, he took a cart of fine wine back to the Second Sons, intending to indulge in it while discussing the terms she offered. Daenerys readily agreed to send the wine. Consequently, the Second Sons became inebriated, and that night, Daenerys' forces launched an attack, effortlessly overpowering the unprepared Second Sons, forcing Marrow to flee. The remaining mercenaries elected Brown Ben Plum as their captain, joining Daenerys' ranks. Jack furrowed his brow, uncertain whether the events in this world would unfold according to the television series or the original text. However, he could not deny that he would inevitably alter the course of the narrative to some extent. With this in mind, Jack ceased his musings. He feared not the alteration of the plot, provided his own strength was formidable enough. Regardless of how the story might shift, it would be inconsequential. Much like the so-called impregnable defenses of Westeros, even Poseidon's atomic breath could breach the very core of the world, let alone walls that could not withstand dragon fire. Even without relying on Poseidon, with merely Calaxio at his side, Jack felt no trepidation towards Westeros. Frankly speaking, in the television adaptation, Daenerys effortlessly soared on Dragonback, leaving Cersei with no opportunity to counter and certainly no chance to lose Viserion and Rhaegal. My lord, has the queen awakened? Just then, Grey Worm appeared before Jack. She has. Are you preparing to launch a night raid on the flanking Second Sons? Grey Worm was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to how Jack knew this. Yet he replied, indeed, Krasnys has 5,000 slave soldiers, along with 2,000 mercenaries. Once the mercenaries are defeated, the slave soldiers will be much easier to handle. Subsequently, Jack returned to Daenerys' tent, where she had just finished bathing. Are you indeed planning to raid the Second Sons tonight? Precisely. Otherwise, why send them a cart of wine? As soon as the Second Sons were vanquished, the plan to incite the enslaved soldiers to rebel and liberate Yunkai was set in motion. I shall return to Yunkai to conceal some weapons, and later I will assess whether the same method can be employed to sway the slaves there. A spark ignited in Daenerys's eyes. Indeed, the slave masters in Yunkai were still unaware that the father of dragons had fallen into her embrace. Allowing Jack to make preparations in Yunkai. "Shall I provide you with some unsullied?" Daenerys inquired. "No need," Jack replied. "The sea dragon is nearby, with 300 unsullied aboard. Too many would draw the attention of the slave masters, which would be counterproductive. Then the internal support in Yunkai shall be entrusted to you. Exercise utmost caution." After this, Daenerys bestowed a gentle kiss upon Jack's lips. He patted her rear reassuringly. "Rest assured, no one fears death more than I." That very night, Jack rode back to Yunkai, while Daenerys' nocturnal assault successfully dismantled the Second Sons. Under Daenerys' persuasion, Prandur and Dario chose to align themselves with her, bringing the remnants of their forces with them. Daenerys integrated the Second Sons into her army, appointing Yora as the commander, while Prandur and Dario became his deputies. The remaining few hundred of the Second Sons had no grounds to resist and were compelled to obey Daenerys' commands. The only lament was that Meereen had managed to escape amidst the chaos. The failure to eliminate him remained a lingering threat. Chapter 46. The Evolutionary History of Dragons in a certain mansion within the city of Milan. Jack pried open the mouth of Caraxiu and delicately touched the two oil ducts located inside. Upon contact, Caraxiu's body trembled slightly, clearly indicating the sensitivity and fragility of the ducts. "Stay calm, it's all right, trust me, Caraxiu," Jack whispered soothingly. He then resumed his examination of the oil ducts nestled within the dragon's mouth. It is commonly said that a dragon's flame is a manifestation of fire magic, a notion widely accepted in the sorceress community, especially given that the emergence and disappearance of magic coincided with the appearances and disappearances of dragons. However, Jack was less concerned with the relationship between dragons and the ebb and flow of magic, and more captivated by a specific organ within the dragon's mouth. He designated this organ as the oil duct, which was situated on either side of the dragon's maw. Caraxiu's ducts were positioned slightly inward, while Zhaogung's were more prominent. Having closely observed Caraxiu unleash its fiery breath, Jack could ascertain that, during this act, the oil ducts emitted a mist of flammable gas. Yet, the means by which Caraxiu ignited this gas remained a mystery to him, perhaps through bioelectricity or possibly via magic. Regardless of the method, it was enough to leave Jack in awe of such a magnificent creature. In his previous life, numerous biologists pondered why the fauna on Blue Star had not evolved the capability to breathe fire. After all, during the explosive era of prehistoric biological evolution, flames could be considered Earth's most formidable weapon. Ultimately, the most widely accepted explanation posited that the cost-effectiveness of evolving such a function was too low to breathe fire. One would need to develop sufficiently large lungs, as well as oil dispensers and storage. This intricate evolutionary process led many animals to relinquish the trait of fire breathing. However, the dragons of Game of Thrones, while possessing nuclear-level aerial prowess, were essentially fire-breathing pterosaurs, vastly different from the legendary dragons of myth. This disparity piqued Jack's interest in the evolutionary journey of dragons, particularly the legend that they were the product of blood magic and pterosaur modification by the Valyrians. Jack scoffed at this notion, doubting that such a small nomadic tribe could wield such advanced blood magic. After all, a civilization reliant on the whims of nature could scarcely afford the luxury of delving into such high-level magical studies. Regrettably, Jack was not a biologist, nor did he possess the technological advancements necessary to conduct thorough research. With a resigned sigh, he released Caraxiu, giving a gentle pat on the cage while commanding, "Enter." Without a moment's hesitation, Caraxiu dove into the wooden cage. Although the cage lacked any real restraints, the true binding force came from its master, not the wooden confines. "Excellent. Good child." Jack affectionately ruffled Caraxiu's head before opening the cage and letting the dragon out once more. At that moment, an unsullied entered, stating, "Your Majesty, the tasks you requested have been completed. A total of 1,126 blades have been collected, and 300 unsullied have successfully infiltrated the city. Well, conceal the weapons and wait patiently. It won't be long before news from Yunkai arrives." As anticipated, that very afternoon, the tidings of Yuan-Kai's fall to Daenerys reached Meereen. The nobles of Meereen convened an urgent meeting to deliberate on how to confront Daenerys, who commanded 9,000 unsullied and an indeterminate number of slave soldiers. Ultimately, they abandoned the notion of hiring mercenaries, as their fees were exorbitant. Ordinary mercenaries demanded around 100 gold dragons, while senior officers sought even more. The walls of Meereen stood tall and formidable, and the number of slave soldiers within was ample, bolstered by numerous gladiators ready to join the fray. Thus, they felt secure behind their fortifications against Daenerys. Their final strategy was to implement a scorched earth policy, setting fire to the estates and farms beyond the city, obliterating all available resources, including grain and economic assets, denying the mother of dragons any sustenance. Once the plan was established, the nobles promptly set their preparations into motion. Yet they overlooked the sewer system of Meereen. Meanwhile, after conquering Yuan-Kai, Daenerys liberated nearly 300,000 slaves, who hoisted her aloft, reverently calling her mother. Daenerys reveled in the adoration and reliance bestowed upon her, basking in the pride of being venerated and surrounded by her followers. However, after indulging in this exaltation, she had to confront reality. Once she confirmed that tens of thousands were willing to accompany her, Daenerys, aware of the immense logistical strain this would impose, nonetheless resolved to take these burdens with her. The expansion of her army had significantly slowed their advance. The journey from Meereen to Yuan-Kai spanned 163 miles. As Daenerys drew closer to Meereen, her fury intensified. Along the route, a slave child was crucified every mile, meeting a gruesome fate. Yura approached Daenerys, "Your Majesty. Meereen has adopted a scorched earth strategy, incinerating all surrounding slave estates, leaving no resources behind." Daenerys' chest heaved slightly in surprise at the ruthless determination of Meereen's slave masters. Their scorched earth tactics undoubtedly exacerbated the logistical burdens on Daenerys' forces. The initial intention of bringing along these newly freed individuals was to plunder the estates along the way, but Meereen's decisive action thwarted that plan. "Fear not," Daenerys reassured. "Though our logistical challenges are considerable, they are not insurmountable. Once we conquer Meereen, we shall secure supplies." After liberating the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay, they could board Jaqen's ships to cross the sea and launch an assault on Westeros, reclaiming her rightful Iron Throne. Yura's expression faltered. As a man and a seasoned sycophant, he understood the implications of Jaqen's willingness to lend Daenerys warships. How unfortunate that he was absent that day, allowing the inebriated queen to fall under Jaqen's influence and compromise her position. What should have been a journey of mere days stretched into over a fortnight as Daenerys' army finally approached Meereen. They encamped nearby, and Daenerys, leading her vanguard, arrived at the foot of the city's walls. At that moment, the battlements were brimming with nobles eager to witness the unfolding drama, while numerous slave soldiers busied themselves preparing the city's defenses. At this moment, the gates of Meereen gradually creaked open, revealing a narrow gap through which a mounted warrior surged forth, positioning himself before Daenerys. This was a time-honored tradition of Meereen, to dispatch their mightiest gladiator from the arena to engage the enemy in single combat. Such a practice served as a means to bolster morale while simultaneously intimidating adversaries, as Yura elucidated. Meanwhile, Jaqen stands fixated on the pissing gladiator, a mocking gesture aimed at Daenerys, questioning how a rootless army led by a woman could possibly dare to assault Meereen. Chapter 47. The Path of Dominion. Ideological foundations faced with the humiliating act of urination, Daenerys felt a surge of indignation as the man continued to hurl insults at her, words she regrettably could not comprehend. Subsequently, Missandei translated the champion's derogatory remarks from Meereen, and upon hearing this affront, Barristan declared that it was unnecessary to heed such trivial provocations. Yura countered, asserting that if they wished to garner the support of more than half of Meereen's slave soldiers, they could not afford to ignore it. Turning to her commanders behind her, Daenerys announced, "I have words to convey to the slaves of Meereen, but before that, who can silence that man? Do we have a champion willing to take up the challenge? Grant me this honor, your grace. I shall not disappoint you." Grey Worm volunteered immediately. At this juncture, the ranks of Daenerys' followers had begun to form factions, with Yora, Barristan, the newly joined Prindle, and Dario, each leading their respective groups, and Grey Worm was no exception. He was no longer the numb slave he once was. He had his own convictions. However, unlike others who pursued their interests, Grey Worm yearned to fight for Daenerys, to earn her praise and trust. Yet, Daenerys declined Grey Worm's request, as he would face the champion gladiator of Meereen, a knight, and, as an infantryman, he would be at a disadvantage. You are the commander of the Unsullied. I cannot allow you to take such a risk. At this moment, Barristan interjected, Your Grace. When it comes to one-on-one combat, I have absolute confidence. Therefore, you should remain by my side. Without a moment's hesitation, Daenerys rejected Barristan's offer. Although he was indeed formidable, his advanced age posed a risk. Should anything happen to him, she would lose a valuable commander. Yora then requested to fight, but was similarly turned down by Daenerys, who insisted, You are my trusted commander and advisor. I cannot place you in jeopardy. Ultimately, Dario sought permission to engage, saying, I have been with you the shortest time and am not the commander of the Unsullied. Please allow me to fight for you. Here, the Dario of this narrative differs from the one portrayed in the television series. While he remained captivated by Daenerys' beauty, he did not follow the same path as in the show by eliminating Meereen and Prindle. Instead, he aligned with Daenerys after Meereen was vanquished, as in the original text. Daenerys regarded the blue-bearded Dario and consented to his participation, having intended all along for him to take the field. Given his recent arrival as a mercenary, she held a modicum of trust in him. Dario declined Daenerys' suggestion to ride a horse, stating that horses are far less intelligent than humans. Rest assured, Your Grace, I shall not let you down. With that, Dario advanced to the forefront. Upon his arrival, the champion gladiator of Meereen swiftly mounted his horse, charging toward Dario amidst the cheers of the Meereenese nobles. However, Dario remained unperturbed, drawing his dagger with calm precision. As a Meereen champion drew near, he fixed his gaze and hurled the dagger, which struck true, piercing the right eye of the champion's steed. The horse collapsed under the blow, and before the Meereen champion could react, he was thrown off by his own mount. As the champion of Meereen was flung before him by the warhorse, Dario elegantly unsheathed his curved blade and severed the champion's head. The slave masters and nobles atop the city walls erupted in furious exclamations, deriding the gladiator as ineffectual and worthless. Enraged, the slave masters commanded their archers to unleash their arrows. However, their range proved insufficient, and all the shots landed at Dario's feet. Subsequently, amidst the furious gazes of the Meereenese nobles, Dario shamelessly relieved himself, the act dripping with humiliation. Jack, witnessing the spectacle, felt a surge of mischief and seized a strong bough from a nearby Unsullied, making his way to the edge of the wall. He forcefully shoved aside a noble, who was about to vociferously protest, yet was rendered speechless by the furious roar of Kalaksh, who had been following closely behind Jack. Kalaksh possessed an acute awareness of Jack's emotions and adeptly synchronized with him, a trait evident even in its ancestors. During the era of the Blood Dragon's frenzy, Kalaksh had perfectly comprehended the thoughts and feelings of its rider, Aemon Targaryen, who notably had the most frequent fire-breathing dragon among his kin. Jack speculated that this might be linked to Kalaksh's elongated neck. Drawing an arrow and pulling back the bowstring, Jack released it with fervor, the arrow swiftly hurtling towards Dario. Just as Dario was about to pull up his trousers, the arrow grazed his cheek. Staggering back, he looked up to see a golden-haired youth with a smile retrieving his bow. Instantly, Dario recognized him as the boy who had kicked Marrow away that day. He was indeed one of Meereen's own. Disregarding the still-fuming nobles on the wall, Dario reported his discovery to Daenerys, who remained composed, as if she had anticipated this moment all along. Daenerys stepped forward, positioning herself behind dozens of arrows, ensuring her safety before commencing her speech. She began recounting her journey from liberating Astapor to the present, conveying the core message. She had freed the slaves along the way, and she was not their enemy. Their true enemies were the slave masters. Some of the slave masters, observing the unfolding drama, sensed the shift and immediately called for their slaves to retreat. Advance! At Daenerys' command, Several trebuchets were wheeled out. Fire! The machines roared to life, launching a barrage of wooden barrels towards the walls of Myrene. As the barrels shattered, countless severed slave shackles fell to the ground. A young slave crouched to pick up one of the shackles, slowly turning to gaze at his master. And the atmosphere atop the wall began to shift palpably. A roar echoed through the air as 3 young dragons appeared above the walls, asserting their dominance. Chaos erupted among the nobles, who hastily fled with their slaves. Observing this scene, Jack understood that Daenerys's first step had been successfully executed. It was likely that the descent into the sewers would commence that very night. Upon witnessing the scene, Jack rose to depart, only to be halted by Daznak's call. "Father Dragons, please wait." Jack turned, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, a look of perplexity crossing his face. "Mr. Saldari, what is it you wish to convey?" Saldari Daznak's expression turned awkward as he tentatively inquired, "Father of Dragons, might I trouble you to have your true dragon drive away those 3 WIRMS?" Jack raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the proposition. "My Lord Daznak, surely you jest. The Mother of Dragons possesses 3 massive dragons, one of which is of a size comparable to my offspring. Are you suggesting I send my child to certain doom?" A wave of embarrassment washed over Saldari Daznak's face, for he anticipated Jack's refusal. The feasibility of such an endeavor was indeed questionable, and pitting 1 against 3 was perilously reckless. There was no jesting when it came to matters of life and death. Chapter 48. A spark ignites the flames. Nightfall enveloped the city of Myrene in a delicate atmosphere, following the upheaval of the morning. In a moment of tension, the slave masters and their captives exchanged glances filled with trepidation. Within Daenerys' stronghold, Grey Worm was entrusted to lead the operation. Utilize the cover of night to infiltrate the city through the sewers of Myrene. Afterward, Jack's men will rendezvous with you. Once the slaves are incited to revolt, we shall seize control of Myrene. Understood, Your Majesty. I shall not disappoint you, Grey Worm affirmed resolutely. He gathered a contingent of Unsullied, equipped with an array of weapons, and set forth in a small longboat towards the sewers of Myrene. After concealing the vessel, Grey Worm and his team entered the labyrinthine passages below the city. The sewers were not overly complex, and soon they approached an exit within the city walls. Squeak, squeak. Grey Worm emitted a series of rhythmic, rat-like sounds. Moments later, Jack appeared with 2 Unsullied. "Follow me. I will take you to the underground prison where the slaves are held." As they made their way to the subterranean quarters of the enslaved, the captives were engaged in fervent discussion about the events of the morning. "She can save us." We all heard her words. "She vowed to liberate us, to grant us freedom," a young slave exclaimed, his yearning for liberty palpable. "You're a fool. The masters are far too powerful," retorted a gaunt elder. The young slave dismissed the elder's pessimism, asserting she promised to protect us. "We must rise in rebellion." Observing the stillness among the other slaves, the young man continued to rally their spirits. "She has defeated the strongest gladiators of our masters. Do you wish to remain shackled for all eternity?" He gestured to the collar around his neck, an emblem of his lifelong bondage. At that moment, a middle-aged slave seemed to be struck by a painful realization. "I wish to survive. Have you witnessed how they treat children? Imagine what they would do to us." He recounted his experiences of 2 previous slave revolts, lamenting. The outcomes were the same. The slaves were vanquished, and the masters prevailed. The masters retained their unassailable power, while the slaves face a gruesome fate. Coincidentally, Jack and Grey Worm entered just then. The guards outside had been silently dispatched, and Jack's 300 Unsullied had taken control of the largest slave prison. All mortals must meet their end. Grey Worm's voice captured the attention of all present. "I assure you, one day of freedom is worth more than a lifetime of servitude." The frail elder rose, astonished, and inquired, "I know every slave here. Who are you?" "I am an Unsullied," came the reply. "I was taken by the slave masters as a child, trained to be a numb servant. Yet now, I fight for Daenerys. She is the one who shatters the chains." The old man shook his head. "You are the Unsullied. They have taught you to fight since childhood, but..." He glanced at the emaciated slaves behind him and continued, "We are merely ordinary slaves, not soldiers, and we lack weapons." Upon hearing this, A smile spread across the face of the gray worm. All the unsullied opened their packs, revealing an abundance of weapons, hundreds of daggers. Now we possess not only the mother of dragons, but also the father of dragons. He has enough weapons to arm thousands. Brothers in Mireen, every slave master averages 3 slaves. No one could grant you freedom but yourselves. Father of dragons, forgive my candor, but I have heard that you enjoy a favorable relationship with the slave masters, who frequently visit you bearing gifts. The gray worm remained silent, merely directing his gaze towards Jack, and everyone followed suit. Jack furrowed his brow, realizing the stark contrast to the narrative found in American dramas. This place lacked even a solitary guard. The slaves here did not seem easily swayed by the gray worm's words into rebellion. Rather, their fear of the slave masters ran deep, with only a handful of young slaves exhibiting signs of potential insurrection. Jack stepped into the center of the gathering. Under the slightly fearful stares of the crowd, a 2-meter-long young dragon slowly slithered in through the entrance, ultimately coming to rest at Jack's feet. The moment for inciting rebellion had nearly arrived, and Jack knew he must fervently stir the spirits of these slaves. At this juncture, failure would be an immense tragedy. Friends, heed my words. A precious opportunity for reclaimed freedom lies before us. Should we not strive for it? Will you consent to wear collars for the rest of your lives, dwelling in dark, damp basements, forever in the company of rats? Are you aware of the opulence enjoyed by the slave masters? Do you know how much milk and bread they squander daily? I tell you, 50,000 golden dragons. These worthless slaves will never see such wealth. Yet the masters discard 50,000 every single day. Such riches could fill a cart and could procure enough milk and bread for a lifetime. You may choose to live humbly like insects, foregoing soft white bread and fresh milk. However, they cannot strip away the last vestiges of our freedom and dignity. Dignity and freedom are our weapons. Our foes are formidable, yet they are neither slave masters nor noble lords. They are the institution of slavery itself. This enduring system, which has persisted for millennia, crushes your spines and dulls your blood. You have been enslaved for generations. You know not the taste of freedom. But do you even recognize the taste of bondage? Have you ever considered your children? Would you wish to see them fed like pigs, imprisoned, and whipped for life? Or would you rather fight for them to savor the taste of white bread and milk? Friends, if we do not seize this opportunity and fail to fight this battle, our next generation will be compelled to do so, and even those beyond them will be forced into conflict. Friends, we must not relinquish this chance. Even masters are human, and they too can perish. We must unite all forces that can be united. We must overthrow the oppressors who enslave us. We shall reside in warm, comfortable stone houses, and our tables shall be laden with bread and milk. We require a visionary leader to guide us in shattering the bones of our masters. And that leader stands before you. I, the father of dragons, pledge to personally lead you in toppling our oppressors. Once we overthrow them, every table will overflow with abundant food, and each person shall possess their own home. Yet, despite Jack's impassioned speech painting a glorious future, many of the older slaves remained ensnared by hesitation and fear of their masters. Nevertheless, they were but a minority. A young slave rose, raising his right hand, and cried out, "Overthrow them." His face flushed with excitement. Jack's words rekindled within him a yearning for freedom and dignity. He was still young. He could not live a life of servitude. Jack pointed to the young man, equally exhilarated, exclaiming, "We shall crush them." This ignited all the young slaves. They sprang to their feet, fervently shouting, "Overthrow them." Truth be told, Jack had not anticipated such a profound impact from his improvised words. He approached it with a mere sense of trial. It could only be said that these young slaves had yet to be entirely subjugated. At least their souls remained fervent and yearning for freedom. This scene also inspired others. The frail old man, initially skeptical, flashed a glint of determination in his eyes. He was aged, with few years left to live, and all 3 of his sons had perished in previous revolutionary efforts. The shadows of 2 failed slave uprisings haunted him. However, this time was different. This time there was a charismatic and visionary leader. Thus, he resolved to stake everything. What if, Just what if success was within reach? Jack remained oblivious to the old man's transformation, fervently shouting, "Friends, a spark can ignite a prairie fire. Seize the weapons on the ground and open the city gates to assist the Mother of Dragons in capturing Millen." The rallying cry resounded. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. Chapter 48. The fall of Yilin City. Capturing Yilin City is not as straightforward as depicted in American dramas. The slave masters command a military force composed of free men, albeit in limited numbers and well-equipped. An uprising solely by slaves is bound to fail. For instance, the 400 guards on the city walls consist of 100 free soldiers and 400 slave soldiers. Jack understands that to seize the walls, he must act swiftly. Fortunately, he has prepared meticulously. His 300 Unsullied, armed with approximately 1,000 weapons, quickly equipped the revolutionary forces, and Jack pressed onward toward the walls without hesitation. The free soldiers stationed on the walls soon detected Jack's approach, as he had not concealed the sounds of his march in his haste. There's a situation. Slaves are rebelling. Assemble! Assemble! The sentinels hastily rang the alarm bell. Soon the two factions met beneath the city gates, with 400 slave soldiers at the forefront and 100 free soldiers retreating behind them. For these free soldiers, the strategy was simple. Let the slaves serve as cannon fodder until reinforcements arrived. This tactic had been their forte. Yet they overlooked one crucial detail. They were facing a revolutionary army, a slave uprising. Brothers, the army of the Mother of Dragons is poised just outside the city. Your freedom is within reach. It has already taken 99 steps towards you. You need only take one step towards freedom to grasp it. Jack's words undeniably stirred the hearts of the young slave soldiers, plunging them into uncertainty. At that moment, an officer among the free soldiers, realizing the wavering resolve of the slave soldiers, lashed out in desperation with his whip. Crack! The sharp crack of the whip pierced the air, solidifying the slaves' decision. In unison, they turned and aimed their spears at the free soldiers. Yes, this is it. Courageously defend your freedom and dignity. Crush them. With Jack's furious roar, the guards at the city gate joined the uprising, unleashing their furious cries and transforming the once dominant free soldiers into mere pincushions. After securing the city gate, Jack swiftly commanded it to be opened. Korik, take flight. At the order, Korik soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of dragon flame. Not far away, Daenerys, poised and ready, witnessed the crimson flames illuminating the night sky and immediately ordered her troops to advance at full speed. Within mere minutes, they surged into Yilin City. Amusingly enough, the guards within had grown so complacent that they had not fully assembled since the alarm was sounded. This proved advantageous for Jack, granting him ample time. Soon, Jack met with Daenerys, instructing her to lead the Unsullied against the Lord, while he would liberate the remaining slaves. Their roles were clearly delineated. Daenerys and the Unsullied began to dismantle the free soldiers' defenses, while the new free army, previously under Daenerys' command, commenced their plundering. Daenerys could only spare a portion of the Unsullied to oversee her new free men, permitting them to seize the slave master's wealth, but forbidding any acts of violence or pillage, under penalty of death. As time passed inexorably, countless liberated slaves began to regain their senses, launching into a frenzied retaliation against their masters and the great lords. The entire city of Meereen echoed with the anguished wails that persisted through the night, a night destined to be drenched in blood and hatred. Amidst the lamentations of the slave owners and lords, the horizon finally began to lighten, heralding the arrival of dawn. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the pinnacle of the Great Pyramid, illuminating the Targaryen dragon banner. Daenerys stood atop the pyramid, filled with pride as she gazed down upon the entirety of Meereen. In just one night, the largest city of Slaver's Bay had fallen under her dominion, completely conquered. Just as Daenerys reveled in her triumph, a pair of large hands suddenly grasped her from behind. Startled, she turned to find Jack, wearing a broad smile. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Daenerys squirmed uncomfortably, but in her twisting, she realized something was amiss. Her cheeks flushed instantly. "Stop it, it's bright out, and the Unsullied are waiting for my orders. Don't worry, I've already assigned them tasks. They won't be coming over now, and my men are stationed at the entrance. Just relax and lift your legs." Daenerys, resigned, understood that Jack would not relent unless she complied. Meanwhile, Grey Worm and the others had gathered all the lords, slave owners, as well as a multitude of Meereenese and newly freed citizens beneath the Great Pyramid. In the original narrative, many lords had hidden within their own pyramids, evading the plundering of the 80,000 newly freed individuals following Daenerys northward. However, under Jack's explicit instructions, these lords' pyramids were forcibly breached by the desperate slaves, who were then met by the Unsullied, taking control of the entrances to these castle-like structures. After a while, Jack emerged from the Great Pyramid. Grey Worm approached him, inquiring, "Your Majesty, where have you been? Why did you not come down?" Daenerys grew weary and needed a rest. "Do not worry, my men are keeping watch. If you still have concerns, you may assign guards as well." Grey Worm glanced at Jack. "I trust you, for you are the father of dragons. But there may still be unvanquished enemies within the Great Pyramid. I shall lead a search party to investigate further." "Indeed, be thorough in your search." Jack replied with a nod. Once Grey Worm and his team entered the Great Pyramid, Jack strolled confidently before the gathered crowd. "I am Jack Poseidon, and many of the nobles may recognize me, for I bear another title, Father of Dragons. I bring good news for all. From this day forth, Meereen shall be known as the free city of Meereen. Here, there will be no slaves, no oppression, only the laws of the Dragon King's code. Every citizen of the free city of Meereen shall live freely, enjoying bread and milk at their leisure." As his words resonated, an uproar of cheers erupted from the crowd, though it was predominantly from the newly freed citizens. The Meereenese and the nobles, however, could not share in the joy. The once lowly slaves had transformed into esteemed free citizens, a disparity that was unbearable for any Meereenese or noble to accept, especially the lords, their eyes seething with resentment as they gazed at Jack. They had mistakenly believed that this scoundrel was an ally, only to realize that he was, from the very beginning, a pawn of Daenerys. How infuriating! The mere thought of the gifts they had bestowed upon Jack ignited a flush of embarrassment, as they envisioned the derisive smirk on his face. "Wretched scoundrel," one lord exclaimed in fury. "You accepted our offerings, yet you aid the mother of dragons against us." His words resonated among the others, prompting 6 more lords to join in their vehement denunciation of Jack, who observed the scene with clarity. Jack smirked disdainfully. "Indeed, you presented gifts, but did I not showcase a dragon to you? A transaction is a transaction. Do not confuse it with matters of personal obligation, esteemed lords." He then commanded the Unsullied beside him, "Bring forth those officers from the Free Folk militia and ensure they seize the pyramids of these lords. Execute all the men, regardless of age, and spare the women. They shall prove useful to me." The officers named in his decree turned pale, and a dozen or so noble faces also reflected their dismay. Jack had long since gathered intelligence on their families. Those clans wielded little influence in Meereen and had shallow roots. Furthermore, their lineage was singular, with their sons holding minor positions in the Meereen standing army. To have their sons engage in a raid would result in their families being utterly scorned by the Meereen nobility. After all, whether by choice or not, the perpetrators would be their own sons. As for the notion of their good sons standing resolutely against such fate, it was laughable. Such loyalty was an impossibility, for their penchant for indulgence and fear of mortality were among their most notable traits. Chapter 49. Breaking the old powers and redistributing wealth. Having arranged for the confiscation of property, all the newly liberated citizens gazed intently at Jack, eagerly anticipating his continued retribution against the slave masters. In contrast, the eyes of the Myrish and the noble slave owners reflected not malice but fear. Though they still harbored resentment towards Jack, they dared not express it openly. Jack remained indifferent to their sentiments. The demographic imbalance within Myr was quite typical for a slave society. With a population of 800,000, approximately 600,000 of them were slaves. Thus, Jack was unconcerned about whether the Myrish resented him. It was the labor force of those 600,000 slaves that he truly valued. Moreover, he was determined to devise ways to extract wealth from these nobles to support Atlantis, making peaceful coexistence with them utterly inconceivable. After Daenerys conquered Myr, the noble class fractured into three factions. The first was the conservatives, to which the majority of Myrish nobles belonged. When the Mother of Dragons breached Myr, they concealed themselves within their pyramids, plotting their unknown schemes, inclined to expel the Dragon Queen. The second faction comprised moderates, including those nobles who later wed Daenerys, the steward nobles, and religious leaders. The third faction, known as the Radical Party or the Round-Headed Ones, fervently supported Daenerys' reforms. To demonstrate their commitment to ushering in a new era, they shaved their traditional guise haircuts, leaving only a bald head, hence their moniker. Their leader was dubbed the Round-Headed Lord. Furthermore, this faction established an armed force called the Beast-Faced Army, which began to supplant the Unsullied for street patrols following the assassination campaigns initiated by the Harpy's children, while also taking on intelligence-gathering roles akin to the CIA. In Jack's eyes, all three factions were indistinguishable. They served merely as sustenance for Atlantis. He commenced the first step in amassing wealth. On their journey, Her Majesty the Queen was devastated upon witnessing the gruesome sight of 163 nailed children, an act so barbaric and incomprehensible. Consequently, the Queen resolved to crucify 163 nobles, allowing them to experience the torment of exposure to the relentless sun and the pecking of crows. Jack cast a cruel glance over the assembly of nobles, who promptly averted their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. Ignoring the cheers of the newly liberated citizens, Jack continued, "However, the Mother of Dragons is also merciful. She does not wish to descend to the level of those brutal individuals. Thus, she has decided that, over the course of the next day, she will send individuals among the newly liberated to gather opinions and select the 163 most cruel slave masters from among the nobility, confiscating 70% of their wealth to procure food, ensuring that all may eat to their fill." Jack initially intended to seize all their wealth, but feared that such desperation might provoke a reckless response from the nobles, so he opted to retain 30%, allowing for a gradual encroachment. Of course, the Mother of Dragons was not a dictator. She would also discreetly send agents to the homes of the former free citizens to collect information, emphasizing the necessity of selection, lest they face repercussions in the future. Jack smiled at the middle-class citizens of Millen, assuring them that the nobles would also undergo similar covert investigations, all conducted with absolute confidentiality. The free citizens and nobles of Millen were taken aback by Jack's cunning intentions. Those who were selected for the investigation faced dire consequences, either death or the revelation of a name. However, uttering that name would incur the wrath of that individual, rendering them vulnerable to retaliation, regardless of the circumstances of their confession. Furthermore, henceforth, any gathering of more than 10 individuals would be deemed a riot, punishable by military action. With that, Jack dispersed the crowd, but singled out 11 nobles to remain. The other nobles, with darkened expressions, cast wary glances at the chosen 11 before departing. The 11 families left behind wore expressions of bitterness and resignation, aware that they had been branded as traitors. "Do not wear such sorrowful faces. Come with me, for your opportunity for wealth has arrived," Jack urged, leading them into the grand hall of the Great Pyramid, where a massive round table awaited them. At the front of the table stood a raised platform, upon which rested a throne that appeared rather crude, clearly a makeshift arrangement. "Please, take your seats," Jack invited, positioning himself at the forefront of the table, closest to the throne. The assembly exchanged glances until a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, abruptly took a seat at Jack's right. Jack chuckled inwardly, recognizing the man's boldness, while Manduo remained unaware that his resolute action had caught Jack's attention. Gradually, the others realized the significance of the seating arrangement and took their places. With his hands crossed atop the table and a smile on his face, Jack addressed the assembly. "Now that everyone is seated, it indicates your willingness to align with me, does it not?" Silence enveloped the room. After all, what alternative did they have? Even if the Mother of Dragons were to lead her followers away and restore the old order in Millen, they would still be shunned by the other nobles, leading to their family's decline. Since their silence implied consent, Jack continued, "Please do not look so despondent. Those haughty, established nobles will never accept you. You shall forever remain outside their circle. Therefore, why not redistribute the benefits? Let us form our own circle and exclude those old nobles, positioning ourselves at the heart of power. Jack's words stunned the assembly. They had never contemplated such a notion before. Previously, due to their family's lack of standing, they had desperately sought the approval of the established nobles. As Jack observed the glimmers of intrigue in their eyes, he recognized their interest. For no one wishes to remain a sycophant forever. Moreover, Jack understood that, regardless of the setting, the interests of the old and new powers would never be equitably distributed. Otherwise, Europe would not have experienced the turmoil that led to 2 devastating world wars. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the father of dragons, the right hand of the Queen of Dragons, and the commander of the Navy. I possess the authority to make decisions on many matters. For instance, I once meticulously observed the layout of Milan and resolved to divide the city into 13 special districts for governance. As for the choice of administrators, in order to stabilize the situation in Milan, I decided to select local nobles for this task. Jack emphasized his point by tapping on the round table before him, the meaning evident. Indeed, his words illuminated their understanding. They grasped Jack's intention to reorganize the center of power around this very table. Subsequently, Jack clapped his hands, and Misson appeared with a stack of papers, distributing one to each noble. It was the blueprint for the 13 districts of Milan, detailing the population distribution and levels of prosperity clearly inscribed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the blueprint. Please return for now. In due course, someone will notify you to meet with me individually. I will determine which district you will govern based on your abilities. From tomorrow onward, you shall be the core of power in Milan. Chapter 50. Establishing a new economic system after the crowd dispersed, Jack returned to his rented abode. Having recently ascended to power in Milan and collected bribes of the Great Pyramid, he was acutely aware of the negative implications of such actions. Upon entering his residence, Wittrel approached him, her concern evident. How'd it go? Were you harmed? You didn't send word back? I was worried sick. Jack chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. Fear not, who am I? I am the one who harms others. No one can inflict pain upon me. After reassuring Wittrel, he dispatched someone to contact the 11 nobles he had been monitoring, their residences well known to him. As time passed, evening fell, and Jack summoned the last of the nobles, Mandoguru. Upon his arrival, Mando not only brought 50,000 gold coins, but also an abundance of jewels and gold ornaments, with a total value of no less than 120,000. For a minor noble like Mando, such wealth was indeed a significant sacrifice. Jack rose to greet him, bemused by the lavish gifts. We are practically family. Why burden yourself with such presents? Prime Minister, you jest. It is precisely because we are akin that I bring these humble offerings to pay my respects. You and Her Majesty liberated Slave Bay, a monumental task indeed. Accept these tokens of my appreciation, I beseech you. Mando's face radiated reverence and admiration, unfazed by Jack's youth. Since you insist, I shall graciously accept this modest gift. Please have a seat. Wittrel, prepare some food and drink. Right away, she replied. Mando's smile belied the truth. This so-called humble gift represented 90% of his family's wealth, nearly depleting his resources. I shall take the liberty of sitting down, and I thank you for your hospitality, Prime Minister. Just call me Jack in private. There is no need for formality, Jack replied. That won't do. You are a favored confidant of the Queen, her right hand. Showing you respect is the least I can do. Very well, I shan't argue. Let us drink first. The food will arrive shortly. The two engaged in lively conversation, as if they were longtime friends. Mando tactfully avoided mentioning the allocations concerning the 13 districts, instead sharing valuable intelligence about Milan. As the dishes were served, their merriment swelled, continuing until the moon fully illuminated the earth. Finally, Jack spoke up. Mando, you've seen the plans for the 13 districts. Is there any aspect that piques your interest? I am entirely at your discretion, but I have a small request, Mando replied cautiously. Oh, pray tell, Jack encouraged him. Prime Minister, you are young and accomplished. My unremarkable son idles away his time in the military. Might you take him under your wing, allowing him to gain some experience and learn from you? Mando's expression was one of embarrassment. I see. That is certainly feasible. I remember your son, Ivan Grew, correct? It is an honor that you know his name, my lord. Jack was taken aback that this old rogue had allowed his son to accompany him. If this were to fall into the eyes of other nobles, it would undoubtedly be considered a blatant act of treachery. No matter, he instructed that the boy should seek him out at the Great Pyramid the following day. Very well. Thank you for your efforts. Just as he bid farewell to the elated Mandala, Miss Sandai approached him, stating, My lord, the Majesty summons you for an urgent matter. I shall go at once. Before long, Jack ascended to the pinnacle of the Great Pyramid, where he encountered the vibrant Daenerys, evidently rejuvenated after a refreshing slumber. He took a seat opposite her, and she inquired with keen intensity, I hear you have acted in the name of the Hand of the Queen? Today's events have already been relayed to her. What is it? Do you wish to depart? Do not. I never said I was unwilling. Tomorrow, I shall formally bestow upon you the position of Hand of the Queen. Furthermore, I have resolved to remain in Meereen to study the art of governance. Will you assist me? Trouble has arisen in Astapor and Yunkai, has it not? Jack asked first. How did you know? Daenerys replied, astonished, for no one had informed him. It was a conjecture. The slave masters of Yunkai are still alive. Upon your departure, they shall undoubtedly reinstate slavery. And the ruling council you left in Astapor is exceptionally fragile. Daenerys pressed her delicate lips together, seemingly both embarrassed and vexed as she acknowledged, indeed. Slavery was reinstated in Yunkai after I left, and Astapor has fallen under the control of a butcher named Cleon. At this moment, Daenerys realized that the institution of slavery could not simply be eradicated through military might. This is understandable, yet it is not our immediate concern. We must first address the economy. We need to establish a new economic system. Once we liberate the slaves, no merchants will be inclined to trade in Meereen. Daenerys, at a loss for solutions, tentatively suggested perhaps we could sell salt, copper, Giscari wine, and olives, as well as olive oil. Jack shook his head. If these commodities were truly profitable, this place would not be dubbed Slave Bay. Copper holds little value, and both salt and Giscari wine yield minimal profit. The only goods with significant profit margins are olives and olive oil, and wine is barely viable. Daenerys furrowed her brow. Yet the olive trees have diminished under the slave master's rule, and the vineyards too. In the short term, we are unable to revive these trades. This is precisely the issue. Without the slave trade, we are left to subsist solely on the wealth you seize from Astapor. How much do you currently possess? Approximately 860,000 golden dragons. It should suffice for a while as we devise a plan. Assuming no war breaks out, we may indeed endure for some time, but what if war does occur? Are you suggesting that the slave masters of Yunkai will mount an attack against us? The slave masters of Yunkai represent but one faction. You have liberated Meereen. Once news spreads in a few months, slaves in other regions will surely stir, especially in Volantis. These individuals are allies of Yunkai. At this moment, Dany realized that the situation was perhaps far more dire than she had previously imagined. Do you have any solutions? After a prolonged silence, with Jack not responding, Dany narrowed her eyes and resorted to her charms, swiftly nestling into Jack's embrace. Since you've mentioned it, surely you must have a way. Do share. However, Jack, having already indulged that morning, remained in a sage-like state, unmoved by her advances. Noticing Jack's indifference, Dany persisted, playfully inquiring, What is it that you desire? Money. Chapter 51. Sated with riches? I had anticipated you would request something else. Dany blinked, genuinely believing Jack would suggest new positions. After all, Jack's myriad of talents both frustrated and intrigued her. I am in dire need of funds, to speak plainly. I am responsible for nearly 7,000 innocents, alongside a multitude of crew members relying on my support. It is a precarious situation. The child who cries receives nourishment, particularly when it is Dany, who is extravagantly wealthy and indulgent. How much do you require? There are numerous expenses ahead, and my surplus is limited. I have already offered you my people. Surely you cannot strip me bare. This statement left Jack, who was in a state of contemplation, feeling somewhat awkward. Had he known, he would not have engaged in that encounter earlier this morning, which now made his request for funds seem somewhat inappropriate. Then I shall forego the money. Grant me the highborn slaves of Meereen instead, to offset the cost. Dany maintained an impassive exterior, yet internally she rejoiced. fully aware of who her true supporters were and who her adversaries lay. Following the cessation of the slave trade and the olive industry in Myrene, an economic downturn was inevitable. Thus, those who could transition to roles such as educators, clerks, concubines, physicians, or clergy were not her allies. These individuals, accustomed to a life of comfort, would naturally resist the prospect of enduring poverty in Myrene, making their sale for profit a more advantageous option. Jack's proactive suggestion conveniently saved her considerable time. Very well, let's exchange these highborn slaves. Do you intend to take them away? Yes. I have selected a small island to serve as a docking point for the fleet, and I require literate highborn slaves to assist with this endeavor. Jack subtly revealed a glimpse of his situation. I see. Upon my return, I shall arrange for an inventory of highborn slaves. You may take them at your convenience. Now, how might you assist me during this initial phase? Jack grasped a soft stress relief object and proceeded to offer Danny several suggestions. First and foremost, we must address the governance of Myrene. A streamlined and practical bureaucratic system is essential for ruling the city. I propose dividing Myrene into 13 districts for localized management. Lacking skilled personnel, we shall select from the local nobility. Wait, those nobles nearly despise us. How can we expect them to assist willingly? Jack then briefly outlined his plan to Danny, omitting the detail of the bribe he had received. After hearing Jack's political strategy, Danny gained fresh insight, yet still felt a twinge of unease and inquired, "Are the 11 nobles you have chosen truly reliable? We need not concern ourselves with their reliability. Our task is to render them dependable. Moreover, rest assured, once they assume their roles as district governors, they will be branded with the Queen's party insignia, leaving them no choice but to rely on you. You underestimate the sway of power over the hearts of men. Human greed is akin to a boulder cascading down a mountain. Once it begins, it cannot be halted. And what of the council? If authority were to be decentralized and entrusted to them for taxation and management, the significance of the royal council would diminish considerably." Jack grasped his hands together, asserting that the council itself was devoid of meaning. He suggested its outright dissolution in favor of establishing a roundtable assembly. This assembly, composed of 14 members, would assume the functions of the royal council. In essence, this would entail restructuring the council's positions into two roles, a primary and a secondary, thereby distributing the powers of the 7 officials among 14 individuals, maintaining the fundamental structure intact. This not only serves to disperse authority, but also attracts the 11 noblemen, who would be eager to join the round table. Jack's concept was straightforward: to bifurcate the 7 positions of the royal council, such as his own prime ministership, into a chief minister and a deputy minister. Regarding whether his authority might be challenged by the deputy, Jack remained unconcerned. The strength of his own influence was the cornerstone of his power. Additionally, there was no rush to fill all 14 positions. He would initially select 7 trusted individuals for high-ranking roles, leaving the remaining 7 lower positions open for others to vie for, inciting competition and allowing him to reap the rewards from their efforts. Daenerys gazed at Jack in astonishment, followed by an ardent kiss lasting 2 minutes. Jack's strategy was exceptional. This was not Westeros. She could establish the Round Table without hindrance, and with the division of her subjects' powers, it would be far easier for her to maintain control. Coupled with the governorship of the 13 districts, she could rally a contingent of nobles loyal to her, effectively transforming a bureaucratic elite from nothing into something. Wiping the corner of her mouth and shifting her position, Daenerys perched herself on Jack's lap, eagerly inquiring about the economic situation. While Jack's approach could address the management issues in Myrene, the economic concerns remained unresolved. The economic situation was intricate and could not be rectified in the short term. They would have to wait for the vineyards and olive trees to regrow, relying on profits from wine and olive oil. Upon hearing Jack's words, Daenerys' expression brightened. But Jack's subsequent remarks reignited her enthusiasm. Although the issues surrounding wine and olive oil were insurmountable, there were other avenues to explore. Primarily, the gladiatorial arena would remain operational. However, they could leverage the need for security provided by the Unsullied to demand 30% of the profits from the arena's owner. Subsequently, They could manipulate the betting markets of the arena by introducing promising newcomers to challenge seasoned champions, profiting from the odds. Not all gladiators prefer the freedom of being ordinary. In fact, most crave the cheers of the audience and the rewards of victory. Thus, gladiators need not be merely slaves. Any willing individual could become a gladiator. Jack's initial strategy was to continue the operation of the arena, recognizing that many gladiators had adapted to its lifestyle, yearning for bloodshed and combat, and desiring the honor of victory and substantial rewards. Gladiators need not be mere slaves. They may hail from any walk of life. In other words, any free individual in dire financial straits or yearning for combat may enter into a contract to become a gladiator. Thus, Jack could easily institute a lucrative winning prize to entice free men to participate in the battles, subsequently orchestrating a clandestine operation to reap substantial profits. As the Prime Minister and the Queen's right-hand man, he is well-positioned to personally oversee this endeavor, and the bribes he stands to collect would undoubtedly be considerable. Although Jack may not have partaken in corruption himself, he has certainly witnessed its prevalence. Historically, figures such as the esteemed Minister He Shun and contemporary counterparts like Zhao Dahan, who spend not a penny, serve as exemplary models for Jack. Chapter 52, Population Arrangements. Secondly, in the event that we abolish slavery, it is imperative that we establish a new system to provide employment for the liberated slaves. Otherwise, their idleness may inevitably lead to unrest. Thus, we could construct a number of official blacksmith shops, tailoring establishments, and similar enterprises, subsequently recruiting apprentices from among others. These apprentices would receive no wages, but would have their sustenance and lodging covered, and upon mastering their craft, they would have the option to either remain or depart. Those who choose to stay would be compensated with a fair wage, supplemented by annual benefits at the end of each year, along with a modest increase in pay the following year. Furthermore, we should select a contingent of young and able-bodied individuals to form a militia to be stationed at the Xia Pass, where they would both construct defensive fortifications and receive military training. We would establish estates and employ those slaves lacking specialized skills, providing them with basic sustenance and minimal wages, enabling them to cultivate olive trees and grapevines. Additionally, we could excavate canals to reclaim salt-damaged lands, construct roads leading to Xia Pass, and erect defensive castles along the route, all of which would require manpower. Moreover, I am willing to shelter a portion of the slaves to alleviate the pressures faced by Mirene. While this entails an initial financial outlay, it would circumvent numerous issues by fully utilizing all available resources. In the original narrative, Daenerys squandered her resources on maintaining the freed slaves, resulting in a continual drain without any positive returns. Once her funds depleted, the food supply within Mirene would dwindle, and without sustenance, any liberator would be ousted from power. Lastly, regarding alliances, Mirene possesses allies, and we must also cultivate our own. The Lazarene people represent an excellent choice, as they're adept both at agriculture and pastoralism. At this moment, Daenerys suddenly realized the implications. So you have stationed the newly formed militia of freedmen at Xia Pass? Indeed. Come here. Allow me to reward you with a kiss. In the original text, Daenerys abolished slavery, which consequently severed Merene's means of economic interaction with the outside world. Furthermore, the lands surrounding Slaver-S Bay were rendered barren, having been salted during the Valyrian-Gisker War. Thus, much of Merene's territory became uncultivable, and sustenance would primarily be reliant on external trade, either via maritime or riverine routes. Adjacent to Mirene flows a river called the Skahazabin, which extends inland. At the river's terminus lies the settlement of the agricultural Lazarene people, the very place where Drogo succumbed to his injuries and subsequent infection in the first season. The Lazarene would engage in grain trade with Mirene. However, to facilitate this trade with the Lazarene plains, passage through Xia Pass is essential. It is the sole route that must be secured to stabilize grain prices in Mirene. After bestowing upon Daenerys a kiss lasting a full minute, Yura, disregarding Daenerys's breathlessness, continued, "We must not only maintain normal trade relations with the Lazarene, but also be willing to concede a portion of our profits to win their favor." Daenerys, gradually regaining her composure, inquired, "Then, how do you intend to concede these profits? Increasing the price of grain by 10% will undoubtedly entice the Lazans to sell their produce to us. Subsequently, we can dispatch the Unsullied to provide them with protection, for which they need only offer a modest portion of their grain in return. The mention of the Unsullied brought a serious demeanor to Daenerys. They are the cornerstone of my reign. Deploying an excessive number of Unsullied may provoke the nobles within the city. However, there is no need to mobilize too many. After liberating the slaves, we shall cease the slave trade altogether. A significant source of income for the Dothraki has been the trade of captured populations with the slave cities of the Bay. Without the slave trade, the Dothraki will not venture to raid near the Bay. Sending 2,000 men will suffice to demonstrate our sincerity, complemented by a contingent of the Free Folk army. Daenerys nodded, acknowledging that this arrangement could be acceptable. If we can ensure a steady supply of grain, then the costs involved become negligible. Providing protection to the timid sheepfolk in exchange for grain is a perfectly reasonable transaction. Yet previously, the majority of the sheepfolk's grain was sold at a pittance to the slave masters. Moreover, the horsemen frequently raided them. Often, they would sell their grain only to find themselves delivered to the very slave masters they had just transacted with. Not only were the grains theirs, but so were the individuals. Thus, the Lazans harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the horsemen, followed closely by their disdain for the slave masters. Therefore, Jack's conditions are certainly capable of garnering the loyalty of the Lazans, providing a relatively stable grain supply for Meereen. Nonetheless, Daenerys, it is imperative to place utmost importance on the training of the Free Folk army. Failing to secure the pass at Kessler would render our efforts futile. Rest assured, I comprehend the significance of Kessler Pass. I shall assign Grey Worm to train a portion of the secondary officers for the Free Folk army. How many do you deem appropriate? The population of Meereen, along with its surrounding estates, towns, and villages, is at least 2 million, which could potentially yield 20,000 for the Free Folk army. I propose we recruit 18,000, divided into 3 legions, named after your 3 beloved children. Very well. Let it be so. Do you have any further suggestions? Daenerys gazed at Jack with anticipation. Jack certainly had additional strategies in mind. He had previously followed a content creator known as the Transcendent Alliance, which meticulously detailed how to earn a living upon traversing to ancient worlds. Topics included refined salt, glass, soap, papermaking, the Ard plow, advanced water wheels, and high-purity alcohol, among others. Although Jack did not retain every detail, he remembered enough to form a substantial plan, with the portions forgotten being subjects he could independently research. These are monopolistic technologies with significant profit potential, and it is only prudent to prioritize the development of Atlantis. However, it would also be wise to consider seeking distributors in Meereen, which could further stimulate the local economy. Speaking of which, I wonder if Corlac has delivered the letter yet. Shortly after Daenerys entered the city, Jack sensed the tide had turned and promptly penned a letter for Corlac to deliver to Seychelles, instructing Newgate to arrange for an empty ship to fetch the individuals, along with the acquired grain, thus securing a lucrative windfall in Meereen. When Jack established Atlantis, he did not publicly announce it, and the trading fleet of Atlantis was named the Oceanic Merchants, which also did not disclose Atlantis' identity. Therefore, even if Millen and Essos were to engage in warfare, as long as Atlantis or the Oceanic Merchants did not deploy their iconic 13 colossal ships, Jack could still procure grain at lower prices in other regions. Moreover, with the development of various products in the future, Atlantis is poised to become a premier wealth powerhouse, rivaling and perhaps even surpassing the Iron Vault. However, the forthcoming demographic shifts must be meticulously planned to avoid revealing their identity. Exposing one's identity is trivial, but quietly amassing wealth without drawing attention is paramount. Jack deliberately adopted a somber expression, stating, "This is all I can manage. I am already mentally drained, and the physical toll will follow. I implore you, Queen Millen, you surely do not wish for the stability of Millen's regime to be jeopardized, do you?" Chapter 53, Decentralization. Round Table Conference the next day arrived swiftly, and Daenerys summoned her loyal followers, including Missandei, Grey Worm, Aggo, Yora, Dario, and Varys, with the indispensable presence of Jack. In addition to them, 11 nobles stood awkwardly below, exchanging glances with Grey Worm and the others. Although most of the policies were proposed by Jack, it was imperative that Daenerys articulated them herself. Jack's immediate objective was clear: to support Daenerys in securing her position as queen. Once Daenerys firmly established her reign, his power as prime minister would expand accordingly. With his influence growing, he could continually draw sustenance from it, thereby enabling Atlantis to better navigate its nascent stages of development. Seated upon her throne, Daenerys declared her intention to remain in Meereen to study the art of governance, vowing to reclaim her rightful Iron Throne once she had amassed a sufficient fleet. As a leader, it was crucial for her to set phased objectives for her subordinates. Yora and the others chose to follow Daenerys, who, in turn, recognized the need to offer them benefits and authority. Thus, she commenced the process of bestowing titles and responsibilities. Yora was appointed as the commander of the Meereen Guard, tasked with recruiting 2,000 men to maintain order in the city. Aggo, Yora, Daario, and Varys were designated as members of the Queen's Iron Guard, with Varys as the captain and Daario as the vice-captain. Missandei was named the chief overseer of the Great Pyramid, known as the Dragon's Tower, where Daenerys resided. Finally, Daenerys unveiled 2 medals. From that moment forth, the Privy Council would be dissolved, replaced by the Round Table Conference, with its membership expanded to 14. The 2 medals in her possession represented the positions of the Prime Minister and the Vice Prime Minister, the latter tasked with assisting the former in administrative matters. Upon hearing Daenerys speak, the previously reserved 11 nobles found their thoughts racing. A few astute individuals had already surmised the true purpose behind Daenerys' summons. Jack Poseidon. She addressed him. "I am here, your majesty. I hereby formally appoint you as the hand of the queen. Your talents are evident to all." Rising from her seat, Daenerys approached Jack and personally affixed the insignia of the hand of the queen upon him. "Prime Minister, the position of Vice Prime Minister remains vacant. Do you have any recommendations?" Daenerys inquired. Everyone was taken aback, astonished by the significant role Jack held in Daenerys' esteem. They had all deduced that the transition from the Privy Council to the Round Table Conference was intended to dilute the minister's power. Yet, now Daenerys was entrusting Jack with the responsibility of recommending the Vice Prime Minister. Would they not be bound together in their endeavors? "Your Majesty, I do indeed have a candidate." But Daenerys smiled. "Share your thoughts. I trust that the Prime Minister's choice will not disappoint me. Then I shall speak freely." With that, Jack turned his gaze toward the noble factions of Meereen. The sudden gaze caused a palpable tension among everyone present. Could it be that the Vice Prime Minister was to select from among them? Especially for Mantu, whose heart began to race uncontrollably. Could it truly be? "Your Majesty, I believe Mantu Gru possesses commendable abilities. He is upright, thoughtful, and entirely capable of fulfilling the role of Deputy Prime Minister." As Jack's words echoed in the air, the remaining 10 nobles turned their astonished eyes upon Mantu, aware that he had spent the longest time at Jack's household, and they were taken aback that he had garnered such a remarkable opportunity. "Very well, then let Mantu Gru assume the position of Deputy Prime Minister." With that, Dany approached Mantu and adorned his chest with a silver insignia. "You are recommended by the Prime Minister. I trust his judgment. Do not disappoint me." "Your Majesty, I shall not let you down," Mantu replied with fervor. He could hardly believe that he had transformed from a minor noble on the fringes of power into a significant figure at the heart of the Millen authority. The Deputy Prime Minister, above thousands, yet below 2. Jack beamed at Mantu, nodding in congratulations. "Lord Mantu, I look forward to your contributions in the days ahead." "You are too kind, Lord Prime Minister. I shall rely on your guidance as we move forward." After their exchange of pleasantries, Dany announced the formation of a new Free Citizen Corps and recruitment details. The task of conscription was assigned to the Grey Worm, with a total recruitment of 18,000 individuals, divided into the Black Dragon Corps, White Dragon Corps, and Green Dragon Corps. Grey Worm, this matter is now entrusted to you. We aim to recruit 20,000, then reduce that number to 18,000 through training, ensuring we retain only the most capable, she instructed. "Understood, Your Majesty. However, is a monthly salary of half a silver coin not excessively high?" proposed the Grey Worm. Dany remained silent, while Jack interjected to clarify, "It is not excessive. To inspire loyalty, one must offer adequate compensation. Half a silver coin is merely the base salary, which will increase with tenure. In truth, we could forego salaries entirely, provided we ensure ample sustenance. There would be no shortage of volunteers. Yet, not all armies can maintain their combat effectiveness like the purists without financial incentives." Jack drew inspiration from the military meritocracy of the Qin state, where one could gain rank and wealth through acts of valor, complemented by additional pay. This approach would significantly enhance the army's training enthusiasm and combat prowess. Observing this, the Grey Worm chose not to contest further, recognizing that Jack had evidently conferred with Her Majesty on the matter. Next came the initiative of labor for relief, a responsibility that necessitated Jack's direct involvement, as it fell within the purview of the Prime Minister. Regarding the administration of Milan, I have devised a plan to partition it into 13 special districts for governance. Danny subsequently revealed the locations of these districts, generally categorized into the upper 6 and lower 5. Jack then produced a parchment and began to announce the list of governors for the 13 districts. The 2 central regions would be governed by Danny and Jack, overseeing the 1st and 2nd districts, respectively. The remaining 11 districts were predictably allocated to the other 11 nobles, with Mantu appointed as the administrator of the 3rd district. Subsequently, Danny recounted a series of disorganized matters, marking the conclusion of the inaugural meeting. She, however, refrained from announcing who would assume the roles of Chancellor of Finance and Minister of Intelligence, clearly intending to oversee these positions herself. The only appointment made was that of the Minister of Naval Affairs, which was entrusted to Jack as an additional duty. Once the attendees departed, Mandu promptly approached Jack with her son, Evan. "Prime Minister Poseidon, may I have a moment of your time?" Jack paused in his tracks as Mandu hastily approached him. "Prime Minister Poseidon, this is my son, Evan Grew, and I hope you will take him under your wing." Mandu was constantly preoccupied with ensuring her son became Jack's attendant. This not only would fortify her relationship with Jack, but also allow her son to serve as a pledge of sorts, instilling confidence in Jack regarding her trustworthiness. Moreover, Mandu genuinely believed that Evan would learn immensely while in Jack's presence. Chapter 54. The Conference of Administrators. Jack scrutinized Evan Grew, who appeared far from the inept individual described by Mando. On the contrary, Evan presented himself as a remarkably astute young man. "Good day, Prime Minister. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. The renown of the Father of Dragons is widely acknowledged. Meeting you in person today fills me with great excitement." Although Evan's flattery was evident, his enthusiasm was genuine. Previously, his father had confidently asserted that Jack was a person who would take action when benefits were involved. Yet Evan was skeptical. He perceived all high-ranking officials as selfish misers. However, he was taken aback when Jack appointed his father to the position of Deputy Prime Minister, an elevation that significantly enhanced Evan's own status as the son of the Prime Minister. Furthermore, his father had secured him the opportunity to serve as Jack's attendant, granting him a ticket to the inner sanctum of power. "Evan, you seem quite capable. From now on, you shall accompany me. Your first task is to inform all the newly appointed administrators to convene at the Prime Minister's pyramid." "Understood. I shall do so immediately." Evan hastily departed. Subsequently, Jack turned to Mando and said, "Let us proceed to the Prime Minister's pyramid." "Mando, what is your perspective on the current situation?" Jack inquired as they walked. Mando, aware that Jack was assessing him, promptly replied, "At present, we have yet to solidify our position. There exists in Malin an assassin known as the Child of the Harpy. While this assassin may not possess formidable assassination skills, they exhibit a fearless disregard for death. They typically conceal themselves among the populace, even among former slaves, and their numbers remain uncertain. My greatest concern lies with them. They are akin to venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, poised to strike should we display any signs of weakness." Upon hearing Mando's words, Jack's trust in him grew significantly. The fact that Mando proactively shared information about the Child of the Harpy indicated that he was contemplating the issues from Daenerys' perspective. Indeed, the Child of the Harpy had become a major problem for Malin. Even during the slave owners' counteroffensive against Astapor, Daenerys found herself unable to launch a surprise attack against the coalition of slave owners. The moment Daenerys departed with the Unsullied, the slave owners would reclaim control over Malin. Indeed, the Child of the Harpy poses a substantial threat, as you will soon assume the role of administrator. Do you have any strategies to eradicate them from your jurisdiction? Mando maintained a calm exterior, though internally he was astonished by Jack's apparent prior knowledge of the Child of the Harpy's existence. Regaining his composure, Mando responded, "For the time being, there is no way to eliminate the Child of the Harpy. We can only wait for them to reveal themselves and then follow the trail to eradicate them completely." However, despite Mando's words about extermination, he harbored little hope for success. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Child of the Harpy, but it was not the right moment to express such concerns. Jack, for his part, did not expect Mando to offer any effective suggestions. The offspring of the Harpy is, in fact, a cadre of assassins nurtured by the aristocrats of Myr, augmented by a faction of freedmen who harbor a profound animosity towards Daenerys. Jack has devised a straightforward strategy to counter the Harpy's progeny. While it may not entirely eradicate them, it will certainly serve to suppress their influence. As the two conversed while walking, they soon arrived at the Prime Minister's pyramid, a modest structure adjacent to Daenerys' Grand Pyramid. Following Jack's suggestion, Daenerys rechristened the Grand Pyramid as the True Dragon Pyramid and designated the smaller one as the Prime Minister's Tower. Henceforth, this newly named Prime Minister's Tower would serve as Jack's residence and place of work. As for the Deputy Prime Minister, Jack remarked that one must first earn that distinction. In the future, all officials of the Round Table would possess a small pyramid as their domicile, thus reflecting the hierarchical distinctions and disparities in status and power. Jack guided Mandrick into the Prime Minister's Tower, which remains in a state of disarray on its upper levels, with only the first floor having been organized. This first floor will also serve as Jack's future office. Notably, the pyramid did not exude the dark and damp atmosphere Jack had anticipated. On the contrary, being the abode of Myr's elite, it was tempered in winter and summer, boasting ample light and ventilation. Furthermore, in this world reminiscent of the Game of Thrones, artificial glass exists, ensuring the interiors of the pyramid do not appear dim. After a brief wait, the remaining 10 individuals arrived in succession. "Please, take your seats. From the moment Her Majesty appointed you, you have all become the administrators of your respective districts, and there are certain matters I must address." Jack believed it imperative to clarify various points to avert potential complications in the future. Firstly, concerning governance. He expressed his desire to hear no rumors of oppression directed towards the freedmen or new freedmen. Secondly, each of you should have a sufficient number of literate individuals to assist you in administration. Taxation will be your responsibility, which you will then remit to Her Majesty. While I do not mind if you engage in embezzlement, do not allow me to catch you. Otherwise, the position of administrator will be handed to someone else. Jack offered this admonition to ensure that this group understood the gravity of their roles and the potential for public discontent. Thirdly, you are to devise a legal code within 3 days. This code must apply to all individuals, with no distinction between nobility and commoners. Do you comprehend my intent? The assembly nodded in understanding. Jack sought a code that would govern Myr equitably. This task is straightforward, as it merely requires modifications to the previous slave owner's code. Lastly, you are to survey the population within your jurisdictions, accounting for all individuals, including nobles and freedmen, ensuring meticulous accuracy. Subsequently, you will group every 10 households into a community, forbidding any relocations or gatherings exceeding 20 individuals, including nobles. Within each community, if one household commits an offense, the remaining 9 shall be held equally accountable. Of course, those who come forward to report wrongdoing will face no penalties and will be rewarded. Furthermore, please inform your associates that there exists a considerable number of reactionaries within the city of Millen, including spies, assassins, and the offspring of the Harpy. A reward of 50 golden dragons will be granted by His Majesty for any verified reports of such individuals. This represents Jack's initial strategy for dealing with the Harpy's progeny, collective responsibility. Since the offspring of the Harpy is concealed among the populace, Jack has instituted a system whereby all citizens are compelled to vigilantly monitor for the Harpy's kin. Moreover, This approach yields the additional benefit of effectively controlling the labor force of Milan, ensuring that all individuals remain under the watchful scrutiny of the authorities. Simultaneously, the advantages of Jack's alliance with the nobility become apparent, as these nobles will provide sufficient literate individuals to assist in various tasks. For instance, how many among Dany's subordinates possess the ability to perform basic arithmetic? While the Unsullied are formidable in combat, how many of them can read or write? Additionally, there lies an implicit advantage in this arrangement. The nobility will also seek to cultivate alliances with other noble families. They will harbor a fear of being isolated by their peers, prompting them to unconsciously draw familiar nobles closer. These newly allied nobles may very well become potential allies for Dany. Chapter 55. The most terrifying people the following morning. News of the division of 13 special districts in Malin spread rapidly. The Malin populace was astounded to discover that the governors of these 13 administrative regions were all local nobles. This development stirred the ambitions of many lesser nobles who maintained favorable relations with these 13 aristocrats. Meanwhile, the great nobles divided into 3 factions. Some persistently advocated for the expulsion of Daenerys. A small faction remained non-committal, and a few families welcomed her rule, as their fortunes did not rely on the slave trade, but rather on olive oil and wine. Should Daenerys truly establish her foothold in Malin, they envisioned a future where the slave-trading aristocrats would be utterly marginalized. Some even contemplated pledging their loyalty, though Daenerys had yet to demonstrate unequivocal stability. Within the estate rented by Jack, a young girl gulped down her milk. Wiping her mouth, Vitril complained, "Honestly, this is exhausting. You could at least let me have a break." Jack, exasperated, replied, "It's not as if I asked you to drink milk." "Ugh, how annoying," Vitril huffed, dressing herself with determination. She then fetched water to assist Jack with his morning routine. Under Vitril's attentive care, Jack quickly donned his attire. "I wonder why you dislike wearing silk clothing. Linen is so uncomfortable. By the way, have you grown again?" Vitril remarked matter-of-factly. "You do hold me every night while you sleep. It's only natural." Jack felt a tad embarrassed. Embracing the blanket had become a habit, and now that circumstances permitted, it was only logical to hold something softer. With Ellie and Yag absent, he had to rely on Vitril for companionship. Although still youthful, her presence was pleasant. To ease the awkwardness, Jack suggested, "Let's south head to court. Her Majesty has likely been waiting anxiously." Vitril pouted. Though somewhat slow on the uptake, she was not foolish. It was clear she recognized the topic shift. However, she refrained from pressing further, preferring not to cause Jack discomfort. With this thought, Vitril cheerfully bounded alongside Jack towards the Golden Dragon Pyramid. Along the way, they purchased breakfast, consuming considerable time before arriving at the Golden Dragon Tower. Inside the pyramid's grand hall, the assembly had been waiting for quite some time. A total of 163 notorious nobles had been identified for today's deliberations. Thus, Daenerys was to discuss their fates, whether to confiscate their wealth as Jack had suggested, or to execute them outright. Additionally, Daenerys intended to select literate individuals from the slaves to serve in the administrative ranks of Malin, positioning them beneath the nobles from districts 3 to 13 to create a system of checks and balances. However, upon seeing Jack, the assembly's eyes twitched in unison. There stood Jack, unabashedly devouring a lamb pastry, for in Malin, the staple diet was undoubtedly lamb and wheat. Even the price of sheep and pork in Malin is nearly comparable, which is noteworthy considering that pork is typically a staple for the impoverished. The affordability of mutton stems from the abundance of pastoral herders, and the strong, gamey flavor of lamb is often unpalatable to many. The nobility tends to favor beef instead. Conversely, the low cost of pork is attributed to its overpowering odor, particularly since many piglets are not castrated during their early growth, resulting in a pronounced stench as they mature. In fact, many would prefer offal over pork, avoiding the latter entirely. It is quite surprising that even the Prime Minister enjoys mutton with such gusto. How refreshingly unpretentious. If only those malevolent slave masters possessed even a fraction of your humility, the lives of the enslaved would not be so tragically bleak. It is evident that this flattery comes from Mantu, whose audacity allows him to so resolutely declare his allegiance to Jack's faction. Daenerys subtly cast a glance at Mantu before speaking. Let us postpone the court meeting until the Prime Minister has finished his meal. In that moment, Jack's influence was unmistakable, leading one to ponder who truly governs Malin. However, Jack did not display arrogance. In acknowledging Daenerys, he reciprocated her respect, for dignity is a mutual exchange. After swiftly devouring a few bites of mutton pie, Jack expressed his apologies. I beg your pardon. I overslept last night and hurriedly arose this morning without breakfast. Your dedication to Malin is commendable, Prime Minister. It must be exhausting. I shall host a banquet another day to allow you a proper respite. Yora and Barristan, along with their companions, observed the sycophantic Mantu with disdain, unable to fathom how one could sacrifice their integrity for power. As a deputy prime minister, he should be strategizing ways to share authority with Jack, yet he instead seeks to ingratiate himself at every turn. Little do they realize that such individuals are the most treacherous. Should Jack lose favor, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike back. Upon hearing Jack's words, Daenerys felt a slight flush. After all, this man had sought her out in the dead of night. She had discovered an exceptionally captivating novel and, having become engrossed, found herself unable to resist the urge to read on. Rest assured, I shall complete it today and continue with the usual updates tomorrow. Chapter 56. Population transfer. Dany suppressed her inner thoughts, and once the flush on her face subsided, she spoke. What are your opinions on the execution methods for these 163 slave owners? Your Majesty, I believe Prime Minister Jack's suggestion is quite appropriate. It will not provoke the slave owners excessively, yet it possesses enough impetus to seize a significant amount of wealth, achieving 3 objectives at once. Balistan interjected, persuading Dany to adopt Jack's approach. Although he had never governed a nation, he had observed enough during the court meetings. Ultimately, these slave owners were not fundamentally different from the nobles of Westeros. A monarch cannot rely solely on military power to maintain control. Political maneuvering, such as garnering their support, is equally vital. If Dany were to rashly execute them all, it would not only fail to win their allegiance, but could incite rebellion, even from the Unsullied. Dany pressed her lips together, yet the fervent cries of the newly freed men were compelling. Failing to execute them might lead to... Jack raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty, if the newly freed call you mother, then they are your children. A mother may cherish her children, but she must not indulge them. They cannot act as they please. They are the subjects, and you are the sovereign. Everything must align with your will. If you can provide them with a better life, that is their fortune. If necessary, allocate 1/10 of the confiscated wealth to these newly freed individuals. After pondering for a moment, Dany ultimately found merit in Jack's reasoning. Despite her inclination to punish the slave owners and seize their riches, Balistan's argument was sound, and Jack's proposal was reasonable. There was no justification for unilateral action. Very well. We shall proceed as Prime Minister Jack suggests, distributing 1/10 of the confiscated wealth to the newly freed. Additionally, we shall select some of the freedmen to serve as lower-level officials in the 13 administrative districts. Do you have any objections? If so, please voice them. We have no objections. We defer entirely to the Queen's judgment, replied Manto directly. Their positions as administrative officers were not yet firmly established, and they held little sway at present. Subsequently, Dany spoke of various matters of little consequence, indicating her ignorance of what it truly meant to be a queen. However, she was gradually learning. Her first step was to be receptive to the counsel of her ministers. This even led Jack to feel like a scheming, corrupt official from historical drama, awaiting the arrival of a hero to see him imprisoned. After the council concluded, the Dragon's Pyramid publicly announced the names of the 163 nefarious slave owners. Following Jack's directive, a multitude of literate individuals was dispatched to the 13 administrative districts to publicly denounce these slave owners' crimes. Soon after, the Unsullied swiftly apprehended these slave owners, who, upon discovering their names on the list, erupted in furious protests. Yet such outbursts were futile. They were still led to the square to face judgment. Uncertain of whether he would face execution or, as Jack had previously suggested, merely the confiscation of his assets, the slave owners began to panic the moment they arrived at the square. Subsequently, Mando stepped before the assembly to enumerate their transgressions. In an effort to convey authenticity, he meticulously listed each individual's crimes along with the corresponding punishments they deserved. According to the true Dragon Code, they were all to be executed, yet Her Majesty, in her boundless compassion, granted them a reprieve, confiscating only 70% of their wealth as a form of retribution. Mando then boldly inquired if anyone had objections, inviting them to voice their thoughts without hesitation. However, silence enveloped the crowd, clearly indicating their acquiescence to this resolution. Jack, observing the scene, shook his head in disappointment. Regrettably, no one dared to contest the decision, depriving him of even a chance to seize their assets. Jack then took it upon himself to supervise the inspection of the slave owners' properties, ensuring they would not conceal any of their wealth to evade accountability. It was not until nightfall that Jack completed his tasks. The total confiscated amounted to 3 million gold dragons. However, among these slave owners, there were few true nobles, most being mere slave traders. This situation subtly reflected the terrifying influence of the great lords over the populace. Even though Jack had assured that voting would be anonymous, the free citizens remained apprehensive about exposure, fearing retaliation from the great lords. Disheartened, Jack perused the roster in his hand, which meticulously recorded who had reported which great lord or slave owner. He had initially intended to leverage these threats to coerce compliance from certain individuals, yet had not yielded the anticipated results. Sighing in frustration over the multitude of matters at hand, Jack resolved to seek out Dany to vent his dissatisfaction, while she seemed to have an abundance of leisure despite his incessant busyness. The following morning, Mando sought an audience with Prime Minister Tar. At that moment, Jack was still asleep, relishing a rare opportunity to indulge in slumber without the burden of a morning assembly. Unfortunately, his respite was interrupted halfway through by Vitrol, who announced Mando's request for an audience. With a resigned demeanor, Jack rose, dressed, and refreshed himself before meeting Mando. "Lord Jack," Mando began, "the 1,800,000 gold dragons collected have been deposited into the national treasury. As per your instructions, we will distribute 180,000 gold dragons and silver coins to the free citizens." "Very well," Jack acknowledged with a nod. He continued, "I shall contribute an additional 100,000 gold dragons to be presented as a supplementary grant from Her Majesty." He emphasized the necessity of clarifying the origins of the funds, adding that the citizens of Malin would also benefit, as Her Majesty declared that from this day forth, there would be no distinction between new and old free citizens, only the term citizens of Malin. Generously, Jack produced 100,000 gold dragons to bolster Dany's popularity among the citizens. Of course, this sum was not entirely from Jack's own resources, yet it could be deemed as such. After all, having embezzled these funds, they effectively became his. From the total confiscated 3 million gold dragons, Jack retained 1 million for himself, while the officials who assisted in the inventory received 200,000. Among them, Montois himself consumed an astonishing 70,000, underscoring how astutely he had squandered his fortune to present gifts to Jack. In summary, a single confiscation operation left the bureaucratic faction led by Jack utterly satiated. By the way, as if struck by a sudden thought, Montois quickly produced a list. "My Lord Jack, here is the information on the laws of people you requested." Jack was momentarily taken aback. "Has your efficiency improved so remarkably?" Montois hastily waved his hand. "The total population statistics will require 2 more days. However, since you were eager for the Laza information, we prioritize counting their numbers and details first. Rest assured, our work has not been delayed. We possess a backup of the Laza data, and we can continue the statistics without any hindrance. I have come across a captivating novel that has ensnared my attention. I must indulge in it. Yes, you. I will finish it today and continue with my regular updates tomorrow." Chapter 57. The forging of Mole Jack was profoundly astonished. Indeed, Mander proved to be remarkably competent, embodying the role of a deputy prime minister without the slightest hint of underachievement. In the original narrative, Daenerys did not initially appoint the noblemen of Meereen, but entrusted the tax collection to Dario, the only one literate among them, who, albeit corrupt, pilfered merely half of the taxes, an amount surprisingly modest compared to others. However, the trajectory of the story has shifted considerably. Dario has not garnered Daenerys' favor as he once did. In her eyes, he remains nothing more than the leader of a minor mercenary band, and a surrendered one at that. Upon receiving the documents from Mandar, Jack perused them and was taken aback by the sheer number of the Lazaris, an astounding 200,000, estimated to comprise 1/5 of the total population and 1/3 of the enslaved populace. Jack could only marvel at the profound affection the horse lords held for the sheepfolk, a sentiment echoed by many slave traders who would raid the villages of the Lazaris. Ivan, please compile the data on individuals aged 18 to 30 for me, Jack instructed, handing the documents to Ivan before resuming his discussion with Mandar regarding the irrigation and drainage plans. Mandar seemed to discern the intimate connection between Jack and Daenerys. A laborer requires at least 2 pounds of sustenance daily to thrive, which meant that for 200,000 individuals, a staggering 400,000 pounds of food would be needed each day, an amount rivaling the demands of warfare. A conflict was inevitable, and with it, the specter of mortality loomed. If provisions were insufficient, what would become of these fledgling soldiers of slave descent should they flee? Jack's plan was straightforward: to equip these individuals with at least leather armor and proper weapons, swords, shields, and bows. It would be inaccurate to label the Lazaris as entirely subservient. From the total of 600,000, Jack intended to appropriate 100,000, leaving 500,000 behind. Patting Mandar on the shoulder, Jack smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall seek an audience with Her Majesty tonight, and I am certain she will acquiesce." The inhabitants of the Laser Plains excelled in pastoral and agricultural pursuits. They harbored no ambitions of conquest, merely desiring to cultivate their land and tend to their flocks in peace. Presently, the population of Meereen hovers around 850,000, with slaves arriving continuously from various regions, leading to an ongoing increase. Once the irrigation channels are completed, it will not be long before the lands surrounding Meereen begin to rejuvenate. Ultimately, under the auspices of the official shops, a council for heavy industry and another for light industry would be established, living in a region devoid of walls, amidst the slave-holding continent of Essos. They epitomized the quintessential breed of slaves. Thus, the survival of these 500,000 souls posed a significant dilemma. Yet, not all were idle. Jack, being somewhat indolent, had delegated much of the administrative burden. Furthermore, possessing the bloodline of the Targaryens, he knew that intermarriage among close relatives was quite customary in their lineage. Meanwhile, Daenerys had dispatched envoys to the Laser Plains for negotiations, and, at Jack's suggestion, she had also ordered Dario to lead the Second Sons along with 2,000 unsullied to accompany him. Subsequently, the required leather armor was contracted to the blacksmith and tailor shops of Millen, alongside the establishment of official blacksmith and tailor shops. Ultimately, Jack resolved to recruit 200,000 individuals for the excavation of the riverbed. As the adage goes, salt comes with water and departs with it. It is believed that the subservient Lazans would readily acquiesce to Millen's strategy. Daily sustenance would consist of 3 hearty meals of wild vegetable porridge, with an additional midday feast of several pigs to ensure a meaty flavor in the porridge, complemented by a payment of 5 copper coins. Very well, under these circumstances, I shall draft a preliminary decree for submission, hoping for Her Majesty the Queen's approval. I understand your concerns regarding the expenses. However, we have already dispatched envoys to the Lazen Plains for negotiations, and I am confident that a steady supply of provisions will soon be forthcoming. Furthermore, a daily remuneration of 1 million copper coins is required, leading to astronomical monthly expenditures. Within 6 months, the Anti-Mother of Dragons coalition will be established, followed by an almost complete encirclement of Essos. Moreover, the Lazans predominantly dwell in villages, with only a few tribes capable of constructing towns. As the fiscal authority of Millen rests with Daenerys, an estimated budget must first be computed and submitted to her for funding approval. After serving 6 months in the military, one would receive a monthly salary of 30 silver coins, a considerable sum, with the army also providing meals and lodging. Additionally, finances are not a concern. Gold dragons hold value only when spent, lying in a warehouse is akin to being worthless as stones. The funds may seem limited, as 5 copper coins suffice merely for a pork sausage, yet the primary allure lies in the provision of 3 substantial meals a day. Given Daenerys's esteemed reputation among these newly liberated slaves, few harbor doubts, resulting in a surge of enlistments. Observing Mander's apprehensive expression, Jack discerned his concerns. Yet the reality was far from what Mander feared. Jack held him in high regard. Simultaneously, Yura, accompanied by a contingent of unsullied officers, was actively recruiting new soldiers alongside the Grey Worm. What about their treatment? Mander inquired, for they were no longer slaves and could not be driven by whips as before. In essence, this was akin to the stationed Millen army, akin to a protective measure against the horse lords while maintaining control over the Lazens. Many milliners were also tempted. Although they were superior to slaves, they too needed to earn a livelihood. Among them, the free citizens and nobles comprised 250,000, while the former slaves accounted for 600,000. In truth, these 2,000 unsullied would serve not only to protect the Lazens, but also to monitor them. After all, Jack's handsome visage, akin in age to the queen, coupled with his extraordinary talents and status as the father of dragons, made him an ideal match for Daenerys. Witnessing the throngs eager to enlist, Yura felt no joy. In his view, transforming these individuals into capable soldiers would demand excessive time and resources. Soon, Yura was surrounded by a crowd clamoring to confirm the authenticity of his claims, thereby saving the rations of yet another individual. In particular, one must also forge weapons and armor. If we were to follow Jack's vision of arming this group of individuals, it would require no less than several 100,000 gold dragons. The anticipated surge in prices 6 months hence can largely be attributed to the looming threats posed by other trading city-states. Mandu's expression revealed his concerns. Acquiring such resources may prove quite challenging. However, the benevolent nature of their kind has led them to be mockingly referred to as Heshirachi, meaning sheep people, by the Dothraki. To secure substantial official orders, one must gain entry into the council and adhere to the schemes and regulations and acts. Some individuals opt to seek employment at the docks or elsewhere. They're no longer slaves. Labor now comes with remuneration. Every citizen who enlists in the military receives 1 silver coin monthly, with provisions for food and lodging, and after half a year, their pay rises to 30 silver coins. After parting ways with Jack, Mandu promptly set about organizing the recruitment of laborers, a task that Jack had entrusted to him, and he approached it with enthusiasm. Should the Lazens attempt to use food cards to strangle Camel, the Unsullied would have no hesitation in severing the hands of the Lazens. Chapter 58. The Grey Worm, diligently maintain order. This recruitment drive is conducted by district. After conferring with Barristan and Yura, Daenerys resolved to enlist a total of 21,000 men, who would then be transported to the gates of Qarth for training. The 3,000 who do not pass the selection will return to Meereen to undertake patrol duties, thereby liberating the Unsullied to engage in other essential tasks. Furthermore, due to the revelation of the existence of the Harpy's offspring by Mantis, Daenerys has intensified her precautions. Given that the tactical advantage of the Unsullied cannot be fully realized in the narrow alleys, these 3,000 recruits will replace the Unsullied in patrolling the streets. Subsequently, under the command of Grey Worm, the Unsullied maintained order while Yura commenced the recruitment efforts in District 1. All 13 districts must complete their enlistment tasks within 3 days, as they are to assemble and depart for the gates of Qarth on the 4th day. Accompanying them will be a contingent of craftsmen, tasked with constructing a military fortress at the gates. Time is of the essence. They must expedite their efforts to ensure sufficient strength for self-defense before the arrival of the Slavers' Coalition. Though Batki was present, he had never uttered a word. Barristan glanced at the darkening sky and remarked, "My lady, do not depart. Please elaborate to them in detail." As Daenerys' meetings with Qarth became increasingly infrequent, Missandei felt an unsettling change within herself. Through the excavation of canals, the cultivation of olives, the construction of fortifications, the recruitment of new soldiers, and the establishment of state-owned enterprises, they successfully absorbed around 800,000 laborers. Atlantis is an asset in the hands of Missandei. According to her, Atlantis is my underwater fleet, with a small base established beneath the Great Island. This year, Missandei should be 16, slightly older than Daenerys. What are those two doing? Even the bed curtains are drawn? Daenerys squinted her eyes, revealing a mischievous smile. That area is where Daenerys rests, due to Missandei's ordinary status. The guards and attendants did not obstruct her passage. The new fleet of ships from Atlantis is soon to arrive, and you must take 7,000 lowly slaves away in a couple of days. After all, Daenerys once commanded Missandei to find you at midnight, a matter of urgency. Indeed, Missandei? Missandei took a moment to ascertain, confirming it was neither Daenerys nor Missandei. Rolling her eyes, Missandei implied that it did not mean you could come if there was something amiss. Amid the melodious chatter outside, Barristan directly pushed the door open and exited. Missandei felt Daenerys' restless hand upon her, her face flushed. You are an unsullied, yet you have inadvertently become Daenerys. At this moment, within the pyramid of the true dragon, Daenerys sighed heavily, her brow furrowed in distress. Moreover, that money represents centuries of accumulation by the slavers. It is not merely your hard-earned savings, so why grieve? Missandei inquired with concern. Your Grace, are you unwell? Alas, I have painstakingly gathered funds from Astapor, and now 3 million have been disbursed in an instant. I dread to think how much more will be required. Why must he conceal his identity as the Sea King of Atlantis? Daenerys formally broached the question for the first time. However, when Sandai arrived at the door of Dany's room, her extraordinary hearing allowed her to perceive some unsettling sounds. Mibaiha, in a flustered state, attempted to grasp the blanket, only to realize that it had not yet been tossed under the table by Dany, ultimately retreating timidly behind Dany. Bouchin immediately rose to seek Dany Lys at the True Dragon Pyramid. Yet, Dany was nonchalantly seated at the edge of her bed, pondering his purpose for being there. A month had swiftly elapsed. Just last night, they had been reveling with the Prime Minister, and today, why did everything seem so dreary? A round trip would require approximately 8 months, with half a year needed to transport 20,000 people. Such inefficiency was truly lamentable. Sandai contemplated employing a fleet of ships to facilitate the disembarkation of the Lazans at Yilin, subsequently transferring to the Grand Merchant Fleet in open waters, which would save them half the time. However, Dany abruptly embraced Bouchon, yet 800,000 was indeed a considerable sum. They needed to persuade Mantu to reduce the fines stipulated in the code. Yet, even with 170 vessels, they could transport only 10,000 at a time, while also carrying supplies. After further contemplation, Sandai ultimately abandoned the idea of chartering ships and considered another approach. That day, Sandai received a letter of clear provenance. Though the letter did not elucidate its intent, the emblem in the lower right corner indicated it was from Atlantis. Bouchin had no viable solutions either. The finances of Yilin were poorly organized, and it was conceivable that they could allocate some funds for constructing a nursing home. Moreover, if Dany were to liberate the slave bay, there was a small probability that they would be driven to exhaustion by the slavers. The letter indicated that the merchant fleet had yet to approach the slave bay, and it would likely take 8 days to arrive, consisting entirely of empty vessels, totaling 170, fewer than anticipated. Mibaiha's complexion flushed crimson, her fair skin devoid of any pallor. How could those two have grown so audacious? Upon hearing this, Missandei immediately smiled, proceeding to massage Dany's shoulders while offering consolation. Under Bouchin's policies, the entire Yilin was functioning in a disorganized manner. The numbers had increased. They would first take the 7,000 low-grade slaves from Dany, along with another 7,000 male Lazans. Thus, receiving relief rations would be considered a stroke of luck. Mibaiha was not particularly young, even slightly older than Dany. In the original narrative, Mibaiha was also of a younger age. Since the Prime Minister's tower was located just beneath the True Dragon Pyramid, Sandai gradually ascended to the pinnacle of the pyramid. Of course you can come if you have matters to discuss, but that fellow is an early riser. What brings you here? After that incident, the fleet from Atlantis had indeed reached the slave bay. Upon hearing this, Dany felt somewhat relieved and consoled herself. It's fine, besides. Sandai remarked that money is merely a stone if not in circulation. It is only when it flows that it truly counts as money. The remaining few were mostly the elderly and young. That group could not perform labor and had to rely on the relief rations issued by Danny to sustain themselves. At that time, it was necessary to declare that it was a transaction long conspired between the slave master and the new merchant of Atabakan, characterized not as employment, but rather as the trade of slaves. Furthermore, the remarkably low expenditure would soon allow the city of Milan to operate exceptionally after overcoming the impending crisis. Although there was the option to charter some vessels, doing so would prematurely expose the Seychelles Islands. Before navigating through that period, efforts could be made to cultivate food and economic crops on the lands surrounding Milan. Additionally, by incorporating individuals who had formerly been skilled slaves and could seek employment independently, the short-term employment dilemma in Milan could be addressed. However, up to this point, only a scant few were aware that Bautson was the leader of Atlantis. The sound of Sandai's voice and the creak of the door startled the two, but upon seeing that it was Sandai, Danny immediately relaxed, showing no signs of avoidance. Chapter 59. The game after a period of deliberation. Jack ultimately resolved to gather the predetermined 10,000 individuals at the dock under the cover of night, intending to have the caravan transport them away before dawn. He aimed to sever any ties between Atlantis and Myrene, candidly expressing his concerns to Danny about the potential impact on Atlantis' commercial endeavors. Although the Seychelles archipelago boasts ample land and abundant resources, the initial phase of development necessitates significant supplies and external labor. Most importantly, the pure ones are unable to reproduce. Otherwise, Jack would not be so anxious to relocate such a large population. Once Jack departed from the True Dragon Pyramid, he began preparations for the population transfer. This relocation comprised 5,000 skilled slaves, including doctors, teachers, butlers, and a multitude of various craftsmen. The remaining 5,000 ordinary slaves are less noteworthy. Their gender ratio stands at 1:4, with a slight predominance of females, all around the age of 20, an ideal demographic composition. This group of 10,000 would constitute the inaugural population of Atlantis. Prior to their arrival, 70% of the Seychelles inhabitants were rootless pure ones, while the remaining 29% were male crew members, with only a handful of female servants. Your Majesty, while there may not be the limestone you mentioned beneath the island, the development of the archipelago is still in its infancy, with many areas yet to be explored. I understand that opportunities are fleeting. I engage in daily study and literacy, always ensuring my attendants assist me with documents. Indeed, I heard from a merchant that such limestone does not exist in Westeros. Should any attendant be bribed, I would find myself a mere puppet to them. Fortunately, Myrene's flourishing maritime trade provides sufficient docking facilities for the merchant fleet, and at this moment, Xiang Fa felt somewhat disheartened, wondering why a cohort of guards had mysteriously vanished. How could such activities transpire in broad daylight at the Prime Minister's tower? However, upon reaching the trading city-state, one could find highly skilled companions for merely a handful of copper coins. At this juncture, only Jack and Ivan remained in the small hall. He has been sneaking away to play before returning home. Did you think you wouldn't know? Xiang Fa admonished sternly. Westeros. Ivan raised an eyebrow. At the sound, he removed his eye mask and remarked, "Hey, big sister, don't leave just yet. Lower your wrap." Before Xiang Fa settled matters with Jack, he sauntered into the small hall. Ivan frowned, expressing his intent to construct the entirety of King's Landing from cement. The primary materials for cement are limestone, clay, and sand. Has Jack arrived this early? Upon hearing this, Jack immediately straightened his posture and reported, as the saying goes, 1 stone yields 7 sands and 8 clays. That is the most intricate method of cement production. If that were the case, Xiang Fa would undoubtedly display a countenance of familial embarrassment. Yet both men remained respectfully patient as Ivan completed his game. Subsequently, Root led Jack towards the Prime Minister's pyramid. "Your Majesty, you flatter me. You are merely a grand ship slave. It is only due to your connection with Prime Minister Newgate that you find yourself in your current position." In reality, Ivan indeed did not inform Root about the matter, only mentioning that Root was to meet an esteemed guest shortly. Root's expression slightly shifted as he observed Xiang Fa. who was calling for his beloved, and then glanced at Xiangfa's altered demeanor. The sand was scarce, the clay was also hard to find, but the limestone was particularly elusive, primarily because the current civilization has a clear understanding of its applications, rendering it known to very few. This led Xiangfa to conclude that Root was working with remarkable diligence, having arrived at the dock well in advance. As Xiangfa gazed upon the unfamiliar city of Meilin, a flicker of unpleasant memories crossed his mind. "You're not Xiangfa, are you? I have often heard Newgate extol your virtues, and now that we meet, it is evident that you are indeed a paragon of talent, albeit with a vacant gaze. Yes, that is significant. Please take your time changing attire. Your esteemed guest has yet to arrive and is in the side hall. Your Majesty, the construction has just concluded. According to your plans, the little ones from Newgate purchased several skilled artisans in the free trade city-state. However, due to the surplus of labor, acquiring the limestone you mentioned has proven quite difficult, resulting in a rapid decline in progress. Walk slowly, take your time, and hurry back." Xiangfa promptly dismissed all the male courtesans. This led to the male crew members eagerly setting sail, and inevitably, on the first night at their destination, they would patronize the brothels. The current timeline mirrored the original too closely. Influenced by Ivan's Great Butterfly Effect, Daenerys' conquest of Meilin was slightly delayed. "What? How do you know?" "I sincerely apologize, Chairman Jack. That was a minor slip of your Prime Minister. Please, allow me to serve you some tea." Xiangfa appeared quite embarrassed. Being punctual is not my strong suit. Looking back now, I see that I was indeed timely. When I was engaging in activities in that cramped little hall, I did not see Root emerge to intervene. Jack was similarly early, arriving slightly ahead of the scheduled time. He was expected at noon. Jack's expression shifted, though he did not seem overly surprised that Root was aware of his identity. As Xiangfa Buin boarded the ship with a retinue of attendants, he was immediately greeted by a throng of individuals. Before changing into formal attire, Xiangfa summoned Jack back to the small hall. Even spending a few silver coins, one could indulge in the company of low-quality companions, albeit at a leisurely pace. The wealthy found themselves in the Seychelles Islands, merely holding their money in vain. Soon, Jack encountered Ivan, who was engaged in a game of cat and mouse. "I was originally a ship slave in Meilin, but before being purchased by Newgate, I discovered a knack for commerce, which led to my elevation as the head of the Merchant Guild." "Oh dear, how could you engage in such activities during the day? Did you not mention that there were no esteemed guests today?" He was indeed mistaken. "What has become of the construction in Uncharted? It has been months since I returned. He should enlighten you on the matter. I have not paid attention to the situation in Westeros for quite a long time, but based on my estimates, the War of the Five Kings is still ongoing. Jack Bowen, when Newgate nominated me as the head of the Merchant Guild, he extolled a multitude of my virtues. Is there limestone in the seabed surrounding the Seychelles Islands? The so-called game of cat and mouse does not involve Ivan closing his eyes and summoning a group of unclothed male prostitutes around me, with me as the cat." Subsequently, Ivan approached Faye with a serious demeanor, inquiring about the situation at hand. Time passed slowly, and on the 8th day, a small fleet docked at the port of Mealy. "You are not the head of the Atruteg merchant convoy, are you? Please follow me. You are the attendant of the diminutive Ivan." Once Root led Jack back into the small palace, Ivan instructed Root to leave. Chapter 60. Economic Aid Program. Jack gestured for Rutger Boone to elaborate. "Your Majesty, during my procurement of grain in Volantis, I encountered a merchant from Westeros. According to him, Westeros is now engulfed in turmoil with not one, but 5 kings vying for power. The limestone you mentioned is indeed plentiful in the Reach, and it's said to be quite common in the Riverlands, with hillsides dotted with it." Upon hearing this, Jack's mind began to race. The Riverlands were too far to venture for such a task. However, the Reach could be a viable option, albeit not a short journey. "What about Essos?" he inquired. "There must be limestone in Essos," Rutger affirmed, "but as of now, we have yet to find a seller." He had inquired with the Westerosi grain merchant, who indicated that this stone was not rare and could be found almost everywhere. Yet, despite Rutger's visits to several trading city-states, he had found no limestone available for sale. At that moment, at the gates of Casterly Rock, a gathering of 70,000 had amassed, 20,000 were soldiers, while the remaining 80,000 were engaged in the construction of military fortifications. Stello, increasingly astonished, considered that to become the president of a merchant guild, one must possess a certain intellect. By the way, Stello, in your name, establish a few taverns, inns, and hot pot restaurants in Mirin. And as for my lower-tier slaves, aside from those in menial positions, they will undoubtedly become part of the societal elite. Even if our slaves are not laborers for profit, the raw materials will still require funds, and the efficiency of a loom cannot be compared to that of a slave. Sauce was taken aback. If you open a hot pot restaurant in Mirin, and since you haven't applied for a patent, anyone could imitate it. Should they wish to open a shop, they would have to franchise with you. What do you think we would do then? Perhaps we could arrange for those bed slaves to be placed on the most secluded islands of the Seychelles, while constructing a vibrant entertainment district nearby. Therefore, as long as I dare to open a shop, you could, in your capacity as Prime Minister, seal it off, subsequently auctioning the dilapidated property to your allied franchisees. Your Majesty, go back and peruse the hot pot chapters frequently. In due time, you will assign a few managers, and we will assist you in establishing a chain. Before the Mirin outlet gains traction, it could even attract spice merchants. Merchants coming to trade will need accommodations, and thus, inns opened by Adderfi could profit substantially from them. Eventually, with a bit of training, the male entertainers in the entertainment district could don specially crafted attire, transforming into high-class courtesans, the epitome of elegance. Moreover, Sauce had no intentions of being overlooked. Ater and Rutger would inevitably emerge from the shadows and into the public eye sooner or later. Suddenly, Sauce had an epiphany. Delightful. Indulgence in wine leads to folly. From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol, he declared, exasperated. Sauce was still contemplating the structure of the loom and had yet to perfect the blueprints, missing only a few details. Regrettably, the small amount of cement produced was insufficient to construct a brick kiln. Amidst that batch of lowly slaves, there were indeed many stewards, who, before we logged off, could alleviate the management pressures of Newgate. After speaking, Soth handed me a large tome. However, the patents mentioned outside likely represent a stark reality. Once you begin to profit, should imitation arise, it is possible that you might forfeit the opportunity to replicate due to the mere title of a patent, thus allowing you to be easily exploited. As someone will manufacture cement, limestone will be regarded as nothing more than a common stone in the eyes of many, and naturally, no one will specialize in selling stone. This not only has the potential to invigorate the economy of Milan, but also serves to control it. Moreover, it merely requires purchasing and directly employing the labor of Milan at a premium to extract resources. For instance, the diverse array of spices in the world of Game of Thrones is ample enough to sustain the operations of hot pot and barbecue establishments. When the time comes, the inexpensive fabrics from a Truteg will effortlessly overshadow the merchants of Ejek. Furthermore, there are no notable waitstaff, such as the Rabbit Men. Below, I have meticulously organized Soth's recent money-making ideas. Currently, the wingspan of Clandis is barely 2 meters, unless he is struck down by a crossbow while soaring at great heights. He is unlikely to encounter any fatal dangers. One can only say that the fortune of those stewards is misaligned, as they could directly ascend to the management of a Truteg. This is termed a technological barrier, which constrains the necks of other factions, allowing you to feast abundantly. Fei Chaiwa pondered aloud. What if we simply change the name and proceed? As a result, despite what should have been a journey of mere days, Clandis has shown no sign of return even after a week, leading me to suspect that the fellow has an exceedingly low chance of coming back. Stroll's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this is the case, it truly becomes a lucrative venture. Upon glancing at the tome, Stroll noted the following. Logically speaking, Westeros possesses an abundance, and there is no reason Essos should lack sellers. Thus, you not only earn from the auction, but also gain allies, achieving a double benefit. Patting Fei Chowingway on the shoulder, Soth remarked meaningfully, then it is time to take the next step. Suddenly, Rutger had a flash of insight. Your Majesty, do you think it possible that we are unable to find sellers of limestone precisely because it is so ubiquitous that no one sells it? If Stroll can manage those matters, the entire logistics of a Truteg will rely solely on me and Newgate. Your Majesty, If we proceed according to that plan, not only Milan, but the entire world would become your harvest. The price could potentially double overnight. Your Majesty, Clandis has yet to cause further trouble. Rather, due to a cessation of hunting, there are currently no wild animals surrounding the camp. The content includes a small number of business projects, such as the salt flats being managed in Castle Milan, the construction of new taverns, inns, hot pot, and barbecue restaurants, among others. They also sell inferior stone, particularly oddly shaped limestone. Even the Seychelles archipelago has a small quantity of limestone. In due time, we could leave 1,000 people to mine limestone. The entrance to the Skahazaban River is right in Milan, allowing us to save on land transportation. Certainly, there remains an aspiration to continue as a submissive, while Soth is also prone to a certain degree of coercion. The realm of Westeros is most notably lacking in male courtesans. Considering the vicinity of Meereen, there are abundant mountain ranges, leading one to believe that limestone is plentiful, warranting attention. Soth, however, has never truly believed that anything significant would emerge from Karth. By the way, how has Kofi fared? Soth suddenly recalled something. You have copied. Meanwhile, Soth has been contemplating that limestone is the primary material for cement. And although Soth has never truly engaged in the production of cement, there is an unconscious assumption that it should be akin to his own ores, which are not available for sale. Streller was taken aback by this remark, as he believed that His Majesty had not yet forgotten about Karth. A few months later, Karth returned to the Seychelles with a letter from Soth. Subsequently, Rutger expressed his doubts, and Jack felt that something was amiss upon hearing this. Chapter 61. Everything remains unchanged after departing from the Grand Pyramid. Rutger returned to the ship. Accompanying him were 2 stewards, both of whom he had personally promoted from their previous status as slaves, and they possessed a modicum of intelligence. Given their origins, it was commendable that they exhibited any cleverness at all. Rutger did not expect his subordinates to be geniuses. Dono, Maddie, you shall remain in Meereen to assist His Majesty, but be vigilant not to reveal His Majesty's identity. Rutger subsequently outlined a plethora of essential matters, including the establishment of hot pot and barbecue restaurants, as well as the contracting of salt flats. Dono and Maddie listened intently, repeatedly confirming critical details, a scene that filled Rutger with satisfaction. However, once Rutger departed, Dono and Maddie exchanged glances and could not contain their laughter. This is splendid. I never imagined we could be stationed in Meereen, Maddie exclaimed joyfully. Not only are we remaining in Meereen, but we are also working alongside the captain. I told you that praying to the Seven would yield results. Don't be absurd. I've said it before. The Seven are mere figments of Westerosi belief, false deities, Dono retorted. The 7,000 selected Lazans had initially feared they would be sold back into slavery. What do you mean, Dono? Are you looking for trouble? Lai Yuan observed the disorganized group of lowly slaves disembarking nearby. Furthermore, in less than 8 months, the merchant ship destined for Bravos would be completed, marking the end of true naval power. As the 7th day dawned, everything remained unchanged. No one noticed the addition of 10,000 people in Meereen. Whether those individuals were willing or not was of little concern to Maddie. The clever ones had caught Rutger's eye and were subsequently purchased, quickly rising to positions of stewardship within a few months. Well, as the leader said, it is a perfect world, he mused. If one wishes to go, they simply perish. Atlantis' development had finally regained its momentum. A scant few among them protested, even attempting violence, but Lai Yuan ordered their immediate execution. The 2 of them had developed a penchant for low-grade wine, often pooling their resources to purchase inferior drinks. The 7,000 Lazans were quietly brought to the dock, and they observed calmly while awaiting their turn. On one occasion, the slave master, in a generous mood, rewarded each with a cup of wine, which subsequently ignited their passion for drink. Of course, the principal reason was that they were vaguely aware of their supposed rights. As night fell, the absence of those lowly slaves accelerated Atlantis' progress. Let us head to the tavern. Whoever falls first shall treat and seek out women. Before the fully loaded ships departed, another wave of empty vessels arrived, numerous yet equally laden with 7,000 souls. The houses were purchased voluntarily, and while buying was essential, The absence of wild beasts on the island meant that those with homes faced the harshness of outdoor living. Thus, prior to their first paycheck as stewards, the two indulged in drinking. Daenerys had exchanged those individuals for Lai Yuan's position as prime minister. The disparity between professional warships and merchant vessels remained significant. Those 7,000 lowly slaves comprised a staggering 40% of the total number of subjugated individuals in Malin. These wretched souls arrived at the docks, grumbling and cursing. Though we were indifferent to Daenerys' liberation of slaves, it was ironic that, despite the emancipation, we were still driven and sold like chattel. There was no sustenance to be had, not even a morsel of white bread or a drop of fresh milk. At that moment, the docks had yet to fall under the control of the filth, and a small number of lowly slaves were herded toward the quay, while the first half of the night passed without a single batch of Lazens appearing. Moreover, Lai Yuan harbored suspicions that once those individuals lost their homes, jobs, and even families in the Seychelles, thoughts of leaving the islands would arise among us. Most crucially, once that fleet underwent its transformations, Lai Yuan could return to his former vocation, reaping the spoils along the coastal and open seas. Life in Malin continued unchanged. The free citizens toiled away. The conservative nobles schemed wicked plans within their pyramids. The newly appointed officials busied themselves with placing their own people within the administrative districts. The thought alone made Marty chuckle to himself. While each lowly slave held significant value, obedient ones were worth little. We dared only to blend into the crowd, seizing the chaos to grumble quietly, mindful of the filth surrounding us as if it were a jest. Nevertheless, the small pie that Marty had drawn still ignited the appetites of those Lazens, leaving us with dwindling hopes for a better future. Although residing in Malin was fraught with difficulties, daily hunger, and a lack of coin, the notion of being in a place deemed the center of the world must be far worse. Freedom was the rallying cry of Daenerys, effective beyond Marty's reach. Neither she nor Marty regretted this transaction, as he was quite pleased with it. However, the leader informed us that we were an exceptionally fortunate group, destined for a sacred island reputed to be the center of the world. Those in the know remained tight-lipped, as that matter, to some extent, pertained to human trafficking. The Lazens brimmed with anticipation, for we were heading toward the world's heart, a place free of suffering and devoid of masters. As midnight approached, around 11 o'clock, the 7,000 lowly slaves, indeed, one might say social elites, embarked on their journey to the Seychelles. Marty departed with satisfaction once all 7,000 had disembarked. This instilled in us a mix of fear and anticipation. The two had served as slaves together under their master. When it came to binding people, Lai Yuan was profoundly inexperienced. As for alcohol, it was a matter of personal taste. Some abhorred low-alcohol beverages while others favored stronger varieties. Moreover, housing was provided at no cost, free from the burden of mortgages, and even those future elite classes would find it difficult to repay loans. Thus, Lai Yuan was firm in his resolve, undoubtedly attempting to negotiate his worth. Indeed, even lowly slaves possessed that right. Chapter 62. The Fanatic 2 months later, off the coast of the Seychelles Islands. The fleet's sailing speed had significantly diminished under full load. Fortunately, they mostly sailed with favorable winds, enabling their return to the Seychelles within 2 months. Many sought refuge on the deck, as the air within the cabins was excessively foul. They preferred to huddle together on the deck rather than endure the torment of the cramped quarters, for they had never experienced such degradation during their time as high-ranking slaves. In contrast, the Lazens seemed more accustomed to life in the ship's hold, as it bore little difference from their previous living conditions. With the presence of guards, the ubiquitous filth had at least been alleviated. Numerous individuals gathered on the deck, gazing toward the distant Seychelles Islands. The Seychelles boast a vast expanse, with the main island alone covering 20,000 square kilometers, including the surrounding smaller islands. The total area reaches approximately 24,000 square kilometers, about 1/10 the size of the Blue Star's empire of the setting sun. Could the living conditions on a single island be so deteriorated? Hosuin absent-mindedly scratched his nose and remarked, "It's possible. Your Majesty may deceive you. 10 is 10. If you believe, you will lose." Mark, in a reckless abandon, responded directly, Hosuin glanced at Xia Ri, pondering the inadequacy of his words. He recognized it was merely his own delusion, yet he could discern a trace of morbid admiration on Xia Ri's face. It was almost as if she was proclaiming that they were not the first wave of pioneers. A female Lazen inquired of the man beside her. Upon setting foot on the dock, Mark realized he had not yet lost half of his wager. Ever since then, I have become a fanatic for Hosuin. I firmly believe that whatever promises he made, Jack would undoubtedly fulfill. Yet Mark knew that Xia Ri was not among the first group of slaves liberated by Jack himself. Xia Ri chuckled and said, "Just give birth to 10. Despite having recently gained her freedom, she had taken up an apprenticeship outside a tailor shop, learning the craft of sewing garments. I seem to have never felt the sorrow of lost freedom. Each day was filled with joy, basking in the sunlight and vitality." Hosuin, why the furrowed brow? You are about to reach the center of the world. Could he truly be a villain? The female Lazen rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Your intellect surpasses even the foolish sons of the nobility. If it were truly mining, there wouldn't be so many women present." "Of course it's mining. It's not much different from pioneering." The man nodded, jesting. "Perhaps there are vast gold mines above, and we're to be sold back to Her Majesty as slaves." Many wished for Hosuin to father children for them, yet they never anticipated that they would be the ones to seize the opportunity first. Gazing upon the desolate island, 7,000 men and 1,000 women, all of youthful age. As Xia Ri and Hosuin speculated about life below the island, the other Lazens joined in their conjectures. "What a fool," Mark lamented. "The king provides you with food, grants you freedom, only to sell you off for mining." Excitedly, I turned to Mark, the Prime Minister's dragon, asserting that this place could not possibly be the center of the world. "The Prime Minister would undoubtedly deceive you. Your misfortunes are about to commence." The guards escorting us ashore were not followers of Daenerys. Hosuin scoffed, remarking on the absurdity of the situation, likening it to fanatical zealotry. Like Mark, a small faction maintained a pessimistic outlook. By evening, as the sun cast its last crimson glow on the horizon, the fleet finally arrived at the dock of Seychelles Central Island. Is it not 10 children? One born each year, and in a decade, it would suffice. Mark's face flushed as he gazed at the foolishly grinning Ashley, muttering a silent curse at her simplicity. Moreover, there remained uncharted islands. The king is certainly capable of governing the realm and possesses political acumen. Before Milan lost its economic resources, if it was indeed the prime minister who was covertly smuggling slaves, Mark speculated. The thought of becoming a mere vessel for reproduction before being sent to the great island caused Mark to wear a sorrowful expression. The narrow, rugged dock and the road beneath our feet, composed of unknown materials, all showcased the island's raw nature. Hosuin shot me a look, questioning whether we truly believed our own words. The so-called center of the world must indeed hold some truth. Why else had we not heard of it before? Hosuin could scarcely contain his laughter. Later, during our time as slaves, Ashley always felt out of place in her surroundings. This was surely the king's liberation. Yet the prime minister, a man of dubious character, was capable of such actions. Mark, observing Ashley's enthusiasm, understood what needed to be said. As dawn approached, the guards below deck hurriedly ushered everyone back onto the ship. Just as Ashley's words faded, a deep dragon's roar resonated, and a massive red dragon with an 8-meter wingspan soared overhead. Yet life on the island seemed worse than in Milan. She would marry you and bear you a brood of daughters. Surely you are mistaken. That cannot be the Prime Minister Jack Poseidon's dragon. Look closely. The female Leza, named Mark. You are quite foolish not to have deduced the likely outcome of that migration. In my view, I would undoubtedly be defeated. The Prime Minister claims this is the center of the world, and it must be so. Are we to reside on this island henceforth? It appears to be yet another prison. This is also where the young slaves, prepared to rise against the tyranny once Hosuin and Grey Worm arrive, will make their stand. Today, Seychelles Central Island is referred to as Aquaman Island, a name both intricate and clear. Ashley continued to chuckle, dismissing Hosuin as foolish and unattractive, a mere infatuation for the few female slaves. Mark's face flushed with embarrassment as he scolded, "You are a pig. How could you possibly bear him a brood? Is this ayist? Place your bets. Wager until we reach the island that your lives will be worse than in Milan." "How about that?" The speaker is a 19-year-old woman of the Laza ethnicity named Ashley. Although everything seems to be heading toward a grim fate, overnight, she finds herself living a life indistinguishable from that of slave. The most tragic aspect is the utter lack of any room for resistance. You harbor no ill feelings towards Hosun. In fact, you would acquiesce to request for childbearing, as it is not unlike a proposal. Nevertheless, Ashley remains steadfast in her belief that her life before arriving on the island was not as dire, and should he prevail, she will comply with whatever he asks. She mutters softly to herself, "The Prime Minister's dragon, the Kalaxu, the Prime Minister's dragon." It is not to say that the recent human trafficking incident was sanctioned by the male monarch. Yet, what Mark could never have anticipated was that at this very moment, Ashley was gazing with excitement towards the direction in which the great dragon had soared. Chapter 63. Neptune Island. Soon, a multitude of the purified surged forth, establishing control over the scene. On Elda Liman Apoachet, Newgate took the iron horn handed to him by his subordinate, cleared his throat twice, and began to speak. "From this day onward, you shall be citizens of Atlantis. In due course, please queue to receive supplies. Guides will escort you to the camp." Having uttered these words, Newgate paid no heed to the reactions of the crowd and immediately instructed the purified to lead 1,000 individuals to collect their provisions. Due to the initial allocation of resources on Neptune Island being entirely directed towards the construction of the docks, these 1,000 individuals would temporarily reside in tents. Upon learning that they had no permanent shelter, a wave of despondency swept over them. Lacking a place to stay made their situation seem worse than their previous lives in the mainland. The thought of being deceived and coerced into coming here filled them with discomfort, particularly the 5,000 high-ranking slaves. Many among them were stewards, educators, and physicians. At the very least, they were esteemed bed slaves. Thus, in any city-state of Essos, they would have lived quite comfortably. Newin, having noticed the awkwardness of Atlantis, exchanged a few more words with Nwinii before sending him away. Newgate was prepared to unveil his lucrative craft. Originally, New Jack intended to wait until the warships were refurbished before returning to his former occupation as a pirate. As he opened a letter, a line of small print caught his eye. Many speculated whether this was a death sentence, fearing they might be offered as sacrifices to some malevolent deity. However, it was not the purified on patrol, nor the merchant sailors recounting the conditions beneath the island. Alongside nearly 1,000 purified, there were 1,000 sea guardians and 700 merchant sailors. Newin spoke to the king of the sea, expressing that he had yet to devise a solution, stating that aside from the 17 massive vessels within the Sea King, transporting to the Slave Bay was not feasible. "Atlantis, I must trouble you with this," he continued. "Purchase grain and iron or sparingly. And as for limestone, find a way to slow down the logging process. The mountains beneath the island should not contain limestone. As for bravos, there was still no funding for the ship renovations costing 100,000 golden dragons. That was to be delivered to the king, who claimed it was the first bucket of gold for a true tudge. Contemplating the rapid development ahead, New Jack felt a surge of excitement, nearly breathless with exhilaration. Once the forests were replenished, he could present various stones to the stonemasons, thus assigning them the task of producing cement and bricks. With no one else around, he resolved to draft a planning document overnight. New Jack solemnly accepted the envelope. Presently, the warehouse in a true tudge held merely 770,000 golden dragons, as multiple shipments of limestone had long since been accounted for. New Jack smiled broadly and subsequently encouraged Newin to pursue the position of Prime Minister in Minland, suggesting that ruling as emperor on Neptune Island would be less advantageous. Merely procuring food and iron had already cost 400,000 golden dragons. Furthermore, according to our information, before the construction of the Grand City was completed, we would also be allocated our own residences. Meanwhile, Newin was busy organizing information about that group of individuals. After the purchase of iron ceased, the ability to forge axes and other tools was lost. As they awaited Nya Wanin's departure, New Jack retrieved a letter from Gate, ensuring the seal had not been broken before opening it. The process involved sedimentation, filtration, and multiple evaporations for purification, beginning with the addition of wood ash water, followed by further filtration and refinement. Fortunately, by mealtime, their spirits had lifted somewhat due to the appealing fare provided. Gate, the first elder to accompany them, was present on Ocean King Island, asserting, "I'm not the primary decision-maker." The failure to integrate the modified small warships and longboats meant they could not be considered a legitimate naval force. As it turned out, they had overthought the situation. Nothing out of the ordinary occurred, even after they finished their meal. Gate permitted the undertaking, believing that raiding could yield financial benefits while serving as valuable military training. At that moment, Landis approached New Jack, delivering a letter to him. It was essentially refined salt. Though it could only be classified as fine salt, yet it still surpassed the quality of salt available in the market. Nunya Wanin was genuinely immersed in the role of prime minister, tirelessly working for the development of the Eternian community. The population on Ocean King Island had dwindled to approximately 14,700, including a small number of lower-tier talents. Furthermore, Gate was concerned about being judged for minor offenses against the four clans. However, witnessing the return of lowly slaves valued at hundreds of thousands of gold dragons, without spending a single penny, was disheartening. There are no masons, carpenters, or blacksmiths available outside for craftsmen. Very well, we will proceed as such, he concluded, contemplating the lumberjacks on the island, realizing that limestone would soon become a simple reliance before the rainforest expanded. I suddenly felt that Nye Wanin should not remain in the forest for too long. Suppressing my emotions, New Jack took a sip of water, lamenting the inevitable passage of time. Those with dull minds perceived it as a misfortune. While land reclamation was necessary, we, as slaves, were not afraid of hardship. Upon landing on the Seychelles Islands, Adernut had reached its wealthiest point, having amassed a total of 7 million gold dragons through plundering and confiscation in Estabo. Everything revolved around expenditures, and the remaining sum of 7,700,000 gold dragons appeared modest. Yet it was sufficient to sustain Adernut's gradual development. By drying the purified material, refined salt could be obtained. However, I mistakenly perceived the limestone mine as akin to iron ore, inquiring into the status of limestone deposits. Before Blafos completed the modification of the merchant ships, the sum of 100,000 gold dragons had already been set aside, along with an order for 147 longboats. Each individual was able to receive a piece of softer bread, accompanied by vegetable soup and pork sausages. With the crew's explanations, the group quickly grasped their circumstances. In those earlier days, even moving cargo at the dock for an entire day would leave one breathless. At that time, there had not yet been 7,000 Lazarians. As the population dwindled, wages and food expenses constituted a significantly small budget. Upon hearing this, New Jack nodded. That approach would indeed be inadequate for the later stages. Landis offered an awkward smile, acknowledging that limestone was inherently scarce and not readily available anywhere. Currently, the finances of Adelatreg rely entirely on the dubious contributions of unscrupulous individuals. Upon witnessing New Jack mishandle an envelope, Lantis prepared to depart. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself cast upon a desolate island, a situation most distressing. In the realm of Game of Thrones, the profits from salt trade are not insignificant. The trafficking of salt is not solely reserved for the royal family, as both nobles and merchants partake in this trade. The production of refined salt is relatively straightforward, given the proximity to the sea, where one can directly evaporate seawater to obtain coarse salt. In the face of a sparse population, the felling of trees must be minimal, as development towards the island center is necessary, and timber can only yield a limited array of products. Without carpenters, the demand for wood remains modest. The community comprises 2,000 various craftsmen, 1,000 male and female bed slaves, 800 stewards, 700 physicians, 700 skilled laborers, and 700 educators. Chapter 64. The situation of the Seven Kingdoms in the original text. During negotiations between Daenerys and the other city-states, it is mentioned that Meereen can export salt, copper, Jaskari wine, olives, and olive oil. However, the nobility later determined that salt, copper, and wine yielded little profit, primarily because coarse salt and wine could be produced by each city-state, and copper was even less profitable. Nevertheless, fine salt produced by Jack's method would undoubtedly be lucrative, for the finesse of salt determines its price regardless of the location. Soap, on the other hand, presents a unique case. It requires both lye and animal fat. The finest materials include fish oil, mutton fat, and lard. Fish oil can be acquired from sea fish, yet the fat content in fish is minimal, rendering it inefficient. The most effective sources of fat are lard and mutton fat, which can be procured readily. In Meereen, nobles and slave traders would purchase large quantities of cattle and sheep raised by the Lazarenes. They would consume the choicest cuts, while the remaining meat and fat would be sold to free citizens. As for the lowly slaves, they were left to scavenge the bones and scraps discarded by others. However, the procurement of lard and mutton fat requires careful planning, as it involves Jack's economic strategy. Ironically, it was the least equipped king, Balon Greyjoy, who met his demise first. He commanded an army of approximately 20,000, led by Robb Stark during the War of the Kings in the North, composed of poorly equipped soldiers and even farmers wielding pitchforks. Stannis Baratheon had fewer than 27,000 troops, comprising a land army and a naval force of 7,000 pirates, totaling 24,000 men. Ultimately, the Stark family of the North declared independence, with Robb Stark, the eldest son of the Stark family, leading an army southward, vowing to avenge his father. The reason for this uprising stemmed from a previous rebellion years prior, during which Balon declared himself king, believing his family's iron fleet to be invincible. Consequently, Stannis Baratheon, the seventh son of House Baratheon, proclaimed himself king on Dragonstone, seeking to claim the throne. I must diligently study this matter, as the task entrusted to me by His Majesty must be executed flawlessly. Balon had no male heirs, and Yara Greyjoy was not inferior to her brothers. Thus, the military forces of the Westerlands and other regions were similarly unprepared. We had undergone traditional training under Tywin's command, resulting in a feeble fighting capability. Meanwhile, Stark held nominal kingship over the North, but his claim to the throne was not yet secure. He was not the only one receiving support from Storm's End. Stannis Baratheon was also a contender. The contents of that book encompassed astronomy, geography, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, politics, economics, and more. Therefore, the North must expeditiously fulfill its strategic objectives and return home to gather provisions. In addition, Newgate uncovered a notably thick tome entitled The Art of War. The Lannisters, due to their terrestrial strength, lacked the depth to engage in warfare. Furthermore, the Iron Islands were currently inaccessible, with the only connection to the outside world being the Iron Bank. With the acquisition of numerous esteemed steward slaves, many matters no longer necessitate the direct involvement of Newgate. The steward slaves suffice to replace the grassroots officials. Our family crest features a golden sea monster. Thus we are also referred to as the Sea Monster Clan. In the hands of any ruler, this could easily establish a modest empire. The manuscript in question was penned by Qin Zhu during his leisure time, drawing upon his historical experiences from a later era. Within the brief span of a year, Westeros witnessed the emergence of 7 kings, apart from the king in the north and the king of the Iron Islands. The remaining 8 monarchs all claimed to be the legitimate heirs of the Iron Throne. The visible population of the north amounts to merely 400,000, with an estimated total, including concealed inhabitants, hovering around 1 million. The leader of the Lannister family in the Westerlands, Tywin Lannister, is an exceptionally formidable ruler. In the eyes of the Iron Throne, he resembles a fragmented yet comprehensive encyclopedia. Concurrently, Renly has allied himself through marriage with House Tyrell of the Reach, thereby amassing a small army of 100,000, rendering him the most formidable contender for the Iron Throne. Upon meticulously examining the envelope in hand, it is evident that the various matters are clearly delineated. Newgate merely needs to adhere to the instructions provided. Furthermore, the Westerlands army, which does not support the Iron Throne, is equipped with superior weaponry due to the region's abundant gold mines, although they suffer from a lack of provisions. Currently, the state of affairs within the realm is exceedingly tumultuous. Since the death of Eddard Qin-Ju, rumors concerning the truth of Robert's will and the lineage of Stark Bajake have persisted unabated. It is rumored that Stark is, in fact, the offspring of Cersei and her brother Jaime, bearing the blood of House Lannister. The last to claim kingship in the Iron Islands was Balon Greyjoy. As a consequence, I was thoroughly defeated by Robert in alliance with the North, my sons perishing in succession, leaving only one son, who was adopted by Eddard during the War of the Five Kings. Moreover, Stannis Baratheon possesses no notable merits, aside from his rather lackluster command abilities. His military prowess is undoubtedly among the finest in Westeros. Thus, the true protagonists of the conflict are not merely the 8 kings mentioned, but also the current occupier of the Iron Throne, Joffrey Bajake. The 7% enlistment ratio has led to significant challenges in the harvest of grain in the north. The Iron Islands, lacking terrestrial connections to any kingdom, find themselves in a precarious position. In the Battle of the Blackwater, the overconfident Stannis suffered a catastrophic defeat at the hands of the imp Tyrion, retreating with merely a few thousand remnants. Regardless of the rumors circulating, they have not altered the undeniable fact of Renly Baratheon's demise and Stannis Baratheon's acquisition of fealty from the Stormlands vassals. Therefore, under conditions of secrecy, Newgate can confidently employ those newcomers. I fear that, with the passage of time, I may forget some invaluable historical insights. The following details meticulously document how to reverse ideological control and the crucial techniques for maintaining confidentiality. Regrettably, I encountered the formidable adversary, Tyrion Lannister. Furthermore, Robert Baratheon's 2 brothers have publicly declared Stark to be a bastard, rendering him ineligible to inherit the throne. It is said that Balon Greyjoy met his demise through bizarre sorcery, yet fewer still believe that his death was the result of assassination rather than strange magic. The Stormlands, originally not the domain of House Baratheon, possess wealth, though not without its challenges. The 8th son of House Baratheon, Balon Greyjoy, reigned over the Stormlands and garnered the support of various noble families within the region. The conflict, known as the War of the Five Kings, concluded, leading to the establishment of the 7 kingdoms. However, in the eyes of the new gods, this is not a sacred scripture or divine text. People mockingly refer to me as the Little King of the Iron Islands. Chapter 65. The Anti-Dragon King Alliance. It is uncertain whether it is mere coincidence or an inevitable occurrence. Yet both of the world's principal centers of human civilization find themselves ensnared in the throes of monumental warfare. As the chaos of the 7 kingdoms in Westeros has only just begun, the conflict on the continent of Essos has already entered its preparatory phase. The coalition of Yunkai, New Guise, Volantis, and several lesser free trade city-states has formed the Anti-Dragon King Alliance, amassing an army of 300,000 slaves. The news swiftly reached Meereen, prompting Daenerys to convene a roundtable meeting attended by the entirety of the new power hierarchy in Meereen. In the Grand Hall of the Great Pyramid, apart from the central roundtable, rectangular tables were arranged on either side, an idea conceived by Daenerys herself. While she may lack long-term political wisdom, she possesses a knack for certain matters. For instance, the establishment of this long table format was born from her apprehension that Meereen might devolve into a monolithic echo chamber under the influence of Jaqen. Daenerys delineated the Great Pyramid into 3 tiers of power. The first tier is occupied by Daenerys herself, seated upon the highest throne. The second tier comprises the Round Table Assembly, representing Meereen's leadership, a council formed post-decentralization. The third tier consists of those at the rectangular tables, including various officials and representatives from Meereen, as well as religious figures such as the Green Seer, who belong to the implementation layer and possess no decision-making authority. The fleet of 800 warships from Vashta poses a particularly dire threat to Daenerys. The Free Men's Legion expressed their fears of the dragons diminishing in strength, thus invoking the term Dragon King to awaken the populace's dread, uniting them against Daenerys. Seated beneath the throne, Daenerys furrowed her brow. Rarely does Jaqen serve as a stabilizing force for Meereen. It seems that whenever he speaks, trouble inevitably follows. All present were eager for Jaqen's response, but the ensuing words from Jellin doused their hopes with cold reality. Without iron minds, you cannot forge weaponry, nor adequately arm the Free Men's Legion. 8,200 Unsullied and the White Dragon Legion are stationed in Meereen. 2,700 Unsullied and the White Dragon Legion are in Yunkai, while the remaining Unsullied and the Green Dragon Legion are stationed in Jellin Yabo. In that half-year span, you must capture Yuan Kai and Zhelingyabo. Should the coalition forces encircle you, you will truly find yourselves trapped in a beleaguered fortress. Moreover, you have yet to plunder the wealth of the wise lords of Yuan Kai. Our pyramid certainly does not overflow with riches. Yet, the Grey Worm feigned ignorance, claiming, "I do not possess the authority to partake in decision-making. I merely follow the commands of His Majesty, the King." Newly recruited soldiers are prone to collapse in morale, utterly incomparable to seasoned veterans, as they lack the discipline of the unsullied. However, capturing Yuan Kai and Balispor must be prioritized, as the army must focus on repelling the naval forces during their beach landings. With a scarcity of food and men, and your active procurement of iron from the market, the iron merchants in Meereen have diminished by 80% since then. Soon, you will indeed confront the dual encirclement of the anti-Dragon King Alliance's land and naval forces. Moreover, the arrangements made by the Prime Minister afterwards have not been comprehensive, leaving us with limited recourse. In Danny's view, the Freemen's Legion is merely a fade, at least for the next 6 months. After speaking, Lantiston cast a glance at Grey Worm, hoping that he could join him in persuading Daenerys of the necessity of military strength. Noticing Grey Worm's silence, Yora could only pray that Daenerys would disregard his counsel. Jack then interjected, saying, "Your Majesty, the real concern should be directed towards you, rather than the Slave Masters' alliance." Lantiston did not view the decision to split forces as prudent. In his opinion, the weakest formations are those that are diminished in number and once divided. Any city-state would struggle to withstand the coalition of slave masters. The next 2 years will not be advantageous for you. You need to train your soldiers and stabilize the functioning of Meereen. However, if, over time, your finances dwindle and you manage to defeat that coalition, it will ultimately lead to your own disintegration, as the slave masters will then mobilize their forces against you, comprising a group of unique slaves, lacking proper weapons and armor. Such a legion truly pales in comparison to the forces of the corrupt. Upon hearing Yora's words, Daenerys felt a sense of relief, which was shared among the others present, though uncertainty still lingered. Jack looked at the assembly, stating that the issue before them was that the anti-Dragon King alliance had just been established, and it would take at least another 6 months to consolidate their forces for deployment. Lantiston furrowed his brow and remarked, "Prime Minister, I suspect you have never participated in warfare, hence your lack of understanding. Moreover, the pass at Keseth is under your control, and the Lizari are willing to sell you grain at 40% of the market price, provided you offer them protection. Your Majesty, the 8 free men's legions total 14,000 soldiers, with only 8,000 in each legion before any division. Now, Yuan Kai has united numerous factions to form the anti-Dragon King alliance. What strategies do you all propose?" Daenerys inquired of the assembly. Seeing that Daenerys remained deep in thought, Lantiston continued, "The formation of the anti-Dragon King alliance was anticipated, though I did not foresee Yuan Kai gathering such a limited number of allies in such a short span. To speak candidly, do you truly believe that dividing forces is a wise choice? The slave masters are highly unlikely to miss this opportunity to annihilate Yuan Kai and the corrupt forces in Balispon. The Freemen's Legion?" Daenerys retorted. "Yet the crux of the matter lies in how to ensure a firm foothold with Yuan Kai and Yura. No, it is not the Freemen's Legion. It concerns the protection of the Lizari, of whom you have fewer than 1,800. Pray tell, Prime Minister, how can the army of Meereen, which consists of only 4,800 corrupt individuals, maintain control over the 8 cities of the Slave Bay while allocating 2,000 to protect the Lizari?" Mando then interjected, "Does the Prime Minister imply that as long as you can delay time, victory in this war will be achievable?" Lantiston, "Sir, you seem to overlook a crucial point. Before you can occupy Yuan Kai and Balispon, can you truly recruit more soldiers?" The assembly fell silent. At present, there are no sound strategies available, only to confront challenges as they arise. Once the fleet of Algendra arrives, the underwater trade of Milan will be directly obstructed. Even if the number of those with taint is merely 10,000, one must also consider the casualties of Yuan Kai and Balispo. While the total strength of the slave master coalition amounts to no more than 800,000, Our alliance is named the Anti-Dragon King Alliance, not solely due to your connection with the 7 dragons outside of him. Jack's intentions are rather perplexing. After the Anti-Dragon King Alliance encircles Milan, the priority should be to capture Yuan Kai and Bellispo. Consequently, many turn their gaze toward Valjandra, for it is indeed a significant matter for a subject to speak in such a manner. Chapter 66. The consequences of the city pillage at this moment. Daenerys found herself in a quandary. She believed that Jack's idea was quite sound, yet she also acknowledged that Varys had a point. Observing her hesitation, Jack addressed Daenerys directly. "Your Majesty, although our soldiers hail from the ranks of slaves, the soldiers of the Anti-Dragon King's alliance are likewise enslaved. Even if there exists some disparity, it is unlikely to be significant." Upon hearing Jack's words, Daenerys felt a spark of realization. Indeed, the soldiers of the Anti-Dragon King's alliance were also of slave origin, and their strength was not overwhelmingly superior. Moreover, as the defenders of the city, they had an advantage that somewhat mitigated the differences in individual combat prowess. With this in mind, she decided to heed the Prime Minister's counsel. "When do you believe we should launch an attack on Yunkai and Astapor?" Varys, upon hearing this, cast a frustrated and angry glance at Jack. Although under Jack's policies, Meereen had stabilized swiftly, Varys viewed Jack merely as a political strategist, utterly lacking in the understanding of military affairs. Unbeknownst to him, Jack perceived the entirety of the Game of Thrones world as akin to a gang confrontation. In Jack's view, the conflicts in this medieval Western setting lacked elaborate strategies. They were simply direct confrontations, with armies arrayed against one another in a clash of might. The least powerful entity was not the bureaucratic faction currently led by Daenerys, but rather the entire administrative authority of Meereen lay firmly in their grasp. Varys held the position of captain of the King's Guard and simultaneously commanded the city's garrison, ensuring the safety and order of Meereen. Although Daenerys had not yet tasked the Unsullied with maintaining order, they were capable of watching over every corner. "The Harpy's son?" Daenerys inquired with certainty. Among the last remaining 7 dragons in the world, Drogon was the smallest, with a wingspan of barely 8 meters. She estimated that in a year, when he grew to 7 meters, he would be rideable. Daenerys had never allowed Robb to command the military forces of Meereen, a fact Robb was unaware of. Daenerys' expression swiftly transformed from confusion to gravity, as if she had grasped an unsettling realization. During his campaign in the South, Robb Stark employed various tactics that had initially led to Tywin Lannister's retreat. Varys discarded the package he had been holding to the ground, revealing a golden mask and dagger within. Even in the most critical moments, there was no one to report on the hours worked. Robb had intended to launch an offensive against the other 2 cities of slavers 8 months prior. The woman being held by Varys was a former free citizen of Meereen, appearing to be no older than 80. Regrettably, while Robb possessed formidable military prowess, his political acumen seemed to mirror that of his father. The most significant difference lay between Viserion and Rhaegal. Viserion had a wingspan of 2.7 meters, while Rhaegal measured 2.1 meters, showcasing little distinction between them. Although Daenerys appeared to allow Robb considerable leeway, when it came to fundamental issues, she remained resolute. Any challenge to her foundational authority would not be tolerated. It had been merely a few months since Daenerys had seized control of Meereen, yet the conservative nobility was incessantly instigating the dwindling populace against the Harpy's son. Meereen had concluded its preparations for war a month prior. Secondly, neither Varys nor Yora belongs to the factions of Westeros, as per Daenerys' appointment. The 8,000 men trained under Yora possess formal military training and are adequately equipped to confront the Harpy's progeny. During this period, it was possible to gather timber to construct siege engines, for it was realistic to think of taking the city of Yunkai through the main gates, relying primarily on those siege instruments. It is now July in the year 301 AC. Daenerys' 8 dragons have also diminished in their combat efficacy, making it difficult to launch unexpected assaults during a siege. Before Jack executed the Stark and captured the Great Nurse, he had lost all hope of failure. However, relying solely on the dead soldiers from the nobility may not accurately represent the numbers in Meereen as depicted in the original narrative. Yura commands the 8 small free cities regiments, serving as their president. Upon hearing Daenerys' words, the woman could no longer contain herself and quietly rebuked. The group of highborn slaves he has brought will ravage and pillage before we retreat from the city. Thus, in the original tale, Daenerys frequently found herself mediating trivial disputes within the pyramid's small hall, leading to a rather empty daily existence, as it was only during those times that one could truly feel their purpose. However, now a portion of administrative duties has been delegated to the Prime Minister and the Council of Administrators, leaving her to feel a sense of emptiness only during the moments spent with Daenerys in the evening. Furthermore, the dragon Karaksh, now boasting a wingspan of 2 meters, is somewhat larger than Drogon, yet due to Karaksh's slender and elongated physique, it appears significantly larger than Drogon. Upon receiving a tip-off, I immediately retreated from outside my home, where I had been hiding my mask and dagger. The woman remained silent, clearly preparing to speak. In August 301 AC, early in the day, during the assault on Meereen, the retreating forces included not only the Unsullied, but also the liberated slave battalions that had not followed you. Upon hearing the woman's insults, Daenerys was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening. Dany Arand now commands the 8,000 garrison troops, not unlike the police and city management of a previous life. Balistan nodded heavily, realizing that my peculiar movements had drawn the attention of the neighbors, leading to my exposure and the bounty on my head. After consulting with her small council, Daenerys resolved to march on Yunkai on the 10th of April, intending to eradicate the slave master regime of Yunkai and Astapor within a month. Seeing this, Daenerys, somewhat enraged, remarked, "Since becoming the king of Meereen, you have done little for the free folk, so why risk your life to become the Harpy's son?" By this time, the Free Folk Battalion had trained for several months and had tasted blood. An army that has seen blood is a vastly different entity than one that has not. Who is he? Are there not many allies? Daenerys cast her gaze upon the woman above. Currently, Daenerys' command has yet to be distinctly divided into 8 factions. The only one employing strategy is the young Wolf Lord of House Stark. During the day, your encounters are not limited to idle conversations within the pyramid's small hall. 8 months prior, initiating action was undoubtedly the worst decision. Had the Free Folk Legion been allowed to spill blood then, there would have been insufficient time to retreat from the impending turmoil with Yunkai and Astapor. Initially, Daenerys had not established a new code of laws before seizing Meereen, which led to a profound discord among the free folk of Meereen, with the dragons also engaging in their own hunts. Just when Daenerys found herself in a state of ennui, Barristan arrived with a companion. Robb paid no heed to Daenerys' furious glare. He had always been wary of the factional rivalries. Due to Robb's insistence, Meereen had not adopted new regulations, leaving Daenerys to personally oversee trivial matters, rendering the small hall remarkably sparse and serene. Your wife was brutally tortured to death by a band of savages, and yet you still have the audacity to speak. It is all his fault for bringing along that wretched herd of lowly beasts. Chapter 67. Ivan's confusion. Moreover, Daenerys believed that such incidents were undoubtedly numerous, and those who had suffered were all potential reserves of the Harpy's children. The more she pondered, the darker her expression became. She suddenly recalled that at the very beginning, Jack had informed her that the greatest loss following the fall of Meereen was borne by the former free folk of Meereen. The nobles would hide within their own pyramids, evading the carnage and pillaging that ensued after the city's downfall. Meanwhile, the slaves, impoverished and liberated, were naturally not targets for plunder. Only the former free folk of Meereen would endure immense devastation, being ravaged not only by the army of slaves that followed her, but also by the enslaved populace of Meereen. At that time, Jack had suggested allocating some funds to compensate for their losses, thereby reducing the number of Harpy's children. However, Daenerys had dismissed Jack's proposal, believing that the former free folk had similarly oppressed the slaves in the past. Take him down for questioning, Daenerys instructed Varys. Upon hearing this, Varys promptly escorted the man away. Recently, a small number of Harpy's children had begun to operate at night, causing some disturbances to the peace of Meereen, although it had not escalated into anything significant. Your decline is quite evident. At the very least, you appear as foolish as when you were first taken in by Sandor. Since Myrene is a city-state rather than a nation, taxes were collected every 8 months. The reason that the administrative officials, such as Manto, had not embezzled over half of the funds was due to testing the attitude of the bear and Daenerys' tolerance. Before we collect the taxes, we will hand them over to Sandor, who will then submit the taxes from the 7th district under his jurisdiction. With a self-made stone dumbbell in his right hand and reviewing the month's tax records for Myrene with his left, Ivan closed the door and called out to the bear within, "Please wait a moment, Lady Jack. The Prime Minister will be out shortly." Daenerys became aware that she had, in a moment of haste, uttered some rather crude remarks. As such, the bear had not attended more than 4 lessons daily to pursue the study of swordsmanship and knowledge. The taxes from the 8th to the 18th districts were the responsibility of Manto and 11 other administrative officials. I have engaged the worst swordsmanship instructors and teachers from the Slave Bay for Varys. Come now, hang your hat beneath the king's mouth. It's so tilted it could support a salted fish. Sandor was exceedingly confident, having discovered that the system of collective punishment exercised minimal control over the special populace. The entirety of Myrene's free folk were outside this system. Just then, he recalled that Manto had prepared a banquet for the following day at the Lantis Hot Pot restaurant. Hence, they managed to collect 700,000 golden dragons, although that amount was undoubtedly on the lower side. At this moment, in the Prime Minister's tower, Jack was seated behind a custom desk, working diligently. Since arriving in Myrene, Sandor had never forgotten the role of the bear, a capable and formidable male secretary. Inside the room, Sandor patted the bear on the head. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Ivan's expression changed, but he felt a twinge of worry about where Varys had gone, as he had clearly followed the Prime Minister out. He remarked that tonight was meant for him, truly. Can you not be a bit more serious? The dagger of the Harpyborn is poised at your throats. The taxes from District 1 and District 7 are directly remitted to Dany and Sansa, due to the method proposed by Tormund, which substitutes labor and goods for currency. The freedmen of Myrene have found themselves unable to pay taxes. Yet Sansa remained unperturbed. In the realm of Westeros, corruption is rather commonplace. In the original text, the tax collector of Daenerys even embezzled half of the tax revenue. Present were Dany's personal attendants, all well aware of Sansa's temperament, and naturally, none dared to make a move. The group of assassins who had long kept Daenerys firmly under their thumb in Myrene only now dared to show their faces. Tormund chuckled, recalling how last time he laid a layer of furs on the floor so that he could sit upon them comfortably. Tormund is not one to be overly sentimental. Whenever I venture out, I am accompanied by a multitude of guards, attendants, and servants. Varys exited the room, followed closely by Sansa towards the Dragon Tower. Varys emerged from beneath the table, hopping heavily twice. Just wait a moment. I'm exhausted. My legs are numb from squatting, especially when it comes to reporting an indictment, where one may report but not receive a bounty for a conviction. There were 7 present, and Tormund began to tease, "Oh, what has become of your mother of dragons?" Ivan gazed at the retreating figures of Varys and Sansa, then turned back to glance at the office with curiosity. It was indeed strange that Sansa had dismissed the Harpyborn as a minor threat. His words, however, sounded remarkably serious. Sansa's lips twitched. He spoke of being serious. Sansa's office was in the small hall of the Prime Minister's tower, a space chosen for herself, especially with Ivan waiting at the door. The Harpyborn, what does he have to fear? Sansa remarked, although we have not made our presence felt in Myrene lately, we have undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with. Blushing, she spoke, it is not merely the Harpyborn, but rather those assassins bearing golden masks who are poised to strike at you. Ivan entered, stating, "The Prime Minister. Lady Tormund requests your presence at once." Now that a living Harpyborn has been captured, Varys would not let this opportunity slip by without thorough interrogation. Sansa arrived at the small hall of the Dragon Tower rather slowly, where Dany was frowning. Varys stuck out his tongue, saying, "You should return to practicing your swordplay." The missing 100,000 golden dragons was obvious where they had gone. Noticing that Sansa still appeared concerned, Dany immediately voiced her previous suspicions and worries. Her subsequent conjecture proved correct. The former freedmen of Myrene had indeed become potential recruits for the Harpyborn. Moreover, what do you mean the dagger of the Harpyborn has not yet been poised at your throats? Stepping back, Sansa couldn't help but twitch her lips, observing his relaxed and excited demeanor, as if he had just glimpsed a mermaid, ready to laugh heartily. Calculating the revenue governed by Sandai in the 7th District, the tax collected amounted to less than 700,000 gold dragons. This figure deviated slightly from Sandai's estimates, indicating a minor discrepancy. Perhaps it was an overestimation. Thus, I hastened to prepare an umbrella for Xiongwei. Once Balistan departed, Dany promptly instructed Missandei to summon Jack. Sandai contemplated, choosing not to seek out Manto, but rather to observe Manto and his companions' feigned intentions. Initially, based on Xiongwei's projections, the total tax revenue from the entire Yilan region prior to the opening of the arena should have exceeded 800,000 gold dragons. However, it currently stood at merely 700,000. Chapter 68. Unable to escape from Wuxishan, Jack could not help but steal another glance at Dany, reflecting on her realization that what he had said was indeed true. It had been 3 or 4 months, hadn't it? I, Jack Poseidon, require someone of your caliber as my superior. Were I to have a more astute individual in that position, I would refrain from indulging in corruption and bribery. Fear not. The son of the Harpy cannot elude my grasp. If you remain unconvinced, perhaps you might issue a self-reproach decree, express your apologies, and allocate a portion of funds as a gesture. Dany furrowed her brow, pondering the feasibility of such an action. Is that even possible? She questioned, unsure. Jack replied candidly, I merely offer a suggestion. Dany pressed her lips together, concerned that if this approach were ineffective, her self-reproach decree would be rendered futile, thereby undermining her authority. Perceiving her apprehension regarding the method's efficacy, Jack shared his perspective. I believe it would prove beneficial. Those free citizens are indifferent to your authority. In such circumstances, unless there is a profound enmity, who would risk the gallows to incite rebellion? Jack spoke vaguely, yet he was acutely aware of Mandu's thoughts as he surveyed the decor of Ballas. While reassuring Dany, Jack also took the opportunity to undermine Balistan. Mandu's expression subtly shifted, and he quickly forced a smile, stating, that type of clear ale is commendable, but does it yield any profit? If Jack adheres to that standard, he will lack competitiveness. Jack executed a farewell gesture before departing, leaving Dany beneath the throne with a fluctuating expression. He pretended to reminisce, when our shop first opened, the owner gifted you 8 bottles. He was well aware of the source of such behavior, finding it both distasteful and demanding. Niele only pursued the mid to low-end market. He harbored no intentions for the lower tiers. As the two retreated to the private booth, a server presented a bottle of wine and a snack resembling peanuts. Is there anything else? It seems your preparations were a tad tardy. The dishes will spoil. Please proceed to the booth. Mandu silently lamented the exorbitant prices. Yet the flavor was truly intoxicating. Not to be rude, but that's 398 gold dragons, with Jack pocketing 397. Mandu mused, perhaps think it over. He should return to his tasks. Oh dear, Jack, you truly are a mischievous character, casting suspicion on Sir Landistan. Moreover, the Giant Wave Merchant Association had established several shops across Milan and had also contracted a small quantity of salt flats. As the slow-cooked dishes arrived, they included familiar vegetables alongside some unfamiliar lamb, while the more recognized items such as beets and cabbage were present. As long as you are more noble and wealthier than they, and then offer them apologies and financial compensation, Mandu led the way, internally cursing Jack as a cunning fox. Despite his youth, he spoke with dual meanings, satisfying their vanity while also securing tangible benefits. Even if sales faltered, there would be minimal losses, allowing them to persist in their winemaking endeavors. Moreover, prior to the distillation and blending process, the brew known as Sea Goddess brew lacked distinct characteristics. It was not only fragrant, but also remarkably vibrant. Regardless of whether one finds themselves in Westeros or Essos, there exists a substantial populace unable to afford more than a few copper coins for a cup of ale. It's early, yet it feels rather late, Jack remarked with a smile. Jack arrived punctually at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, where Mandu was already waiting in the back. Jack's past and experiences were veiled in secrecy, even to the minor nobility of Myr. And we had even gathered tidbits about Jack's father from the Grand Brothel of Quarth. Understanding the lucrative potential of the hot pot establishment, Jack cautiously opened 18 locations. Furthermore, Mir was experiencing a demographic boon. The novel dining style and standard broth attracted a modest crowd, and the affordability was an undeniable factor. Indeed, when considering the same weight of vegetables and lamb, the prices at the hot pot restaurant had surged several-fold. The cost of a bottle of Sea God's brew was merely 4 silver coins. Excluding the impoverished Myrish who continued to engage in their traditional trades to sustain their families, one must ponder how many truly harbored deep-seated grudges. However, for the nobility and merchants, the prices were not burdensome, and even the free folk could manage to dine twice a month. The concoction known as Sea God's brew was indeed Jack's creation. To cater to the tastes of this world, it was crafted from grapes, possessing a slightly lower alcohol content, yet never exceeding 70 proof. Most crucially, Jack's unyielding support paved the way for the hot pot restaurant to achieve profitability in such a brief period. He first divided the noble factions of Mir and then employed various cunning tactics to deceive both the free folk and the slaves, leading the entire city of Mir by the nose. I am confident that it will not be long before Commander Balistan eradicates all offspring of the Harpy. Daenerys, upon hearing this, remained unconvinced. It was utterly preposterous to impose a penance upon the Myrish by a lowly Targaryen bloodline. Each recruitment drive yielded little enthusiasm. Thus the cost of labor could not be overlooked. As Jack approached, Mandu promptly stepped forward to greet him. "Prime Minister, what brings you here so early?" At 18, Jack was considered an adult in this realm, yet still quite youthful, especially since Nalei had been a pirate since the age of 14. In total, he had spent 170,000 golden dragons, and it was clear that the investment had not been in vain, as the decor was indeed exceptional. Mandu utilized a specialized wine opener to unveil the Sea God's brew, allowing the intertwining aromas of fruit and wine to waft through the air. To secure that bottle of Sea God's brew, Mandu paid an astonishing 8-fold of its worth. On the evening of the 7th day, at Nalei's splendid hot pot restaurant, the operation of the establishment, alongside the management of the salt flats and agricultural ventures, had provided new free folk with employment opportunities, alleviating the financial strain on Mir. At long last, Mir had finally found its footing. Gradually, the two began to indulge, dining and discussing the current state of affairs in Mir. In just a month, Balistan's hot pot restaurant had gained immense popularity throughout the city, with an establishment opening in every administrative district. The new free folk had also earned considerable sums through the projects at the Ketha Pass and the management of the salt flats, with both endeavors expected to continue for another 7 or 8 months. Before Jack returned to the Prime Minister's tower, he continued to contemplate the profits he might have amassed from various projects in Milan over the past month. The harsh external environment made low-alcohol grain spirits a sellable commodity. Mandolin promptly introduced the wine, stating, "This is the exquisite Adabilis wine from Neptune Island, known as Drunken God of the Sea, priced at 398 golden dragons per bottle, with no monthly limit on quantity." However, this raised questions among the nobles, who were perplexed as to how the son of a minor pirate could devise such nefarious schemes repeatedly. Consequently, Nalei had no choice but to pursue a mid to low-end market strategy, which also proved profitable. Previously, Jack had contemplated producing low-alcohol grain spirits to sell in the north and beyond the Great Wall. Every city has the potential for independent survival, sustained by a handful of estates in the surrounding areas. Yet, as Jack refined the spirits, production costs decreased, enhancing their market competitiveness. Chapter 69. The ever-sagacious Daenerys, the land of Meereen, besieged by salt and fire, lay in ruins, with even the estates reduced to mere ashes. The lands granted to Jaqen by Daenerys were predominantly those ravaged by flames. During the banquet, half a bottle of the divine wine from the sea god was swiftly consumed. Upon noticing Jaqen's empty cup, Manto immediately reached to refill it. At that moment, Jaqen unexpectedly placed his hand upon the bottle, leaving Manto momentarily perplexed, unsure of his intent. Jaqen smiled and said, "My lord Manto, this bottle contains but half its original measure. I intend to present it to his majesty, who has long heard of this exquisite vintage. Should it fall below half, it would be difficult to explain to His Majesty, who may find it insufficient and consequently direct his displeasure towards us. Manto grasped Jackeen's meaning immediately. Is it truly appropriate, my Lord Prime Minister, to send a half-full bottle to His Majesty? In truth, the Merchant Guild has little wealth. Sending you gifts is merely a formality, one that requires your careful attention. As Korch once remarked, a king's lack of suspicion is the key to longevity. Moreover, prior to engaging in activities with Yura, Korch would often indulge in the afterglow while imparting valuable insights on statecraft and governance. Few in Meereen, or indeed the world, were aware of Yura's true identity. While Yura and Manto dined, Daenerys summoned Korch Yuntan. Before Yura's arrival, Korch had supplanted the advisors of both men and established a bureaucratic body that alleviated Daenerys of her administrative burdens in Meereen. Would I, at such a crucial juncture in the struggle for the Iron Throne, rise in rebellion against myself at the mere command of the Iron Throne? As Korch Yuntan departed, Daenerys remained seated in contemplation for a considerable time. I looked upon Daenerys with pride. She embodied the virtues of a wise ruler, her talents rivaling those of her pioneering ancestors. Yet, Daenerys remained uncertain about Jackeen's allegiance, for Yura was prone to deceit. As her experiences increased, Daenerys naturally acquired practical knowledge. Despite her lingering doubts, Korch Yuntan had not been reticent in his inquiries and had readily complied with her requests. Yura had not fully divulged his circumstances, leading Daenerys and others to perceive the Yak Korch Yuntan merely as a minor pirate organization. Lantis soon understood that Daenerys was concerned about Korch's identity, hence her consolidation of power around Jackeen. It was for this reason that she required him to train 70 knights capable of commanding troops, thereby allowing them to lead the 8 small free folk legions. Upon hearing this, Jackeen chuckled heartily and waved his hand dismissively. Your Majesty, let it be half and half. However, Jackeen's own identity was fundamentally one of inquiry, for he was not originally dispatched by the Iron Throne to surveil Daenerys Targaryen. Thus, even if Daenerys were to later assure Jackeen of her complete trust, she would still entrust him with the training of nearly 20,000 new recruits. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall prepare 70 capable knights for you in the shortest possible time. In the past, our ancestor Aegon Targaryen conquered Westeros with 8 dragons. You, Daenerys Targaryen, may not possess 8 dragons, yet you shall surely reclaim the Iron Throne. Thus, Daenerys must remain vigilant. However, there are fewer opportunities to amass wealth here than in Meereen. If I were to indulge in avarice, this venture could very well lead to ruin. To outsiders, my association with the Iron Bank appears excessively close. Daenerys readily acknowledged this, yet the smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. Waiter, another bottle of wine, Mando called out. For instance, Daenerys is undoubtedly determined to seize military power from Jack in the future. Sir Jorah Mormont, you selected 30 somewhat dim-witted freedmen from Meereen, while the allied Lazarene sent 20 as well. Should this information reach Korch, he might strike down Mando with a single blow, as Korch is known to covet wealth above all else. Having acquired the answer he sought, Mando felt a sense of clarity and mused on Korch's insatiable greed. Speaking of Meereen, only Daenerys, Korch, Lantiston, Grey Worm, and Missandei are privy to these matters. At this moment, Mando had a clear understanding of the bribes he was expected to submit that evening and could not help but curse Jack's avarice. Yet, Daenerys promptly relayed Korch's words to Lantiston. She then addressed Jack, stating, the outside world requires one to call the server. The rules are few, but one must adhere to them before departing, indicating the considerable influence at play. Jack chuckled, remarking that half a bottle would suffice for the king's drinking capacity. However, one cannot disregard the possibility that Jack might indeed be an undercover agent, which would compel both Lantiston and Jack to pursue the path of martial prowess. Your Majesty, I have come to inquire if you seek anything, Lantiston asked before the True Dragon Tower. In light of Mando's probing, Jorah did not hold back and candidly stated, in the original tale, the Old Lion exposed Jack's treachery before his rebellion, compelling Daenerys to sacrifice an arm. Lantiston's brow furrowed at this revelation, sensing that something was amiss with Daenerys. He continued, when you departed Westeros, did you not pay heed to the affairs of Bear Island? How can you ascertain whether Corch Mormont is trustworthy? Corch cast a sidelong glance at Mando, realizing that even the ancients were not devoid of folly. A mere child left us not long ago. You must tend to the dragons, employing yours methods. Daenerys beckoned Lantiston to sit and converse. You need him to train us into true knights, capable of leading troops into battle. Lantiston, feeling the weight of Joffrey's recent dismissal of his position as captain of the Kingsguard, lamented his lost dignity. After all, he was once the Kingsguard of Daenerys' father, which naturally raised her concerns regarding his loyalty. Mando grinned, softly inquiring, "Pray tell, how is the Prime Minister's tolerance for wine?" The few who lingered at the end followed Daenerys, as Jorah had no intention of exploiting Daenerys' hospitality and thus did not deliberately conceal his identity. Lantiston was momentarily taken aback, questioning why he was sought out individually when the task could simply be entrusted to Coke for collective training. However, he was aware that Jorah had explicitly informed Dany and others to minimize the exposure of their identities, as he intended to return to Appolis and continue his piratical endeavors. In the original narrative, Jack and Lantiston had minimal interactions, with Dany often relying on Lantiston as an advisor for even the most trivial matters, granting him scant decision-making authority. Mando chuckled lightly, acknowledging the Prime Minister's commendable capacity for alcohol. "Sir Lantiston, during your time in Quails, Jorah shared certain remarks with you, and you are well aware of their veracity. Chapter 70. You underestimate him too much. As evening descended, the oppressive heat of the day faded. Yet the city of Myr remained aglow, bustling with leisurely strollers. Upon returning to the Prime Minister's tower, Jack was swiftly approached by Vitril. "Brother, today the Vice Prime Minister's envoy arrived, bringing several crates of gold, silver, and jewels, along with a considerable amount of porcelain. Take me to see them." Jack had not anticipated such efficiency from Mandor. They had dined in the morning, and by the afternoon, the items had already been delivered. In total, 5 large crates containing approximately 50,000 gold dragons had arrived. It seemed that during the banquet, Mandor had grasped Jack's intentions. They could embezzle at most half of the total, but from that half, a portion must be surrendered to Jack. Otherwise, none would gain any benefit. Moreover, with Daenerys granting Jack the privilege of managing the tax revenue from the Second District without any obligation to remit it, Jack was poised to acquire 100,000 gold dragons. The affluence of the Second District was only surpassed by the central area directly governed by Daenerys, where tax revenues approximately reached 40,000 gold dragons every 3 months. Based on Jack's estimations, the central area under Daenerys' control likely garnered between 60 to 70,000 gold dragons. When calculated, Myr's tax income every 3 months amounted to 400,000. Translating to 1,600,000 gold dragons annually. Jack's unwavering trust profoundly moved the young girl, causing her to shed tears of gratitude and inspiring her to study with greater diligence. These individuals were not formally employed members. In addition to those among us, there was a small number of informants to be developed. Among these was a weapon that had been severed during Jack's assessment by a tsunami, which had previously been melted down into 7 spearheads, resulting in the crafting of 7 long spears. 7 official positions were established at both the primary and secondary levels, totaling 10 individuals who wielded central authority within the Seagull organization. After taking a sip of wine to clear his throat, Mandor continued. Each time the sea merchant traverses to Myr, they will likewise transport these funds back to Atrei's Lubin. Concurrently, Atrei's Trell has instituted exceptionally stringent laws and surveillance against corruption. And the Seagull organization is not merely a newly formed oversight body under Jack. With a chuckle, Mandor gestured for Ivan to pour him another glass of wine. Ivan shook his head, aware that even if he were to take half, they could not afford to offer more, as he knew well the taxes they had collected were significantly reduced. At that moment, Jack suddenly felt that the establishment of the intelligence department might need to be approached with caution, for in any era, intelligence holds a position of paramount importance. Moreover, Lubin, now embroiled in numerous conflicts, would provide little assistance. The once formidable sword of the tsunami now merely served as a decorative relic. The command of the Seagull had been entrusted to Vitril Lubin, resulting in the formation of the Seagull, which was divided into two departments. Regrettably, such high tax revenues could not be sustained for long. Once the construction of Kaiser Pass and the artificial canal was completed, the tax income would undoubtedly be halved. In the twilight of vows, he had once been a slave and a performer, weaving a net that ensnared the world, earning him the moniker of the four-clawed spider. The principle of collective punishment had only recently captured the son of the harpy and ensnared the great bird of vows. Not to mention, maintaining the 3,000 mere garrison troops, 14,000 free militia, and 4,000 disgraced individuals would demand a substantial expenditure. It seems he has indeed learned something by staying close to Jack. At the very least, his discernment has significantly improved, due to the ordinary nature of such departments. Both were personally established by Jack. Furthermore, Volantis is far less reliable than the four-clawed spider. After all, she was raised on the milk provided by Jack until the age of 11, naturally solidifying their bond. The management of small and large teams falls under the jurisdiction of 10 households, with 7 members in the small team and 8 in the large one. Left with the task of dismantling the small framework, I strain to recall the historical context and structures of the Genui, the White Ice Platform, and other organizations from later times. Ivan immediately grasped his father's intent and poured a full measure of wine for Mandric. The 7th-level Seagull oversees towns with populations under 700,000. My son holds Jack Poseidon in high regard, and he has indeed encountered Daenerys frequently. Does he believe that the policies of Meereen are of his own conception? Jack's influence extends beyond mere tranquility, for he possesses not only 2 Valyrian swords, but also various other expenditures to manage. A mere 10th of the annual tax revenue would be a miscalculation. The armor and swords symbolize Jack's authority, akin to the imperial sword. Donning the armor and wielding the sword signifies Jack's presence. Ultimately, after losing all his hair, the framework of the Seagull was established. Mandric showed no signs of anger. Ivan understood why Jack insisted on moderation. Must you conform to such demands? Although the young lady has never been involved in intelligence work, Jack has yet to convey the framework and concepts to you. Simply learn swiftly. While 1,000,000 golden dragons may seem substantial, the areas requiring expenditure are even more numerous. Ascending from the 1st-level Seagull to the 8th-level Seagull, the latter represents the highest rank. The white seagulls monitor the internal affairs of the Aeters Wabai, while the gray seagulls survey the entire world. The hierarchy does not involve the 1,000, 100, or 10 households held by those seagull ranks. Consequently, the fundamental framework of the Seagull has been dismantled. The next step is not merely selecting individuals, but swiftly constructing the framework and filling it with substance. I recently discovered that my father embezzled half of the golden dragons entrusted to him by Jack Poseidon. Eventually, Zwabai formally conferred the Valyrian Dragon King's armor and the tsunami to Wei Zwabai. The 1st-level Seagull is responsible for towns with populations under 800,000. Previously, there were 2 white seagull commanders and 2 gray seagull commanders, with the lowest rank being that of the seagull general. To facilitate the return of received bribes and tributes to Aether Trell, Jack purchased a small warehouse at the docks. Before inspecting the goods sent by Mandric for any discrepancies, Jack instructed his men to deliver the 7 boxes of gold and silver to the warehouse he had acquired at the docks. Moreover, the sum was so meager that what eventually reached Daenerys might not even constitute half. The young lady has been slow to mature under the tutelage of various instructors. Her intellect seems to have dulled, and she now emanates an air of agility. Evan's expression faltered as he firmly stated, "Is it not true that His Majesty, the King, raised this matter during the council? You all witnessed it. Each unit and battalion commanded by a 10-household leader can indeed exceed 8 battalions in total." Meanwhile, within the confines of the Groove family estate, Evan was lamenting to Manto about Jack being a vampire. The informants were unregistered and their identities concealed. They would only receive their rewards after providing information. The 8th-level Seagull oversees towns with populations under 100,000, and even those reaching 100,000 fall under its jurisdiction. Furthermore, the personnel and guards of the Prime Minister's Tower are of the Atrattler race, thus trustworthy. Perhaps once the salt lands are replanted with olive trees and grapevines, the fiscal revenue of Milan could restore to an annual sum of 100,000 gold dragons. Additionally, considering that Milan currently has no slaves, the wages of the servants within the small pyramid are also substantial. Chapter 71. Only when he eats well can we be sated. As the words lingered on his lips, Yuan's voice gradually faded. Upon reflection, it became evident that Daenerys did not strike one as a person capable of devising such strategies. They had long since investigated her past, a princess of the former dynasty of Westeros, sold into servitude by her own brother to the Horse Lords, and ultimately, her compassion had led to the demise of the Horse King. She had narrowly escaped death in the Red Waste, only to be rescued by Quentin, becoming ensnared in his power struggles, nearly falling victim to a sorcerer who sought to imprison both her and her dragons. Yet, upon her arrival in Slaver's Bay, she exhibited remarkable cunning. Particularly after her conquest of Meereen, within the span of a mere month, she had set the city on an upward trajectory. Even the most concerning of adversaries, the Harpy's son, was kept firmly in check, failing to stir any significant unrest. Are you suggesting that all of this was the handiwork of Jack advising Daenerys? Mander scoffed. Who else could it possibly be but that cunning little fox? His words are convoluted, and one wonders whose intellect he has inherited, filled with schemes. Ewan scratched his head. Father, I often accompany Jack. While he possesses a modicum of talent, he is also avaricious and has a weakness for women. Is it not possible that others are guiding Daenerys from behind the scenes? Mander cast a weary glance at his son, inwardly cursing his foolishness. Meanwhile, on the balcony of the pyramid's apex, Sir Tarleton regarded Daenerys as anything but an exemplary ruler. Suddenly, Daenerys' expression turned grave. A long sword is akin to your arm. It is the pinnacle sought by many knights, and you were born with that gift. I have placed several handmaidens within Daenerys' grand pyramid, he continued. To speak truthfully, in the realm of warfare, Daenerys' weakest point is not her commander, Tion Shun Shaodan. I commanded the battle of 4 Copper Kings in my youth, a conflict involving tens of thousands. At Jack's suggestion, 8 tribes were swiftly established along the Slaver's Sea, rapidly expanding with Daenerys' support. Tarleton's lips twitched. Wei Tion Shun Sha was Jack's personal squire, while Tarleton was not merely one of your many swordsmanship instructors. This young lady is no monster. There is no need for comparison. You are the least gifted swordsman I have encountered by far. Before you reach adulthood, even the Dawn Sword shall not be my match. Father, if only you would beseech His Majesty to refrain from serving as Tion Shun Poseidon's squire, for surely his days are numbered. Afterward, Jack would regale Daenerys with tales of governance. Daenerys has surprised me far too little. She is no different from your Mad King father, who merely burned people. Daenerys diligently studies knowledge alongside scholars and often seeks my counsel on swordplay. However, Daenerys, somewhat disheartened, replied, but you and Wei Tion Shun are very closely matched, are you not? When Tarleton taught you, he discerned the essence of water dancing in your swordplay. I suspect you have yet to master the entirety of that art. With that, Mander patted his son's arm reassuringly. Do not fret. As long as you stand by my side, you shall ultimately prevail. As Mantis spoke, the flames of ambition blazed fiercely in her eyes. If Daenerys could truly establish her footing in Meereen, your family would ascend to the heart of power in the Bay of Slaves after 70 years, a position that could endure for 5 centuries. Ivan, now you comprehend why you must dutifully provide funds. Your reliance is solely upon me, just as it was for the previous generation. Daenerys widened her eyes in astonishment, questioning the low aptitude displayed. Mantu, observing Ivan drenched in sweat, immediately reprimanded him. Tarleton is here, your majesty, came the prompt reply. Tion Shun Shaodan assisted Daenerys to her feet, offering words of comfort. Your majesty, not everyone's talent is as poor as this. You have accomplished much already, so there is no need for despair. Ivan forced a bitter smile, recalling how little he had shared with her. Now, whenever he remembered Tianshuan's gaze upon him, it felt somehow right. In 6 months, you will be at war with the slave masters. Are you prepared to have him lead the White Dragon army station at Meereen? Those kings are hardly worthy even to serve Daenerys Targaryen. The Mad King Aerys II Targaryen, the Boar King Robert Baratheon, the the bastard king Joffrey Baratheon. Daenerys reflected on Tianshan Shouton's low opinion of the veiled Black Dragon army, even believing that this young girl could surpass the Dawnblade. After much contemplation, she still felt anxious about Yora, thus deciding to appoint Trelaton to command the White Dragon army, the weakest of the forces, with their armor and weapons prioritized for them. Ivan must remember, my misfortune allows you to feast. A half measure is not negligible. Manta spoke seriously. However, regrettably, there were too many around capable of protecting her. Jogo and Lacaro, responding to Jack's suggestion, were also dispatched by Daenerys. Rising, Daenerys brushed off her attire, reminding herself not to lose heart. After all, her swordsmanship was meant for self-defense in critical moments, particularly when combat was not her forte. Your Majesty's progress is rather slow. You have yet to acquire the fundamentals of lethality, praised Tianshan Shoudan. Fool, if you transfer him today, you shall be stripped of your deputy position tomorrow. The nobleman who once found you agreeable will tear you apart, he cautioned. The White Dragon Legion, whose strength lies between the two factions, would be led by Yura. Should I be a spy for the Iron Throne? It would chill my very heart. However, Daenerys was here to liberate Meereen, where power would be reshuffled, and by a stroke of fortune, she glimpsed an opportunity to rise to prominence. According to their reports, Jack frequently spent the night in Daenerys' chamber, with sounds audible even through the door. Daenerys had yet to gather 70 capable warriors among the slavers' men. Under the oppression of the great lords, our kind of noble would never have a chance to rise. Trelaton regarded the veiled Black Dragon army's aptitude as truly unparalleled in the world. Daenerys, with beads of sweat on her forehead, sank to the ground, accepting a cool drink from his sandy eye, sipping it slowly. Reflecting on her time serving beside Tianshan, Ivan felt a wave of heat wash over him. Upon hearing these words, Evan dismissed his doubts, realizing that the seemingly lecherous Jack was, in fact, not devoid of cunning. The clanging sound of clashing swords resonated as Trelaton suddenly lowered his stance, deftly disarming Dany by knocking her sword aside. As for Yura, I might not have commanded even 1,000 troops. Nevertheless, I selected the most exceptional knight from those whom Trelaton was to train to lead the formidable Green Dragon Legion. Trelaton nodded and remarked, "There is no error. Any sword technique, no matter how simple, merely requires a single explanation." Ultimately, Dany's concern for her safety prompted her initial desire for Trelaton to train the troops at the Casterly Rock. Chapter 72, Cursed Vampires. On the following day, Barristan set forth early towards the Kether Pass. The youths sent by the Laza tribe had arrived, and he needed to claim them while also inspecting how Jorah's training was progressing. Additionally, the construction progress of Kether Fortress was of utmost importance. Fortunately, the journey from Millen to Kether Pass took less than a morning. With Barristan traveling light and mounted, their pace was naturally swift. Upon reaching Kether Pass, Barristan first surveyed Kether Fortress. At this point, the construction had reached the halfway mark, and it appeared likely to be completed before the slave masters arrived. Jorah, having received news of Barristan's arrival, approached with 20 Laza youths. Although both hailed from the Westeros faction, their relationship was rather tenuous. In Barristan's eyes, Jorah was not only of dubious origin and unclear intent, but at over 50 years of age, he still obsessively concerned himself with the king's well-being. Truly infuriating. You must return and inquire of Jorah how I manage the officials outside my jurisdiction. Barristan thought. The Legion of the Scorned was not merely composed of infantry. There was more to it. Sir Barristan, these are the 20 youths sent by the Laza tribe. I must continue my training, so I shan't accompany you further, Jorah stated. Kether pursed his lips. Indeed, things were progressing smoothly, yet the army's semblance was lacking, with infantry training still flawed. Kether shook his head and continued. Asking Jorah may be futile. This group is so greedy that their ill-gotten gains have already found their way into his hands. You have investigated before. We hardly conceal our corrupt practices. Thus, Barristan decided to return and seek the king's counsel, proposing to bring the White Dragon army back to Millen for personal training. Kether, though initially skeptical, ultimately accepted the notion, recognizing the practicality of Barristan's suggestions. Simultaneously, he proposed reducing the rations from 8 meals and 8 coppers to 2 meals and 2 coppers, asserting that the surplus coppers would be used to procure meat for their provisions. I have partaken of pork during the royal meetings in King's Landing, yet I have seen swine run. However, the number of pigs was scarce, and with so few to share, it was laughable, Kether remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the supplies at Jack's fortress are quite robust, and the strategic reserves stored outside are ample. The overseers have compressed 10 work hours into 4, providing lunch and dinner for merely 2 coppers, Kether continued. I understand that even if reported to Daenerys, Jorah would claim that I shortened the work hours for the freemen, with the saved coppers used to enhance their meals. Barristan felt a sense of relief. The slave masters would not arrive for at least 7 months, granting them ample time. Observing Barristan's satisfaction, Kether felt a surge of delight. How much longer until completion? Barristan pressed on regarding Jorah's corruption. Ruan Weifu quickly caught her breath, pondering whether the freemen would protest. An old man past 50 daring to vie for favor was indeed outrageous. Furthermore, he could teach 70 men how to command in battle, achieving 2 objectives at once. However, both individuals are profoundly loyal to Dany, thus they do not exhibit any disdain in her presence. Originally, that group of laborers worked for 12 hours a day, consuming 8 meals and receiving 8 copper coins. Yet, the overseers have compressed their working hours to merely 4. Noticing Ballistan's anger, Ruan Wei hastily explained, "Indeed, the strength of the Filth Legion is rather feeble. However, the troops crossing the Westerlands possess exceptional weaponry and individual prowess, not to mention the thousands of heavily armored knights." Before Ballistan could fully assess the training of the 8 small legions, he had already concluded matters. 8 months. Similarly, in Jorah's eyes, Ballistan is not regarded as a virtuous individual. Suddenly, Ruan Wei's expression shifted. Wait, you don't mean to tell me that Ruan Wei Fortress is merely a FA-ade? Certainly, it must be due to fear of Jorah's retribution that he chose to conceal that matter. It seems prudent for me to find a place to retire before being expelled by the Iron Throne. The infantry is trained with the participation of the Filth Legion, while cavalry and archers are entirely reliant on Kaiser's instruction in horsemanship and archery. Why do you mention such things? Ballistan expressed his irritation. Are you jesting with me? Sighing, Ballistan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. At the same time, Ruan Wei realized the limitations of his own capabilities. After all, I am not a Count of Bear Island, where even 100 conscripts cannot be mustered from this desolate land. Ballistan's confusion diminished. Compressing the hours to 4 seems reasonable, and from what I can observe, there is no noticeable delay in the progress at Castle Jack. Yet, even if I know it is futile, I still must inform Dany of the matters outside, despite the risk of offending King Jorah Poseidon. Dany's reliance solely on the Filth Legion to reclaim Westeros is tenuous at best, hinging on dragons and the Dothraki cavalry, making it exceedingly unlikely that even one Westerlander could be subdued. Upon hearing this, Ballistan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why do you say so?" The Free Folk Legion is a composite force, embodying a true army with cavalry, archers, and infantry. That is not Jorah's cunning. I informed these free folk that I have reduced the working hours from 12 to 4. Yet Ballistan firmly stated, "Sir Kaiser, His Majesty the King is very concerned about the progress and training conditions at Ruan Wei Fortress. Therefore, when you were tasked with leading, you were also to assess the situation. That is the most fundamental loyalty expected of the King's Iron Guard. However, it is ultimately a task assigned to Ballistan by Dany, with Kaiser merely providing an overview of recent developments. First, he betrayed Dany's father, and then was expelled by the Iron Throne, coming to Dany in a pitiful state. With the current resources and manpower, Castle Jack can indeed be completed within 8 months. After all, it is merely a military fortress, a rudimentary construction. As someone who has commanded tens of thousands, Ballistan quickly discerned the state of the army. The free folk are not only angry, but also express gratitude towards me. In truth, their rations have never included meat. Faced with Jorah, the two stand remarkably united. How is the training of the army progressing? Is everything going smoothly? The underlying implication of Jorah's words is, this is the person you desire, so you should leave quickly, while the outside world welcomes him. The construction of Jack Fortress is progressing at a sluggish pace. There are enough workers, meals are provided, and they are compensated, yet their morale is dismally low. It is undoubtedly overseen by someone sent by Jorah, which will further impede progress. Ruan Weifu did not depart until noon, and upon leaving, she shared several opinions with Kaiser. Is he accusing us of embezzlement? What a pack of vampires! Regardless, the accounts of the kitchen are managed entirely by my people, and the operational space outside is far too limited. The Free People's Corps and the Legion of the Defiled are akin to one another. Chapter 73, Dragon Spirit, the garden atop the true dragon pyramid. Jack's companion, Dany, rolled her eyes in exasperation. I can't take it anymore. With that, Dany exited the dragon spirit state. The brilliance of humanity in Zhaoging's eyes gradually faded, giving way to the resurgence of primal instincts. Jack cradled Dany in his arms, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. Indeed, you persevered for a few more minutes. Had you not consistently refused to commune with Dahe during the dragon egg's hatching, it would not have been so arduous. Dany pouted defiantly, retorting, who could have known the dragon egg would hatch? Just imagine, a colossal dragon over 200 meters long chasing you in a dream, spewing black flames. Wouldn't you be terrified? Jack recalled his own initial experience in the dragon dream. A time of sheer panic, though fortunately, it had been the last. With a sense of determination, he pressed Dany beneath him. Thus, the bloodline beneath the dragon spirit was the most coveted possession of Daenerys Targaryen. Even the intelligence of Rhaego had diminished considerably. However, you had not disclosed these matters to the dragon spirit, as you recognized the distinction between yourself and those of exceptional nature. In the world of Game of Thrones, there exists a rare group known as shapeshifters, capable of invading the consciousness of animals and even humans through their formidable soul awareness. I am unlike you. You are an exceedingly rare dragon spirit wielder, while I, as a dragon master, can only enter the dragon spirit state once before the hatching of the dragon egg, whereas you can access it continuously. Contemplating this, Dany resolved to ensure that the dragon spirit left a legacy. Indeed, she was the most untainted descendant of the Targaryens in history. Records indicated that even the dragon kings of Illyria were exceedingly few who could become wisely. The dragon spirit's complexion paled. You little imp, your thoughts are rather crafty. This implied that you currently possess the capacity for procreation. Have you consulted a physician to ascertain there are no issues? The 8 dragons from birth lived in a communal setting, and Rhaego naturally emerged as their leader. They obeyed his commands and also listened to Daenerys. Among the exceptionally gifted, some could control multiple animals. For instance, north of the Wall in Westeros, there existed a skin changer named Varmir, who commanded 6 different creatures. Although Xiang Yue currently serves as your hand of the king, the two often engaged in deep discourse, and Dany was aware that the dragon spirit might remain subservient. Xiang Yue. The intricacies of the dragon spirit's ambitions were seldom revealed, hence the preparations for subterfuge. Dany earnestly sought to locate other wild dragon spirit bloodlines. The essence of character and emotion were paramount, for it was certain that bloodlines could fulfill the conditions for dragon mastery. Even if the foremost dragon spirit sought independence, at the very least, 2 offspring should be left to control Trelion and Jack. Establishing a connection with Xiang Yue, their consciousness intertwined previously, had deepened their bond. There existed a chance to bind the dragon spirit to oneself through progeny, thus securing the Iron Throne with greater stability. It was as if to say, do not frighten your mother. If he becomes foolish, what will you do? Before being imbued with telepathic abilities, animals seem to exhibit a slight dullness, a phenomenon attributed to the manipulation of the shapeshifter's mental prowess. However, dragons, being the majestic creatures they are bound to retain their essence. In a few years, as Trelion and Xiang Yue grow increasingly estranged from Daenerys, it is plausible that they might venture away from home, transforming into wild dragons. Recently, Daenerys has unintentionally regressed into a state akin to that of a Targaryen, and upon inquiring about Xiang Yue, she discovered that he, unlike herself, could not revert to such a state. Earlier, Long Ling and Wei engaged in a wager with Xiang Yue, where the loser would fulfill a request from the victor. One could certainly conceive of Longling's lineage being passed on, thereby allowing Treilion and Xian Yue to become the progenitors of her children, which would ultimately lead to a scenario where 8 dragons would be devoid of their knights. Since entering this Targaryen state with Xian Yue, the essence of the Fireborn has waned once more. Although the warlock had previously deceived her into believing she could continue to bear offspring, the reality was far more complex. It was inconceivable that the Fireborn had yet to attain such capabilities, as they had begun to rival the heart of the ocean. She lightly patted her toned calves. If she could endure for a full hour tonight, she would be able to make a request. Should she persist, the number of requests would escalate to 8. Time had passed, and yet only she and Longling had not hatched a dragonling. Their obedience was likely due to Rage being their king, or perhaps the chief among dragons. Xian Yue quickly raised his hands in surrender, eliciting a hearty laugh from Wigelian. Daenerys could distinctly sense the growing distance between the white and green dragons and herself. She reached out to caress Rage's emerging, fearsome horns, her gaze drifting with concern towards Treilion and Jack, who were nearby, vying for food. Even prior to victory, the tension between Xian Yue and Jack towards Daenerys had noticeably diminished. Relying on her inherently weak, fire-born nature, Visali's essence, it was conceivable that centuries ago, the Targaryen lineage had dominated Westeros and Essos, seeking to recreate an empire akin to Valyria. Contemplating this, Daenerys placed a hand on her abdomen, a calculating glint flashing in her eyes. It appeared that only one individual could enter a Targaryen state with a single dragon, and prior to establishing a bond, the dragon riders would inevitably grow distant from their respective dragons. The special flames still spared Daenerys from any burning sensation, yet the pain had slightly intensified. Throughout the annals of Targaryen history, there had never been a fireborn as feeble as Xian Yue. Rage observed his mother's sudden cessation of mirth, concern flickering in his eyes as he extended his tongue to gently lick Daenerys' cheek. Wigelian's eyes twinkled with mischief as a sly smile crept across her face. For instance, controlling wolves is typically referred to as wolf mastery, while commanding eagles is known as eagle mastery. Daenerys refocused her thoughts. The task at hand was not insurmountable, as Xian Yue had always taken necessary precautions, suspecting that prolonged exposure could lead to conception. Impressive, what do you desire? At that moment, Longling was still aware that Daenerys had yet to regain her capacity for pregnancy. Fortunately, Daenerys had entered this Targaryen state with Xian Yue. Had she chosen Jack instead, it would have been a significant loss. It was akin to instances when it was undoubtedly Daenerys's turn to ride, yet Longling would often play tricks. At the behest of Longling, Dany endeavored to forge a formidable connection with Xian Yue, Kangong, and Jack, yet all her attempts culminated in triumph. Vigrillion abruptly disarmed Xian Yue, sending his long sword flying, while a wooden sword pressed firmly against Longling's throat. This brought Dany joy, as it was evident that Longling was not invincible. Even the searing flames could not mend your wounds or eradicate negative conditions such as poisoning. Before Longling departed, Rhaego heavily nudged Dany. As long as the bloodline of her offspring remained sufficiently pure, the dragon eggs could continuously hatch into magnificent dragons. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Chapter 74. The exchange student from Laza. As dusk descended, the crimson hues of the setting sun enveloped the city-state of Millen. The thoroughfares were bustling with free citizens returning home from their daily toil. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. It was Bali Stan, accompanied by the exchange students from Laza, returning from their journey. A few days prior, Dany had announced her intention to form a knightly order comprising 50 members. Excluding the 20 slots allocated for the Laza exchange students, the remaining 30 positions were to be filled from among the commoners and nobility of Millen, open to all individuals under the age of 18. In response, many neutral Millen nobles sent their younger sons to participate, while a greater number of free citizens also sought to enter the selection. Ultimately, the results were revealed. Only 6 free citizens were chosen, while the remaining 24 slots were filled by the noble youths. This outcome sparked considerable discussion among the free citizens, who speculated about the possibility of foul play. Yet, the truth remained. Noble youths possess superior physical attributes, benefiting from ample nourishment and a fundamental education. The allocation of 20 slots to the Laza students also stirred discontent among certain nobles and commoners alike. Borhayton, oblivious to the changing expressions of Xia, continued to elaborate on the etiquette required when meeting the monarch. Indeed, there was a desire to confront him, yet caution prevailed, as littering could incur penalties from the sanitation department established by Prime Minister Ta. They had long since discarded leaves and refused without concern. Pray tell, why do we harbor such little animosity towards you? Has His Majesty, the King, forged an alliance with your Lazakin? Indeed, yet without the protection of the tainted, we are still willing to purchase grain at a low price. Furthermore, we previously pledged assistance to the Laza in constructing their cities. Meanwhile, as the lower echelons of Laza contemplated their circumstances, a liberator emerged from the Bay of Slaves, a dragon king intent on freeing the enslaved. Seeking refuge was not a viable option, as it would undoubtedly offend the fierce Balistan and potentially antagonize the Gissi of the Bay. Moreover, beneath the pyramid, almost all images of the eagle-headed demigods have been replaced with statues of the magnificent white dragon. Thus, upon their arrival in the city, the 20 Laza youths became the center of attention, as onlookers were eager to discern if this group possessed extraordinary abilities that would justify their acquisition of 20 slots. Should they make notable contributions towards the liberation of the entire Bay of Slaves, the king would surely bestow upon them noble titles. However, upon reaching Xia, it became evident that the Dragon Kings tainted only offered protection to the towns, while the larger tribes lacked the strength to establish settlements, leaving them to endure pillaging. Seizing such an opportunity, the Laza dispatched their most exceptional 20 youths. This did not, however, inflate grain prices. Gradually, Chuzhenbi led the group to the apex of the true dragon pyramid. Xia observed the enthusiastic crowd and, bemused, inquired of Borhayton, "Are we truly so well received?" Borhayton raised an eyebrow, remarking that he had never encountered such self-assured Laza individuals. In his experience, they had always appeared rather submissive. At that moment, Xia was elated, for without the tainted's protection, the fear of marauding horsemen had begun to dissipate. At the entrance, a small door is adorned with a carving of a magnificent white dragon, beneath which are inscribed the 8 golden characters proclaiming the true dragon hall. Xia gazed in awe at the current true dragon pyramid. The population of the Laza people had dwindled from 1,000 to a mere 2 million. The 7 smallest tribes realized that if they continued on this path, their race might indeed face extinction. Borhayton looked at the 70 individuals before him and reiterated the necessity to offend the male monarch before retreating with a few into the true dragon shrine. Noticing that Chuzhenbi still retained some semblance of reason, Borhayton imparted further wisdom. In other words, they were not candidates for the future dukes, marquises, or earls of the Bay. Thus, Chuzhenbi was resolute in his determination to alter the circumstances of the Laza people, believing that if things continued as they were, they would eventually be driven to annihilation by other races. Furthermore, the conditions presented were insincere. During the past 4 years, I had consistently urged my father to rise in rebellion. Although the Laza were known for their volatility and even their bravery, they were not foolish. They certainly had their own thoughts. Yet my father persistently claimed that he fought for the survival and continuity of the tribe, adamantly opposing rebellion. From that day forward, I understood that the horsemen could also perish. They were indeed devils, and just as we could be pierced by a dagger through the throat, so too could they fall. Many nobles who had not been selected believed that the lowly Laza were unworthy of the opportunity to be knighted by Her Majesty herself. It was evident that the Laza had little to offer, and it certainly was not food. At 18 years of age, in the brief span of my life, my family's established town had endured hundreds of assaults. The horsemen excelled in cooking carbohydrate staples. Thus, the plunder of livestock and people was less frequent, leaving the Laza with an abundance of food. When I was 4, a young Balisi intruder burst into my room, only to meet his demise at my hands with a dagger. Each time our town barely saved some resources, the horsemen would arrive to pillage, sweeping away livestock and selling people like cattle to slavers. Consequently, the Laza had also presented their own insincerity. Xia was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Previously, he had accompanied his father during grain sales and had seen the small pyramid. Now, the eagle-bodied male statue beneath the pyramid had been replaced with a dragon sculpture. Just as Chu Zinbiki began to accept his fate, messengers from Daenerys arrived. Even more exhilarating for the Laza was that while we remained steadfast in our desire to ally with the Mother of Dragons, the other party's envoy had already arrived at the Laza Plains. Clenching his fists, Xia resolved to become the smallest duke and, once his strength was sufficient, to eradicate the Belisi completely, annihilating their nation and race. Chu Zinbiki felt a sense of confusion, prompting him to explain it was precisely because of the alliance that the monarch had offered a minimal pretense, granting the Laza 70 slots. Although it merely entailed their ennoblement as the most basic knights, the significance of that act was profoundly substantial. In the following period, the Dragon King intended to select 20 individuals from the Laza to be knighted, instructing us on how to lead armies and govern our nation. To eradicate a race, one has but two methods: to seek reliance on others or to rise in rebellion. Should one choose to resist, there are those willing to ally with the valiant Lazans. Xia, having renounced his claim to tribal inheritance, boldly stepped forward. A glimmer of determination flickered in Xia's eyes. The envoy conveyed that the Dragon King was amenable to forming an alliance with the Lazans and had dispatched the defiled ones to safeguard their towns. Consequently, the weakest 70 Lazan tribes sent forth their most exceptional younger sons to the realm of Milan. Chapter 75. The Knight's Investiture, Your Majesty. Balistan bowed respectfully. The 20 individuals behind him hastily emulated his gesture, calling out, "Your Majesty." "Excellent. You all appear quite spirited," Daenerys observed, scrutinizing the 20 robust young Lazans below. Each one was stout and exhibited no trace of cowardice, only a hint of nervousness, which was entirely natural. "Do not be anxious. The mere fact that you stand before me in Meereen signifies that you are the finest among your kin. I shall confer upon you the honor of knighthood. Should your talents prove exceptional, you'll have the opportunity to distinguish yourselves in the forthcoming War of Liberation, ascending to the ranks of Baron, Viscount, or even Count." With that, Daenerys descended from the dais to receive the long sword prepared by Miss Sandai. Approaching the eager Berhaki at the forefront, she regarded the trembling youth with solemnity. "Kneel." Berhaki promptly knelt on one knee, awaiting the investiture. "What is your name?" In a display of fidelity, Daenerys chose to personally invest each individual, instilling a sense of honor among the Lazans. "From this day forth, do you pledge to protect the realm, to shun fear and cowardice, and to uphold justice?" Zizk suddenly halted, turning back with a tilt of his head, scrutinizing Berhaki. "Did he deceive you?" "Humph. As long as he remains in Meereen, we shall see. You will send them scurrying back home." Meanwhile, Daenerys had momentarily forgotten to commend the elderly Wenwanyao. Should his swordsmanship prove commendable, she might contemplate imparting her skills to him. He ought to go. It would only tarnish Sir Staventon's impression of him. Berhaki interjected, "Moreover, our family maintains a neutral stance, and Daenerys has long sought to court the Glaza family." Berhaki's lips twitched. "In truth, the capabilities of the Prime Minister's faction might surpass your expectations. Abdulki is a sagacious individual. Although the Lazans currently ally with the king, after years of ambiguous identity, he may make unilateral decisions." Following this, Staventon led Abdulki and others to acquire war horses, armor, and weaponry. Before the investiture concluded, Daenerys declared, "From this day forth, they shall be the free knights under the banner of the king of Meereen. Do you vow to sacrifice everything for your king?" Ziz scoffed, hoping the old man was not as formidable as the king claimed. Upon hearing this, Abdulki's brow furrowed, aware that Staventon was surrounded by Lazans yet still spoke so dismissively. Daenerys was pleased with Berhaki's demeanor, and thus placed the long sword upon his shoulder, commencing the investiture ceremony. Ziz's expression darkened. The thought that a mere sheep destined for servitude would dare to mock him was infuriating. Prime Minister Jack? A sycophant who worships the king and values wealth above all? He pondered. Did he truly believe you would doubt my words? In a realm devoid of conflict, especially within a clearly defined group, tranquility prevailed. Upon noticing this, Wang Wanyao immediately remarked, Kazij, he is no longer a knight. He was once, but that was long ago. You also made a trip to Kai's Mountain Pass and the Leza Plains. Our family's founder participated in the construction and establishment of Milan before the Valyrian obliteration of the Goji's empire. I intend to make those sheepmen aware that our noble lineage has long engaged with superior education, far beyond what those foolish and barbaric sheepmen could ever compare to. Indeed, it is precisely Wang Wanyao's spirited nature that compelled her to ardently defend me when my elder brother, consumed by jealousy, sought to harm me. As Abdulchi passed by Kazij Lazagraz, he suddenly gestured toward Wang Wanyao, saying, Your head is rather diminutive, I assent it? Kazij, harboring malevolent thoughts, resolved to teach that presumptuous sheepman a lesson during the forthcoming training sessions. The external forces had lost 80 men, all selected knights from Milan. Danny had long since conferred titles upon us. When you arrived, I was lifting dumbbells, none of which were as small as your head. Abdulchi shook his head, signaling Roy to remain calm. Although Roy was somewhat impulsive, I still heeded my brother's words. This situation left Staunton disheartened, prompting him to vow that he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to training those fellows, providing Danny with a cadre of flawless knights. Warhachi, I hereby confer upon you the title of Free Knight in the name of the king. Thus, Wang Wanyao treated Kazij Lazagraz with a certain degree of kindness. When you visit Prime Minister Jack in Taba the day after tomorrow, inquire about Sir Staunton's youth. He was once one of the most esteemed knights in Westeros. Are you willing to pledge your eternal allegiance to your king and his progeny? Or aside, Wang Wanyao and I have grown up together, and I know his character all too well. Balliston's eyes gleamed with admiration. From their first encounter, he recognized the boy's potential. On his way back, Kazij encountered his mischievous brother, Bora Hazaka. The sight of a group of Leza men, long consumed by fury, only broadened Kazij Lazagraz's smile. Do you wish for us to clash? The oaths spoken when His Majesty conferred your titles should not be forgotten. How can you become a knight who straddles both sides? A square-faced man in front of Abdulchi could no longer contain himself and was about to argue, but was restrained by Abdulchi. After all, the Glaza family is among the 8th minor nobility of Miling. In contrast to the arrogant and conceited Kizig Glazeyes, Borja Hazaka is notably more rational and less emotional. This also allows us to gradually dissipate the grievances arising from the common folk as we retreat from the city. With these thoughts in mind, Kizig returned to his tent, and I decided to increase my training regimen for the evening. Accompanied by Sir Stevanton and his group, we made our way to the outskirts of Miling. Upon entering the camp, a youthful figure immediately approached. To your Majesty, I am known as Borhachi. Your renown precedes you. Borchaki exclaimed, although Sir Stevanton is aged. In my youth, I was the most humble knight of Westeros, the captain of the King's Royal Guard. Chapter 76. The Central Lake of Ocean King Island 50 young knights, each bestowed with titles, resided in their own separate tents, enjoying treatment befitting true knights. Within Abdul's tent, Stavin ignited a candle, illuminating the darkness with its flickering flame. Stavin perched on his bed, tilting his head as he observed Abdul performing push-ups. The soft glow revealed a delicate beauty in his fair cheeks. Had it not been for the prominent Adam's apple, one might easily mistake Stavin for a woman upon first encounter. Resting his chin on his hand, Stavin mused, by my calculations, Prime Minister Jack possesses strength equivalent to 3 or 4 of you. In other words, a single punch from him could shatter your skull. Oof. Even if he is endowed with innate strength, he will inevitably succumb to the vices of indulgence. Sooner or later, I shall catch up to him, Abdul retorted defiantly. Intrigued by this assertion, Stavin ventured outside to ensure no one was within earshot before returning to Abdul's side. Abdul stared at Stavin, bewildered. What are you planning? A conspiracy for rebellion? What rebellion? I trust you are aware of the blackbird I have assembled? Stavin replied, though he acknowledged that the tales of indulgence were exaggerated. The ordinary expenses of sustenance and lifestyle were scarcely distinguishable from those of regular nobility. In this world of power struggles, the primogeniture system was an absolute pillar sustaining familial stability. Cogville was startled by the voice of New Jack, abruptly rising from the cattle pan. Observing the regret etched on Lantis's face, Nguyen Shun offered some words of comfort before requesting Lantis to guide him to the scene of the incident. Initially believing his assignment, there was a low-paying, stressful endeavor. He was soon interrupted by the commanding voice of Yin Shun Yutlan, who oversaw the excavation of the canals. Before the old king's demise, it was speculated whether Yin Shun Yu would retreat into a capitalist society. Such thoughts stirred the fate of Ocean King Island. People are dead. People are dead. At this moment, Haygate had lost 2,000 souls, and before the arrival of the last batch of inhabitants at the beginning of last month, the population had dwindled by 80,000. New Jack poured a glass of water and handed it to Lantis, urging him to speak quickly, as time was of the essence. The group of slaves recently arrived at Ocean Yin Chun had yet to acclimate to the tailored lifestyle and cultural customs of Astavon on the island. When a seventh canal was opened, 2 workers on the shore were suddenly dragged away by an unseen force. Sighing deeply, New Jack lamented, "If you learn of this, will you write to His Majesty the Sea King, requesting my return to escort Koyin Chun Yu away? We firmly believe that every life is a blessing bestowed by the sea god, and thus we must never betray our own lives or those of others," he added. "Kindly assist me, my good fellow, and prepare a letter." Even in the forthcoming 80 years, Astavon was poised to continue the primogeniture and feudal systems. As the two jested and discussed their future plans, both being second sons of their families, Koyin Chunyu, before realizing New Yin Shun's presence, yawned widely and carelessly swept aside the cow's skeletal remains, launching himself into the sky. Simultaneously, thousands of acres of fertile land were cultivated around the central lake, with a new influx of population arriving every 2 months. The construction of the city and the reclamation of land were progressing in a chaotic manner. In this context, Yolantis wore a face of deep regret, lamenting the loss of 2 lives due to his negligence. After completing the report on the development of Atastaven, New Jack took a deep breath, retrieved another sheet of paper, and concluded his denunciation of Cogver's crimes. Pointing at the skeletons of 2 cattle, New Jack was so incensed that he struggled to articulate his thoughts, his lips quivering in a fit of inexplicable humor. What happened? How did they die? How many perished? He recalled how Cogvar had come to exploit the situation, having consumed over a dozen cattle. Who could possibly bear the responsibility for this? The officials surrounding New Jack wore expressions of despair, as he himself was but a lowly slave. From merely subsisting on the island's wild fauna, they had progressed to the theft of livestock, yet the darkness of their actions had not yet been fully illuminated. This suggested a lack of small predators outside the lake, though it had gone unnoticed until now. Watching the vanishing figure of the raven, New Jack murmured, "Your Majesty, please return slowly and take Cogvar with you. He is nothing but a stumbling block on the path of Haget's development. Ever since you tasked me with the excavation of the canals, it became evident that something was amiss. The fish outside the lake were exceedingly large. Of course, you are aware that your earnings have not been entirely reinvested. Until the educational system is refined, we must navigate a return to feudal society through reform." "New Jack, are you there? What is it?" New Jack inquired, observing the perspiring Yolantis. Perplexed by his calm demeanor, Abdu chuckled heavily. "A mind behind walls has no ears. If the Prime Minister hears this, he may bring ruin upon your family." To facilitate communication, New Jack procured 10 ravens, those enchanted creatures reminiscent of a fantasy realm. Though their cost was steep, they proved invaluable for relaying messages. Upon returning to his residence, New Jack produced a letter, initially reporting on the current state of development in Haget. "I have stationed several blackbirds as servants at the Prime Minister's tower, and according to their accounts, the Prime Minister is indeed avaricious. The manufacturing processes for fine salt and soap have yet to be mastered, and I am preparing to select a location for the construction of a factory. Particularly concerning is the rivalry between Yangshun and his elder brother, which has almost become a principle of independence." Lakyu raised an eyebrow and, with a sly grin, remarked, "Perhaps the Prime Minister is plotting rebellion, imprisoning the Emperor to bear his offspring while coveting the Emperor's 8 dragons for his own. If he is indeed so audacious, let him send a letter to the Sea Emperor. Perhaps someone outside can rein him in, as the cattle continued to be devoured without any remedy. Kogvar. Nujak's fury erupted. His proposal was to establish a factory on Crescent Island to the northeast. As per Haget's plans, factories could indeed be constructed within the confines of Sea King City. Although jesting, Yang Shun was subtly warning Lakyu, for it was likely that the royal island had heard of their discussions, and such revelations could lead to dire consequences. The establishment of a Tastavan is recent, and Wang Island places great emphasis on the cultivation of culture and faith. Before sealing the letter, Nujak dispatched it to Slave Bay via messenger. Furthermore, it is said that the Prime Minister harbors a profound disdain for painting, often scribbling chaotic sketches beneath the paper and enigmatically inviting others to witness them. Nujak's expression darkened. The laws of Atastavan were personally drafted by Wang Island, rendering matters concerning life and death rather trivial. According to the plans laid out for Changchun, Haygate is to maintain a breeding base of no more than 100,000, with the potential to introduce interior populations based on circumstances. The Blackbird was an intelligence agency established to prevent the elder brother from eliminating him, specifically monitoring the activities of Dola Hazaka. Chapter 77. The tip of the iceberg Ingval, burdened with guilt, led the way, lamenting, "It is entirely my fault. I sensed something amiss when I first observed the Eye of Heaven Lake, yet I could never have anticipated that the entity within could drag a person beneath its surface. On King Neptune Island, there exist nearly 10 lakes and rivers of varying sizes, with the most prominent river traversing the island almost in its entirety, resembling an eye at its center. Thus, it is referred to as the Central Lake, Central River, or the Eye of Heaven Lake. Having been tasked with excavating irrigation canals for the slave master's estate while at Slave Bay, Ingval was assigned by Newgate to oversee this endeavor, accompanied by 300 individuals, though now only 298 remained. During his reconnaissance of the terrain, Ingval had discerned peculiarities. Logically, given the vastness of the Eye of Heaven Lake, one would expect a multitude of drinking animals in the vicinity. Yet, the island's fauna preferred to compete for water resources in smaller streams rather than quench their thirst at the lake. The incident did not occur recently at the newly excavated first tributary. It had manifested during the initial flow of water. Although Newgate possessed extraordinary abilities, he remained unwaveringly loyal to the water creature. Despite being the youngest on the island, my experiences could not compare to those of certain lower-tier slaves who followed. However, Ingval contemplated what could possibly be more terrifying than humanity itself. Just as he had taken a couple of sips, a white shadow suddenly emerged from the water. Disappointed, Newgate shook his head before he could even read the situation. At that moment, Ingval descended from the sky near the Eye of Heaven Lake. The scene of the incident had been cordoned off by the enforcement team, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Newgate hastily assured that even if the Sea King had not left a plan for the situation, he would summon the Sea King back to preside over the matter. Perhaps the creature lurking in the depths was far larger and more aggressive than he had imagined. Although the world of the Game of Thrones had witnessed the demise of deities within this fleeing system, a small fraction of the populace still clung to theism. Newgate's words garnered a modicum of belief, bolstered by his exaggerated expressions and gestures. Thus, he displayed a hint of fear, whispering, "For I have realized that the sole purpose of the offering to Jack is not to stabilize the hearts of the people, and moreover, that the river's waters harbor no benevolence." Contemplating this, Newgate promptly issued orders to halt the excavation of the tributary, especially limiting access to the river unless necessary for drinking. The initial nation had a designated agricultural base of 490,000 acres, encompassing an area of 326 square kilometers. Previously, tributaries had been dug along the Eye of Heaven Lake, resulting in 49 branching streams for irrigation. It was not a mere coincidence that the poor soul had lost a hand. It was evident that Jack had wholly consumed the unfortunate individual. Instinctively, I reached out for help, yet only a severed hand remained. On King Neptune Island, few had ever encountered the so-called Sea King. However, the monstrous figure was adept at navigating the land, preparing to retreat to the depths of the water after a single strike. A creature resembling a lizard burst forth from the surface, its maw filled with sharp teeth, snapping at the air. Cogval wore a fierce expression, embodying the ruthless dragon breed known for its brutality in the realm of power struggles. It seemed unlikely that Cogville would easily permit a monster to escape. Scanning the directory, I finally located my target beneath the subheading on sacrificial culture. The onlookers soon began to lose interest and gradually dispersed, particularly in the small land of Essos. A portion of the nobility placed their faith solely in material wealth rather than in ethereal deities. If my memory serves me correctly, I should not have encountered the content regarding the sacrifice of Jack in the section on sacrificial culture. Naturally, if Cogville were slow to react, that strike would undoubtedly be devastating to me. Its hind limbs resembled those of a duck, with a thin membrane stretched between its 7 toes, while its forelimbs had entirely transformed into elongated paddles. Newgate blinked his large eyes and remarked, "Well, you should return to study this matter and see if there were any strategies left behind by His Majesty the Sea King." However, no one inquired how Newgate intended to resolve the issue. The creature measured nearly 8 meters in length, twice that of Cogville. Newgate hurried back to his quarters, retrieving a book. He suspected that before Jack resorted to cannibalism, he might have continued to seek out targets. As a monster landed heavily, Kexenwy finally discerned its true form. The crowd instinctively parted to allow Newgate passage, and I found myself at the rear, where no trace of the incident remained, save for a severed hand. Cogville reacted sluggishly, quickly leaning forward to create distance, and in the blink of an eye, the water surface erupted. Newgate scrutinized the scene for quite some time, yet the surrounding spectators eagerly awaited a definitive answer from the youngest elder beneath the island. This indicated the presence of something terrifying beneath the water. Before long, Newgate arrived at Canal Number 7. According to the plan, no private farmland would be established on Sea King Island. All agricultural land would belong to the royal family, who would employ laborers to cultivate it. In a moment of urgency, I recalled the book written by Cursin, which contained some information regarding the origins of Atlantean culture. Upon hearing Newgate's words, the gathered crowd fervently hoped that the Sea King had left behind a strategy to confront the situation. As for Jack's tales of old, only a small fraction found them intriguing. However, with the facts laid bare, Newgate's statements began to sow doubt among the people. The creature resembled a small lizard, its teeth protruding, lacking the elegance of lips, and its head bore a pair of diminutive fin-like appendages. During our time in course, Zero and the witch had been mocked as nouveau riche and charlatans. Even its slender neck could potentially be severed in two with a single bite. Such occurrences were utterly uncontainable beneath Sea King Island, as rumors spread far more slowly than official decrees. Yet, the Eye Lake truly lacked Jack's presence. It had just consumed 2 individuals. Thus, this matter had not garnered much attention until 2 workers were attacked this morning, prompting a realization of the situation's gravity. After much contemplation, Newgate devised a nefarious plan and penned yet another letter to the sea monster, imploring it to return at a more leisurely pace. Newgate's expression was decidedly grim. It was remarkable that I could discern the unfolding events with merely a glance. Having recently captured 7 monkeys, I intended to quench my thirst before retreating for some much-needed rest. However, Newgate seized every opportunity to extol the virtues of the sea monster, resulting in the island's inhabitants developing a profound mixture of animosity and reverence towards it. This sentiment was particularly pronounced in the era of magical depletion that followed the appearances of the Red Comet and the Dragon, during which even the witches of Quarrels were often dismissed as charlatans. Chapter 78. The bearded old thief. As the creature turned around, Karakshiu lunged forward, seizing the monster's tail. His intention was to thwart the beast from returning to the water, yet its strength far surpassed his own. In a violent motion, the creature whipped its tail, sending Karakshiu flying. In that fleeting moment of flight, he quickly assessed the situation and unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire, igniting the creature's back in an instant. The monster let out a piercing scream, plunging into the depths of the water. Realizing that the creature feared fire, Karakshiu spat out several more jets of flame towards the water's surface, followed by a defiant roar. Minutes passed in silence over the water, and seeing no further movement, Karakshiu departed, satisfied. This battle between monsters went unseen, and Karakshiu, being incapable of speech, could not relay the beast's appearance to Nugent and the others. The next day, in the grand hall of the True Dragon Pyramid, Fan Kushuin's face flushed crimson. In the art of insult, how could I possibly rival the narrow-minded Jack? Furthermore, you expect me to endure any mockery directed at Sir Robb Stark, such as being called a servant of the 8 families? Or else you would have the worm cut out my tongue. What did he imply? Is what you say true? And what of him? Surely, it was I who boldly accused Jack of embezzlement in the court. Jack still holds me in esteem. That scoundrel, he's gone too far. You must petition for a duel to let the gods witness his lies. The failure of war is determined solely by the disparities in numbers, equipment, and morale. Though you, Fan Ku, may hail from humble pirate origins, you should understand that loyalty and righteousness must come first for a subject. My fidelity to His Majesty is as evident as the sun and moon. Furthermore, at the time, Robb Stark was merely 17, and his pursuit of love, however flawed, is not without understanding. Upon hearing this, Jack's expression shifted. Robb Stark, could he truly accuse you of lacking honor and responsibility? Driven from the Red Keep by the usurper's son, now reduced to groveling at the feet of Mir. If Jack were in Daenerys' position, he would undoubtedly crown himself as a count, leaving room for his own advancement. Enough, Daenerys interjected, her tone firm, halting Robb Stark's tirade. Were they both seeking humiliation? Varys looked at Jack, who wore a look of grievance, his white beard trembling with fury. Ultimately, Jack faced neither reward nor reprimand. It was Varys who found himself embroiled in turmoil. The lands surrounding Mir were largely saline, with only a sparse amount suitable for cultivation. I had anticipated that accusing Jack of corruption would yield at least a verbal reprimand from Daenerys, despite no tangible repercussions. Jack's expression was one of indignation and fury, as though Varys had truly slandered a paragon of integrity. Fan Ku grew more animated in his denunciations, exclaiming, "These treacherous ministers conspire together." Yet Daenerys, perceived as the villain, sought to retain Jack's loyalty by bestowing upon him the title of Duke. Yet before the late king's demise, he had thrown himself into the arms of the usurper. What a disgrace for a knight, a beast indeed, and Robb Stark, who had twice broken engagements and executed confidants, would inevitably lose the war. Even if he were to seize the crown, Sir Fan Kushuin is indeed a mere servant of the 8 noble houses, a traitor and a scoundrel. I am the most cowardly, the most glorious, yet the weakest knight of the realm, compelled to join the ranks of usurpers out of sheer necessity. In truth, Robb Stark is indeed, as Daenerys has remarked, one of the finest knights in the kingdom. Daenerys, resting her chin on her hand, gazed innocently at the two bickering below. Regrettably, the 17-year-old Wolf Lord, despite being a military prodigy, inherited his father's lack of political acumen. Fortunately, the king possesses sound judgment and, while harboring doubts, has prohibited others from mocking me. The old rogue, despite being a servant of the 8 houses, dares to bark insolently before you? If he once had the audacity to serve the late king loyally, why must he now linger on as a wretched cur, torn between loyalties? In truth, Jack could also assist Daenerys in training competent soldiers and generals. He understands the nuances of discipline and remembers the 88 stratagems well. When Jack was bestowed the title of Duke, he nearly laughed with emotion. Shameful, Jack Poseidon, you possess not an ounce of noble honor or responsibility. As the future king of House Targaryen, he betrayed his murdered king and allied himself with the usurper, becoming my servant, Fan Kushuin. Unlike some, who come from noble lineages yet act as mere lackeys, he ought to feel shame. A farce began under Daenerys' restraint, as Robb Stark merely glared angrily at Jack. The two factions, both reliant on phalanxes and cavalry charges, confronted each other on the battlefield, yet their formations collapsed into chaos. After speaking, Jack waved his hand dismissively and turned to regard Robb Stark, as if a mere glance at me would tarnish his vision. Fan Kushuin drew his sword, ready to duel Jack. Even if there were means to grant independence to the North and Riverlands, they could at best secure the Bay of Carhold, allowing the North to stand alone. Daenerys' gaze met Jack's, their expressions betraying a shared understanding. Words alone are insufficient, old man. You are left with nothing but your tongue. If you accuse me of greed, have the courage to present your accounts for a face-to-face confrontation. Jack is merely the Prime Minister of Meereen. Yet Daenerys has conferred upon him the title of Duke of Slaver's Bay, along with a small parcel of land surrounding Meereen. The Prime Minister has yet to mention that provincial funds were redirected to provisions, a matter that must be revisited. Observing Robb Stark's flushed face, Jack Poseidon, ever the rational one, pressed his advantage. Daenerys shot a fierce glare at Fan Cushion, for Robb, though young, must not provoke me to the point of harm. Who shall train the knights to lead us in a battle? Though it is all theoretical, once we train the soldiers and engage in but 2 battles, they will swiftly master the application of the 88 stratagems. Jack will impart these lessons to Daenerys, as the backdrop of their world resembles that of medieval Western Europe. Even considering Daenerys, I have yet to serve 7 kings, and Fan Kishun would still scorn me as a servant of the 8 houses. He, Fan Kishun, feasted upon the bounty bestowed by the sovereign, as the former king conferred upon him the esteemed title of Glorious Yulaxu, granting him wealth and honor. Oh, Balistan, you decrepit wretch, on what grounds do you dare to label me a leech? That mere turn of events led Jack into a profound psychological debacle. It is not that Jack presently possesses the formidable 7-wheeled chariot. Rather, if I were to be insulted, I would bleed from the mouth. When Robb Stark advanced southward, employing strategies of misdirection and coaxing the serpent from its lair, he decisively annihilated 4,000 of Jaime Lannister's forces, even capturing Jaime himself. Yet, for Robb Stark, this was hardly the final straw that broke the camel's back. Chapter 79. Return to Atlantis. A week had elapsed since the incident, and despite Daenerys' cautionary words, the disparaging titles such as the 3-named slave, the old rogue, and the treacherous traitor associated with Balistan had spread far and wide. After all, both individuals were esteemed officials under the Queen's command, and such a public quarrel was impossible to conceal. However, Jack proved to be far more astute than Balistan. He expended hundreds of silver coins to manipulate the narrative. Consequently, the majority of the populace came to believe that it was the 3-named slave Balistan who envied Prime Minister Jack's talents, and, in a fit of spite, falsely accused him of embezzlement, only to be roundly chastised by Jack to the point of near collapse. This incident revealed Jack's cunning nature, which was indeed exceedingly ruthless. Rumor had it that Sir Balistan had not shown his face for several days, leading many to speculate whether he had been rendered bedridden by Jack's scathing rebuke. Forced to languish in retirement, once Jack had successfully swayed public opinion, he found himself at leisure. Thus, Daenerys resolved to visit the workers weekly for 2 consecutive months. Jack perpetually overestimated the avarice of the slave lords. Furthermore, Daenerys intended to bring along several dozen pigs as a gesture of goodwill, a tactic she had learned from Jack. While they might thrive in the wild, it was likely that they would become thoroughly unruly. The news of Jack's departure from Meereen spread swiftly, causing considerable alarm despite his failure to disrupt the development plans from the previous months. Upon reading the 7th letter, Jack's expression paled, recalling that Kolak Shio, the mischievous scion, had resumed his antics after a brief period of compliance. The first missive was from Newgate, succinctly detailing the progress of Edis's development, prompting Jack to nod in satisfaction. However, his demeanor shifted when he indicated that his dragon had encountered some issues that required his attention. Gazing at the ethereal Daenerys and observing the daylight, which indeed was still early, he resolved to set forth the following morning. Though Newgate's capabilities were limited, his execution of tasks was commendably methodical, adhering closely to Jack's plans. Yet, upon receiving the 8th letter, Jack's expression grew peculiar. Simultaneously, Jack's impending departure rekindled the ambitions of the conservatives in Meereen, who believed their opportunity had finally arrived. They contemplated whether they would continue to allow Edis and Balistan to harvest their wealth through products. However, it was soon announced by the True Dragon Pyramid that the Prime Minister, a scoundrel, would soon return to reclaim his dragon, having been away for 2 months, and that Meereen would be shielded by 7 dragons upon his return. Before tearing the letter to shreds and casting the remnants into the pyramid's hearth, Jack resolved to make a journey back to Edis. After speaking, Daenerys blinked her bright eyes, her left hand idly toying with her silvery locks, eagerly awaiting Jack's response. Moreover, in this realm of ice and fire, a world brimming with magic, it was conceivable that not all fantastical beings were known to mankind. Jack refrained from reaching for the letter and instead inquired, "Whose correspondence is this?" Furthermore, recognizing the dragon's limited intellect and potential rebellious tendencies, Daenerys decided it would be prudent to keep Xia close at all times. However, Jack delivered a sharp slap to the rear. Even when calculated at the lowest market price in Meereen, 70 fat pigs would only cost 200 silver coins. Unbeknownst to me, there was no signature, just an upright lizard emblem. The purchasing power of the Golden Dragon was not as formidable. 70 pigs weighing around 700 pounds would require merely 2 golden dragons. Before Ivan departed, Jack reclined beneath a chair, perusing a letter, of which there were a total of 8 envelopes. Currently, the entirety of Essos was in a state of spectatorism, with the vast majority of city-states severing trade relations with Meereen, save for a minuscule portion within Braavos. Contemplating this, I immediately instructed my superior to procure 70 fat pigs. Dany let out a small moan, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Jack, a vivid red mark appearing on her face. Whether in the original narrative or the television adaptation, the external portrayal merely scratched the surface. Yet, Dany also recognized Jack's limited influence in Meereen. One could procure a fat pig for merely 8 to 7 silver coins, the price being independent of the pig's weight. Subsequently, when beside Missy, Kolak showed remarkable composure, yet a dragon is still a dragon. "My lord, here is your letter." Ivan approached, handing Jack an envelope. After a moment of contemplation, Dany resolved to personally handle state affairs during Jack's 2-month absence. On the 7th day of the year 301 AC, January 7th. Such actions would not only diminish your prestige among the Meereen administration, but also lower your standing in the eyes of the free folk. With that, Jack exited Dany's chamber, leaving her clutching a pillow, pressing heavily on her sore spots. A water monster consuming humans? As they age, they quickly regard the creatures within the rider's domain as prey, including humans. Although a step was omitted, it also concealed Jack's relationship with Atabalis. At that time, we were certain to discover that the father of dragons was indeed one of Atashkin's people. Any consolation from the lower class, even if it brought but a smidgen of valuable detriment, would be met with gratitude from these lower-tier free folk. You first arrange for a slow boat, and return later to handle him. Upon hearing this, Jack waved away the maidens around him, then took the envelope from Ivan's hand. The letter from Atabalis would first reach the merchant office at the Meereen docks, whereupon the dock workers would relay the message back to the envelope, ultimately delivering it to the Prime Minister's pyramid. Given that the return journey would take at least a month, perhaps it would be best not to leave tonight, but rather to depart in the morning. Simultaneously, you should prepare to extend condolences to the workers of Meereen. Jack's initial reaction was not to the letter, yet he quickly recalled he was in the realm of ice and fire. Dany then felt reassured, swiftly lifting her leg, her soft, dark foot resting upon Jack's knee. Jack reclined in a rocking chair, surrounded by 4 maidens. 2 were massaging him, 1 peeled grapes for him, and another caught the seeds he spat out. Rarely did Jack arrange matters himself. Unexpectedly, he had departed Meereen, a notion that left others pondering. Dany, upon hearing this, momentarily froze, her concern rising that Jack might be preparing to flee. Instead, they would unite once more, forming a coalition to vanquish the forces that had previously monopolized the production techniques of Atashagen, thereby reaping the wealth of the world. Unless Millen could defeat that slave owners coalition, all other observing powers would engage in transactions with Millen. Indeed, a message from Atabalis depicted a Godzilla roaring towards the heavens. Dany smiled confidently and swiftly ensnared Shirchin with her legs. Following Jack's method, Dany disseminated the news, and as anticipated, the turmoil among Millen's lower ranks quickly subsided. In the garden atop the Prime Minister's residence, with plans abandoned, Jack wasted no time and directly sought out Daenerys, informing her of his impending departure, which would last approximately 2 to 8 months. Chapter 80. Conspiracy. The Pyramid of the Zack family stands as the most diminutive among the pyramids of Meereen, reaching only a modest height of 40 to 50 meters. Yet, within this structure, 6 illustrious leaders congregated. These 6 individuals represented the reactionary families of Meereen, the conservatives intent on expelling Daenerys from Slaver's Bay. Curiously, among the 15 prominent families in Meereen, the mightiest, the Daznak and the Karalak families, aligned themselves with the pro-dragon faction. The 7 neutral families, including the Glotsa, Hazaka, Kantak, Nachin, Pal, Korza, and Riznak, also belonged to the middle nobility. In stark contrast, the 6 reactionary families, with the exception of the Lorik and Merrick families, who ranked 6th and 7th respectively, occupied the bottom 4 positions. The Rahada, Alds, Yazan, and Zak families. In the television series, it was these minor lords who collaborated to fund the assassination attempts of the Harpy's son, simultaneously ensnaring Daenerys in the web of Meereen, causing her to squander years in Slaver's Bay. However, with Jack's assistance, the Harpy's son they supported failed to incite significant turmoil. Estimates suggested that the alliance would not reach Slaver's Bay before December. The assembly buzzed with discourse, yet none could persuade the others, save for Locke Lorik, who observed the contentious discussions with keen interest. Locke, with his narrow, venomous gaze sweeping across the assembly, spoke in a remarkably hoarse voice. Sensing Jack's inclination to remain reticent, Locke seized the opportunity to encourage Jack to assert himself, directly articulating his own strategy. Upon hearing Locke's plan, the others were instantly captivated. The covert recruitment of the Harpy's son would enable them to strike decisively when the Allied forces surrounded Meereen, leaving Daenerys with no room for retaliation. Xing Chan chuckled heartily, responding swiftly, yet was met with approval. Despite the minimal investments in the Harpy's son, the potential for significant returns seemed bleak. Hardened Poseidon had departed, yet the system of collective responsibility remained intact. Jack Poseidon, that scoundrel, had already left Meereen. Was he merely playing tricks? Did none harbor any thoughts on this matter? Locke then cast a glance to his left at a young, portly man who maintained a silent smile. They intended to allow the Harpy's son, who was currently active, to feign vulnerability before being captured, leading them to believe the threat had not been eradicated. Years prior, Locke had deceived Jack's father into foolishness, causing the entire Harden family to suffer a slight decline in power. Originally, the anti-dragon coalition had planned to advance in April, but the gathering of various forces had consumed considerable time. Locke's expression bore the weight of betrayal, as if he had suffered a grievous wrong. The assembly, upon hearing his words, picked up letters in turn, their faces betraying an uncontrollable excitement. Jack, could he possibly be aware that the Salt Flats project was an endeavor spearheaded by Daenerys Targaryen? Was there truly no difference between that and aligning with Daenerys Targaryen? The assembly held Locke in both admiration and heightened wariness, for he was undeniably treacherous. You have merely acquired some land with the intention of cultivating olives. That land is no longer yours, but rather serves to benefit Daenerys. Jack glanced at Locke and, still smiling, remarked, "You possess the greatest experience. Naturally, we should respect our elders. Purchasing Salt Flats is hardly indicative of allegiance to Daenerys, is it?" Zachary proposed, "Since I am departing from Meereen, perhaps you might consider investing in the offspring of the Harpy." The current head of the Hardima family, Xing Chan Hardima, even has the Hardima family not yet pledged loyalty to Daenerys? Simultaneously, I was astounded. How could Locke be aware of my acquisition of a portion of the Salt Flats? Jack immediately contemplated the least likely scenario. It was merely a week since I had made the purchase, yet Locke had already received the news. Locke Lorik sat at the head of the table. Despite his frail appearance, no one dared to underestimate him. "There are no traitors among my ranks." Locke smirked slyly and declared, "This December, the Allied forces will split into 2 paths. I had once attempted to persuade my father, but he was steadfast in believing that Locke was my treacherous brother, destined to betray me. Meanwhile, the cunning Krasny from Yuan Kai would lead the army formed by the Allied city-states and mercenaries north towards Meereen. Jack, have you heard that he has bought a minimal amount of the Salt Flats in Meereen? Because Jack is akin to my foolish father. That rotund fool is a pure facade of smiles, and even Locke could guess my thoughts. With the sudden demise of my father, Jack was 100% certain that my brother Hadda was responsible. I merely feigned ignorance. Furthermore, due to a group of contemptible informants. Many of the Harpy offspring were apprehended before they could act. It is dire, exceedingly dire. The Allied forces have yet to confirm their plans. But they will besiege the Slave Bay this December, marking the end for Daenerys. Upon hearing this, Locke's expression shifted. I had initially intended to create some trouble for Xing Chan, only to discover that he was aware of my desire to join the Great Wave Trading Company. Our faction, led by Locke, fell silent as he emphatically slammed his palm on the table. It was not until my father's sudden demise and my inheritance of the family estate that our family's strength began to rapidly recover. The plan is insidious. First, we must lull the Mother of Dragons into a false sense of security, then strike at the crucial moment, leaving her unprepared. If I were to ally with Daenerys, Locke is well aware of the discord between the Great Wave Trading Company and Xing Chan Poseidon. There is a problem. It is said that the salt flats have begun to restore to a certain degree after being irrigated. The first batch of salt flats affected by the river's waters has yet to yield crops. Locke produced a letter, sent by Krosny, the young lord of Yuan Kai. However, since the passing of old Xing Chan, my son Jack Hardimma's position has shifted, rendering the relationship between our families quite delicate. Suddenly, Locke seemed to recall something. Creating a ruckus is indeed a method. What does Xing Chan think? Yet he still yearned to join various establishments under the auspices of the Great Wave Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps aligning himself with hardened Poseidon? Fortunately, the world of ice and fire does not have a mere 7 seasons in a year. Although the slave master is still destined to squander half a year's time, everyone turned their gaze towards Xing Chan. The salt flats were indeed a project initiated by Daenerys, as we all know. The strength of the Harden family is not vastly different from that of the Lorak family. And Old Harden and Rock were once close friends, their families entangled in a complex relationship. Jack's expression changed as he vehemently denied any involvement. The Navy, comprising 800 warships from Volantis, is poised to blockade the underwater trade of Mir. Jack scoffed inwardly, bemused that the cunning old Rock still had his sights set on him. Before the news of Harden's departure reached us, we suspected it was yet another scheme orchestrated by him. It was only now that we were certain Harden had truly left Mir. Chapter 81. Centralization and feudalism. Hastings' desire to acquire land for the cultivation of olive trees stems from his family's reliance on the slave trade for their livelihood. Should the slave trade falter, the family would be beset by uncertainties as their industry lacks diversification and resilience against risks. For instance, with Daenerys Targaryen's liberation of slaves, the Merrick family has abruptly lost its economic foundation, now forced to subsist on dwindling resources. The same predicament befalls the other 5 families, whose economic pillars are solely dependent on the slave trade. Consequently, they have become reactionaries in Meereen, persistently seeking to expel Daenerys from the Bay of Slaves and reinstate slavery. In contrast, the pro-dragon and neutral factions, while also profiting from the slave trade, do not rely exclusively on it. They engage in the trade of olive oil and Giscari wine, among other commodities. Thus, even in the absence of the slave trade, they continue to thrive economically. Notably, the Dasnak and Collier families maintain extensive olive groves in their estates within the Kessler Mountains, untouched by the earlier devastation. Moreover, they have taken the initiative to emancipate the slaves on their estates, allowing them to work as free individuals for merely a copper coin a day, in addition to necessary provisions. As Locke chuckled, Hastings' nephew suggested that his uncle had been rather hasty in judgment. Before Gate departed, the Weha Palace greeted new Jack, remarking on his noticeably lengthened white beard, wondering if he had trimmed it. The other 7 nobles, oblivious to the nuances, perceived it merely as the resolution of a complex misunderstanding. New Jack. Bianxing furrowed his brow and remarked seriously, "Your hair seems to have grown thicker." A month had swiftly passed, 28 days to be precise. Regrettably, Bianxing had not grown a beard, yet appeared more mature. Even without the 400 teachers, the remaining individuals were sufficient to support the establishment of a centralized society in Atlantis. Gate was taken aback, realizing the stark similarities between the lowly slaves and the learned scholars of Westeros. Cotlier turned to resume his slumber, but was jolted awake by the sudden appearance of his distant father. Bianqing chuckled and patted New Bianqing's arm before proceeding towards Bianqing. The saying to serve a king is akin to courting a tiger resonated with New Jack at that moment. Unfortunately, Gate had indeed returned, leading to a flurry of chaos. The Seychelles archipelago encompasses a total area of approximately 20,000 square kilometers, with King Island occupying half of that expanse, particularly in the realm of stewardship. The disparities between noble households and a grand kingdom are minimal. Each lowly steward wields power akin to that of a king. At this juncture, the slumbering Kotlier suddenly sensed a chill. Your Majesty, you have finally returned. We have been so worried. New Bianqing hurriedly emerged. That wicked dragon has devoured the cattle you purchased, or so he claims. Your Majesty, it is indeed manageable, and arrangements are meticulously organized. The educators and stewards are adept managers, albeit inferior to you. The trees on the island have yet to be felled by 80%. Gate intends to preserve a mere 10%, allowing the island to maintain a semblance of greenery, while the remainder shall be completely cleared. New Bianqing, that Hakimi, manages 8,000 individuals. How could a single educator wield such authority? In our eyes, Daenerys is not a madwoman. Her ancestor, Valyria, was also steeped in slavery. Brother, what has he endured to deem the guardian of the Sea King's Island, Cotril, a malevolent dragon? Gate perused the administrative documents beneath his desk. Moments ago, when I struck Cotril, he had scurried beneath the table. Yet, Gate's youthful and handsome visage evoked a sense of melancholy. The planned Sea King city spans 5,000 square meters, culminating in the construction of Central Lakshiu. The slow vessel approached the shore, and Gate ascended aboard with measured steps. Remarkably, Gate returned to Sea King Island in just 28 days aboard the slow ship. New Jack was taken aback by Gate's serious demeanor, mistakenly believing Gate was reproaching him for his inefficacy. Yet both were unaware that neither had infiltrators among their ranks. We merely sought to diligently uphold the legacy bestowed upon us, yet inexplicably found ourselves branded as despicable individuals. Whether it be the troublesome Cotril or the recently unsettling mysterious sea creature, both have become sources of considerable distress. Meanwhile, on the surface, the realm appeared tranquil, but beneath, tumultuous waves churned. Amidst the murmurs of the assembly, Gate complexly waved a few greetings before proceeding slowly towards the celestial lake of Lakshi. The relationship between New Bianqing and the Empress of Ahai resembled that of a grandfather and granddaughter, with New Jack's care for the Empress intensifying towards the conclusion. Have you heard New Jack's words? The Sea King is said to have a countenance akin to that of a mere 16-year-old. Could he truly be so youthful? Suddenly rising to gaze ahead, I beheld a long-time acquaintance holding a wooden ruler, his expression bright. New Jack glared menacingly at the Empress of Ahai, remarking upon her slow growth. Presently, the citizens of Sea King Island, hailing from steward and educator backgrounds, number fewer than 1,000, supplemented by purchases from the Merchant Association, totaling 1,100. Notably, that individual is a lowly slave of educator descent. Does this New Bianqing owe you any recompense? At this moment, the figure of Qing had yet to take a tangible form. Hating chuckled without uttering a word, having successfully bridged the distance with his esteemed uncle. How had the earlier encounter appeared thus? The events transpiring on the island during that time had left New Jack in despair. Similarly, Locke's desire to join the Tidewave merchant fleet mirrored Hastings' discovery of familial enterprise issues. Thus commenced the meeting of 2 cunning little foxes and 7 buffoons, each harboring ulterior motives. Can this be the youthful Sea King? It appears rather unpromising. Walking in measured steps, one maintains an air of authority, particularly when a leader strides with assurance, instilling a sense of reliability in onlookers. The 7 individuals indeed epitomize the foolish and ignorant image of the aristocracy, leaving us with nothing but wealth devoid of intellect. Truth be told, they lament their failure to establish estates in the Casterly Mountains, never anticipating the sudden emergence of Daenerys to liberate the slaves. They are even weaker than the Hand of the King, as the Hand in Westeros is chosen based on their administrative prowess. Alas, the Sea King has returned, and this vile dragon shall no longer reign unchecked. Before new Jack and Vibianking arrive, Gate has yet to take his seat upon the throne, with Codelier prostrating at his feet. Consequently, with only a trifling sum of copper coins expended, Daenerys has lost her rationale for seizing the estates within the mountains. At this moment, Dock Number 1 in King's Landing is bustling with people eager to glimpse the infamous Sea King. Below, a man named Hakimi presents a report, astonishing Gate with the revelation that he oversees a lumber team of 8,000 individuals. Even the rudimentary infrastructure is yet to be established, as they still lack habitable rooms. Just as I was about to overturn the table, I discovered a petition beneath it. Compensation is due eightfold. Thus you decide to take your newly acquired cattle and tempt fate once more. Please grant me your votes and monthly support. I thank you all. Chapter 82. Centralization. Jack meticulously reviewed the reports submitted by the stewards appointed by Newgate and found them to be more efficient than the scholar official class of the Celestial Empire. Even the advanced slaves, who hailed from a teaching background, displayed governance skills that surpassed those of the stewards once they adapted to the work's requirements. These educators, originating from the ranks of high-ranking slaves, were fundamentally akin to the bachelors of Westeros. Literacy and knowledge were merely the foundational elements of their education. They delved into astronomy, geography, history, politics, and even swordsmanship. In this regard, the intellectuals under Jack's command undoubtedly outshone the scholar officials of the Celestial Empire, making the task of governing the nation seem effortless. Given this, Jack faced the necessity of choosing between the feudal system and centralization. It was implausible to leap directly into modern or even contemporary governance, as the productivity and wisdom of the populace were insufficient. The feudal system, which revolved around the granting of fiefs to vassals, posed its own challenges. Over time, the royal family would run out of land to bestow, and with a lack of vigilance, local lords could grow powerful, jeopardizing the emperor's authority and inciting civil strife. Conversely, the centralizing feudalism also exhibited flaws, most notably land consolidation and the presence of inept rulers. Historically, the lifespan of unified dynasties in the Celestial Empire rarely exceeded 300 years. In a seemingly trivial matter, the requirement to register for purchasing a carriage and the monthly property cleaning fee being underpaid by 20 copper coins led to complications. Particularly, on the shores of King's Island, Corric's narrowed gaze seemed to convey an understanding of the peculiarities afflicting the island, yet Newgate still proceeded to organize a banquet. Mark emerged from beneath the bed, having concluded his search for attire, and urged his husband, who appeared still engrossed in thought, at the very least. King's Island lacks the confidence to manage a centralized feudal dynasty. As your skill in garment-making flourishes, your business naturally thrives. It is worth noting that when Shoshinbong was established, Newgate had forbidden anyone outside the craftsmen from approaching. The remaining 2,000 acres were transformed into an 8 million acre ranch for livestock rearing, while 6,000 acres were designated, with 4,000 acres allocated for cultivating fertile fields. Currently, with a population of over 81,000 in Ater, Ishili, the expenses for the banquet were considerable. Jack was indeed restraining himself from engaging in business. Yet he needed to demonstrate his capabilities. After all, government loans had become a source of concern. There was an underlying fear of potential deception. 70 minutes prior, Mark donned his self-made, formal attire, his complexion radiant. Soon, news of the banquet hosted by the Sea Emperor in the city of the Sea Kings spread across the island, eliciting cheers from many. However, one had to find someone to follow the carriage, clearing the way of refuse. The Sea Emperor's palace had secured a 30-year loan from the Imperial Bank to purchase 800 acres of fertile land and 200 acres of pasture. Consequently, King's Island felt a sense of satisfaction. Moreover, the Sea Emperor was among the few individuals who borrowed money to acquire land, with even fewer remaining in a state of observation. King's Island's temporal measurements were influenced by the world of ice and fire, delineated during the long summer, where dawn broke at 7 o'clock and twilight fell at 4 in the evening. Newgate, having spoken, he pulled the Sea Emperor into the carriage, which was purchased with the first fortune he earned. Fong suddenly sprang up from beneath the bed, exclaiming, "Who is capable? What a lunatic! Why is he shouting so softly?" Seizing the opportunity of the rapidly advancing winds of the Sea Kingdom, you swiftly opened a tailor shop. Wang Dao instantly felt an epiphany. The dilemma that had plagued me since the establishment of the Ater Kushin finally found what I deemed the most perfect solution. In such circumstances, unless a ruler of rejuvenation emerges, even a sagacious monarch cannot salvage the feudal dynasty. See Emperor's Palace, quickly rise and dress, for you shall soon attend the banquet in the Sea King city. During the twilight of the dynasty, the powerful would employ various means to cunningly seize the most crucial ancient production resource, land. Although Newgate was startled, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Your Majesty, you are here." The roads in Heijik were paved with cement, rugged and narrow. Lantis occupied half of Heijuksin in the design, while Qiuxinfang was centrally located in Lantis, adjacent to the first grain production base. The entire area of Heijik spans several square kilometers, with Lantis covering 5,000 square kilometers. As for how my descendants will govern and develop Ater Qiuxinfang in a past life, that is something a founding emperor can only partially control. Ater Qiuxinfang does not have a detailed division of 24 hours. I instructed that tonight a small banquet be held. You shall treat everyone, bringing out all the stored meat and wine for every citizen of Ater Qiuxinfang to enjoy a splendid meal. Newgate, Wang Dao suddenly shouted, startling the two individuals beside him. The remaining grain bases will be established within Lantis. By modern times, archaeologists and historians will fervently extol my glorious deeds. Mark rolled his eyes. Really? Exhausted after just 10 minutes? Is it feasible or not? And yet, he still needs to bear 10 children? Those who planned each aspect of Heijik understood that the well-tended fields and pastures would see 30 sold to private individuals. The first grain production base was established by Newgate, considering that if Lantis were ever besieged by enemy forces, the 490,000 acres of fertile land could sustain the consumption. Meanwhile, the Sea Emperor, dressed leisurely, appeared quite dashing, though his expression lacked some vigor. "Let us go. You should take some rear seats first, as it is said that seating for the banquet is first come, first served." The Sea Emperor directly descended and scooped up Mark, tossing him onto the bed. In Lantis, as long as one is devoid of wealth, they can procure their desires at the dock market, such as a carriage. Perhaps it is not as precise as Qiuxinfang in the future, but once time is unified, it can be accurately measured, providing convenience for daily life and work. Yet with the shifting climate, once the cold period arrives, coupled with a multitude of landless refugees, what are we waiting for? The banquet has just begun. It is only 7 o'clock. Not even 8 hours have passed. Having come to this realization, Wang Dao found himself devoid of certainty. Since no system is without its flaws, he resolved to adopt the county system of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, thereby diminishing the centralization of power. Alas, what are you doing? Everyone is in awe of the vastness of the Sea Emperor's temperament, truly incomparable even to Newgate. The Iron Rooster, Qiu Xingbang, was not one of the revelers in the crowd. He merely hoped that in the annals of history penned by Ater Aishi, the founding emperor Wang Dao Poseidon would be recorded as a wise sovereign, an everlasting emperor. The Sea Emperor's chariot made its way towards the Sea King city, and as they approached, they were surrounded by endless fields of wheat. Oh, and the sea god Esbru must be brought forth, for it is exceedingly precious. Chapter 83. The noble Atlanteans. When Ashley and Mark arrived at the Sea Emperor's hall, the crowd was sparse as they had come early. Rows of tables extended outward from the hall, enveloping it entirely, surrounded by a dense array of chairs. Ashley guided Mark into the main hall, which was already filled with attendees, leaving only a few seats available at the far edge. They swiftly claimed 2 of these vacant spots. At that moment, Jack was seated at the center of the hall, articulating a vision for the future to the assembly below. "Population is our most vital asset," he proclaimed. "One day, the Atlanteans will be present in every corner of the world. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I shall establish a civil marriage bureau where every newlywed couple must register. Only through this process can their union be deemed legitimate, with a marriage certificate to be issued. Once they have children, they may present this certificate to the Ministry of Civil Affairs to register their offspring and receive childbirth subsidies." Jack spoke with fervor, painting grandiose visions of the future. The phrase "the humble Atlanteans" had become a common refrain since the banquet. Just a day prior, a sacrificial ceremony had been held in honor of the deities. Though not for Poseidon, the audience, having feasted on Jack's words, felt satiated even before the actual meal was served. "Your Majesty," one of the attendees remarked, "the factories on Crescent Island are nearing completion. Previously, the finances of the Atlanteans lacked stability, and the funds you acquired from Marine have yet to materialize." Newgate, feeling a twinge of anxiety, recognized that any displeasure from Milanese could have repercussions for him, as he had brought a Shimei here. All eyes gleamed with anticipation as they gazed upon the youthful king seated upon the throne. A Shimei felt a pang of apprehension. Despite Newgate's warnings about the Sea Emperor's volatile nature, Jack's commanding presence and aura left her feeling anything but at ease. The youthful individuals present displayed no signs of trepidation as they bowed in respect. The Atlanteans had grown accustomed to dining alongside Newgate and the initial followers of Jack. They planned to attribute their ability to breathe underwater to the blessings of the sea god, preparing to summon Poseidon to vanquish the so-called water monsters. Jack observed the scene with a smile, as a sense of belonging and national pride washed over everyone present. "Why return?" Jack inquired, glancing at the youth beside Newgate. "Speak up. That must have been your idea, correct?" Jack raised an eyebrow. Newgate had always offered him advice, yet had never directly urged him to undertake any particular course of action. The feast included an array of staples: bread, fried dough sticks, pancakes, steamed buns, and various dumplings and cold dishes. Furthermore, he had yet to assist Daenerys Targaryen in establishing her foothold in Meereen. The impending conflict would make Meereen a focal point of warfare. Remaining on the Sea King's Island to oversee minor matters would be perilous, yet war profits were notoriously lucrative. In this manner, Jack would solidify his position as the Sea Emperor. Jack raised his goblet and stood up, proclaiming loudly, "Perhaps the nobility has grown accustomed to the culinary delights of the Celestial Empire, yet for the enslaved, the fare is no less palatable than the bread, milk, and roasted meats enjoyed by the aristocrats. They have never envisioned the splendid life that unfolds so vividly in the words of the young king. After all, he is the chosen successor of Newgate." Atlantis swiftly adjusted his mindset, stating, "The banquet has officially concluded, and the discussions among the guests are far from the grand blueprint that Sumer had envisioned during the feast. Your Majesty, let's speak plainly, the soap factory, salt works, and winery beneath Crescent Island are still far from completion. Furthermore, before the birth of my first child, the destined royal lineage and the feudal imperial structure will be fully realized. Cheers." The initial statement was a reminder to Jack not to be blinded by beauty. It was unlikely that such words would lead him to take my head. Previously, I had heard that the mother of dragons was the most beautiful man in the world, and I hoped he would prioritize the development of Atlantis. I'm a person of little ambition. It was only through Newgate's words that I sought to express myself here. Especially in a fantastical realm as treacherous as the Game of Thrones, the notion that Poseidon could become a deity due to diminished worship was not entirely unfathomable. Jack nodded thoughtfully and prompted, "Speak. Why do you urge me to remain on Neptune Island? If your reasoning is sound, then let Korik devour his own head." I had heard from the Grand Wave Trading Association that the Sea King-esque connection with Daenerys Targaryen was not as trivial as it seemed. Jack looked at the hesitant Newgate with a chuckle. There was little that he would not dare to say. After a brief pause of 10 seconds, a layer of perspiration trickled down Atlantis' back, the torment gnawing at his once calm heart. Time slipped away amidst Jack's boasting, and soon an array of exquisite dishes was presented. On the 7th day, just as Jack intended to seek out Newgate, Newgate arrived first with his chosen successor. However, if certainty were a measure of poor strength, it was improbable that one would bring about their own demise. The meal consisted of stir-fried dishes, grilled fish, roasted meat, and sausages. Even the previously desired white bread that could tempt us to no end was on the table. "Your Majesty, I have some matters to discuss with him," said the elder. "Noble citizens of Atlantis, you must strive to elevate the Atlanteans to become the most distinguished people in the world. For the future, cheers." It is not to say that Jack's offspring would inherit the heart of the ocean's powers. that would indeed signify the absolute lineage of the Sea King. So, what of it? Does he intend for you to work at the soap factory? The banquet continued until 11 o'clock, costing a gold dragon, yet the effects were profoundly evident. When the heart of the ocean was implanted, the system indicated it would alter Jack's very genes. However, the anticipated fury from Atlantis did not materialize. Jack's reaction caught me off guard as he merely observed me in silence, refraining from speech. Your Majesty, do not jest. Are you implying that Ater Aishi currently lacks a stable source of income, necessitating your return to Milan? One must truly recognize the assistance that myth and legend can provide to the throne. At times, it proves to be even more futile than a mere 10,000 soldiers. Your Majesty, you summoned a Sumiheim, who subsequently became a steward for a slave, fortunate to gain the favor of Prime Minister Newgate, thus becoming a servant to the Prime Minister's minion. Yet, Jack simply gazes at me in silence, devoid of expression, leaving me entirely unaware of the thoughts that occupy his mind at this moment. As Atlantis concluded his statement, he discreetly swallowed hard. Chapter 84. The Prime Minister Grows Old. You must encourage yourself amidst an increasingly oppressive atmosphere. Jack suddenly erupted into laughter. He rose and approached Asadov, patting him on the shoulder. Asadov, indeed. The Prime Minister is aging. You must strive diligently. However, Asadov did not feel a surge of excitement upon hearing these words. Jack's subsequent silence filled him with a sense of unease, leaving him perplexed about Jack's true thoughts. Have you two had breakfast yet? Jack inquired suddenly. Your Majesty, we have not eaten, Newgate replied candidly. Then let us sit down and share a meal together. Bring forth 2 more breakfasts, Jack commanded. By the way, Asadov, do you prefer white bread, or do you favor buns and fried dough sticks? Asadov's eyes twitched slightly, yet he replied without hesitation, of course. I prefer buns and fried dough sticks. The delicacies you create are truly delightful. Though this statement was somewhat disingenuous, it was only mildly so. Nevertheless, Newgate still felt the need to draft a letter and concoct an excuse. Your obsession with the Iron Throne has not yet permeated your very being. Thus, Fan, Yin must either become a consort or remain a lover. Therefore, your promises to Daenerys hold little significance in my eyes. Even if you return, you shall find yourself at odds with your own, and may even draw closer to them. After all, given your relationship, Meereen and Ethelthryl are not prospective allies. Furthermore, Newgate had yet to reclaim the 700,000 gold dragons from Meereen, intending to bring back the fund from last month's trading expedition. Once you establish a firm foothold, you will inevitably become embroiled in a prolonged conflict with the slave masters, at least until your dragons mature. Before finishing his meal, Newgate had just completed his own, summoning servants to clear the table, while Fanyon followed him to the site infamous for the sea monster's predations. Gradually, the 7 of them arrived at the dreaded location, accompanied by the formidable secretary of the Iron Guard. There are no good people outside. Newgate articulated his sentiments, originally planning to rely on the allure of beauty to lure Daenerys and your dragons, hoping to gather all the tarnished ones. I had anticipated that Ethelthryl's finances had yet to be exhausted, only to discover they still had not reached 800,000 gold dragons. You should not squander this opportunity to stabilize your development, nor should you diminish the strength of the free trading city-states and Meereen, while simultaneously profiting from the trade of grain and wine. Indeed, that sensation of surviving after peril has rendered bread and milk all the more delectable. Upon hearing these words, Asadov exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, New Jack and Newgate engaged in conversation as they dined, with the individual who had accompanied Fan Yin, the longest still struggling to adjust to his dietary preferences. Of course, such adaptation requires time. Newgate noted that Ethelthryl had only a shortfall of 80,000 individuals, which could support a standing army of 10,000. He still required those individuals for agricultural endeavors. In light of this, Newgate realized he had underestimated the situation. Very well, a total of 10,000, he declared, intending to train the tarnished ones into a naval force and equip them with new armaments. That was indeed a matter that Gate originally intended to discuss with Nyo Fanyin. However, after Nyo Jika brought Fanyin Chuanfu along, Gate temporarily set that issue aside. To my astonishment, I discovered that even when I struck Danny to the point of rolling her eyes, she would still relent and relinquish her army and dragon. Nyojika, with a small, square frame, sat behind Gate, while Fanyin Chunfu appeared somewhat unsteady. Gate chuckled and remarked, "What is the matter? Is it unpalatable? You recall that you used to have a piece of bread and a cup of warm milk every morning." For an efficient and capable secretary, Wei Lin, the Iron Guard, had to be ever vigilant in protecting Gate. Yet he spoke up. "Have you heard from the merchant fleet? They mentioned to Danny that they would return in 2 months. Is that significant?" Nyojiko worried that Gate's actions might offend Daenerys, unwittingly creating another enemy. After all, Daenerys and you share a genuine superior-subordinate relationship. To put it plainly, you are not merely her advisor, but someone who helped you establish a foothold in Slaver's Bay. Zadeo Fu was not mistaken. His analysis of the situation was quite astute. Thus he decided to return to Malin. Gate picked up a large soup dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth, speaking with a clear voice. "Eating is the most joyous of endeavors. Before I am satiated, all troubles seem to vanish." According to Nyojika, none of the Iron Throne's lords were worthy of being called Axi Dao, and your Sea Emperor boasts not for such individuals. Moreover, those gladiators have all become Axi Dao, and Nyojika surrounded good to form a quartet of Axi Dao. The two continued their meal and conversation. Currently, the army of Atet Lil numbered only around 1,000 unsullied, while the official navy had recruited 8,000 men. Upon seeing the breakfast laid out before him, Zadeofu's expression shifted slightly, and beads of sweat quickly soaked his back. Previously, Fanyin had bribed some individuals to act as informants, and those individuals had now been legitimized, becoming the Seagull spies. Zadeofu nibbled on his bread, finishing it off with a gulp of milk. However, at that moment, he certainly could not speak the truth. In his eyes, Jika did not appear as affable as he was portrayed, but rather as a temperamental young king. As a high-ranking slave, Zadeofu enjoyed decent fare under the slave owner's care, including wheat bread, milk, eggs, and sausages. Fanyin's remark implied that after finishing that meal, he would honestly pursue accountability regarding your affairs. "Don't just sit there, take your time," Nyojika promptly reminded Zadeofu. Additionally, a small vessel yet to be sent to Bravos for refurbishment would complete its alterations in less than 2 months, at which point Atetlil would truly be devoid of a navy. The Unsullied, tasked with cutting trees and tilling fields, were utterly inefficient, exhibiting sheer laziness. However, before I became prime minister, I had tasked Rutger with scouring the world, yet he failed to uncover anything resembling the famed instant noodles. Although Gate resided on King S Landing, it was a meticulously crafted stronghold for me, allowing for genuine oversight. Thus, he did not eat as a typical slave would. Accustomed to a diet akin to livestock, he could readily adapt to dishes like fried dough and buns. Apart from the Iron Guard, there's also Gecko, who has experienced a rather slow increase in strength over the past few months. New Jack has acquired a select few top gladiators for me to spar with. Upon hearing Fanyin's words, New Jack felt a sense of relief, for having one less friend is preferable to having one less enemy, especially an enemy without a dragon. Upon learning of Gate's decision, Fanyin also sighed with relief. Moreover, in the myth of the sea god, which Gate has compiled, the number 4 holds significant importance, and Fanyin himself harbors a particular fascination with this numeral. While he finds the taste of buns and fried dough sticks somewhat acceptable, he prefers to enjoy a slice of bread and a warm glass of milk in the morning. As the two conversed, the nearby Sidolf was astounded by their exchange. The slow servants then brought down 2 plates of breakfast that had gone cold. Regardless of the conversation, given Daenerys' romantic inclinations, Gate genuinely worries that she might once ride a dragon to incinerate herself. Chapter 85 in an air of professionalism. Newgate led Jack to the site where 2 workers had been devoured. The place had become unrecognizable, and Newgate was oblivious to the concept of preserving a crime scene. Moreover, a month had passed. No amount of preservation would yield results. Jack crouched down, picked up a small handful of soil, and inhaled its scent, then furrowed his brow as he gazed at the surface of Lake Tianyan. Observing Jack's demeanor, Vitriol curiously inquired, "Do you discern anything?" Jack shook his head, replying, "Of course not. A month has gone by. What could I possibly perceive? Then why do you smell the soil and stare solemnly at the lake? Jack replied matter-of-factly, because it appears more professional. Vitriol. Acid off. The Atlanteans tamed them and still referred to us as true dragons. For even the feeblest among us, like our ancestors, remained the most fragile beings in the world. The heart of the ocean, a heart formed by the fusion of the sea god's soul and the flesh of his heart, grants the bear the ability to grow divine gills before their ears, enabling them to breathe outside the water and summon the sea god Gogate through sacrificial rites. However, a dire situation arose when the sea god Gogate noticed the heavens and the earth drawing closer. Thus, Gogate bore the weight of the sky upon his shoulders and pressed his feet into the ground, forcefully halting the convergence of the sky and the earth. Finally, after 10 million years, with the fall of the sea god, the heavens and earth drew near, becoming as they are now. Firstly, the mythological tales are false. Prior to this, the world was ruled by the ancestors of Atlantis for 8 million years, and the diminishing Atlantean lineage's end was nothing short of an insult to the sea god. We toppled the sea god statue and dismantled his temple. He had initially thought they were merely smaller ferocious fish. Thus, everyone remained in stunned silence, digesting Newgate's words. My breath transformed into storm and cloud as years passed. The resources beneath the world grew increasingly abundant, and soon, war erupted. As Newgate gestured, he noted that Atlantis employed the measurement units established by Jack. For standardization and unification of units was a prerequisite for the birth of industrial foundations. The legacy of the sea god persisted. A single egg, nurturing a new Gogate, is said to lie hidden in the depths of the ocean. When the red comet reappears, a new Gogate will emerge, safeguarding the Atlantean lineage. The colonies of Atlantis in Erosos declared independence, becoming the free trade city-states of today, while the lesser Gogateans began to shine. Consequently, the wrath of the sea gods will intensify, unleashing a tsunami that engulfed the world. Before witnessing the sea gods' terror, the ancestors of Atlantis created the smallest vessel known, Noah's Ark. 6 meters? Jack was somewhat astonished. The entire world was engulfed in chaos and illusion. It was not the apocalypse familiar to people. The civilization of Atlantis crumbled overnight, and Egnatonmian, I conquered Westeros, becoming the king of a nation. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Jack shifted the conversation, asking, has anyone ever seen the form of a sea monster? The feeble Atlanteans established the first city in human history beneath a minuscule island. However, since His Majesty has declared it so, it is indeed right to believe that it is not mine. This marks the prologue of a mythological creation, and New Mingsu was deeply captivated by the tale, relishing it repeatedly, indulging in its narrative daily. The Ark of Noah stretched thousands of meters, saving 100,000 Atlantean women and children from the impending tsunami. Before the sea god, Gadget, transformed all things, the world was engulfed in revelry, a period known as the biological mini-burst, during which a myriad of monsters emerged. New Jack nodded, recalling that the sea god Mingsu established the heavens and the earth in the creation tale. The most ordinary aspect was the sea god dividing his soul into 8, becoming 8 distinct entities. Once the tsunami receded, those 100,000 souls vanished, forever lost in the annals of history. They were no longer mere dragons, but colossal ones. Prior to this, humanity gradually descended from the world stage. For the creatures that existed before the monsters posed no challenge to humankind. 8 days ago, not on April 4th, the Sea Emperor would conduct a sacrificial ceremony at the confluence of the Starry River and the sea. When the crowd heard the mythological tale was about to begin, expressions of disappointment emerged as the story was too grand and the pacing excessively slow. The Landisarians, relying on the great dragons, defeated the Gai's empire, establishing a feeble empire known as the Free Fortress of Atlantis. Time passed, and the chaotic bell blossomed a flower of the soul, within which the first deity of the world, the sea god Gadget, was conceived. The details of the sea god's creation myth are scarce, prompting New Jack's appointed speaker to recount the tale for a full 7 hours. The voice thundered, New Jack knew that this was not mere embellishment, as the sea god's creation myth had been adapted by Mingsu from the grand tales of the later ages. However, the dragon eggs had slumbered for far too long, and the giant dragons that hatched resembled their ancestors, weak yet wise. Nonetheless, the monsters they depicted bore a similar size, approximately 6 meters. Simultaneously, as legend has it, through sacrifices, they invoked the sea god Gadget to eradicate the water monsters in Lake Tianyan. Gadget cleaved heaven and earth with the azure light of the sea, his back against the sky, feet firmly on the ground. His hair transformed into verdant foliage. Since the two were dragged beneath the waves, there's been a steady stream of witnesses, yet their descriptions varied widely. Blood transformed into rivers and seas. That day, the seawater infused with their blood transmuted all into Atlanteans. The corpse of the sea god became the essence of all things in the world. After hearing the mythological tale, you truly wish to become a lowly Atlantean, do you not? Slan nodded, instructing, gather everyone tonight, and arrange for someone to recount the tale of the sea god's creation. On April 4th, you shall hold the first sacrificial ceremony. As the formidable dragon clan initiated a genocidal war against the other races, the latter, unwilling to concede, united in opposition to the feeble true dragon lineage. With the passage of time, the sea deity gradually diminished, and the chasm between heaven and earth grew ever wider. The body transformed into the 7 peaks. The 7 limbs became the cardinal directions of east, west, south, and north. What does it signify? Understand it as you will. You shall conduct your rituals at the estuary of the Starry River, where the confluence of river and sea is distinctly marked. The sea god Gajit shall manifest and assist you in vanquishing the aquatic monstrosities. Lantisaya perpetuated the slave city-state system established by GIs, prompting the Undol people to flee to Westeros, where the Moonsingers led a faction to establish Bravos. A fleeting thought crossed my mind. Despite their diminutive size, they possessed the strength to haul 2 fully grown individuals. Slop patted New Jack on the shoulder, recalling the colossal beast from the myth of the sea god's creation. Gajit, upon his birth, did not descend with divine power. It was he who cleaved through chaos with the holy light of the sea god, thus ushering the first glimmer of brightness into the world. It was alongside Gajit's growth that the distances between heaven and earth became so vast. Before the disappearance of the Targaryens, numerous races emerged in the world, waging battles amongst themselves. That morning, New Jack gathered everyone to recount the tale of the sea god's creation. The 8th point mentioned that the heart of the ocean had yet to merge with His Majesty, the Sea Emperor, the last pure-blooded ancestor of the Atmingsu lineage in this world. Upon hearing this, Namingsu cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, does the ritual for the sea god truly bear no fruit? What if, after the rites, the sea monsters persist in their carnage? Would that not undermine your authority?" Not only New Jack, but even Slaw was captivated by the grand narrative spun by the ancient tales. The impressive imagery penned by a lesser scribe was particularly enticing to Slaw. One, I transformed into the sun, the other into the moon. Discussions about the sea god's myth permeated the air. Amidst the exchanges, Namingsu suddenly revealed shocking news that left everyone astounded. Until the arrival of the Lantisaya people, we have hatched dragon eggs. Over the preceding millions of years, a new species emerged. We were the earliest humans, known as the Itgarlians, self-proclaimed as the sons of the sea god. Before the sea god cleaved through chaos, the lower half of the world had transformed into the sky, while the upper half became the earth. Those 8 entities included Newgate. The outcome of that minor conflict is known, yet prior to this, the true dragons and these monsters had all vanished. The true dragons did not face extinction. We preserved the embers of life amidst this cataclysm of annihilation. The 7th point revealed the emergence of the new sea god, Gajit, upon the Seychelles Islands. Before the protracted wars of annexation, the GI's people conquered every corner of the known world, establishing themselves as the sovereigns of a new era. The Tambalari dynasty was overthrown, leaving only Daenerys Targaryen alive, though there remained some pure-blooded white fire lineage. No, you have preserved it all with malevolent intent. Until 7,000 years later, The Lantisarians discovered the dragon egg, a gift from the sea god, at the 17 volcanoes. The narrative is rather straightforward. It is said that in 80 million years, the world will be devoid of light, life, and the distinction between land and sea. Although Lantisaria conquered GIs through military might, it was largely due to the fleeting power of the dragons, which ultimately led GIs to dominate Lantisaria through its civilization and culture. New Jack was somewhat skeptical, yet when he recalled the creation myth penned by Xia, coupled with the legendary nature of Min Su himself, he suddenly felt that it might indeed be plausible. Those monstrous creatures, though colossal in size, possessed limited strength and were once the sovereigns of that world. The dragon egg, a diminutive creation of the sea god's essence, is said to have had a fragment of the sea god's soul claimed by the first lizard in existence. However, before the lizard could fully assimilate it, it was devoured by the first bat of the world. Consequently, the bat integrated that fragment of the soul and became the ruler of the skies. Now known as the true dragon, have you not yet delivered to him the myth of the sea god's creation? Chapter 86. The Grand Sacrifice Ceremony on August 9th, 301 AC. The eagerly awaited day finally arrived. The populace, having finished their breakfast early, made their way towards the estuary of the Milky Way. Today, they were not to labor, but to partake in the inaugural sacrifice, driven by curiosity about the transformations they would undergo upon being converted into Atlanteans by the Sea Emperor. Yet, their greater anticipation lay not in the alteration of their bloodlines, but in the mythical emergence of the sea deity, Godzilla. The Milky Way traversed the entirety of Ocean King Island, with the estuary in the southeast designated as the site for the ceremony. In the preceding days, Jack had orchestrated the swift construction of a temple dedicated to the sea god, though the urgency of the task rendered it rather rudimentary. However, this was of little consequence. Once Godzilla made his appearance, the simplicity of the temple would be overlooked. The ceremony was scheduled for 10 in the morning, and Jack arrived at the sea god's temple well in advance to prepare. He regarded this ritual with utmost seriousness, recognizing it as a rare opportunity to elevate his own status to that of a deity. Jack aimed to reconstruct the foundations of modern science and expedite industrialization, a venture that would inevitably enlighten the populace. At that moment, Waitsong was directing servants to arrange the offerings of pigs, cattle, and sheep, while personally handling the placement of chickens, ducks, and fish. Instilling superstition among the masses often required 8 methods: the deification of races, the mystification of individuals, and the sanctification of personas. This amalgamation of royal and divine authority positioned the monarch as the embodiment of divinity, constrained only by secular laws. In the ancient, centralized feudal society, rulers frequently employed methods of deception to foster a sense of superstition among the populace, convincing them that the monarch and his progeny were the natural rulers of the realm. Xia playfully tapped Wei Tsong's clever head, reminding him not to indulge in the barbecue feast to come, lest he face the wrath of Laxiu. As the hour approached, Xia instructed that a large bowl be placed above, filled halfway with water. "Are the fruit platters prepared?" he inquired. However, the enlightenment of the populace was not particularly kind to feudal society, which was steeped in inequality. Everyone was curiously gazing at the blood-like water in the bowl, which shimmered with a peculiar red hue, reminiscent of sand. Time hastened inexorably, and as half an hour passed, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of murmurs and unrest. Many began to worry, pondering if the monarch had perhaps overstepped, believing himself to have lost the mythical ocean heart and succumbed to the depths. A terrified cry escaped Corlantis, as he experienced a profound sense of dread for the first time. When New Jack spoke, his voice trembled with uncertainty, while he was aware that Xia could breathe underwater. "What Godzilla?" Before 10 o'clock, the ceremony officially commenced. The distinctions between the small kingdoms of Westeros and the free trade city-states of Essos remained subtle yet significant. Waitsong fixated intently on the offerings behind him, clearly tempted by the sight. However, without the presence of Gadget and Coranthus, even if the tree were to grow askew, Xia would lack the capacity to mend it. Coranthus let out a dragon's roar and swiftly descended beside Xia. Thus, Xia intended to simplify the pyramid of ruler, ministers, and citizens into a structure of ruler, officials, and citizens, striving to achieve a semblance of equality to urgently resolve the societal conflict preceding the awakening of the people's wisdom. In our perspective, while the tale of the sea god's creation may seem mundane, it ultimately remains merely a myth. Nuit glanced at Caranthus, who was peering around with curiosity, pondering that perhaps the monarch could have Caranthus impersonate Gadget from a distance, for at least he bore no tail, making identification feasible from afar. The sovereign establishes laws and enforces them, yet operates within the confines of legal regulations. Nevertheless, we truly believe that Xia can breathe above water and summon the mythical beast Gadget, especially since humans, once satiated, often seek to embroil themselves in complications. Nujak recited the prepared words in Valyrian, followed by a rendition in the common tongue, ensuring that all present could comprehend. Once the populace became literate, they would inevitably pursue equality, subsequently uttering the rallying cry, questioning the nobility's superiority. Caranthus shook his head and refocused his gaze, not out of fear of Raksh, for he had yet to encounter Raksh. He merely followed Xia's words, each to his own, as has been since ancient times. That element is paramount, for it was crafted by the ancient Adder Poseidonians. Thus the bloodline water holds significance. Xia was also discerning whether that method would prove effective. Xia first proclaimed the sacrificial words, using the Chinese language. Just as Nujak was lost in thought, Carathos suddenly let out a furious roar, anxiously soaring into the sky, his mouth emitting continuous growls. That substance, of course, was Xia's blood, while the dragon's excrement, initially soft, would harden over time, resembling metal. It was not merely a select few who held opinions on that sacrificial event. Many believed in Xia's ability to breathe on water and summon Gadget. Familiarity with the prior occurrences had eased any discomfort. Xia leapt gracefully into the small sea. When the dragon's excrement was ground into powder and cast into the water, it would form the unique crimson sands of the bloodline water. At that moment, Nujak called out loudly, in accordance with Xia's request. The crowd knelt in reverence before partaking of the bloodline water. Just as the Gai's people worshipped the harpy, none had ever encountered a living harpy. Subsequently, the people followed Xia's directive, performing 8 kneels and 4 bows, after which Xia removed his blue royal robe and approached the altar. Before concluding, Nujak addressed the assembly, stating that the Sea Emperor had yet to establish contact with the sea god through the sacrifice in the heart of the ocean, assuring them that soon they would witness the sea god. The altar was built close to the shore, standing 4 meters high, 8 meters wide, with a total of 88 steps, and beneath it lay an incense burner half the height of a person, with a small sea above the altar. One can always imagine your majesty donning a leather suit to conjure spirits, cannot one? To realize such an ambition, it is imperative to elevate Wei Tsung's divine right to rule. We sincerely revere the governance of Xia, harboring no doubts that Xia is a paragon of perfection and a beloved monarch. Though the onlookers were aware of the unfolding events, they were enveloped in an inexplicable solemnity, kneeling in reverence. In a more complex sense, it is not a matter of royal supremacy. Before the law, officials and citizens alike are equal. Subsequently, 8 incense sticks were lit at the altar. Whether it be the children of the forest, the ancestors, the Undulls, or the Giskari, we possess no mythos of our own. Time swiftly elapses, and by 4 o'clock, all had gathered, quietly standing in the open space behind the temple of the sea god, as arranged by Nujak. Xia harbored no ulterior motives. He merely sought a language comprehensible to his people, yet one that would also evoke a profound understanding. At the rear, Xia did not kneel, but instead bowed deeply. In the realm of myth, the heart of the ocean and the newly born Wei Tsung are entities of equal stature. Moreover, Poseidon had initiated the construction of his empire from the ground up. A deep, resonant roar echoed, imparting an ancient essence that instilled an unshakable fear. Though it diverged slightly from the traditional golden royal robe, it was in perfect harmony with Poseidon's culture. Xia appeared clad in a blue royal robe embroidered with the symbol of the sea god. Everyone was momentarily startled by the unexpectedly gentle demeanor of Wei Tsong. We recognized this as a mere illusion, yet from the roar of Carantis, we discerned a hint of fear. The preparations for your majesty were nearly complete, with 7 platters of identical fruits and 7 platters of the same pastries. Spirit of the sea god, all living beings flourish. The heavens descend, illuminating the earth. Chapter 87. Beneath the surface, not just fish the sea god reigns above, yet the sovereign drifts upon the waters. Newgate stared blankly at the distant sea surface. There stood Jack, seemingly motionless, yet he surged towards the shore with astonishing speed. The crowd before the sea god's temple was left in a state of shock. They had not anticipated Jack's appearance in such a manner. Was the legend true? This thought echoed in the minds of all, Newgate included. He had envisioned every possible scenario for Jack's arrival, save for this one. In mere seconds, Jack approached the coastline, only to plunge fiercely into the depths. Beneath him, Poseidon swiftly swam toward the shore, transitioning from swimming to walking as he neared land. With a resounding thud, Newgate knelt in awe, not out of reverence, but sheer fright. What had he witnessed? A monstrous figure, towering several meters, emerged step by step from the ocean's depths, having submerged approximately 80 meters. The murky waters of Tianyan Lake revealed a few small fish darting about. Just before Jack leaped into the water, Rakshiu swiftly drew near, fervently kissing Jack's cheek. Thus, the creature's 7 limbs had devolved from claw-like appendages to resemble oars, with its hind limbs akin to webbed feet and its forelimbs resembling those of a turtle. The Milky Way lacked natural tributaries, raising Jack's concern about losing his way. He thus followed the current, navigating cautiously. At this moment, a singular thought consumed us all. This was no myth. It was indeed reality. As Lujus pondered, Rakshiu abruptly turned, spotting a fearsome creature charging toward Jack. Its lizard-like visage, menacing dorsal fin, and elongated tail unmistakably marked it as a colossal beast. The ritual had commenced, and to celebrate the completion of the minor ceremony, the household would be laboring for one more day, yet wages would be duly dispensed. Rakshiu moved slowly, yet eventually arrived at Tianyan Lake. The trident, forged from a special iron, was initially meant for Jack's creation of a Valyrian steel sword, but time was in short supply, and the forging remained unfinished. Just moments ago, we worried about Jack's potential drowning. Now, all cognitive faculties seemed to have vanished. However, Jack soon realized the truth. Those fish around him were not small, but rather substantial specimens measuring 70 to 80 centimeters, a rarity in the vast Milky Way. In Newgate's eyes, the towering figure seemed to loom over him, merely a reflection of his own startled psyche. Yet before Lujus could approach, several minutes passed before Jack re-emerged from the sea. The precise appearance of the sea monster eluded my knowledge. Yet if no natural enemy lurked outside Tianyan Lake, and as long as Rakshiu restrained its presence, Jack would not serve as the most enticing bait. Lujus affectionately patted Rakshiu's small head, guiding it towards the direction of Tianyan Lake. Observing that Jack did not flee, the creature's eyes glimmered with a surprisingly human-like delight, its speed diminishing further. Lujus hurriedly moved toward the offerings placed upon the altar, meticulously consuming each offering before turning to plunge back into the Milky Way. The imagined cheers had yet to arrive, and everyone was helping one another rise, clearly still shaken from the recent fright. The blue beam from the sky persisted for 8 seconds, leaving everyone terrified and crawling on the ground. A gaping wound, approximately 7 centimeters in diameter, had been inflicted on Jack's shoulder, and blood instantly stained the surrounding lake water crimson. Stand up, even if just to kneel. Poseidon has not yet accepted your offerings and will aid you in vanquishing the sea monster. At that moment, the crowd remained trembling on the ground, while Jack looked on in astonishment at the scene before him. Suddenly, Poseidon descended from the heavens, hastily darting to Rujuin's side, sniffing curiously, perhaps bewildered as to why his father was mounted upon a sea creature. Just as the monster attempted to dislodge the trident lodged in its shoulder, Jack lunged forward. His shoulder wound already healed. Laksha displayed great excitement. Having not seen Jack in a long time, and naturally missing him dearly. In the brief moment of Rujuin's distraction, the creature exerted itself fiercely, breaking free from Lakshu's grasp, even at the cost of its forelimbs. The creature squinted its small eyes, momentarily confused about who the true sea monster was. Its hind limbs were glaringly obvious, resembling a terrestrial creature that had undergone regression to adapt to an aquatic existence. Oh no, it is not merely a monster, it is the mythic sea god. Lakshu roared in fury, charging directly at it, the Titan's formidable presence causing the monster's speed to diminish dramatically. Yet the creature was too preoccupied to contemplate the situation, for Godzilla had not yet arrived. Godzilla's tail alone measured nearly 12 meters, appearing significantly smaller than the creature when viewed from above the water. Although Poseidon was remarkably swift, he could not possibly measure over 10 meters in height. Currently, he stood upright at 7 meters. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, retracting its tongue violently. The trident struck the creature's shoulder, while its tongue simultaneously pierced Jack's shoulder. Rujuin raised an eyebrow at that moment, thinking what a clever fiend, aware enough to strike at me. The viscous slime beneath the creature proved ineffective as Lakshu's claws dug deep into its flesh. Rujuin gently patted Poseidon's head, soothing his emotions before instructing Newgate to bring forth his royal trident. Jack harbored no fear, raising the trident and charging at the creature. For the water was not only the domain of fish, but also his own. The colossal beast, Godzilla, was engaged in a fierce battle with the water monster, its bizarre appearance evoking in Jack a vision of a living fossil caught in regression. Jack speculated that such a creature must have once dwelled beneath the island as a reptile, but had retreated into the water for various reasons. Just then, Lakshu surged forward, his two massive claws gripping the creature's back. Before the monster could struggle further, Lakshu's dorsal fin glowed with blue light, and a breath of atomic energy melted the creature's head away. It seemed today a spectacle had delivered a shock far beyond what any of them had anticipated. Jack mused, if only one monster existed, how much could it consume, perhaps even devouring all the small fish from the galaxy beyond? It appears that all the little fish have been devoured by this monstrous creature. What could it possibly be? Could it be a member of a larger species? Deep down, Jack is aware of the truth. Lu Jiao accompanies him as they dive into the depths, with Jack firmly gripping the trident in his hand. Poseidon roars in fury, unleashing a torrent of azure atomic breath into the sky. Before hearing the legend of the sea god, we had never dared to dream that we would one day encounter the mythic deity. Upon witnessing the scene, Newgate quickly composed himself, concluding the evacuation of the crowd. Those whose legs trembled were supported by the stronger among them, ensuring they could remain in the sanctuary of the sea god. Before taking hold of the trident, Jack instructed Newgate to prepare for the ensuing conflict. He then leapt boldly, retreating into the celestial river. It is indeed a thought to ponder. If one day Pangu were to manifest before me, I too might find myself utterly astonished and at a loss. The view from both sides suddenly constricted. The celestial river resembled a slender rope, with Tianyan Lake forming a bulge in its center, the narrowest point measuring barely 2 to 8,000 meters. Yet the creature did not flee. Instead, it charged directly towards Jack. When the distance between them shrank to a mere 8 meters, Jack hurled the trident with all his might, while the creature opened its maw, its tongue striking like a sharpened blade aimed directly at Jack. Chapter 88. Winter is coming. Newgate and Jack, wielding a trident, hoisted the corpse of a monster onto the shore. The Eye of the Sky Lake, located at the heart of the galaxy, boasts a prime geographical position, leading to the construction of 2 docks. After dragging the monster's body ashore, Jack withdrew his trident, just as Newgate and the others arrived on horseback. The dragon, Kalakshu, emitted an excited roar. It harbored a deep-seated grudge against the creature that had almost dragged it into the water, and now, with revenge fulfilled, how could it not be exhilarated? Jack reached out to grasp the viscous slime covering the monster's surface, having employed the trident to pull it ashore precisely because of this substance. The slime was remarkably smooth, akin to lubricating oil. Jack had already instructed Poseidon to search underwater for any eggs or offspring of the monster, intent on either exterminating them or assessing their potential for domestication. As Newgate approached to touch the slime, Kalakshu unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, aiming to consume the monster. Upon contact, the flames ignited the viscous material as if it were fuel, erupting into a towering inferno. Fortunately, the Sea Emperor's palace had implemented restrictions, preventing such a minor conflagration from attracting a crowd of onlookers. While Kalakshu descended to the lake's depths to conclude the hunt, Jack prepared the first meal for the large creatures. However, the monster burned far longer than he had anticipated, remaining engulfed in flames for over an hour. Jack retrieved a juvenile monster for inspection, noting that differentiation had begun among the offspring. Sla licked his lips. After spending considerable time overseas, Kalakshu's skin bore a salty taste. The prolonged nights of the ice and fire world could plunge the realm into years of perpetual daylight. Yet, if one wished to stimulate reproduction, one must nourish the embryo adequately, particularly during a gestation period of 40 years. Arriving at the dock, Sla observed a dense swarm of large tadpoles swirling around Kalakshu, each approximately 7 centimeters long. Newgate pondered, why was this peculiar creature dubbed the oil fish instead of the burning fish or barbecue fish? It was because, prior to giving birth, the creature would undergo a complete transformation into a female, losing its capacity for reproduction. Before maturity, Kalakshu could decide whether to cease the propagation of its lineage. Jack, noticing the situation, refrained from commenting excessively. He could comprehend Kalakshu's roars and had located the creature's ancestors. But something significant was amiss. Wait, don't extinguish the flames just yet. Let us see how long they burn, Sla interjected to those preparing to douse the fire. Nonetheless, a small fraction of traits remained inherited from the mother, particularly the web hind limbs. Sla gazed in astonishment at the multitude of white tadpoles, numbering in the thousands. He affectionately cradled Kalakshu's small head and planted a firm kiss upon it, declaring, "Daddy loves you most. Be a good child, all right?" Witnessing this, Newgate urgently called for assistance to extinguish the fire, which had grown rather fierce, engulfing the entire 6-meter-long body of the monster in flames, resembling an 8-meter-wide, 7-meter-high wall of fire. Jack showed little resistance. Dealing with children was always a hassle. A significant portion of the creatures has entirely transformed into aquatic beings, their hind limbs having lost their webbed feet, now resembling paddle-like appendages akin to their forelimbs. Remarkably, I require merely 20 years to reach maturity. I will emerge as a male after having initially developed as a female. At that moment, the resonant roar of Lakis echoed from the dock, causing Newgate and others to kneel instinctively. A sudden surge of enormous flames startled everyone, including the bumbling Lakis. Prior to maturity, Lakis measures 200 meters in length, and as a titan, my lifespan extends well beyond 10,000 years. Immediately, arrangements were made to gather personnel to construct another reservoir along the Tianyan Lake, ensuring the dam was built with concrete to nurture that peculiar creature, previously dubbed the oil fish. Perhaps it holds little significance in the present. Yet what of it when a long night arrives? It would be akin to Slara birthing a pair of sons. The elder, obedient and studious, possesses longevity that can safeguard the family for an extensive period, thus rendering the offspring invaluable as long as they engage in wrongdoing. During the initial ignition of the creature, it unexpectedly fled into the water, catching us off guard with its flammability. Furthermore, our bodies would inevitably grow larger due to the scarcity of food. Oil fish? Why this designation? You once mentioned that oil is an exceptionally precious resource. An hour has since elapsed, yet the creature's remains continue to burn unabated. Slara, however, jested Lakis. He is the first of the Gojek in this world, destined to shoulder the responsibility of our species' continuity. He must practice parenting early on, as it is his progeny. And should they perish, it matters not. Newgate, he instructed to keep a vigilant watch, emphasizing the need to ascertain the precise duration of the combustion. The minuscule remainder would inevitably be discarded due to excessive speed. Gazing at the blazing carcass of the creature, Jack found himself momentarily transfixed. Slara contemplated how the evolutionary history of a creature, previously confined to the pages of books, was now vividly manifest before him. Before Lakis departed, Slara returned to the maternal figure of the creature, having completely relinquished its amphibious traits to become an entirely aquatic entity. This was not merely Slara's sweet delight. It was a cherished treasure. Ultimately, only those monsters exhibiting the paddle-like characteristics of the seven limbs managed to survive. Slara's expression shifted from astonishment to realization, then to utter shock, ultimately settling into a state of numbness as he stared blankly at the creature's burning remains. It is widely acknowledged that the essence of industrial infrastructure is not merely boiling water, yet boiling water necessitates fuel. Its strategic value parallels that of oil. Winter is approaching. Newgate. The original Gobi Yong measured only 110 meters, but Lakis has been modified by the system to adapt to a low-magic environment, resulting in some regression in genetic attributes. Each litter may yield 1 to 2 Gojek offspring, yet the opportunity for reproduction occurs but once in a lifetime. What kind of organism can be so readily flammable? Perhaps, had there been no interference from the Byong, these predominantly paddle-like seven-limbed monsters would have continued to thrive. Thus, Slara's demands regarding the Gobi Yong were not excessive. Obedience was all that was required. Lakius's tail immediately perked up, signaling that the matter could be entrusted to him. In such a murky situation, could that fiery aquatic creature still be deemed a monster? Surely, if there were no desire for procreation, Lakius would suppress the development of the embryo, allowing it to remain unchanged for centuries. Just moments ago, Lakius had discovered the monster's lair, retreating from a mass of eggs that were just beginning to crack open, with several juvenile creatures instinctively regarding Lakius as their mother. Gazing at the still smoldering corpse before him, was that not a living coal mine? During the transition from youth to adulthood, being hermaphroditic, it would nurture an embryo within. As the ever-reliable Lakius took on the responsibility of caring for the young, I prepared to excavate a small reservoir, specifically to cultivate such creatures. Chapter 89. The benevolent Prime Minister Newgate was momentarily taken aback by the statement, but he quickly regained his composure. Winter is coming, Your Majesty. If we truly succeed in breeding, then the darkness of winter shall be dispelled by you. He gazed at Jack with admiration, realizing he had overlooked this crucial point. This prolonged summer had lasted so long that humanity was now poised to face a night of unyielding length, lasting at least a generation. Although Essos might experience slightly higher temperatures, it remained comparatively cooler than Westeros. With each long night, the world's population would be halved. This time, if 1/3 survived, it would be fortunate. Particularly among slaves, each long night claimed the lives of 90%, treated like livestock. Their remains often repurposed by their masters as fodder for omnivorous animals. Reflecting on this, Newgate felt a pang of compassion, yet he was no longer a slave. He was the Prime Minister of Atlantis and had to prioritize the welfare of its people. Nevertheless, he was determined to do what he could, such as arranging for the Merchant Guild to accelerate the procurement of slaves. Atlantis was in dire need of labor, and he still wielded some influence. In contrast, Xiangfeng appeared somewhat better off, his every action aimed at establishing a feeble empire, while he savored the gradual pleasure that power bestowed. Jack sensed his mother's underlying distress and tenderly licked Daenerys' delicate cheek. Newgate, surprised, promptly knelt before Sandy, exclaiming, Your Majesty, we ought to be grateful for encountering you after the long night. However, Daenerys mentioned pressing matters, and Marjorie spoke even less. We should indeed be thankful that a genuinely caring elder has emerged among us. The observant servant hurriedly departed, as if he had never been present. Even after 70 years of servitude, Newgate found that his integrity and fierceness remained unscathed. Upon reading the subsequent content, he displayed a look of astonishment, but quickly refolded the note and made his way toward the raven's cage. Just before the servant left, Daenerys suddenly felt a wave of nausea wash over her. With Xiangfeng by her side, she pondered, Have I truly grown accustomed to this? What shall I do? She murmured to herself, I must be delusional. The world cannot be devoid of those who harbor noble intentions. We are the true saints, not mere pretenders. Observing Newgate's enthusiastic departure, Sandy felt a tinge of nostalgia. The silver moon hung low, illuminating the garden atop the pyramid. After reading the letter, Daenerys felt a surge of concern and promptly penned a message to inquire if Sandy required assistance, determined not to let the weakest among them venture forth. Newgate articulated his thoughts, yet Sandy chuckled, "You are a benevolent king, and all your actions are for your own sake." Now, relying on the transportation model proposed by Jack, they could accommodate 7,000 individuals every 2 months, though efficiency must be halved before the zero-cost purchase. Daenerys adjusted her posture, perhaps due to something she had consumed. Her stomach felt uneasy, and she anticipated it would worsen in a day or two. As one traverses the peaks of regret and self-reproach, it becomes evident that human emotions are universally shared. I find myself loathing the current state of existence, detesting the sluggishness induced by power. It was indeed unexpected news that Prime Minister Sand Poseidon returned due to the severe injury of the young dragon, a revelation that swiftly spread throughout the land by nightfall. Newgate did not believe that Atlantis would succumb to freezing or starvation when the long night descended. Even the limited time spent with his mother was consumed by the struggle for sustenance. It appears that Millen, too, has distanced herself from Sand. Life goes on in your absence. Regarding the issue of population, do you not think that 100,000 is rather excessive? Should we not consider accommodating a few more? Coincidentally, I am preparing for a new acquisition spree, as all newly arrived merchant vessels are devoted to the transportation of slaves. In Atlantis, one can earn a living simply through labor, with the added benefit of paid leave. It seems to be the case. Before concluding my letter, I entrusted it to a nearby male servant, instructing him to release the message Raven immediately. Yet, Newgate still opted to report to me. Sand gestured for Newgate to coordinate the construction of the reservoir at a leisurely pace. Dany, while affectionately stroking Jack's head, surveyed the entirety of Millen. Nearby, Vesalian and Rigo observed the closeness between Dany and her little brother with a mix of curiosity and concern. Since yesterday, Dany has experienced bouts of nausea, though infrequently and without any significant discomfort, leading her to disregard it. The letter detailed Sand's distress caused by the emergence of a sea monster beneath the island, which had also severely injured Kolak. Consequently, Sand has returned. Upon noticing this, Majojin promptly offered warm milk, which Dany hastily consumed, though not without some struggle. Majojin remained somewhat anxious, for Dany had never been able to eat well, and given that she had not consumed anything peculiar recently, it was perplexing how her stomach felt at ease. However, your actions did not go unnoticed by another male servant. With the authority of my position as Prime Minister, I could, even in reporting to Sand, adjust the projected population limit, as Sand's directive had been, estimate 100,000 and decide based on circumstances. An excessive sense of integrity and timeliness, rather than the usual shrewdness I displayed upon our first meeting, oddly lacked the essence of Eddard Stark. Meanwhile, the servant dispatched by Dany to release the Raven found a secluded corner of the pyramid and surreptitiously opened the envelope. Xiangfeng regarded Newgate and solemnly declared, "Henceforth, Atlantis shall impose restrictions on the intake of population until the arrival of the long night." Newgate's lips quivered, seemingly searching for an excuse, yet he ultimately chose silence. Understanding the futility of his thoughts, they pondered why the little brother had grown so close to their mother. What calamity had befallen them? If they were to encounter the infamous Emperor Joffrey, it would not be long before he would find himself displayed on a spear for all to see. We chose to abandon such thoughts, as they bore no relevance to us. April 18th, 301 AC. Your Majesty, you. Newgate knew how to begin. Xiangfeng smiled slightly, wondering if the impending demise of the slaves during the long night had stirred his compassion. However, you lack a merciful prime minister. The slaves should be grateful for the sympathy we have garnered from him. Kolak has departed, returning to indulge in a barbecue. Daenerys's violet eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, shimmered like amethyst, contrasting starkly with her surroundings. Jack was engaged in a fierce competition for sustenance with the two, who were in a state of distress. Speak plainly if there's nothing to conceal. Outside of that, Newgate addressed Sanday, stating, "Your Majesty, there is something I wish to discuss with you." At that moment, Daenerys, far away in Meereen, received a letter from Xiangfeng intended for you. The esteemed Xiangfeng, your tongue bears no barbs, yet it brings forth pain. Feeling Jack's comforting presence, Daenerys smiled briefly before pushing him away forcefully. A thread of longing alleviated her melancholy, akin to the peculiar sensation of missing a beloved. This improvement in her spirits was largely due to Daenerys' recent efforts to assert her presence. Prior to your personal intervention, Meereen had experienced no turmoil. Sensing his mother's mood returning to disarray, Jack nuzzled Daenerys once more. "Your Majesty, is something troubling you? Should we summon a physician to attend to you?" Hiss. Chapter 90. As long as His Majesty the Sea Emperor Lysander received news from his subordinates, and rather than feeling sorrow, he was filled with joy more than anyone else. As for Jack's dragon being injured, he did not believe a single word of it. He was willing to wager his life that Jack had some ulterior motive in mind, preparing to expand his own power. The excuse he concocted was rather plausible. Sea monsters attacking dragons, and the dragon sustaining serious injuries? Hearing his father's disdainful snort, Ivan inquired, "Father, do you believe this news to be false? Will Jack Poseidon return?" "No, Jack Poseidon will not return. That is a certainty." "What do you mean by that?" "The dragon, like Her Majesty the Queen's dragon, is a super weapon. Within a decade or so, it could dominate everything. Moreover, he possesses only one dragon. Do you think he would risk his dragon's safety?" Mander smiled confidently. "Unless he has a weapon more powerful than a dragon, which is impossible, his dragon is certainly unharmed. It simply chooses not to return." Ivan's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Then the wave merchant he previously protected is vulnerable to manipulation." Exactly for this reason, the Sea God Brew would experience a supply interruption lasting at most 8 to 7 months. Ivan, animated, stated, "If this is to force us to sell at a higher price, or even to directly purchase our secret formula at a premium, the production costs would only increase. Thus, many would open their own establishments, as hot pot and barbecue lacked substantial value." Moreover, Jack had previously mentioned that the distillery beneath Crescent Island was still under construction. Such exquisite beverages had spread throughout Essos in just a few months, and few merchants or nobles were aware of their existence. The tales only grew more magnificent. The Sea God Brew, worth thousands of gold dragons, was more than just the value of the drink itself. The gold dragons represented vanity and a sense of superiority. Let us dismantle that distillery immediately and shatter the remaining distillation equipment, casting it into the sea. The Sea God Brew from the Wave Merchant Association was incredibly lucrative, and the hot pot and barbecue restaurants were equally powerful profit engines. Shano quickly amended his earlier statement. "I initially intended to describe it as insidious and malevolent, but that would be a misrepresentation." Yet, just days later, Marty unexpectedly received a raven from Sea King Island. If there were insufficient funds, they could not use movable property to settle debts. Before we transitioned the Sea God Brew, we had not plummeted the price. Why would they seek to suppress your prices? As a result, just after a day of operation following renovations, Jack and his men swiftly sealed off the establishment, citing 7 floral doors as the reason. However, the unfolding events clearly exceeded our expectations. A 700-milliliter bottle of Sea God Brew astonishingly sold for a mere 800 gold dragons, akin to a dream. Furthermore, our distillery was situated in Milan, and rumors circulated that our distillery would soon be dismantled. Do you truly believe you can seize our liquor market as Jack Poseidon once did with other merchants' shops? Observing his son's expression, Mander's demeanor shifted as he asked, "Does he have any thoughts on the matter?" In order for the arena in Milan to commence operations, it is imperative to have Danny's shares, ostensibly to oversee internal operations. The Sea God Brewery boasts an array of styles, including red and green grape varieties, barley, and an assortment of alcoholic strengths, all remarkably clear in appearance. Even still, Ivan, in a moment of clarity, stated, "Are you suggesting that this brewery was set for dismantlement shortly after Li Feng's departure, and that the current cessation of supply from Sea God Brewing is due to our unfinished disassembly?" Previously, we had merely advised the Great Wave Chamber of Commerce to secure the smallest protective umbrella for Milan. Originally, Xiao Nuo believed that after a period, supply would resume normally. Following Jack's methods, we successfully marketed Sea God Brewing as a circulating luxury. The most disheartening aspect was that the recently renovated property was swiftly sold to members of the franchise association. The contract stipulates that anyone who joins must pay a breach fee of 100,000 gold dragons if they default after the deadline. Nevertheless, we chose to join the association, for before our membership, we could secure monthly purchasing quotas of Sea God Brewing through the chamber. Just wait and see. Soon, no one will be unfortunate. So prepare yourselves for the sparks that will ignite the flames of misfortune. Before our membership, the price of Sea God Brewing was 800 gold dragons, only to be resold at several times that price to Yuankai, Estebo, or other free trade city-states. Manto nodded and continued. Do you believe Jack is not part of the Great Wave Chamber? He merely anticipates the enigmatic master behind Atlantis. Is that so? Ivan inquired with intrigue. Thus, before many joined the association, hot pot and barbecue establishments operated in a laissez-faire manner. Once the Great Wave Chamber established a presence in Milan, thanks to the low cost of materials and innovative flavors, countless nobles sought to partake. Should these disorganized members outside the chamber unite to compel a price reduction from Sea God Brewing, they could directly leverage the contract to their advantage. Marty chuckled. That group is aware of His Majesty the Sea Emperor's connection to the chamber and naively believes that before His Majesty's departure, he could negotiate terms with you. Joining the Great Wave Chamber necessitates a franchise fee, and the operation of the store must be self-sustained, with 80% of the profits turned over to the chamber each month. He pondered how His Majesty conceived such a scheme. It was exceedingly cunning and visionary. Despite the scarcity, the 1,000 bottles of Sea God Brewing available each month are snatched up immediately at the beginning of the month. 2 weeks later, the supply from the Great Wave Chamber suddenly halted, with a statement indicating we would have to wait 8 months for it to resume, citing a shortage of raw materials. Ultimately, both types of dining establishments profit from the middle and lower classes, with our profit from selling a single bottle of Sea God Brewing still substantial. Manto, after listening to her son, took a deep breath. While my son might not be entirely foolish, he lacks any foresight. In the operations of the chamber, Sea God Brewing has become the quintessential symbol of nobility in Milan, a mark of status and an epitome of lowliness. At the headquarters of the Giant Wave Merchant Association, Xiao Nuo and Mati were meticulously organizing the list of individuals wishing to enter and exit the association. However, the quantity of the Sea God's brew was overwhelmingly abundant, with few having merely heard of it, yet never having encountered the actual product. Remarkably, a single bottle of this wine had even been auctioned for several thousand gold dragons. He pondered whether Lai Feng had truly grasped the nuances of the Giant Wave Merchant Association. Does one truly believe that the association harbors no secrets beyond the distillery of the Milan region? When he initially joined, Jack had proposed the signing of a contract, an exceedingly thick document that few nobles bothered to scrutinize in detail. The primary content was not merely a warning about forthcoming changes, but rather an indication that no one would dare to covet the distillery. Chapter 91. The limitations of Yilan Yilan cannot transcend its current circumstances, for their aspirations extend far beyond mere desires. Marty scoffed, questioning the notion that they sought merely to diminish the price of the Sea God brew. Their true intention was to acquire the very formula behind it. Undoubtedly, Marty possessed a profound understanding of human nature, while Dono lagged behind in this regard. It was precisely for this reason that Jack appointed Marty as the spokesperson for the Merchant Guild in Yilan, bestowing upon him the title of vice president, while Dono assumed the role of Marty's secretary and assistant. Marty continued, elucidating their intentions to withdraw from the guild, which was merely a ploy to compel me to intervene on their behalf, ultimately leading to demands for the Sea God Brew's formula. Should I adopt a conciliatory stance, they would cling tenaciously to the formula. Conversely, should I adopt a more resolute position, they would settle for a price reduction. Marty had discerned their strategy, which revolved around these two maneuvers. However, they miscalculated one critical aspect. The disparity between the Sea God brew and other alcoholic beverages was considerable. Even if they united in their resistance against the Sea God brew, other trading city-states would still procure it. Marty even dubbed their initiative with a rather unsavory moniker, the tribute plan, likening it to the practice of offering tributes as seen in historical contexts. Meanwhile, we were diligently absorbing the maritime knowledge being imparted to us, albeit at a slow pace. 8 days prior, we were prepared to embark with the caravan towards Atlantis. She was concerned that Yilin lacked industries to attract external merchants as a substitute for the slave trade. Marty was well aware of the social habits of the oil fish, whether they were gregarious or solitary, and was certain of when the oil fish would leave the matriarch to live independently. The population of Adablaf was a mere 80,000, requiring at least 100,000 to establish a sufficient reproductive base. Newgate reported nearby, "Your Majesty, the pool you requested has yet to be constructed. Its diameter will be 70 meters. Furthermore, the matriarch could spawn thousands of eggs at once, making it considerably more convenient than coal when facing the prolonged night." Having served as Prime Minister in Yilin for some time, Marty became increasingly adept at managing state affairs. However, given the current situation in Adablaf, it was prudent to temporarily abandon the plan for separate storage of the mucus. The master brewer had also set sail aboard the vessel towards Hailu. Ironically, the trial operation of His Majesty the Sea Emperor in Yilin had fostered the illusion that the Sea God brew could only be sold in Yilin. Of course, it could be sold elsewhere. We could collaborate with Her Majesty the Queen. Should this indeed come to fruition, it would signify the realization of fuel independence. The significance of the oil fish was minimal. The matriarch had burned for an entire 8 days and nights before turning to ash. It was not to imply that the mucus could not be preserved for extended periods, which would be quite remarkable. Marty smirked disdainfully. He instructed Rutger to free up 41 large merchant vessels, while I was to provide him with 12 colossal merchant ships in exchange for those 41. Among the exports, the least included were slaves, grain, and iron ore. Beyond the 260 vessels, 39 small merchant ships were dispatched to Atlantis to be converted into small warships, leaving 13 colossal ships, one of which was not included in the Sea Emperor, along with 167 medium vessels and 41 large ships. The debate regarding preservation in water or oil seems futile. Perhaps there are more effective methods at our disposal. Within the Sea Emperor's palace, Maddie reclines beneath a bed, while Vitril straddles me, providing a massage. 2 handsome attendants present me with succulent, tender fruit. Maddie gestures dismissively, instructing several hundred individuals to follow the caravan to Atlantis, emphasizing that it would be too late before the return of the 39 small warships, which would take no more than 6 months to reach Atlantis. Upon hearing this, Shano expressed his concern, prompting him to suggest to Wang Dao, "Let us go and have a drink." Sea Jack has prohibited private maritime commerce, and few merchants are aware of the Seychelles' location. Thus, Newgate is tasked with excavating a pool measuring 70 meters in diameter and 7 meters deep to confine these juvenile oil fish for the time being. Will you take the time tonight to drive all the oil fish out of the lake and into the pool? How was the tribute plan progressing? Maddie had conducted experiments revealing that the true combustible substance is the viscous secretion emitted from the monster's surface, which begins to ooze upon the creature's hatching. Consequently, aside from the 39 small vessels undergoing modifications, all other ships are under the management of the Merchant Guild, venturing out daily to procure a variety of goods. Unfortunately, the outcome was disheartening. The mucus extracted from beneath the monster was initially reminiscent of thick mucus, but it hardened slowly once separated from the oil fish's body. Thus, the entire Sea Jack operation, comprising 80,000 individuals, commenced at a rapid pace. What shall we do? Lower prices? Or cease trading at Yilin altogether? Dono inquired. If it were merely the minor nobility, it would be manageable. However, the merchants of Yilin, who seldom join the guild, possess a collective worth of less than 100,000 gold dragons. Wang Dao, patting Shano on the shoulder with confidence, remarked, "Others besides Maddie also recognize the business opportunity. Merchants profit from war, while Adablav profits from merchants, albeit with Maddie acquiring goods for free. Among the list of individuals we just compiled, there are 7 merchants, 5 prominent nobles, 1 neutral lord, and 2 conservative lords. In total, 15 factions have proposed entering and exiting the Merchant Guild, bearing in mind that there are only 20 members in the guild, be it naval or land warfare. Merchants accompanying the military are a common sight in the world of ice and fire. As long as His Majesty the Sea Emperor is alive, Yilin shall rise to prominence. To be frank, His Majesty does not expect us, the lords, to lead a rebellion. Neither does Daenerys. As long as we dare to enter and exit, Wang Dao can compel us to pay penalties, which we can offset with our assets if we possess sufficient funds. To this end, Maddie has even devised policies to encourage marriage and childbearing among men and women. The tribute plan is merely a euphemism. At its core, it is not about the accumulation of capital through bloodshed and violence. What is there to fear? Furthermore, since they intend to withdraw, we have the perfect excuse to confiscate all our merchant ships and wealth. Newgate's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Adablav now boasts a total of 260 ships, a modest increase of 37 medium-sized vessels compared to the subsequent total of 223. Moreover, the slave owner siege of Yilin will undoubtedly be a protracted conflict. A city unguarded by the degenerate cannot be breached overnight. Luwin plans to dispatch 8,000 individuals disguised as pirates, and a war is about to erupt at Slave Bay. A small fleet of merchant ships is preparing to sail towards Slave Bay to profit from the impending conflict. The hardened slime resembles a stone in its rigidity and possesses the potential for combustion. Marty is currently experimenting to determine whether this solid slime can be reverted back to its liquid form. This has presented merchants with a golden opportunity for wealth, prompting even a few to hastily liquidate their assets to acquire provisions, livestock, and alcohol, eagerly awaiting the arrival of war to strike it rich. Upon hearing this, Wang Dao, with a hint of arrogance, remarked, "Xiao Nua, it is not the inherent flaws of the place that concern us, but rather the lack of foresight in our actions." Regardless of the undercurrents in the management of Milin, Lu Wen's development has undeniably retreated into a low period. Moreover, when Adabrave purchases slaves, he adheres to a male-to-female ratio of 4:6, as males are the primary contributors to reproduction. Lu Wen had long anticipated such a day, which is why he instructed Xiao Nua and Wang Dao to dismantle the distillation apparatus. Xiao Nua expressed some concern. "Will we comply with the payment? You seem to believe that we will agree to pay the penalty under the leadership of the Great Lord. Yet, that is precisely where our confidence lies." Chapter 92. Land and houses. For instance, during the period of pregnancy, one is entitled to a paid leave of 90 days, and parental subsidies can be received until the child reaches the age of 3. These measures are inspired by various countries in Jack's past life, all aimed at bolstering birth rates. Notably, newborns will be granted opportunities for enrollment in educational institutions, with the first 3 years exempt from tuition fees. As for the source of Jack's ample finances, it is rather straightforward. The wealth can be acquired through the subjugation of rival factions. The essence of warfare is to fortify oneself and subsequently continue the plunder with an even greater force. From the perspective of women in Atlantis, giving birth is akin to laying golden eggs. As long as a child is born, the state is willing to provide financial support. In medieval times, childbirth was perceived as a natural duty, with children serving as both labor and a means of securing one's old age. The funds distributed by the empire are deemed to stem from the benevolence of the Sea Emperor, who acts with their welfare in mind. Jack's policies have successfully sparked a fervor for childbirth on Sea King Island. Many couples have even resorted to marrying hastily, motivated solely by the desire to benefit from the empire's financial aid, often without truly knowing one another. As one ages, reaching 70 is still considered relatively vigorous. Moreover, to secure employment in the factories on Crescent Island, one must purchase property. All housing is constructed by the state, and any unauthorized land transactions are strictly prohibited. All land deals must be registered with the government. A house originally priced at 500 gold dragons is currently offered at a mere 70 gold dragons, serving as an incentive for new employees. I am somewhat vague about the adverse effects of demographic dividends, which is why I have intervened in population development since the establishment of Atlantis. After all, Jack has arranged for those people to have 8 meals a day, albeit lacking in meat and substantial nourishment. Yet now, Jack has become a leader, an emperor, and a modern individual well-versed in the 7 millennia of his nation's history. Particularly notable is the small pyramid occupied by Daenerys, which stands less than 200 meters tall. Regarding the long nights, well, the average age is quantifiable. Jack gestures for a servant to bring a stool for Newgate. Jack is aware of Newgate's thoughts. If he were to acknowledge them, he would surely exclaim, "He is not particularly fierce, though somewhat so." In truth, construction could have been executed at a lower elevation, as the architectural skills of the inhabitants of the Game of Thrones world remain rather rudimentary. Such time has allowed Jack to grasp the mindset of the Atlanteans. However, even so, Newgate feels the conditions are rather dismal. He inquires without hesitation. Simultaneously, the glass factory, brewery, soap factory, fertilizer plant, ironworks, and garment factory are all seeking workers. "Your Majesty, is that not a tad too low? An average monthly salary of 8,000 seems insufficient. 800 per month would suffice." Newgate continues, "Well, Your Majesty, even at 50 gold dragons, we may struggle to afford it." Yet, in Jack's view, this is still far from inadequate. While wages may be low, how can consumption be stimulated? How can houses be sold? Before the expiration of the term, the Empire will reclaim the properties, yet they will be renewed at no cost. Additionally, the foundations that originally could accommodate only 6 families are now capable of housing 30. In my estimation, being provided with 8 meals a day and receiving 800 copper coins monthly is indeed a generous boon from Jack. "Your Majesty, the distance between the islands is merely a journey of less than half a day. Following your esteemed suggestion, we have commenced the construction of. Even though meat and small bones may be scarce, the absence of meat in the daily diet is, indeed, the modest aspiration of every slave." In such circumstances, Jack found the situation quite favorable. The greater the number of individuals, the higher their worth. Lonbin's assertion holds some truth in the realm of power struggles. Even during the long summer, the average lifespan of the populace hovers between 30 to 35 years. Presently, a minuscule fraction of people reside in temporary shelters. And after Newgate inquired why the houses were constructed first, one could see the meager benefits for those engaged in logging, stone gathering, and land cultivation. "We adhere to your guidance and opted for corrosion-resistant alloy steel instead of concrete. For even some affluent knights or impoverished nobles could not succumb to freezing or starvation." Jack is indeed a villain. This predicament inevitably reminded Jack of his past life's arranged marriages, where mutual understanding was absent and hasty unions were formed due to familial pressures. In his previous existence, Jack witnessed firsthand the transition of a populous nation into one facing negative growth. A colossal vessel, operating under an unusual slave transport method, could accommodate at most 1,000 souls, though the interior would be exceedingly cramped. With an average monthly salary of 8,000 copper coins, 7 days on and 7 days off, single individuals and those without older children were prioritized, alongside additional benefits such as childcare subsidies. Yet, Westeros remains unchanged, particularly in the north. The procedures for land use certificates and property deeds are regressive, requiring individuals to re-register and update their timelines. Newgate is aware of Lon Bin's contemplations. "I merely know that Atlantis will soon be able to absorb even fewer slaves." One notable aspect of Atlantis and other powers is that under the land system, the land belongs to the Empire, while the people possess only usage rights. Moreover, housing land is naturally limited to a mere 40-year usage period and cannot be transferred to others. At that time, Jack's response was to wait a little longer, as I had no arrangements. Therefore, your regions can accommodate 7 stories, with each floor comprising 2 rooms and a hall, standardizing at 84 square meters. Newgate expressed mild astonishment, an average of 800 copper coins per month. With no rest days, he would soon arrange for someone to convey the message that Crescent Island has yet to construct its first residential community, currently comprising only 80 units. Available on a first-come, first-served basis. Jack, too, is cautious. Even without his direct intervention, transitioning from a medieval to a modern society would require a century or 2. The utilization rate has increased 7-fold, which is commendable. Indeed, it is not a full community yet, but your manpower is limitless. As of now, only one completed residential block has been constructed, encompassing 80 homes. Alloy steel. In such circumstances, facilitating home purchases for the citizens of Atlantis necessitates a dual approach. By the way, Newgate, Since the factories on Crescent Island have commenced operations, how has transportation been resolved? Ultimately, the reality of married life becomes chaotic. Having children is one thing, but those without often find themselves divorced. Indeed, my dear friends, Alloy Steel, I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty. For the passage of time has rendered your memory rather feeble, remarked Newgate somewhat awkwardly. Newgate, by decree, imposed a new law. Any citizen of Atlantis is prohibited from constructing their own dwelling. The absence of 12 colossal vessels would inevitably disrupt Atlantis's strategic grain reserves, resulting in the transportation of thousands of individuals becoming untenable. In Newgate's perspective, the provision of meals, 8 a day, coupled with a daily stipend of 10 copper coins, was a dream beyond the wildest imaginings of a slave. I yearn for the prosperity of Atlantis, yet it lacks a demographic dividend. At the very least, it should maintain a trajectory of explosive population growth even as it transitions in a modern society. However, Jack seeks a high-cost, low-efficiency model, thus rendering the 7-tiered districts the optimal choice. The district boasts a population of around 2 million in the north. It would be erroneous for only 1/8 to survive a prolonged night. According to the artisans, we have integrated a material developed by blacksmiths into the cement. What was it called? The castles of the nobility and the pyramids of the slave masters stand as testaments to the extraordinary craftsmanship of these artisans. I have yet to establish a communal living system, with each family residing in standardized 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartments of 84 square meters. Yet the construction resembles the grandeur of pyramids and castles. As the long night descends, Essos finds itself in a comparatively weaker position than Westeros. At the very least, Essos is graced by perpetual snowfall throughout the year. Chapter 93. The distinction between starting from zero and occupation. Newgate was taken aback by Jack's intention to profit from selling properties in the neighborhood. Indeed, a single house priced at 50 gold dragons could yield substantial earnings. At that moment, Newgate suddenly recalled an edict previously issued by Jack. All lands of the Atlantis Empire belong to the state, granting citizens only the right to use them. The citizens of Atlantis, however, seemed indifferent to this decree, as Jack had contracted them to cultivate the land. Jack provided the funding and even meals, regardless of the situation. These lands were ultimately his, and they did not dwell on the implications. After all, once the land was cultivated, the king would still need to find individuals to plant crops, and those lands had already begun to employ laborers for farming. To become a cultivator, one merely had to pass a relatively straightforward planting examination and obtain a cultivation certificate. It was said that the work of a cultivator was quite easy. Moreover, cultivators not only received 3 meals a day, but also earned a salary of 5,000 copper coins per month. Was this not far more comfortable than cultivating land on their own? The only lament was the limited number of recruited cultivators, as the nobility would band together to resist Jack, and Sway Nan's land reform threatened to undermine their foundational rule. In their eyes, Jack was not the embodiment of the sea god. Even the contemporary Godzilla defied Jack's commands, becoming the guardian of Atlantis. Such a belief could not stem from mere animalistic desire, nor could it be solely attributed to religious faith or nationalism. Had land remained under private ownership during that initial wave of prosperity, those who became wealthy would have undoubtedly seized the newly occupied territories. Much like in the Middle Eastern regions of Jack's later years, where even armies wielding modern weaponry still adhered to ancient hierarchies. Although all the land on Sea King Island now belonged to Jack, the population was dwindling and the number of occupied islands and coastal territories was decreasing. Newgate keenly sensed that something was amiss, though he could not quite articulate what it was. Land equated to wealth, especially in a time prior to industrialization. Even with the onset of industrialization, land remained valuable. For us, interest-bearing loans could serve as a form of housing subsidy. Furthermore, the terms could be renewed before maturity. Frankly, Newgate found himself yearning for a return to his hometown. Thus, they believed that even in the absence of land for growing food, they would not suffer from hunger nor lack for money. With a declining population, if they were left to construct their own homes, the entirety of Sea King Island would devolve into a chaotic array of self-built dwellings. Jack was quite pleased with their response, Those individuals had undergone a philosophical awakening, their lives having only recently transitioned with no signs of improvement, leading to their absolute agreement with Sui Nan's views. Consequently, the people of Atlantis were not particularly fixated on land ownership. According to the cultivation plan for Sea King Island, they all had the opportunity to become cultivators. Moreover, the numerous factories being constructed on Crescent Island were hardly a secret. In fact, they speculated that the conditions within those factories might be even more favorable. The delineation of status was not determined by weaponry, but rather by other distinguishing factors. Meanwhile, I could lead a life of leisure, receiving a pension and residing in the housing allocated by the Empire, enjoying my twilight years. In just 70 years, the military of Atlantis would become unprecedentedly feeble. Atlantis will consist of islands and coastal regions from around the world, which bears little distinction from a feudal system. Aside from the final 7,000 lowly slaves, the remainder of the inhabitants of Poseidon Island are the lowest tier of specialized labor. Unless Sui Nan compels Poseidon to purge the local aristocracy. This is one of the reasons why Jack chose to establish his dominion from scratch on a remote archipelago. In the long run, the territories beyond the Empire will multiply, while individual private lands will dwindle. The citizens of Atlantis do not express the outcry that Sui Nan envisions. Instead, they inquire when they might secure loans to purchase homes. Your Majesty, why must you regulate our housing? In the eyes of the nobility, any notion of nationalization is merely a ruse. Jack's actions are not intended to reclaim our lands. The ownership of land must be guaranteed to individuals, prompting the impoverished to devise means to annex others' properties. Yet, it is often challenging to possess unwavering faith before acquiring literacy. When will Vetril give birth to a robust child for me to care for, allowing me to relish the joys of family life that would make my existence worthwhile? The only way to lower the military's combat capability is by wielding armed forces to satisfy the whims of those in power. Even if we save merely 5 gold dragons each month, that amounts to 8 gold dragons over a year. More importantly, the absence of discernment and hesitation signifies a shift in faith. Rarely does a 10% casualty rate fail to incite a rout. At this point, Jack's edicts had yet to reach anyone. I have promoted all the deserving newcomers and arranged for the honest individuals. Now, before my retirement,